Yunhua High School, Class 231. Early in the morning, the clear sound of reading echoed through the air. A ninja is a formidable warrior who employs ninjutsu, taijutsu, or genjutsu. Chapter 1. The next 30,000 years, Yunhua High School, Class 231. As dawn broke, the melodious recitation of texts filled the classroom. A ninja is a formidable warrior who employs ninjutsu, taijutsu, or genjutsu. 2 centuries ago, the world's most eminent scientists discovered the ruins of the Land of Waves in the outskirts of Yunhua. This site harbors mysterious powers capable of shielding against all external forces. Upon entering, humans experience a transformation akin to a mystical online game. Should you succeed in the tasks therein, you shall gain enhancements. For instance, our ancestor, Master Lu, renowned as the Ice Ninja, was the first human to conquer the Land of Waves ruins, mastering the art of ice release ninjutsu. Astonishing the world that a month later, archaeologists uncovered the ruins of the Hidden Leaf Village, followed by the Hidden Cloud Village 2 years later, and the Hidden Rock Village 5 years later. Yet, this did not deter humanity's exploration. To this day, over 20 such sites have been discovered, each possessing wonders akin to the Land of Waves. However, the abilities acquired from each site differ significantly. Of course, apart from the relatively easier challenges posed by the ruins of the Land of Waves and the Hidden Grass Village, the majority of other sites remain insurmountable. Over the past 200 years, countless gifted individuals have attempted to traverse them, yet without exception, they have all failed. Humanity has birthed over 100 astonishingly talented warriors, among whom the most illustrious is undoubtedly Master Lu, the Ice Ninja I just mentioned. Additionally, there are the Bone Ninja, Wan Yulong, and the Thunderfire Ninja, all of whom represented the pinnacle of human power at that time. Their might comparable to the explosion of dozens of grenades. It is precisely due to the emergence of these ninjas that humanity has entered the era of martial arts that a century ago, governments around the world passed legislation to incorporate the practice of ninjutsu into the curriculum of compulsory education. Since then, ninjutsu has entered the public consciousness. However, according to scholarly research, even the mightiest among us can only wield A-grade ninjutsu. The legendary S-grade ninjutsu has never been successfully executed. Based on the power levels recorded in the ruins, the strongest among us has merely attained the shadow level. At the podium stood a poised woman clad in professional attire. The homeroom teacher, Ms. Lu, was passionately recounting the history of the martial arts era to her students. Her sharp and authoritative voice conveyed a hint of anticipation and excitement. The students listened intently, their expressions reflecting a focused earnestness. Compared to the drudgery of subjects like language arts, mathematics, and English, the class on ninjutsu was undoubtedly their favorite, and one dislikes becoming stronger. Teacher, what level have you achieved? A curious student suddenly inquired. I believe I have attained the initial stage of the Chunin level. Ms. Lu replied with a slight smile, a flicker of pride momentarily crossing her features. As soon as her words fell, the classroom erupted in gasps and exclamations. The students stared wide-eyed, their excitement palpable. The initial Chunin level. I can't believe our teacher has passed the exam for that rank. I recall that this is already the requirement for special police forces. Indeed, the initial Chunin level. I envy you so much. My father is merely at the peak of the Genin level and already enjoys substantial government subsidies, covering all my educational expenses. Your father is impressive. Mine is only at the mid-level of Genin, and the gap between us is enormous. Sigh. I've heard that the Wolf Fong Special Police Team, the elite among elites, only requires a mid-level Chunin for its ranks. Ms. Lu is truly remarkable. Listening to the students' discussions, Ms. Lu smiled faintly. As long as you all diligently practice ninjutsu, one day you too can achieve what I have. I have requested from the principal that this Saturday, I will accompany other teachers to lead you into the ruins of the Land of Waves. What you gain will depend on your own fortuitousness. The ruins of the Land of Waves. Wow, Yunhua High School takes students to explore ruins every year. There are only 2 opportunities each semester. This is fantastic. I've heard that the ruins of the Land of Waves open once a month, and entering as an individual costs a staggering 10,000 dragon coins. How exorbitant! The students instantly became animated, the entire classroom buzzing like a boiling sea. Lu Feng, stand up. Ms. Lu waved her hand, and the classroom fell silent. A tall, robust boy rose to his feet. Teacher, you should all take Lu Feng as an example. Just yesterday, he passed the exam for the peak of the Genin level and is now a formidable Genin. MS. Lu smiled gently at the boy. Achieving such strength at 18 is impressive. I hope you will continue to strive for greatness. Thank you. Teacher, Lu Feng, basking in the praise, glanced with a hint of disdain at a somewhat handsome student in the corner of the classroom, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Observant students noted this interaction, some wearing malicious smiles, while others sighed in sympathy. However, the handsome student appeared oblivious, entirely disregarding the gazes directed at him. What's so impressive? Who doesn't know that Lu Feng is the eldest son of the president of Wanshi Group? He consumes countless enhancement potions daily. I've heard he takes no less than a dozen military rations each time. He must have visited the land of Wave's ruins countless times. Even a pig with such financial backing could reach the peak of the genin level. Indeed, yet the world is so unfair. I can't stand Lu Feng's arrogant demeanor. It's our class leader Ning Feng who deserves sympathy. I remember when we first entered the class, it was class leader Ning Feng who guided us in ninjutsu, but he was the top talent of Yunhua High School, achieving the initial stage of the genin level just upon entering high school, while we hadn't even gathered chakra yet. At that moment, Ms. Lu cast a profound glance at the handsome student in the corner and suddenly called out, "Ning Feng, stand up." All eyes in the classroom turned towards the striking youth, several brilliant gazes glancing his way as well. There are only 3 months remaining until the college entrance examination, and the content has been finalized. You must survive for 3 hours within the ruins of the First Ninja World War. If you, Ning Feng, remain stagnant at the initial stage of genin and do not pass the mid-level exam like your peers, you may not even qualify for the entrance examination. Come with me, Ning Feng. All right, everyone else, class dismissed. Ms. Lu cast one last sorrowful glance at Ning Feng, sighed, and turned to leave. Amidst a mix of schadenfreude, disdain, sarcasm, and pity, the entire class rose to their feet. Goodbye, teacher. Wow, I didn't expect the content of the entrance exam to be the First Ninja World War ruins. I've heard my father mention that there are super shadow level warriors like Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha within the ruins, along with many contemporary strongmen from other hidden villages that seems we must work even harder. By the way, why do you think the teacher called class leader Ning Feng? What else could it be? To tell him to get lost. Laughter once again erupted from the corner of the classroom. Chapter 2. Ning Feng's Uchiha Bloodline. Disregarding the laughter around him, Ning Feng followed teacher Lu towards the office, a hint of helplessness flitting across his eyes. In truth, Ning Feng was not originally from this world. To be precise, he was a traveler from Earth, an ardent aficionado of Naruto, capable of recounting intricate plots and jutsu with ease. His former name was the same as that of this body's original owner, Ning Feng. 3 days prior, the original owner of this body had suddenly perished while diligently practicing ninjutsu, leading to Ning Feng's inexplicable transmigration into this realm. Upon delving into his memories, Ning Feng was astounded to discover he had arrived in a world approximately 30,000 years after the era of Naruto. In stark contrast to the entertainment-driven era of his previous life, humanity here had begun to cultivate ninjutsu, entering an age of martial prowess. However, the study of ninjutsu had only been underway for 2 centuries, and the knowledge and systems in place remained quite rudimentary. Most ninjutsu were classified as D and E ranks, with only a select few formidable ninjas capable of employing B and A rank techniques. S-rank jutsu were virtually non-existent. Moreover, bloodline limits such as the Sharingan, Shikatsumiyaku, Ice Release, and Fire Release remained entirely unexplored, let alone utilized. As for the previous owner, Ning Feng, he had stagnated at the initial level of a genin due to the peculiarities of this body, which possessed the Uchiha lineage. Indeed, Ning Feng's body was of the Uchiha clan, though it had yet to awaken the Sharingan. In the world of Naruto, clans like the Uchihas, Hyugas, and Kagaya, endowed with unique bloodline limits, followed distinct cultivation methodologies due to their exceptional physiques. While the chakra cultivation methods accessible to humanity could assist in training an Uchiha body, the speed of advancement and chakra accumulation was alarmingly sluggish. For an ordinary person, this rudimentary chakra training might suffice, but for someone of Uchiha blood, it was akin to a drop in the ocean. In simpler terms, the chakra reservoir of an Uchiha was at least triple that of an average individual. And such languid chakra accumulation was the root of this body's owner's regression. This was a secret buried deep within Ning Feng's heart, his only asset and means of survival in this new world. Naturally, even if he spoke of the Uchiha lineage to others, they would likely remain oblivious. As Ning Feng lost himself in thought, the office loomed closer. Ning Feng, could you enlighten me on what is happening? Teacher Lu inquired with concern. When you first entered high school, you were the first in our class to attain genin status. Your talent was nothing short of astonishing. Yet, 3 years have passed. And with the college entrance exams approaching, you've shown no progress. Can you explain this to your teacher? Have you been poisoned or something? Teacher Lu had been monitoring Ning Feng for the past 3 years, convinced he would become a source of pride for Yunhua High School, yet the unexpected regression troubled her. No, teacher, Ning Feng shook his head. He could hardly confess that the rudimentary chakra training methods were utterly unsuitable for him. After a moment of silence, Teacher Lu retrieved a pitch-black pill from her desk drawer. This is a cleansing pill, which I obtained from the principal. Please take it. You have 3 months to secure your genin intermediate certification. Otherwise, graduation will be a challenge. Additionally, I recall your family situation isn't great. So here is 5,000 yuan to help. 5,000 yuan was equivalent to a month's salary for Teacher Lu, and a single cleansing pill was worth at least 10,000 dragon coins. To put it into perspective, The average price of housing in Yundu was merely 11,000 per square meter. A warmth enveloped Ning Feng's heart, and he felt a slight sting in his nose. Teacher, there's no need. I will work hard. You needn't worry. With that, he declined the offer and turned to leave, watching Ning Feng depart. Teacher Lu let out a soft sigh. Nearby, a bespectacled teacher crept closer. Teacher Lu, why go to such lengths for one student? You'd be better off focusing on Lu Feng. If it were me, I would have long expelled Ning Feng, the one dragging down the entire class's performance. You wouldn't even be in the running for any awards. Teacher He, every student is the future of our nation. Please do not impose your narrow views upon me. Teacher Lu retorted hotly, rising from her seat and slamming the door to the office shut. Humph, what's so impressive about merely passing the Chunin intermediate exam? Teacher He scoffed, adjusting his glasses and turning back to his mirror to apply makeup, since you don't want the award money. I suppose I'll have to take it all for myself. After class, there was a 20-minute break. As the other students ventured out to play, Ning Feng sought a secluded spot, forming hand seals to extract chakra. Soon, he felt a surge of power gathering rapidly at various chakra points throughout his body, accumulating and storing within him. Had Teacher Lu been observing Ning Feng at that moment, she would have been astonished by his remarkable cultivation speed. While the rudimentary chakra extraction technique allowed an ordinary person to extract 1 unit of chakra per second, Ning Feng was now extracting chakra at a rate of 4 units per second. Although Ning Feng hailed from Earth, he had memorized the various ninjutsu, including the hand signs and principles. By making slight improvements to the rudimentary chakra techniques he had learned, he developed his own exclusive chakra extraction method. 20 minutes later, Ning Feng slowly opened his eyes, acutely aware of the newfound fullness within his body. That should suffice. Shadow clone technique. Suddenly, with a flash of his gaze, an identical figure appeared beside him. Ning Feng was oblivious to the astonished eyes widening from afar atop the teaching building. Ah, is that the shadow clone technique? Chapter 3. The ripple effect of the shadow clone technique. Yunhua High School. Senior year, teaching building. As Teacher He hastily applied her makeup, her astonished expression swiftly returned to focus, disregarding her appearance as she dashed towards the adjacent building. If what she had just seen was indeed accurate, it must have been the shadow clone technique. As she ran, Teacher He reflected on the sight she had witnessed, quickening her pace to uncover who had successfully mastered the technique. After all, the shadow clone technique was a rarity even among the class teachers, as few possessed the chakra control necessary to perform it. The ability to wield such a technique indicated that the student was poised to break through to Chunin status. In the years of exploring ruins, those who could master the shadow clone technique invariably rose to become formidable ninjas surpassing Chunin ranks. Within the extensive research conducted by the Ninjutsu Research Facility, the shadow clone technique was known to demand the highest level of chakra control among basic ninjutsu. Mastering it would consequently ease the learning of many other techniques. Teacher He had already devised a plan. Should the student who executed the shadow clone technique belong to another class, she would surely find a way to recruit them into her own. This was pivotal for securing her bonus. Coincidentally, she had been striving to master the shadow clone technique herself, and perhaps this student could assist her in bolstering her chances in the Chunin intermediate exams. The more she contemplated, the faster her pace became. Teacher He, what is the rush? Is your sister having a baby? The hurried footsteps caught the attention of the vice principal, who was seated in the principal's office reviewing documents. He poked his head out, puzzled. Principal, I've discovered a student in the adjacent building capable of using the shadow clone technique. Teacher He panted heavily, but as soon as the words escaped his lips, he regretted it, inwardly cursing himself for speaking without thinking. If this exceptionally talented student truly belonged to another class, wouldn't he that be akin to sewing clothes for someone else? The art of the shadow clone technique, what a thought. The vice principal chuckled dismissively, only to suddenly realize something, his eyes widening in shock. Not only was he the vice principal of the school, but he was also a high-ranking Chunin, a master of ninjutsu whose knowledge was unparalleled within the institution, earning him the title of a living library. No one understood better than the vice principal what it meant for a senior student to have mastered the shadow clone technique. Teacher He, where did you see this? Did you clearly see what that student looked like? The vice principal's excitement grew, shaking Teacher He's shoulders. In his fervor, he momentarily forgot the difference between genders. I didn't get a good look. The glass was a bit foggy. Vice principal, you're, hurting me. Teacher He grimaced in pain. Only then did the vice principal realize his indiscretion and awkwardly retract his hand. Ahem, my apologies, Teacher He. Hurry, lead the way. It would be unfortunate if that student leaves. The vice principal and Teacher He wasted no time, rushing out of the teaching building and sprinting towards the adjacent one. Unfortunately, they arrived too late. Ning Feng had already departed. It seems we are late, Teacher He. I'll report this matter to the principal when I return. If we can locate this student, our school will spare no resources in nurturing him, striving to cultivate a genius. This would surely enhance our reputation at Yunhua High School and significantly aid our recruitment efforts. You did excellently today. You will receive commendation and rewards from above. The vice principal patted Teacher He's shoulder. Additionally, please keep a close eye on this student. Rest assured, principal. I will take care of it. Teacher, he promised, though a contemplative look flickered in his eyes. After the vice principal departed, Teacher, he took out his phone and skillfully dialed a number. Hello, is this Guang's parent? I have a splendid opportunity to turn your son into a genius. But the price is Ning Feng remained blissfully unaware of all this. He exhaled a long, deep breath, gradually awakening from his chakra extraction training, slowly opening his eyes. Outside, the sky had completely darkened, adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars, shadow clone technique, transformation technique, body replacement technique. Suddenly, under the dim light, the hand signs Ning Feng form began to shift rapidly. Beside him, an identical clone of himself appeared, followed by a stunning beauty. And then he transformed into a piece of wood. The training of the three-body technique was a resounding success. Taking a deep breath, Ning Feng's gaze sharpened. With my current strength, I should be able to pass the Chunin mid-level examination and obtain the corresponding certification, right? Remembering Teacher Lu's regretful glance, Ning Feng clenched his fists. Teacher, I will not betray your trust. I will make you proud. Dominating this world begins now. In the days since his arrival, Ning Feng had gradually adapted to this body, embracing this extraordinary world. After he uttered those words, he suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of clarity. The soul from his past life and this body had finally melded perfectly. Ning Feng, are you training? Come out. I need to talk to you. Suddenly, the voice of his adoptive father called from outside. Ning Feng's mother had passed away when he was 10. His father, Ning Tian, had once been an ardent practitioner of ninjutsu, but despite decades of effort, he still only possessed the strength of a novice chunin. Ultimately resigning to a mundane office job with a meager salary, often berated by his boss, to prevent his son from following in his footsteps. Ning Tian scrimped and saved to send Ning Feng to the best local high school, Yunhua High, hoping that one day Ning Feng could break through to the chunin level and enter the national institutions, ensuring he wouldn't end up like him, a mere office worker. In the dim light, Ning Tian sat quietly, his expression inscrutable. On the table lay a scroll inscribed with the fire release, Great Fireball Technique. Chapter 4, Uchiha Chakra Extraction Technique and the Great Fireball Technique. At this moment, Ning Feng approached, his newfound strength significantly altering his aura. Ning Tian glanced at Ning Feng and noticed a stark contrast from his previous despondent demeanor, prompting a smile of relief. However, when his gaze fell upon the scroll in his hand, he sighed softly. Ning Feng sat across from him, and under the dim light, the two remained silent for several seconds. Initially, Ning Feng had no particular fondness for this adoptive father, but as he fully integrated with this body, the emotions of its previous owner intertwined with his own. Ning Feng could feel the profound love his adoptive father held for him, a love shared by many fathers who, even at the cost of their own comforts, strive to provide the best for their children. Dad, I heard that you'll be taking the college entrance exam in 3 months. The exam will cover the ruins of the First Shinobi World War, which are quite challenging. I was thinking of doing something to help you. This fire release, Great Fireball Technique scroll is a treasured heirloom of our Ning family. I hope it proves useful to you. When I was your age, your grandfather passed this scroll to me, but I was too foolish to learn it. Ning Tian sighed, carefully handing the scroll to Ning Feng, deliberately avoiding mention of Ning Feng's grades at Yunhua High, evidently to spare his son's pride. The Ning family? Ning Feng's eyes flickered. It was no wonder, this world, now thousands of years removed from Naruto, had seen the once prestigious Uchiha clan descend into obscurity. However, it was also possible that the bloodline had survived through the ruins and was passed down. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng sighed softly and resolutely declared, Dad, don't worry. I will not disappoint you in the college entrance examination. I will accept this scroll for now, having completed the training for the three-body technique. He was in need of an offensive ninjutsu, and the fire release, Great Fireball Technique arrived just in time. Ning Feng initially wanted to inform Ning Tian about his rise, but hesitated, choosing to hold his tongue. After all, revealing the news after he became a chunin would surely bring even greater surprise. Yes. I hope it brings some improvement. You guys are exploring the ruins of the Land of Waves this Saturday, right? I've been there. That guy named Zabuza Momochi is formidable. And another ninja who uses ice is also quite fearsome. But with your teachers leading the way, your safety should be assured. Try to learn the Great Fireball Technique before then. It is our family's treasured scroll. After Ning Tian finished speaking, he smiled slightly. All right, let us eat first. Dinner was not lavish, consisting only of 2 bowls of rice and some vegetables. Ning Tian's salary was modest, most of which went towards Ning Feng's education at Yunhua High, leading to a rather frugal lifestyle. In truth, many classmates who passed the Chunin mid-level examination did so not solely due to their talent, but because their influential parents had provided them with extensive training and resources from a young age, such as soaking in potions or consuming pills. The most formidable student in class, Lu Feng, had entirely relied on resources to achieve his status. The children from impoverished families had only hard work and innate talent to rely on. After dinner, once Ning Tian had fallen asleep, Ning Feng opened the scroll of the fire release, Great Fireball Technique. Immediately, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The scroll contained not merely the fire release, great fireball technique. It also held the exclusive chakra extraction technique of the Uchiha clan. Tailored specifically for the Uchiha physique, this chakra extraction method significantly enhances one's chakra reserves. In the original narrative, the prosperity of prominent clans in Konoha, such as the Uchiha, Hyuga, Akimichi, and Yamanaka, can be attributed in part to their unique secret medicines for cultivating ninjas. For instance, the Yamanaka clan possesses a potion that enhances cognitive abilities, while the Akimichi clan's elixir grants its ninjas access to greater power. Additionally, the disparity in chakra extraction techniques plays a crucial role. Clans such as the Uchiha and Senju boast chakra levels that far exceed those of ordinary ninjas, often by several multiples, thanks to their advanced chakra extraction methods. A prime example is Kakashi, born into the Hatake clan, which hails from a civilian background and lacks any secret potions, resulting in Kakashi's chakra limitations. In contrast, his teammate Uchiha Obito did not face such constraints. Many ninjas from humble beginnings are similarly restricted by their chakra capacity. With the Uchiha chakra extraction technique, Ning Tion's rate of chakra extraction is exponentially faster than that of his peers. Unbeknownst to him, a night passed in the blink of an eye. Fire release, great fireball technique. Ning Feng executed the hand seals with remarkable speed, and moments later, he expelled a torrent of searing flames that ignited a distant sapling. Excellent. Ning Feng gazed with satisfaction at the fruits of his nocturnal endeavors, swiftly concealing any traces, nodding in approval, and then making his way directly to the center of Yunhua City. In the heart of Yunhua City stands the ancient ninja tower, soaring hundreds of meters into the sky, where the character is inscribed. Surrounding the tower are typically 45 high-ranking ninjas, all at the Chunin level or above, serving as guardians. Known also as the assessment tower, it is the venue for warriors to undergo evaluations. Upon passing these assessments, a warrior's data is updated globally. A newcomer like Ning Feng, at the initial level of a genin, must be certified through such evaluations. Without this certification, no one acknowledges their abilities. Even with his modest strength, Ning Feng receives a monthly government subsidy of 500 currency units deposited into his bank account. Mid-tier genin receive 1,000 currency units monthly, while someone like Teacher Liu, a mid-level chunin, receives 10,000. Those at the level of a kage not only receive a monthly subsidy of 500,000, but also gain access to premium equipment, exquisite gems, and top-tier scrolls. Chapter 5. Mid-level genin examination, Zabuza's defection ruins. The ninja tower looms high, with the character emblazoned atop. Surrounding the tower is the bustling commercial district of Yunhua City, filled with towering edifices, relentless foot traffic, and a throng of people. Please present your identification. As Ning Feng navigated through the lively crowd, he arrived at the ninja tower, where two guards, ninjas stationed at the entrance, approached him with measured voices. Ning Feng inserted a chip into a machine operated by one of the guards, who activated it, causing the device to display all of Ning Feng's information. A student from Yunhua High School, Ning Feng, age 17, currently possessing the strength of a low-tier genin. After verifying the information against the network records, the guard gestured. You are here to take the mid-level genin test, correct? The fee is 1,000 currency units. Please follow me. Having paid the fee, Ning Feng followed the guard to the second floor of the ninja tower, arriving at a dimly lit chamber. The examination rules were straightforward. Complete the task within 2 hours. Should one abandon the task midway or fail to complete it in time, it would be deemed a failure. Success would earn the candidate a certificate of mid-level genin status, allowing them to register at the Ninja Bureau and access various government benefits. When you are ready, simply inform me, the guard concluded, stepping aside. Ning Feng took a deep breath, feeling a twinge of nervousness. This was his first time participating in the mid-level genin examination, and each candidate faced different tasks, randomly assigned. After a minute of mental preparation, Ning Feng steadied himself. All right, I am ready. The guard nodded slightly, offering an encouraging glance before opening the door to the dark chamber. Please proceed. As Ning Feng stepped inside, the door slammed shut behind him, with a resounding thud. A mysterious force akin to a black hole enveloped Ning Feng, drawing him into its depths. 3 seconds later, the enigmatic power re-emerged, and Ning Feng found himself in a dramatically altered environment. Before him lay a hidden village, replete with towering structures and palatial edifices, shrouded in a dense mist that imbued the scene with an air of enigma. Is this the Hidden Mist Village? Ning Feng pondered, momentarily taken aback. Turning his gaze, he noticed several imposing ninjas lurking nearby, each clad in the garb of the Hidden Mist Village, yet their forehead protectors bore a distinct slash, marking them as rogue ninjas. Among the towering figures, 2 particularly captured his attention. One bore an enormous ninja blade slung across his back, while the other donned a white cloak, revealing an exquisite visage. Zabuza and Haku? Ning Feng was momentarily stunned. The reality of the situation felt incredibly vivid, as if unfolding right before him. As he stood in astonishment, a mysterious voice resonated in his ear. Welcome to the random ruins, Zabuza's defection ruins. The mid-level genin examination commences now. Your current identity is that of a ninja accompanying Zabuza and Haku in their defection from the Hidden Mist. Tonight, you will infiltrate the Hidden Mist village, tasked with ensuring Zabuza and Haku's successful escape. Should Zabuza or Haku perish, the mission will fail. However, if they manage to escape, you will succeed and pass the mid-level genin examination. As the voice faded, Ning Feng's surroundings shifted once more. Above each ninja, green health bars materialized, while their names and ranks appeared beneath their feet. Most names glowed white, yet Zabuza and Haku's names shone yellow. The distant sentinels of the Hidden Mist had their names turn red, with their ranks clearly visible. You have acquired Kunai X1. You have acquired Shuriken X1. You have acquired Explosive Tags X1. You have acquired HP Potion X1. The mysterious voice echoed once more, and Ning Feng felt a kunai pouch materialize at his waist, filled with kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, and a single HP potion. Witnessing this astonishing phenomenon, his eyes sparkled with intrigue as he recalled his knowledge of ruins. Over 2 centuries, humanity had unearthed numerous ruins. Whenever one enters, the past is vividly recreated through mysterious forces, allowing humans to battle alongside ancient warriors from 30,000 years ago. This Zabuza ruin is but one of many, and upon completing the mission, one can exit the ruin. Everything resembled an online game. Ning Feng, you stay here. The rest follow me. Just as Ning Feng was lost in thought, Zabuza cast him a glance before leaping into action, leading the rogue ninjas swiftly toward the Mizuki's mansion. Mere moments later, they vanished into the mist, as though they had never existed. Receiving a new task, Ning Feng was instructed to remain behind and await Zabuza and Haku's return. The mysterious voice rang out again, and Ning Feng nodded resolutely, cautiously retrieving a kunai from his waist. At that moment, the sounds of combat erupted nearby, illuminating the area around the Mizuki's mansion with fiery brilliance. In Ning Feng's view, countless red names clashed with white and yellow ones. Suddenly, he noticed a contingent of Hidden Mist reinforcements rapidly approaching, all of whom were low-ranking ninjas. Low-tier genin 4. Mid-tier genin 6. High-tier genin 2. After swiftly assessing the combat capabilities of his adversaries, Ning Feng's gaze sharpened. In the next instant, he promptly sought refuge in a concealed location. While the attention of the Mist ninjas was diverted, still far away at the Water Shadow Mansion, Ning Feng precisely hurled an explosive talisman. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, 5 unsuspecting Mist genin were knocked unconscious, their health points plummeting. Gained 5 potential points from the explosive talisman. Echoed the mysterious voice once again. Without pausing to contemplate, Ning Feng swiftly burrowed deeper into his hiding spot. In the next moment, 5 shurikens whizzed past, embedding themselves into the rocks. Chapter 6. The complete annihilation of the Mist genin squad. Phew, that was close. Ning Feng smirked coldly. This being his first experience in combat among ninjas, a hint of nervousness was inevitable. However, that anxiety was swiftly replaced by a fervent battle spirit. There is someone here, we must find them quickly, commanded the leader of the remaining 5 Mist genin, now on high alert. In a heartbeat, the 4 Mist ninjas dispersed in different directions, searching for Ning Feng's whereabouts. Truly, these well-trained Mist ninjas executed the most logical response in mere seconds. Yet, Ning Feng was no easy target. As a devoted fan of Hokage in his past life, he had acquired a wealth of combat techniques applicable to real combat. Pressing his body against the trunk of a tree, Ning Feng's pupils constricted as he fixated on one approaching Mist genin, Shan Yan, a mid-tier genin. A barely perceptible cold smile graced his lips, and in the next moment, Ning Feng struck without warning, his sharp shuriken aimed directly at Shan Yan. The attack was entirely unexpected, as Shan Yan was wholly focused ahead, oblivious to the threat looming above him. Thud! The shuriken found its target. Blood splattering as Ning Feng swiftly retreated to conceal himself once more. Gained 1 potential point from melee combat. The mysterious voice chimed again. Within seconds, the remaining 4 Mist genin had arrived, the squad leader crouching cautiously to assess his fallen comrade's injuries, a grave expression overtaking his features. This time, the 4 genin dared not scatter, fully aware that being alone could spell doom. The squad leader scanned the surroundings, and suddenly, his pupils narrowed as he caught a glimpse of a shadow. In the next instant, fire style, great fireball technique. A blazing wave erupted, illuminating the area as if it were daylight, and in the blink of an eye, engulfing all 4 ninjas, inflicting catastrophic damage. Amidst the cries of anguish, 2 genin, unable to evade, met their demise instantly. Gained 2 potential points from fire style, great fireball technique. Gained 2 potential points from ninjutsu. Bang! Ignoring the resounding mysterious voice, Ning Feng retreated swiftly, his expression now considerably grave. It turned out, at the moment the flames erupted, 2 peak genin had transformed into mere wooden dummies, evading the attack. Water style, water bullet technique. Water style, mist technique. Truly, these peak genin were formidable, exchanging glances. One of them unleashed a massive water bullet, while the other quickly enveloped the battlefield in mist. Ning Feng was well aware of the terrifying nature of the mist technique. Yet he displayed no hint of panic. As the water bullet surged forth, it swallowed him whole in the next heartbeat. Humph. The peak genin, witnessing this scene, collectively sighed in relief, the ninja preparing the mist ceasing his hand signs. In that fleeting moment, Ningfeng appeared unexpectedly behind the mist ninja, thrusting his shuriken. Simultaneously, he hurled the explosive talisman. The attack was executed with a seamless fluidity. Two mist ninjas met the same fate as their comrades. One plummeted from a tree branch, while the other was obliterated by the explosive talisman. After accomplishing this, Ningfeng gasped heavily, the fervor in his eyes beginning to wane. It was hard to fathom that this was his first combat experience against ninjas at such close quarters, and he had performed so astonishingly well. Even Ningfeng himself was taken aback by his prowess, perhaps due to the fusion of his two souls, enhancing his reflexes and combat abilities. The mysterious voice resonated once more. Gained 1 potential point from melee combat. Gained 1 potential point from explosive talisman. Ningfeng furrowed his brows, pondering the purpose of these potential points. However, upon raising his gaze, he saw 2 scrolls gently floating above the corpses of the 2 peak genin. Approaching, he picked up the scrolls, and immediately, a surge of power washed over him. Identification successful. Water style, water bullet technique, degrade. Water style, mist technique, degrade. Ningfeng was momentarily stunned. He had felt a mysterious force cleansing his mind, and soon realized that to identify scrolls found within these ruins, one must possess the requisite knowledge, otherwise, identification would be impossible. No wonder the powerful beings of this world lacked S-rank ninjutsu or knowledge of bloodline limits like the Sharingan. Even if they obtained scrolls, without the corresponding knowledge, they would be unable to identify them, let alone learn. With this revelation, Ningfeng felt a surge of excitement. It appeared this was the greatest boon of being a transmigrator. He was just about to stow the 2 scrolls in his shuriken pouch for further study when the mysterious voice chimed in. Detected 2 scrolls that can be directly learned. Would you like to learn? In the ruins, aside from specific secret techniques or bloodline limit scrolls requiring certain conditions to learn, all other scrolls can be instantly learned. Ningfeng's heart leaped with joy. He had been worried about bringing the scrolls back only to be unable to comprehend the training methods. Yes, Ningfeng nodded emphatically, and at once, he felt a mysterious force wash over him, followed by the imprints of the water style, water bullet technique, and water style, mist technique, along with the chakra consumption details, materializing in his mind. At that moment, he heard the voices of Zabuza and Haku in the distance, instinctively glancing over. Oh no, Zabuza and Haku were now limping, injured, and behind them trailed hundreds of pursuing mist ninjas, many of whom were mist jonin. Water style, mist technique. Ningfeng understood that with his current strength, he could not contend against so many mist ninjas. The only option was to rely on the mist technique. He swiftly formed hand signs, and a thick blanket of white mist enveloped them, concealing their figures. To thicken the mist, he expended nearly all his chakra. Chapter 7, Rating S, Astonished Staff. Phew. They finally escaped, thanks to your mist technique, Ningfeng. We owe you our lives. Zabuza, battered and breathless, expressed his gratitude, while Haku gazed at Ningfeng with deep appreciation. It was the least I could do. Ningfeng chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Then we shall part ways here. Farewell. If you continue with us, the Mist's pursuit will surely notice, Zabuza replied with a faint smile, brandishing his sword on his shoulder as he and Haku gradually receded into the distance. Watching Zabuza and Haku disappear, the mysterious voice once more echoed in Ningfeng's ears. Congratulations. You have completed the Genin mid-tier examination task of Zabuza's Betrayal Ruins. Time taken, 36 minutes. Rating S. Enemies defeated, 12. Your chakra has increased by 1. Your water-style ninjutsu damage and effectiveness have increased by 1. You have acquired 3 attribute points. You have gained 3 potential points across all attributes. You have achieved a favorability rating of 10 points with Zabuza. You have also garnered 10 points of favorability with Haku. The mission has concluded, and you are about to return to the human realm. Please prepare yourself. The mysterious voice resonated once more, and Ningfeng felt a notable enhancement in his strength, agility, and intellect. In the next moment, a powerful pulling sensation enveloped him again, and he vanished into a black hole. When he reappeared, he found himself at the entrance of the secret chamber on the 2nd floor of the ninja tower. Impressive speed. Young man, exclaimed the guard stationed there, astonished that Ningfeng had passed the examination so swiftly. To think you completed it in merely half an hour. Back in the day, the formidable champion of Yundu, the goddess Suyuro, known as Rain's Sorrow and Cloud's Regret, took over 40 minutes. Clearly, the guard's demeanor had shifted significantly, his gaze now imbued with a hint of flattery directed at Ningfeng. Having worked here for many years, the guard had encountered numerous exceptionally gifted ninjas, yet none had surpassed Ningfeng's rapidity. Moreover, Ningfeng appeared unfazed, which subtly suggested to the guard that this young man had an extraordinary future ahead, potentially rising to the level of a shadow. After all, no one wished to offend a future powerhouse. Wang Lei, just now a student participated in the Chunin intermediate examination here. He hasn't left yet, has he? At that moment, a frantic voice called down from above the ninja tower. A bald man, clutching a stack of documents, hurriedly descended. Yes, Ning Feng is still here. What is the matter? Wang Gang, the guard, responded instinctively, momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing that Ning Feng had not yet departed, the bald man breathed a sigh of relief and rushed down. Upon spotting Ning Feng, he immediately displayed enthusiasm, extending his hand. You must be Ning Feng, correct? Please follow me. The president of our Yunhua Ninja Tower wishes to meet you. The Ninja Tower operates as an independent organization, entirely beyond government jurisdiction, led by a president. Each ninja tower has a branch president who oversees its affairs, and it is they who organize and certify the ninja examinations in their vicinity. Wow, kid, you're in luck. The branch president of the ninja tower personally wants to meet you. Wang Gang exclaimed in delight. The branch president wants to see me? Ning Feng furrowed his brow, then quickly comprehended. It was likely his performance during the examination that had caught the branch president's attention. This could work to his advantage, allowing him to harness the power of others to accelerate his own growth. He was confident that the branch president harbored no ill intentions towards a mere student. Please, follow me. The bald man gestured respectfully. Ning Feng smiled faintly and proceeded forward. At the pinnacle of the ninja tower lies the core hub, adorned with a plethora of cutting-edge machinery and colossal computers. These intricate devices can precisely transport each warrior participating in the examination to different relics and relay back the footage of their performances within those relics. It could be said that the ninja tower bears the weighty responsibility of authenticating the martial prowess of the entire city. Furthermore, they are tasked with selecting the most exceptional warriors, providing them with additional resources for development. For the government, any ninja possessing elite combat capabilities is a rare strategic asset, especially those who attain the shadow level. Their every action has the potential to sway the political landscape of the city or even the nation. Thus, it is easy to grasp the significance of shadow-level experts. Moreover, the cultivation of potential candidates among the shadow-level contenders is of paramount importance to the government. Presently, seated in front of a massive computer was a man clad in a suit and sunglasses, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he scrutinized the images on the large screen. The footage replayed the breathtaking moment when Ning Feng annihilated 12 Mist Village Chunin, with particular emphasis on his evasion of 2 Chunin-S attacks, turning the tide of battle to secure victory. The man in sunglasses was Lu Qingtian, the branch president of the Yunhua Ninja Tower, a peak Chunin expert who had once served as a special forces operative in the Long Country. Having vanquished many foes on the battlefield, I recognized that jutsu that transforms into wood. It's called the body replacement technique. But why was he able to evade attacks while simultaneously striking back? That piques my curiosity, Lu Qingtian mused, furrowing his brow. Humanity's exploration of ninjutsu has only spanned 200 years, and the simultaneous application of both the body replacement technique and the shadow clone technique remains elusive. Therefore, Ning Feng's astonishing maneuvers left even the well-versed Lu Qingtian intrigued and captivated. Although Yunhua City is centrally located within the Long Country and annually trains thousands of ninjas, the current state of affairs in Long is far from peaceful, with the potential for conflict looming in the coming years. This urgency has made Lu Qingtian's desire for promising candidates almost frenzied. Chapter 8. The Invitation of the Branch President of the Ninja Tower. Moreover, the power of that fire technique appears to surpass that of the fireball technique significantly. Lu Qingtian suddenly had a realization and manipulated the large screen to freeze on the moment Ning Feng executed the great fireball technique. This child is extraordinary, Lu Qingtian exclaimed, glancing at his assistant, who was dressed in professional attire. Xiaolon, have they arrived yet? Yes, President. Tian Yin has gone to fetch him. He should be here shortly. The assistant replied with a professional smile. All right, prepare the certification for the Chunin intermediate level, the S-grade type, Lu Qingtian commanded with a wave of his hand. S-grade? The assistant gasped in shock, her eyes wide. President Lu, we only have a scant few S-grade slots available at the Yunhua Ninja Tower. After passing the requisite examinations, ninjas receive certification, which is categorized into 3 grades, B, A, and S. Typically, ninjas receive B-grade certifications, while those exhibiting exceptional talent may attain A-grade certifications, and only those displaying extraordinary prowess are awarded S-grade certificates. A B-grade certification merely grants access to standard government subsidies, while A-grade and S-grade certifications offer more substantial benefits, such as monthly allocations of C-grade ninjutsu scrolls for A-grade holders, and S-grade holders can select equipment or scrolls of their choice from the Ninja Tower's arsenal after each examination. Thus, obtaining an A or S-grade certification essentially marks a ninja as a candidate of exceptional potential, worthy of significant resource investment. While the Yunhua Ninja Tower is of considerable size, the availability of S-grade slots is exceedingly rare, typically monopolized by key candidates nurtured by various powerful factions. Do you doubt my judgment? Lu Qingtian's gaze sharpened, a flicker of irritation surfacing. The assistant trembled and quickly shook her head, hastily preparing for the task. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Qingtian smiled faintly. Ning Feng, I hope you do not disappoint me. Your skills and performance are unmatched. Perhaps only the students from specialized training schools could compare to your excellence. President Liu, Ning Feng has arrived. At that moment, the bald man's voice echoed. And he brought Ning Feng before Lu Qingtian. Very well, you may leave now. Lu Qingtian waved his hand dismissively. The bald man chuckled, casting a lingering glance at Ning Feng. Once you make it big, don't forget about me. I'm Tian Yin, and then he obediently exited. Once they were alone, Lu Qingtian smiled. Do not be so restrained. Have a seat. I have reviewed your mission footage, and your performance was quite commendable. To not capture the defectors in this ruin is the most formidable challenge among all the Chunin exams for lower ninjas. Prior to your achievement, the fastest completion record was 46 minutes. However, you surpassed the record holder by a remarkable 10 minutes. Furthermore, you eliminated 12 lower ninjas, half of whom were nearly your equal in strength. Yet, before you, they could not withstand even a few exchanges, which piques my curiosity. Lu Qingshan remarked as he manipulated the large screen. The display quickly paused on a scene where Lin Tian skillfully utilized the body replacement technique and shadow clone technique to evade the lower ninja's attacks, subsequently turning the tide to vanquish his foes. The body replacement technique is not something just anyone can access, and a single scroll for this technique can fetch upwards of 50,000 in the black market, a price dictated by rarity. Additionally, I deduce that you must have also employed the shadow clone technique, yet this too is beyond the reach of the average student. Upon reviewing your records, it appears you are not one who can afford the scrolls for these techniques. Might you enlighten me on this matter? Lu Qingshan inquired, perplexed. At present, only those from influential ninja clans wield the body replacement and shadow clone techniques. For an ordinary ninja, mastering more than 2 ninjutsu is already considered a prodigious feat. Can I say I am self-taught? Ning Feng had devised his response prior to his arrival, his words flowing naturally. Ah, indeed. This confirms my suspicions. So, does this mean your fireball technique has also been modified? Lu Qingshan said, a spark of excitement flickering in his gaze. Simultaneously, the screen's animation halted at the moment Ning Feng formed hand seals and unleashed the fire release. Great fireball technique. Fireball technique. At this, Ning Feng's lips twitched, pondering how shallow the world's understanding of ninjutsu truly is. Yes, Ning Feng decided to feign ignorance. He would not foolishly divulge everything about himself to others. Impressive. Who would have thought I, Lu Qingshan, would encounter such a promising talent so swiftly? Ning Feng, I shall remember you. Lu Qingshan exclaimed with a hearty laugh, patting Ning Feng's shoulder warmly. From now on, you may visit me weekly. I shall provide you access to the ruins free of charge for your ninjutsu training. Here is a diamond membership card for the Ninja Tower. With this card, you may enter freely and challenge any virtual ruins, provided they are below your current strength. Otherwise, entry will be denied. As he spoke, Lu Qingshan handed a finely crafted card to Ning Feng. With just a touch, Ning Feng realized that this card was no ordinary item, likely crafted from diamond material. President Liu, with this card, I can now enter the ruins to train? Ning Feng felt a surge of excitement at the thought of enhancing his abilities. From now on, do not call me President Liu. Simply refer to me as Uncle Liu. Lu Qingshan chuckled. At that moment, a female assistant approached, presenting an S-rank Chunin certification to Ning Feng. Ning Feng had seen Chunin certifications before, but this one was exquisitely made. President Liu, Uncle Liu, what is this certification? This is the S-rank Chunin certification. There is only one such designation in the entire Ninja Tower. Upon passing your assessments, you may use this card to select any item or scroll from the Ninja Tower's armory. Only a few such cards exist within Yunhua City. The female assistant spoke with an air of condescension, as if to imply that Ning Feng was fortunate. How precious. Ning Feng carefully accepted the S-rank certification. A thrill coursing through him at the thought of the valuable equipment or scrolls that lay within the Ninja Tower's armory. This is what you rightfully deserve, young one. Lu Qingshan said with a slight smile. Yun, please escort Ning Feng to the armory. Chapter 9. S-rank certification, bloodline limit awakening scroll. Yun, the assistant, clearly uninterested, offered Ning Feng a polite smile. Please follow me. To her, Ning Feng was merely an 18-year-old child, hardly worth the effort Lu Qingshan was expending to cultivate. Ning Feng was no fool. He sensed her disdain, but paid it no mind. The armory was not far, and after descending several levels, Yun arrived at a massive iron door. After entering a password, she led Ning Feng inside. The room was immense, spanning approximately 80 to 90 square meters, filled with finely crafted weapons, armor, shoulder guards, battle boots, shurikens, and scrolls, each glimmering with a radiant sheen. You have 15 minutes to choose, but may select only one item. Do not be greedy, Yin said impatiently. Ning Feng wasted no time, scanning the contents of the armory. He did not focus on the weapons, but rather on the scrolls. What is most important for a ninja? It is not the equipment, but the ninjutsu. However, he soon found himself at a loss, for the inscriptions on the scrolls were exceedingly obscure, neither in Chinese nor in Japanese, rendering them utterly unrecognizable, let alone deciphering their contents. Without a specialized appraiser, one cannot discern the content of scrolls. Do not bother. Choose a piece of equipment instead, Yin chuckled. A select few teachers, well-versed in ninjutsu, engage specifically in the appraisal profession, assisting those ninjas who produce scrolls and identifying their contents. And the appraisal services come at a steep price. An appraiser? Ningfeng suddenly recalled something, his gaze fixated on the scrolls. The magical sensation he had experienced in the ruins resurfaced. The obscure characters on the scrolls seemed to come alive, transforming into recognizable Chinese characters. This wondrous sight left Ningfeng momentarily stunned, followed by a moment of clarity. Aside from the items and equipment granted by the ruins, any abilities learned within the ruins could be carried into reality. He had successfully appraised the scroll, thereby acquiring the skill of appraisal. Truly marvelous. Ningfeng felt a surge of joy and attempted to appraise the other scrolls as well. Water release, water bullet technique, D rank. Fire release, fireball technique, D rank. Earth release, earth wall technique, D rank. Earth release, earth bullet technique, D rank. Lightning release, lightning bolt technique, C rank. It must be said, many scrolls were of little value. Ningfeng exerted considerable effort, yet found no particularly valuable ninjutsu scrolls. It seemed logical that these scrolls had gathered dust without anyone learning from them. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a rather unique scroll. Bloodline Limit Awakening, B rank. His pupils constricted as Ningfeng opened the scroll's contents, which became clear under his appraisal skill. Bloodline Limit Awakening can assist the owner of a bloodline limit in awakening it, with a 99 success rate. If the owner has already awakened their bloodline limit, there is a 99 chance of enhancing the capabilities of the bloodline limit. Who would have thought such a scroll existed? Ningfeng was certain of his Uchiha lineage. If he awakened his bloodline limit, he would be granted the Sharingan. The mere thought of the Sharingan's mysterious power set his emotions ablaze. In the original work, it was after Sasuke awakened the Sharingan that he became significantly stronger. Awakening the Sharingan signifies embarking on the path of a true powerhouse. At that moment, Yin cast a glance at Ningfeng, noting his excitement, and a smirk of disdain crept upon her lips. She was aware of the scroll's nature. A bloodline limit awakening scroll, and countless appraisers had come to the armory, yet none had been willing to invest their efforts into that scroll. You're choosing that? Are you certain? Yin scoffed, her lips curling in disdain. The scrolls were the least valuable items in the armory. However, there were still plenty of good equipment available. She had expected Ningfeng to select something of better quality, only to be surprised by his choice of such a worthless item. Yes, Ningfeng nodded, disregarding Yun's condescending gaze, and exited the armory. Let it be known, this is your own choice. Do not come seeking me if you regret it later. President Liu inquired, asserting that it was indeed your own choice and had nothing to do with him. Did you understand? Secretary Yun closed the armory with an exasperated glance at Ningfeng. Ningfeng chuckled softly. He had long grown accustomed to such individuals and turned to leave. Upon exiting the ninja tower, Ningfeng was about to head home when a mocking voice called out from behind. Oh, isn't this the once celebrated genius of Yunhua High, Ningfeng? What brings you here today? Are you here to take the intermediate ninja exam? Honestly, you needn't rush. If you fail, there's no shame in it. Approaching him was a tall, imposing figure, flanked by a well-dressed attendant, the young master of the Wanshi group, Lu Feng. Young Master Lu. Two guards rushed forward, respectfully welcoming him. Same old place. I'm here to train. Here's my VIP membership card. Please scan it. Lu Feng waved the card in his hand and handed it to the guard, casting a smug glance at Ningfeng, laced with provocation. Oh, by the way, if this student wishes to train at the ninja tower, he can simply use my card. No need to be polite. It's on me. Young Master Lu, Mr. Ningfeng is already a diamond-level member of our ninja tower, so he does not need to scan a card. The guard hesitated momentarily before responding with deference. The guards were not fools. They had no desire to offend someone who had been personally received by the branch president, Ningfeng. What? A diamond-level member? Lu Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he leapt up in astonishment. It's utterly impossible. How could a poor loser like you possess a diamond-level membership card? The eldest son of the Wanshi group, have exerted considerable effort just to obtain a VIP card. How could this brat possibly have one? Did he find it? Or is it fake? As a scion of a prestigious family, Lu Feng was accustomed to arrogance. And hearing that someone he looked down upon possessed a superior membership card triggered an instinctive response. Young Master Lu, about that. The two guards exchanged glances. Momentarily frozen, they dared not contradict Lu Feng, but also did not wish to offend Ningfeng, leaving them at a loss for what to do. Ningfeng, your card must be counterfeit. I command the staff of the ninja tower to confiscate his diamond card. Lu Feng, misinterpreting the guard's silence as agreement, sneered coldly. During their first year at Yunhua High, Ningfeng had always overshadowed Lu Feng, thus Lu harbored deep resentment towards him, wishing nothing more than to kick him into the abyss. His earlier comment about taking care of Ningfeng was merely a veiled attempt to humiliate him. He could not tolerate anyone catching up with him. Young Master Lu, that may not be appropriate. The attendant behind Lu Feng, unable to watch any longer, cautiously interjected. Lu Feng, having been spoiled and raised in privilege, had a notoriously selfish disposition. He could not afford to incur any repercussions from his actions. What? Is it a crime for me to uphold justice? Lu Feng scoffed, glaring at the two guards. Why aren't you taking action? Think about it. A diamond-level membership card that even our Wanshur group as president does not possess. How could a poor loser have one? Do you truly believe his nonsense? I reckon your positions are nearing their end. Initially reluctant to offend anyone, the two guards felt their patience waning. Young master, the diamond-level membership card indeed belongs to Mr. Ning Feng. It was issued to him by our branch president today and has already been registered in our system. Would you like to verify this, young Master Lu? One of the guards replied coldly, no longer able to contain himself. Humph. Lu Feng was instantly embarrassed, his face flushing crimson. With a cold snort, he turned to leave. The attendant hurriedly approached, bowing slightly and apologizing to Ning Feng and the guards. I apologize. Young Master Lu can be quite overbearing. Additionally, Mr. Ning, if you have the time, you are welcome to visit our Wanshur group in the northeast of Yunhua City. At the Wanshur Tech Park. I sincerely apologize for young Master Lu's behavior. The attendant was no fool. Under what circumstances would a branch president issue a diamond-level membership card to a young man? Either this young man had a formidable background that no one dared to provoke, or he possessed the potential to ascend to the ranks of an elite ninja or even a shadow-level figure. In either case, they had no grounds to provoke him. Despite the Wanshur group's considerable strength, commanding about 10% of the economy in Yunhua City, they were nothing but trifles in the presence of shadow-level powerhouses. This was one reason why they only had VIP cards and could not acquire diamond-level cards. No matter how robust the economy, without formidable guardians, it would ultimately amount to nothing. Typically, those above the rank of elite ninja were disinclined to associate with companies like the Wanshur group, which was why the group had invested so much in cultivating Lu Feng. This is my business card. Farewell. The attendant sighed, handing Ning Feng his card. My authority is limited, but with this card, you can shop at any Wanshur group store or outlet free of charge. Ning Feng glanced at the card, noting the attendant's name and position, along with the company introduction, anti-counterfeiting measures, and magnetic strip. Thank you, Steward Wang. Ning Feng replied with a slight smile. He was disinclined to stoop to Lu Feng's level. After all, a lion does not concern itself with the barking of dogs. You're welcome to visit. Steward Wang smiled, swiftly returning to the Wanshur group's sports car, starting the engine, and driving away. That young Master Lu is truly a despicable character. A person with a lowly view of others. Once Steward Wang left, one of the guards remarked disdainfully, Mr. Ning Feng, do not take his words to heart. Indeed, Mr. Ning Feng, I have heard of your impressive performance in the ruins. Even the branch president of the Ninja Tower was astonished. You will undoubtedly surpass that young man in the future. The other guard added. Thank you for your kind words. Ning Feng smiled and was about to leave when a brand new black sports car pulled up. The branch president, Lu Qingshan, leaned out of the window. Ning Feng, may I give you a ride? I am immensely grateful, President Lu. Ning Feng, concerned about returning home late, hopped into Lu Qingshan's car as they departed from the Ninja Tower. Along the way, countless passers-by gasped in astonishment, curious about the identity of the young man beside President Lu. Branch President Lu Qingshan was a figure sought after by numerous factions, wielding significant influence in Yunhua City. The mere fact that such a person would personally drive someone was laden with meaning that no one could misunderstand. Wow, that young man next to President Lu is quite handsome. Who is he? I don't know. He appears to be wearing Yunhua High's uniform, so he must be a student there. Anyone who can sit in that position must have something extraordinary about them. You have 30 minutes to gather all information on that fellow. Ah, I recognize him. That's Ning Feng, the class monitor of Yunhua High senior class. Is it him? I remember he was considered useless. Can a useless person truly warrant personal transportation from President Lu Qingshan? I refuse to believe it. Inside the Wanshur group's sports car, Lu Feng glared at the speeding vehicle carrying President Lu, fixating on the figure laughing and conversing with him. His expression darkened as if he had swallowed a fly. Young master, that Ning Feng is not someone we can easily provoke. You should be grateful that Steward Wang did not offend him earlier. Humph. Just a loser currying favor with a powerful figure. Lu Feng scoffed, then turned to his secretary, Shui. Have you obtained Ning Feng's exam information? Yes. He has passed the intermediate ninja exam and received an S-level certification. TCH. Just an intermediate ninja, what? S-level. Lu Feng scoffed derisively, but upon hearing the last part, he suddenly shot up from his seat, colliding with the car's roof. What? S-level? My father navigated numerous channels and only managed to secure an A-level. How did this brat achieve such a feat? Ouch, that hurts. Chapter 11. The Awakening of the Sharingan. The sports car came to a halt, and in the distance lay Ning Feng's home. All right, you've arrived home. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to reach out to Uncle Lu, understood? Lu Qingshan smiled at Ning Feng, as if he were admiring a future genius. Thank you, Uncle Lu. However, I find it rather peculiar. Why are you so kind to me? Ning Feng voiced his curiosity. Is it merely due to my outstanding performance in the ruins? In truth, for us, the branch president of the Ninja Tower, our primary duty is to unearth exceptional talents. In you, I see brilliance. The greater your future achievements, the more favorable my own path will become. Essentially, this is akin to my investment in you. You may consider that I, Lu Qingshan, have placed my bets solely on you. Lu Qingshan revealed a mysterious smile. Of course, this is merely my personal perspective. Furthermore, I must admit that spending time with you has indeed brought me considerable joy. Thank you for your candor, Uncle Lu. Ningfeng nodded and soon vanished into the night. Observing Ningfeng's retreating figure, Lu Qingshan chuckled softly. A martial artist capable of self-learning the shadow clone technique, the substitution technique, and the fireball technique. Surely, his future is anything but ordinary. I am merely securing a promising ally. Ha ha ha. With that, he turned back to the car, ignited the engine, and sped away like a streak of light. Lu Qingshan was no fool. His position as the branch president of the Ninja Tower was a testament to his abilities. Even as Ning Feng astonished everyone in the ruins, Lu Qingshan had been analyzing him, weighing whether this young lad was worthy of his investment. Every aspect of Ning Feng's demeanor during combat, from his intense focus to his exceptional skills, convinced the president to commit all available resources to nurture him, resulting in the acquisition of a diamond-level membership card and an S-rank certification. In fact, Lu Qingshan had held the position of the Ninja Tower branch president for a full decade. His greatest impediment to promotion had been the lack of any remarkable martial artist to showcase his efforts. Should he successfully cultivate Ning Feng, his career would undoubtedly progress further. Of course, if he were to fail, it would not be catastrophic. He could merely remain in this position for a few more years. Ning Feng, having lived 2 lifetimes, was not naive. He understood that Lu Qingshan's kindness was merely a strategic investment. Nonetheless, he recognized that harnessing the strength of others was a faster path to becoming stronger himself, and thus he did not resist. On the way home, Ning Feng reflected on the shortcomings he had revealed during the battle in the ruins, contemplating how he might improve and strive for an even more outstanding performance next time. The lights of home remained aglow. Just as he began to relax, a sudden roar echoed from afar. You cannot demolish our house. This is unlawful expropriation. It was his father, Ning Tian's voice. Startled, Ning Feng sprinted towards home. Mr. Ning, we are not unlawfully expropriating your property. We have provided you with demolition compensation, 5,000 yuan, to be exact. A cold voice interjected, belonging to a thug clad in a floral shirt, wielding a gleaming machete. If you continue to resist and oppose us, well, it would be unfortunate if your son were to lose an arm or a leg. That would be quite regrettable. Wouldn't it? No. When we built this house, it cost much more than 5,000. If you demolish it, where will my son and I live? Ning Tian argued, his eyes reddening with emotion. That is beyond our purview. You know this area has been designated by developers for a new commercial zone. Everyone else has agreed to the compensation. You are the only ones left. Sneered the thug. I know those people. They were beaten by you and forced to sign. Ning Tian frowned. This is our only home. You cannot take it. Huh. It seems you refuse to heed reason. The thug brandished his knife, beckoning to his companions. Don't worry, we will make you sign. Stay away. Ning Tian clenched the kunai in his hand as the 7 or 8 thugs edged closer. All of us are at least mid-level genin. Your strength is utterly inadequate. The thug taunted. As the thugs encircled his father, a commanding voice suddenly rang out. Hold on. As the words fell, the thugs turned to the source of the voice, spotting an 18-year-old youth, their faces breaking into icy smiles. Clearly, the youth would be much easier to handle than the older man. Ning Tian, recognizing that familiar voice, instinctively exclaimed, Ning Feng, run. Run? Why should I run? In the darkness, Ning Feng's once clear gaze ignited with fury, his blood-red pupils revealing a pair of spinning black tomo. You dare to threaten my father. Father Ning Tian was Ning Feng's forbidden zone, now and forever. That's the Sharingan. Upon witnessing that familiar gaze, Ning Tian abruptly stood up, exhilarated. Indeed, Ning Feng's eyes had transformed entirely, awakening the unique bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan. The moment he witnessed those thugs threaten his father and prepare to strike, rage engulfed him, and this intense emotional surge shattered the shackles of his bloodline, prompting the awakening of his Sharingan. Chapter 12, Great Fireball Technique, Instant Annihilation. The activation of the Uchiha clan Sharingan is a remarkably unique phenomenon, often triggered by the death of a loved one or an intense emotional stimulus. Ning Feng's current situation aligns with the latter. With the awakening of his Sharingan, the world around him began to transform. His field of vision expanded exponentially, and even the minute particles in the air became crystal clear. Neglecting to savor this extraordinary sensation, Ning Feng charged forward with a stoic expression, wielding a stick. Crack! A thug rushing at him swung his knife, but Ning Feng's stick struck faster, landing a devastating blow to the thug's abdomen, who collapsed with a wretched scream. Kid, you want to die? The other thugs exchanged glances, astonished that this young lad dared to strike first, seemingly unaware of their numerical superiority. Seeing his companion fall heavily, the thugs felt their tempers flare, brandishing their knives and lunging at Ning Feng. This is bad, Ning Tian thought, realizing that these thugs were hired muscle from the Shengxing group, emboldened by their powerful connections to bully the powerless. For impoverished citizens like them, provoking these thugs was akin to inviting disaster. Moreover, Even if they killed someone, they would merely pay a fine. No one would intervene. Given their demeanor, it was clear that today's events would not end well. Ningfeng's life was in peril, but he could not afford to dwell on that now. Without hesitation, he seized a long stick and swept it towards the thugs. Dare to harm my son, I will fight you all. Among the 8 thugs, 3 or 4 immediately charged at Ningtian. From a distance, Ningfeng witnessed this scene, and his Sharingan began to whirl rapidly, his hands swiftly forming seals. This kid can form seals. Be careful. Although the thugs were all mid-level genin, their knowledge of ninjutsu was limited, and the time required for them to form seals was substantial. The leading thug, seasoned in combat, alerted his comrades. Unfortunately for them, it was too late. Fire style, great fireball technique. The blazing flames instantaneously illuminated the dim night, as if it were broad daylight. The originally gentle temperature surged several degrees in an instant. The next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of the thugs, the colossal fire engulfed them entirely. The piercing cries of anguish resounded once more, as 6 out of 7 thugs collapsed to the ground, wailing in despair. This is the great fireball technique, our family's ancestral secret art. With a long staff in hand, Ningtian gazed at the familiar flames, overcome with excitement and disbelief. Once upon a time, he had endured countless hardships and exerted immense effort to embark on the path of a ninja, yet had remained stagnant at the initial stage of a lowly ninja, unable to master the ancestral great fireball technique, let alone awaken the Sharingan. After finally raising a son, who faced the same predicament as himself, even being ridiculed by neighbors as a father-son duo of failures, each event weighed heavily on his heart, filled with regret towards his ancestors. Today, as the thugs from Shengxing Group came for demolition, his mind was consumed with thoughts of his son, wondering if he was so powerless that he couldn't even provide a home for him. Just when despair enveloped him, his son not only awakened the ancestral Sharingan, but also swiftly unleashed the great fireball technique. The excitement in his heart was unimaginable. God knows how long he had waited for this day, how excruciatingly long. What father does not wish for his son to be strong, to stand at the pinnacle of the world? He yearned to tell Ningfeng that he was not merely Ningfeng, but Uchiha Feng. Yet, upon recalling certain matters, Ningtian restrained the tumultuous emotions within him. The flickering light of the great fireball continued to dance, illuminating Ningtian's proud and excited face, even leaving a few droplets of tears. At this moment, 6 thugs lay on the ground, howling in agony, while the air faintly carried the scent of roasted meat. Only the thug leader remained, warily brandishing a machete, his gaze fixed intently on Ningfeng. Little did the thug leader imagine that their men would crumble so easily before an 18-year-old child, nor could he fathom the ferocity of this child's fireball technique. You've offended the people of Shengxing Group. Do you not fear our revenge? The thug leader sneered, attempting to threaten Ningfeng. Just the medical expenses for my brothers will leave you destitute. Here's the deal. If you kneel and bow 3 times, and then disclose the ninjutsu you just used, I'll pretend today never happened. Of course, the demolition will still proceed. Ningtian fell silent for a moment, contemplating bowing to the thug leader. But Ningfeng shot him a reassuring glance. How formidable is Shengxing Group, really? With a chuckle, Ningfeng casually produced the business card given to him by Butler Wang. This is the card from Butler Wang of the Wanshur Group. It even indicates a spending limit. You should understand what this implies. Both Wanshur Group and Shengxing Group are the largest conglomerates in Yunhua City, each possessing significant power. However, compared to Wanshur Group, Shengxing Group is merely a small fry. Ningfeng would never allow anyone to infringe upon his friends and family. This card could assist him in resolving unnecessary troubles. Trying to deceive me? The thug leader's lips curled into a cold smirk, but upon comprehending the information on the card, he abruptly fell silent, his complexion turning ashen. No. How is this possible? How could you possibly possess Butler Wang's card? I have a good relationship with Butler Wang of Wanshur Group. I believe he'd be more than willing to help me settle this matter. Ningfeng replied calmly. After all, he still owes me a favor. What do you intend to do? The thug leader's face paled further, nervously retreating 2 steps. If this matter reached the higher-ups of Shengxing Group, they would undoubtedly discard them like garbage without hesitation. Chapter 13. A taste of their own medicine. What are you doing? Ningfeng approached the thug leader expressionlessly, lifting him as if he were a mere chick. It's simple. A taste of your own medicine. Tell me your home address. As he spoke, Ningfeng walked towards a nearby bulldozer and plopped down on it, his tone brimming with impatience. Aren't you coming up? Brother, I have the elderly and children. We're all crammed into one room. If you flatten it, where will we live? The thug leader's face turned ghostly pale as he knelt on the ground, pleading. And the places you flattened, weren't there families with elderly and children living there? Ningfeng retorted coldly. Well said. Our family of 8. And with one pass of the bulldozer, we're now all living in the underground passage. Ningfeng, you're incredible. These people deserve to be taught a lesson. They forced us to sign. We were living just fine. Our house was still there in the morning when we left for work, only to be flattened by evening. Thankfully, my 2-year-old child was out playing. Otherwise, they would have died there. At that moment, many neighbors rushed over. and upon witnessing the once arrogant thugs in such a wretched state, their joy was palpable as they began to voice their accusations. Still talking? Ning Feng's gaze sharpened, sweeping over the neighbors. Those with guts, get on other bulldozers. We must teach these people a lesson today. Additionally, who knows their exact addresses? I'm in. Several young men hopped onto other bulldozers, and just then, a little girl with long black hair took the passenger seat beside Ning Feng. Brother Ning, I know where their families are. I'll guide you. They took our home, so we'll take theirs. Let them bully us. In the next moment, the engines of 3 bulldozers roared to life and sped off. The thug leader, witnessing this scene, was so enraged that he foamed at the mouth and fainted. While many of the injured thugs were also frightened into unconsciousness, they never imagined they would meet such a fate. Ning Tian watched his departing son, his expression contemplative. In truth, Ning Feng was completely unafraid of the thugs' retaliation. If Xingxing Group got wind of this incident, they would undoubtedly quell any disturbances. Even if it were reported to the government, the mere act of hiring thugs to assault citizens and forcibly demolish homes would be enough to bring down Xingxing Group. Moreover, he had the backing of Lu Qingshan, the branch president, even if President Lu did not intervene directly. The fact that he was personally escorted by Lu would deter Xingxing Group from taking action. Ning Feng was the type who believed in mutual goodwill. But if one did not allow him to live in peace, he would assuredly make them suffer in return. These thugs had provoked him, especially by involving his father. And now they would bear the brunt of his wrath. Soon, under the little girl's guidance, they located the thugs' residence. First, they dispersed the surrounding crowd. And then the 3 bulldozers, without uttering a word, completely flattened their homes. When a few of the thugs' brothers attempted to assault Ning Feng, they were deterred by a single great fireball technique, ultimately watching helplessly as their residence was demolished. All 8 thugs met with no exceptions. After everything was done, Ning Feng returned home well past 1 in the morning. Ning Tian still sat at home, the lights on, with a table laden with repeatedly heated dishes and rice. Dad, I'm back. Walking into the house, Ning Feng sat down as if nothing had happened and began to eat voraciously. Observing his son devouring his meal, Ning Tian revealed a bitter smile. Son, have I been too incompetent? I almost couldn't protect our home. As he spoke, tears nearly spilled from Ning Tian's eyes. No. Dad, you are very strong in my heart. Ning Feng shook his head. He can no longer distinguish whether the emotions he feels are those of this body or those of his former life's soul. Perhaps they are both. After all, in his past life, he had a father who seemed inept, but actually bore the weight of the family and took on all responsibilities. Feng, do you know how thrilled and proud your father felt when he witnessed you awaken your Sharingan and perform the great fireball technique? Ning Tian wiped away a tear, saying, Ning Feng, you are your father's pride, truly. Throughout my life, I have faced continual failures, unable to surpass the initial ranks of a genin for decades, never mastering the great fireball technique. Yet you, not only have you accomplished it, but you have done so exceptionally well, remarkably well. You cannot imagine how proud and elated I felt watching you handle those ruffians earlier. I sometimes feel like a grandfather enduring so much. Yet having raised such an impressive son, it's worth it, truly worth it. Ning Feng held back his tears. Who says men do not shed tears lightly? That only holds true until one reaches the depths of sorrow. Father, I will become your pride, the strongest in this world. You will witness that day, Ning Feng declared, clenching his fists resolutely. By the way, Dad, I seem to have a way for you to break through to the next level of a genin. It all depends on whether you are willing to try. Since he himself possessed the Uchiha lineage, it was certain that his father bore the same heritage. As long as one belonged to the Uchiha clan, everything would be manageable. Really? Is that true? Ning Tian's tone brimmed with excitement. Chapter 14. The Key Student Development Program at Yunhua High School. Morning. After successfully securing a leave of absence for his father, Ning Feng gazed at his still sleeping dad. A gentle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, as he suspected, his father's physique was also that of an Uchiha, and with the Uchiha chakra extraction technique, he could assist in his training. The experimental results were remarkably successful. His father's chakra, which had stagnated for so long, increased by over 20 just last night. As for the fire release, great fireball technique, Ning Tian had also been taught, though his comprehension was somewhat lacking, having only grasped a portion. Nevertheless, that was already sufficient. It was merely a matter of time before his father stepped into the intermediate realm of a genin. Father, I'm heading out, Ning Feng announced before making his way to school. Boss Ning, our savior. As soon as he opened the door, he was greeted by several rows of people kneeling at his feet. The front row consisted of the ruffians who had caused trouble the previous night, some bandaged on their arms, others on their thighs, and some even on their heads, looking utterly pitiful. The second, third, and fourth rows comprised neighbors and impoverished citizens, some bearing snacks, others carrying bottles of cooking oil. At this moment, they knelt towards Ning Tian, creating a rather grand spectacle. What is this? Ning Feng was taken aback. He could comprehend the gratitude from the neighbors, but why were these ruffians here? Boss Ning, you must take us in. The higher-ups at Xingxing Group immediately dismissed us when they learned we had offended young Master Ning Feng. Moreover, Xingxing Group forcibly reclaimed the houses they had taken from the surrounding citizens. Now, the hired thugs from Shengxing Group are searching for us everywhere. We thought long and hard and could find no better refuge than to come to you, pleading for your mercy. At this point, the ruffian leader was already in tears, his voice trembling with despair. The others followed suit, their expressions a stark contrast to their earlier bravado. The representative from the neighbors chimed in, young Master Ningfeng. Had it not been for you, the people from Shengxing Group would not have returned this morning to refund us for the demolition contracts we signed. They even distributed compensation to us on the spot. Indeed, many here would be homeless without your intervention. Thus, in gratitude for your actions, we neighbors have come to express our thanks, not knowing how else to show our appreciation, but to kneel here. Well, I used to call you all useless, but I take that back now. Ningfeng is now my benefactor for life, exclaimed a woman, Zhang Ma, to which the crowd echoed their agreement. I'm merely doing what I ought to do. Feeling overwhelmed by the gratitude of the neighbors, Ningfeng scratched his head. As for the gifts, you can all return them. My father and I don't need so much. And as for you ruffians, boss, you can count on us. We'll follow you from now on. The ruffians perked up at the mention of themselves, eager to curry favor. I will not harbor those who have committed wrongdoings. Do not harbor such dreams. Ningfeng chuckled, but continued, however, if you assist those citizens whose homes were demolished by rebuilding and compensating them, I might consider it. All right, disperse now. I still have to go to school. With that, Ningfeng ignored the crowd and sprinted towards the school. The ruffians, left in a state of shock, exchanged glances before resolutely heading toward the building materials market. If memory served correctly, today was Saturday, the day for exploring the ruins of the Land of Waves. What surprises awaited them there? Unaware of the events unfolding, Ningfeng entered the campus of Yunhua High School with a sense of anticipation. In the distance, the senior students were lined up in groups, gathered before the podium, attentively listening to the principal's speech. Recently, Teacher He and the vice principal discovered a talented student capable of using the shadow clone technique in the senior building. We have located this genius student. He is none other than He Guang, the ninjutsu committee member of class 233. He Guang's background is quite impressive. He participated in the quasi-special forces training organized by Yunhua City during middle school and earned the title of Vanguard, even receiving a personal audience with the mayor of Yunhua City. He Guang will henceforth be one of our top students to cultivate in the entire senior class. He Guang, please step up to the podium and demonstrate your shadow clone technique for your classmates to learn, encouraging them to advance further on their ninjutsu journey. With the principal of Yunhua High, Wang, beaming, the announcement stirred excitement among the senior class. Only a few students, familiar with He Guang's background, whispered amongst themselves. Ugh, yet another case of favoritism. Who doesn't he know that He Guang can't even perform hand seals, let alone use the shadow clone technique? Clearly, he has been given special treatment. Everyone knows the connections between the He family and Teacher He. Hey, keep your voice down. Aren't you afraid Teacher He will give you a hard time? What if he marks you as unqualified for graduation? You might not even find a job. Perhaps Teacher He and the vice principal have been searching for that genius who can use the shadow clone technique for so long and thought He Guang could slip through unnoticed? We still have to demonstrate the shadow clone technique. Didn't they say we wouldn't have to demonstrate? Teacher He, please help me. A timid voice spoke from class 233, where the praised student He Guang, looking pitiful, tugged at Teacher He's sleeve, his face filled with despair. I gave you the scroll for the shadow clone technique. Didn't I tell you to learn it with the teacher? Haven't you mastered it yet? Teacher He frowned, speaking in a tone meant for their ears alone. But I haven't learned it. I'm too slow. He Guang protested, looking utterly dejected. Ahem, principal, today. He Guang seems to be feeling unwell and is temporarily unable to demonstrate the body replacement technique. Given that our departure for the ruins in the Land of Waves is imminent, shouldn't we set off? Teacher He shot a fierce glare at the inept He Guang and raised her voice toward the podium. Instantly, the entire senior class erupted in disapproving murmurs. It was evident to all that He Guang could not perform the body replacement technique. Yet he was clearly attempting to monopolize a coveted spot designated for the school's elite training program. The students of class 233 were blushing with embarrassment. Chapter 15, Ningfeng, The Return. The principal was not a fool. He could easily discern the underlying deceit. If this were a regular occurrence, it might have been tolerable. But in front of such a multitude of students, he had to make a statement. Otherwise, he would find himself in tomorrow's headlines across various news outlets. Vice principal, what on earth is happening? The principal glared at the bald man beside him. The vice principal, suddenly drenched in sweat, panicked. He had received a substantial sum from the He family, and Teacher He had assured him that the principal would never discover the truth, that He Guang would surely master the body replacement technique. However, it now appeared otherwise. With so many eyes upon him, the vice principal steeled himself and coldly inquired. Teacher He, what exactly is going on? He Guang, you go? Teacher He, realizing that the truth could no longer be concealed, ignored He Guang's pleading gaze and nudged the timid boy forward. He Guang, seeking salvation, looked to Teacher He but was met only with indifference. Left with no choice, He Guang trembled as he approached the podium, each step quaking with fear. Observing He Guang's demeanor, Both the vice principal and teacher, he cursed him silently, while the principal sighed and shook his head in disappointment. He Guang, you may now demonstrate the body replacement technique, the principal said cordially. At last, under the scrutiny of countless gazes, He Guang's composure shattered. He collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, and to the horror of all present, he soiled himself, releasing a foul odor that permeated the air. Oh, the stench. Why must he not only cry but also soil himself? After a brief moment of stunned silence, the students erupted into laughter. Security, remove this individual and clean the area. The principal, exasperated, waved his hand, prompting several security personnel to swiftly ascend the podium and escort He Guang away, while custodians hurried to tidy up the scene. Vice principal, teacher He. This matter is far from over, Principal Wang declared, his voice laced with ire. Furthermore, if any student can perform the body replacement technique or knows the identity of this little genius, please come forward. Our school will offer exceptional training to that individual, and those providing leads will receive generous rewards. Principal Wang cast a menacing glare at the vice principal and teacher He, rendering them speechless. Very well, I can perform the body replacement technique. Just as the principal prepared to lead the students to the ruins in the land of waves, a confident voice rang out. Lu Feng from class 231 emerged from the crowd, leaping onto the podium, earning rounds of applause and excited shrieks from the female students, who gazed at him with infatuation. How handsome! Such charm! He brings pride to class 233. And you are? Principal Wang, intrigued, scrutinized Lu Feng and suddenly recalled something, his expression shifting to one of mystery. I am Lu Feng, a student of class 233. Witness the body replacement technique. Lu Feng briefly introduced himself before forming hand seals. Although each seal was executed deliberately, they were impressively precise. Once completed, a replica of himself appeared beside him, playfully making faces at the audience. However, the clone quickly dissipated into thin air after a few fleeting seconds. A smirk of pride crept onto Lu Feng's lips. Principal Wang, do I qualify for this prestigious training opportunity? The Wanshi group may be merely a company, even with numerous esteemed instructors in their employ. Yet they lack the foundational prowess of Yunhua High School. Securing a spot in the elite training program would nearly guarantee him a step into the realm of Chunin. Your performance has pleased me greatly, Principal Wang began to announce as he prepared to grant Lu Feng the coveted spot when another confident voice interjected. Principal Wang, I can also perform the body replacement technique and would like to challenge Lu Feng. Is that acceptable? The room fell into a hushed uproar. The cause of the commotion was simple. The challenger was none other than Ning Feng, the so-called fallen genius. Everyone knew that he had broken through to the rank of Genin at a young age, but after 3 years of stagnation, he had been overshadowed by his classmates, ultimately becoming the butt of jokes. This student dared to challenge the acknowledged champion of class 233, Lu Feng? Had he lost his mind? This was the prevailing thought among all present. Yet, upon hearing that familiar voice, Lu Feng's expression shifted dramatically. In the next moment, all eyes turned toward the source of the voice, revealing a confident young man clad in Yunhua High School's uniform, striding steadily toward the podium, each step exuding assurance. Ning Fengyu, Teacher Lu, the class instructor, a formidable Chunin, was the first to notice the transformation in Ning Feng, who now seemed entirely different from before. While other students sensed a change, they could not fully comprehend its depth. Suddenly, Ning Feng produced a shuriken from his pocket, expertly embedding it in the podium's leg. In the next instant, a thread of chakra propelled him upward, swinging him onto the stage. This captivating entrance instantly captivated the hearts of countless young admirers. As he descended gracefully, the crowd erupted in fervor, akin to boiling water. Even the principal and teachers could not help but applaud his remarkable entrance. This boy has even mastered the use of chakra threads? Principal Wang squinted, taken aback. I struggled for 3 months to grasp chakra threads, yet he has already succeeded. Lu Feng clenched his fists in trepidation, but as he considered that Ning Feng was likely still a novice who could not procure the rare body replacement technique scroll, he felt considerably more at ease. Hello everyone, I am Ning Feng, the class leader of 231. I have returned. With a succinct introduction, Ning Feng swiftly formed hand seals, executing them with an astonishing speed that left the audience in awe. How fast? Can one even perform hand seals at such a rapid pace? I've never witnessed such swiftness in hand seal formation. Lu Feng's own speed paled in comparison to Ning Feng's, appearing sluggish by contrast. How can he remember so many seals? As the final seal formed, a clone materialized beside Ning Feng. Humph, no matter how fast you are, it's still just a clone, Lu Feng scoffed. But his expression quickly shifted to one of disbelief. Soon, a second clone appeared beside Ning Feng, followed by a third. Chapter 16, the school's practical challenge? No, this cannot be. Lu Feng gasped, eyes wide in astonishment as he beheld Ning Feng's 3 clones. His mouth hung agape, as if it could accommodate an egg. And he muttered sourly, even if you can create 3 clones, their duration cannot be long. Thus, my clones have already surpassed 3 to 4 seconds, haven't they? Ning Feng replied with a calm smile. At this point, the audience was utterly stunned. each individual wide-eyed and frozen in place, like wooden chickens. Who could have anticipated that the once downtrodden waste of Class 231 would not only master the body replacement technique, but also successfully create 3 clones simultaneously? To wield the art of the shadow clone technique signifies that the practitioner has attained an exceptionally refined mastery over chakra. Moreover, to successfully divide into 2 clones and sustain them for an extended period demands an even greater level of chakra control, alongside a more substantial chakra reserve. Suddenly, a voice erupted from the crowd, breaking the stupor of the teachers and students, who gradually emerged from their astonishment, followed by a thunderous applause. Teacher He of Class 233 furrowed her brows and cast a dark glare at Teacher Lu of Class 231. Teacher Lu, were you aware all along that Ning Feng was the genius student we have been searching for? Teacher Lu appeared dazed. Only upon hearing Teacher He's words did he turn around, exclaiming, "No, I had no idea Ning Feng had mastered the shadow clone technique. I have never taught him." Humph. Teacher He's expression darkened considerably. She understood well that the sole coveted nomination for the Excellence Award would likely fall to Teacher Lu, and she felt an intense pang of bitterness. Regret washed over her. She lamented not having recruited Ning Feng when he was still overlooked. It is essential to recognize that the nomination for excellence is not merely about the award itself, but also encompasses the rare gift of a ninjutsu scroll. Principal Wang finally unveiled a smile, excitedly grasping Ning Feng's hands. "So, the genius student we have been seeking is you." "Yes, it is you," he declared, gripping Ning Feng's hands tightly, as though fearful he might escape. With the current cohort of students nearing graduation, if Yunhua High School failed to produce a genius, the following year's enrollment would surely lag behind that of other schools. This was not just a matter of affecting Principal Wang's performance. It could severely hinder his career prospects too. Wait, just as the principal was about to announce the nomination for the key student program, a cold voice resonated once more. All eyes in the room shifted to Lu Feng. After Ning Feng had showcased his astounding talent, the crowd had been fixated on him, rendering Lu Feng as little more than a backdrop, which incited considerable resentment within him. As the heir of the Wanshi group, he was accustomed to basking in the spotlight. How could he tolerate being overshadowed by a mere country bumpkin? Down at the podium, Butler Wang frowned. "Young Master Lu, your arrogance is rather excessive. The individual whom the esteemed President Lu of the Ninja Tower has taken notice of cannot be ordinary. Your behavior is simply self-deprecating." Principal Wang's brow furrowed. He was well aware of Lu Feng's prideful nature. "I believe that merely mastering the shadow clone technique does not suffice as evidence of capability. Practical experience is the true measure of a student's prowess. Since this pertains to the key student nomination at Yunhua High, it is imperative that one demonstrates exceptional skills in practical scenarios. Do you not agree, Principal Wang?" Lu Feng proclaimed with arrogance. As a peak genin, he had no doubt that in terms of practical combat, Ning Feng could not surpass him. After all, Ning Feng had merely fortuitously learned the shadow clone technique. Lu Feng's sycophants immediately chimed in. "Indeed, practical combat is essential. Only through real battles can a student's true strength be revealed. Oh, how wonderful. We will have a practical combat demonstration." Some voices of concern began to emerge. Who among them was unaware of Lu Feng's regular excursions into ruins? In practical combat, Ning Feng was at a disadvantage. Was Lu Feng being deliberately malicious? The students began to murmur amongst themselves. At this moment, several other class teachers from different grades stood up. Since the nomination for the key student is to be determined by practical combat, some of our outstanding students would like to participate as well, announced Teacher Yen, the bald teacher from Class 230. Indeed, if practical combat is to be the criterion for selection, I would like to recommend our students Pan Jiang and Qin Changsong, who have recently surpassed the peak of genin and obtained certificates of strength, chimed in Teacher Ning, the beautiful instructor from Class 234. Let us engage in practical combat. Coincidentally, several students in our class are eager to try. Teacher Jie from Class 235 smiled gently, adding that this would bolster the trust of the entire grade. As the class instructors spoke, the podium, which had already been buzzing, became even more animated. Many students, believing themselves adept in practical skills, felt a surge of opportunity. In fact, there were multiple nominations for key students, but only one would receive the most resources, the one deemed to possess the greatest potential. Cultivated with the full resources of the school, the shadow clone technique is universally recognized as one of the ninjutsu that best reflects a student's future potential, which is why it was chosen as the benchmark for the key student evaluation. However, this does not imply that students who cannot perform the technique lack potential. Indeed, many classes boast students who excel in other ninjutsu, albeit without the shadow clone technique. It is essential to note that being a key student who receives dedicated resources implies a guaranteed ascent to the Chunin level, greatly benefiting the advancement of the respective class instructors. It was precisely due to having nurtured a jonin that Principal Wang earned his position as headmaster. As Lu Feng prepared to revel in his anticipated triumph, he was taken aback to see the class instructors demanding a practical combat demonstration. Among the entire grade, his combat prowess was merely above average. He had initially believed that defeating Ning Feng would secure him the key student nomination, never considering that others were eager to seize the opportunity as well. Chapter 17. The contest for the key student nomination, the ruins of the land of waves. Observing the nearly uncontrollable situation, Principal Wang gently cleared his throat. Silence, please settle down. Even he had not anticipated that Lu Feng's remark would incite such a significant uproar. Should he insist on using the shadow clone technique as the standard, it would be challenging to gain consensus. However, this would also be somewhat unfair to Ning Feng, as he had previously made a commitment. Since we are to compete in practical combat, I have no objections. In fact, I wish to demonstrate my capabilities in this regard to all students, lest my credibility be undermined. To everyone's surprise, Ning Feng was the first to speak up. Let us engage in practical combat, then. I'm not afraid of you. Lu Feng scoffed, though his stammering tone betrayed his inner turmoil. He was acutely aware that within Class 231, there were two martial arts prodigies who did not perform hand seals or use ninjutsu, but had forged their paths as martial artists through sheer physical prowess. They were known by their nicknames: Invincible Whirlwind Li Long and Glorious Phantom Zhao Guanghui. Not to mention Class 232, which boasted students proficient in Genjutsu, like the Master of Illusion Mei Lan, and those skilled in defensive ninjutsu, such as Ironclad Chariot Ren Dongfeng. Virtually all were peak genin experts. Principal Wang. Establishing rules for the demonstration at this stage may be too late. Perhaps we should place the practical assessment within the forthcoming ruins of the Land of Waves? I believe this would provide the most rigorous test of the students' combat and survival capabilities. The vice principal suggested after some contemplation. Moreover, I recommend that no class instructors accompany the students. Those who endure until the end will receive the coveted nomination for the key student, which I deem the fairest arrangement. Indeed, the ruins of the Land of Waves present considerable challenges. Often, one misstep can lead to disaster, making it a severe test of combat and survival skills. Class 231 has no objections. Eliminating the class instructors does pose some danger, but it is a significant test for the students. Class 233 has no objections either. Class 234 agrees. I shall speak for Class 235. We concur with this proposal. As the vice principal spoke, the other class instructors nodded in agreement. The students throughout the grade, upon hearing this, erupted with expressions of excitement and anticipation. Ultimately, this signifies that every individual possesses the opportunity to vie for the coveted positions of the elite students. However, some students who have previously ventured into the ruins of the Kingdom of Bo displayed expressions of concern. The ruins of the Kingdom of Bo, despite the presence of a homeroom teacher leading the expedition, have witnessed total annihilations on numerous occasions. One can only imagine the peril in the absence of such guidance. This marks the 21st occasion for all senior students of Yunhua High School to enter the ruins of the Kingdom of Bo. Among these 21 instances, under the supervision of a homeroom teacher, total annihilation has occurred a staggering 16 times. With no homeroom teacher accompanying them this time, the likelihood of devastation approaches near certainty. Nonetheless, I am willing to take the risk. Principal Wang contemplated for a moment and nodded solemnly. However, he declared that participation in this expedition to the ruins of the Kingdom of Bo is not mandatory. Anyone wishing to withdraw may do so at this moment. Death within the ruins results in immediate expulsion from the site. While it is true that the bosses within the ruins do not inflict tangible harm upon the students, the almost lifelike scenarios can cast a shadow upon their hearts, potentially hindering their future development. Therefore, under normal circumstances, neither the homeroom teachers nor the principal would allow any student to come to harm. Absolutely not. We will not withdraw. The youthful students, eager to prove themselves, shouted with fervor. Witnessing the spirited enthusiasm of the students, Principal Wang's resolve ignited, and he gestured grandly. All of you, let us embark. This time, I shall emerge victorious. Lu Feng menacingly declared as he leaped from the podium. Yet, Ning Feng paid Lu Feng's words no heed, merely offering a faint smile as he inserted a kunai into its holder, retracting his shadow clone before merging into the crowd. At this moment, everyone noticed that Ning Feng's shadow clone had persisted without any signs of dissipating. Ning Feng, you rascal, you certainly know how to steal the limelight. As he reached the back of the group, a chubby hand wrapped around him, belonging to a rotund figure who grinned lewdly. This time at the ruins of the Kingdom of Bo, my friends and I will certainly help you deal with that arrogant Lu Feng. However, that fellow does possess some redeeming qualities. For instance, he has provided us students with an opportunity. The speaker was a lanky individual nicknamed Sunglasses, hailing from a scholarly family and renowned as the all-knowing scholar of Yunhua High School, well-versed in the affairs of the entire grade. Like the chubby one, he too was of mid-level ninja rank. Both had little fondness for academic pursuits, but held a deep passion for ninjutsu. Unfortunately, despite years of effort, they had made little progress, blending in with the masses. The chubby one, once a dashing young man, had become overweight due to an excessive intake of nutritional pills prescribed by his family to enhance his strength. During Ning Feng's most challenging times, both he and Sunglasses stood by him, spending time online and gaming together, forming an unbreakable trio known as the Iron Triangle of Class 231, sharing many mutual nicknames and a common disdain for Lu Feng. Once we enter the ruins of the Kingdom of Bo, we must gather together as a trio. Do you understand? Ning Feng whispered, aware that the students were forming small groups and engaging in hushed discussions, likely harboring similar intentions. Chapter 18. The Clash of Heroes at the Ruins of the Kingdom of Bo. In the outskirts of Yunhua City, at the Ninja Tower, the division of the ruins of the Kingdom of Bo stood before them. Over 600 students from Yunhua High School were organized into 8 square formations according to their grades. Each student radiated vitality and enthusiasm. This is the ruins of the Kingdom of Bo. Upon entering the tower, you will be drawn into the ruins by a mysterious force, with the location being random. Your task is to survive for as long as possible. The last student standing will be awarded a coveted spot among the elite students of Yunhua High School. Your performances within the ruins will be broadcasted on the large screen. Additionally, I must caution you, fleeing from formidable foes will hinder your chances of survival. Principal Wang succinctly elaborated. Sometimes, luck is also a facet of strength. Should you fail to secure a position among the elite, do not despair. Yunhua High School has numerous other development programs available. I hope you all excel within the ruins of the Kingdom of Bo. For fairness, please have each class send forth 10 students in waves to enter the ruins. As his words concluded, the homeroom teachers organized their students, sending 10 from each class into the ruins. Soon, the large screen at the entrance of the Ninja Tower displayed the scenes of these students within the ruins. Some appeared on the streets of the Kingdom of Bo, others on the coastal borders, some at the broken bridge, while a few found themselves abruptly in a young girl's bedroom, only to be promptly ejected. The students fixated on the screen, erupting in laughter only to be quickly followed by expressions of tension. Wow, look! Suddenly, one student shouted, pointing at a scene on the screen. What kind of monster is that? In the image, a rogue ninja wearing a mask and marked with a horizontal line across his forehead effortlessly sliced a nearby student in half, after which the scene transformed into a splash of water. The next moment, that unfortunate student reappeared at the entrance of the Ninja Tower, pallid and gasping for breath. That man's killing intent, it's terrifyingly powerful. Teacher Lu, Teacher He. Principal Wang remained composed and sprang into action. The 2 homeroom teachers swiftly administered calming agents to the student, who gradually regained some semblance of composure, his color returning slightly. What manner of monster is that? So formidable. I have heard from my father that the strongest boss in the ruins of the Kingdom of Bo is the Demon of No Cut, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist from 30,000 years ago. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? I've heard it's an elite special forces unit protecting the Mizukage. Every ninja within that unit is a paragon of strength. I can't believe we are about to encounter such beings. Thankfully, this is merely a survival test. Most of the students' faces blanched, while only a select few managed to maintain their composure. Information regarding the Naruto universe, such as this, is typically privy only to powerful families or high-ranking government officials. Those able to articulate such knowledge are predominantly the offspring of affluent or influential families. Every year, governments across nations obtain confidential information from archaeological scholars concerning the ruins. Even these few pieces of vital information are valued at 100,000 yuan. The Demon of No Cut? Ning Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Ning Feng, do you know this individual? Yes, Ning Feng. You don't seem the slightest bit apprehensive. The chubby one in sunglasses inquired in hushed tones. Remember our signal. Once we enter the ruins, we must gather swiftly. Understood? Ning Feng reiterated, noticing the curious gazes and pricked ears around him. Understood. The chubby one in sunglasses nodded earnestly. At that moment, Lu Feng coldly instructed his lackeys. Your task is to eliminate Ning Feng at all costs. Do you understand? Rest assured, boss. Leave it to us. Hee. We've been waiting for an opportunity to deal with this brat. The lackeys responded, their expressions betraying a chilling smile. Second wave. Principal Wang's eyes flickered as quickly. Each class dispatched another 10 students into the ruins. Much like the circumstances surrounding the first wave of students, they appeared randomly at various locations within the ruins. At that moment, the initial group had already encountered peril and engaged in combat. The entrance of the Ninja Tower flickered with brilliance as the fallen students were expelled from the ruins, one after another. Panic and tension began to seep into the hearts of the remaining students. The third wave. The fourth wave. At last, it was Ning Feng's turn. Ning Feng. You can do it. Your teacher believes in you. Teacher Lu encouraged, patting Ning Feng on the shoulder as he ushered him and 9 other students into the ruins. The familiar sensation of being pulled surged through him once more, and Ning Feng felt darkness envelop him. When he reappeared, the scene before him had undergone a dramatic transformation. The mysterious voice, reminiscent of Zabuza's betrayal, echoed in his ears once again. Welcome to the ruins of the Land of Waves. You are the 451st student from Yunhua High School to enter these ruins. Information is being confirmed. Your identity as a genin from Konoha, Ning Feng, has been successfully implanted. You are now on the blacklist of both Zabuza and the Hidden Mist. Both the rogue ninja faction led by Zabuza and the Mist Village will pursue you relentlessly. Proceed with caution against these 2 factions. Your mission is to eliminate Zabuza or survive here for 5 days. You have received 1 kunai. You have received 1 shuriken. You have received 1 explosive tag. You have received 1 large net. You have obtained 100 gold coins. Listening to the voice in his ear, Ningfeng, who was not new to this experience, glanced down at himself. Sure enough, his Yunhua High School uniform had transformed into the standard attire of Konoha. Without hesitation, he activated his Sharingan. The scarlet pupils, with their 2 tomo, began to rotate slowly, expanding his field of vision and enabling him to perceive the trajectory of all things with clarity. Indeed, after awakening his Sharingan in that moment of rage, he had utilized a bloodline limit awakening scroll, allowing his 1 tomo Sharingan to evolve directly into a 2 tomo. Not only had his insight been enhanced, but he had also gained the ability to hypnotize. In the next moment, Ningfeng concealed himself within the forest, confirming his location. Where am I? Ningfeng's gaze flickered. Chapter 19. Encounter with the pursuing forces of the hidden mist. At the entrance of the ninja tower, beneath the large screen, the homeroom teachers of the 8 classes from Yunhua High School stood silently. The entrance intermittently flashed with white light as students were expelled from the ruins. A few students in relatively good condition attempted to comfort those who had just emerged while keeping a watchful eye on the large screen, which displayed the performance of various students. Ah, those eyes. How unique. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air as a homeroom teacher exclaimed. I've only seen such eyes in special forces. The image on the screen showcased Ningfeng activating his Sharingan, ensuring his surroundings were secure. Why are his eyes so crimson? Teacher Liu furrowed his brow, recognizing that he had seen such eyes before. The vice principal fixed his gaze on those eyes, exclaiming, Ningfeng, you continue to surprise us. Principal Wang smiled lightly, remarking, have you all noticed that among so many students, he is the first to swiftly conceal himself upon entering the ruins? While others also hid quickly, their responses were clearly not as swift. In terms of psychological resilience, this child is remarkably strong. What use is strong combat quality? When it comes to actual combat, he is lacking. A teacher from their class retorted, our Wang who may be slower to react. But he is a martial arts ninja and far surpasses this boy in practical combat. Who can endure to the end is still uncertain. Your students are lacking. If we are to discuss survival skills, our Zhangchang is considerably more formidable. Upon hearing the principal praise the students of class 231, the homeroom teachers of other classes immediately protested. Let us wait and see. Principal Wang clasped his hands behind his back. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Oh? It seems Ningfeng's luck is not so favorable. He has encountered the pursuing forces of the hidden mist right upon his arrival. The hidden mist's pursuing forces? Even if they are merely the preliminary team, they are composed of elite ninjas, a special unit that ordinary students cannot withstand. Instantly, many homeroom teachers revealed expressions of schadenfreude, while teacher Liu from class 231 instinctively tensed. Ningfeng, you must persevere. As the principal and other teachers observed, while Ningfeng was determining his position, 3 ninjas from the hidden mist pursuit team swiftly approached. Mizuki Hikari, a chunin of the initial stage, a member of the hidden mist pursuit team. Hikari Enka, a chunin of the initial stage, a member of the hidden mist pursuit team. Suki no Kage, a chunin of the initial stage, a member of the hidden mist pursuit team. In an instant, 3 blood-red names materialized before Ningfeng's Sharingan, rapidly closing in on him. It seems my luck is truly poor. Ningfeng smiled faintly, facing the imminent threat with not a trace of panic. He swiftly formed hand seals. However, I shall not surrender. Water release, hidden mist technique. As his voice fell, a thick white mist engulfed the entire forest, allowing Ningfeng to successfully conceal his presence. Whether this was a flaw of the hidden mist technique, within the dense fog, no one could discern the enemy's location, yet due to the displayed names, their positions were revealed, enabling Ningfeng to easily ascertain the whereabouts of the 3, while remaining undetected himself. Moreover, the presence of his 2 tomo Sharingan diminished the mist's impact on him. Halt! Sensing the mist's presence, Mizuki Hikari gestured for his team to stop, cautiously observing their surroundings while commanding, Suki no Kage, it's your turn. No problem. Suki no Kage swiftly formed hand seals, then closed his eyes to sense the enemy's location. Why have they stopped? Through his Sharingan, Ningfeng could vaguely see that within the opposing team, there was indeed a sensory ninja. He smiled faintly, remaining unperturbed. Truly, they were members of the hidden mist pursuit team from 30,000 years ago. As his mind raced, Ningfeng contemplated all possible methods to eliminate his foes. In the next moment, he flung his kunai with precision towards the only sensory ninja in the enemy team, Suki no Kage. Clang! The kunai was effortlessly deflected by Mizuki Hikari, who immediately began forming hand seals. Is he over there? Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Utilizing the river's water nearby, a massive wave surged forth, crashing towards Ningfeng, showcasing the formidable strength of the hidden mist pursuit team. Amidst the rolling waves, Ningfeng was violently struck, sent flying like a kite with its string severed, ultimately colliding forcefully against a rock. Mizuki Hikari scoffed coldly, preparing to depart, but Suki no Kage frowned and said, The real one is still alive, right behind us. Mizuki Hikari's brow furrowed, and his pupils constricted sharply. Fire release, great fireball technique. In the next moment, a searing blaze erupted, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime. The flames swiftly engulfed the three of them, yet accompanied by the sound of exploding bubbles. The thick mist began to dissipate, revealing that Mizuki Hikari, Hikari Inka, and Suki no Kage had transformed into three water clones that exploded, while they themselves concealed themselves behind the foliage, preparing to locate the enemy's position. Suki no Kage sense. Mizuki Hikari cautiously scanned their surroundings, issuing a command to the sensory ninja, Suki no Kage. As members of the Hidden Mist Pursuit team, they clearly felt they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Moonlight and firelight. Be cautious. That moonlight is a mere illusion. At that moment, a ninja clad in mist-shrouded attire suddenly shouted from below. Upon hearing this exclamation, Mizuki Hikari and Hien Hikari furrowed their brows and instinctively launched an attack at Moonlight. With a pop, Moonlight transformed into bubbles that exploded. Just then, a detonating tag unexpectedly flew before them. Watch out! Mizuki Hikari and Hien Hikari leapt down from the tree branch, and in the next instant, the detonating tag erupted with a thunderous blast, unleashing scorching flames. The so-called true Moonlight, who had warned them, also burst into bubbles at that moment, hidden behind the trees. Ning Feng gasped for breath, and at his feet lay the body of Moonlight, the mist detection ninja. The thick fog still lingered, but its duration was limited. Chapter 20. The Pursuit of the Mist Assassination Preparatory Team, Annihilate. You have slain the Mist Assassination Preparatory Team member, Moonlight, and gained an enhancement of 3 points to all attributes. You have acquired 1 point in Clone Technique Potential. You have gained 1 point in Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique Potential. You have acquired 1 point in Melee Potential. You have gained 1 point in Wisdom. The mysterious voice echoed once more, and Ning Feng felt his body had become significantly more resilient, while his mind had also cleared considerably, operating at an accelerated pace. Many previously incomprehensible matters began to make sense. It seems these potential points truly enhance my attributes. The relics of the Land of Waves are indeed remarkable. Sensing the changes within his body, Ning Feng cautiously concealed himself behind a cluster of trees, activating his Sharingan to observe the movements of the remaining 2 members of the Mist Assassination Preparatory Team. The dense fog created by the mist technique provided him excellent cover. Without their sensing ninja, the enemies were effectively blinded, making it much easier to deal with them. As for how he had dispatched Moonlight, it was quite simple. He capitalized on the moment when the Mist Preparatory Team members had relaxed after striking his clone, swiftly appearing behind the enemies using chakra threads. The subsequent Fire Release, Great Fireball technique was merely a cover for his next move. In fact, at the moment he unleashed the Great Fireball, his kunai had unexpectedly slain the soul-sensing ninja. The fog had prevented the other 2 preparatory members from noticing this fact. While the 3 preparatory members were dodging the Great Fireball, Ning Feng quickly created a clone that transformed into Moonlight's likeness, blending into the preparatory team and leading them to mistakenly believe their comrade was still alive. Afterward, another of his clones transformed into the sensing ninja, disrupting the vision of the remaining 2 preparatory members while utilizing detonating tags to inflict maximum damage upon them. This was the most effective strategy Ning Feng could devise after careful consideration. Indeed, he executed it flawlessly, successfully eliminating the only sensing ninja among the preparatory team, rendering them effectively deaf and blind. Of course, the cost was substantial. The continuous use of such numerous ninja techniques had nearly drained half of his chakra. This was still under the advantage of his Uchiha physique, which surpassed that of ordinary individuals threefold. If it had been someone else, a single clone technique, transformation technique, and Great Fireball would have likely exhausted their chakra reserves. Wisdom and physical prowess were his assets. Concealed within the dense fog, Ning Feng replenished his chakra while stealthily approaching the remaining 2 preparatory members. Although eliminating these preparatory members would require considerable effort, and future encounters with other class students posed many potential dangers, Ning Feng was unwilling to forego this invaluable opportunity to enhance his strength. Having calculated everything in his mind, Ning Feng took advantage of the fog to set up a trap atop a tree. At this moment, preparatory members Mizuki Hikari and Hien Hikari had already lit a campfire, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Utilizing the flames from the campfire to disperse the surrounding dense fog, they could more effectively engage in combat. Previously, their sensing ninja had been slain due to their inability to ascertain the enemy's position amidst the fog, and they were determined not to repeat that mistake. The fog would soon dissipate. When it did, it would be the end for you, Moonlight. We shall avenge you. A kunai rested across Mizuki Hikari's chest, his expression devoid of emotion. Suddenly, a voice rang out with a fierce declaration, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. My Water Dragon Bullet Technique. How is this possible? Mizuki Hikari could no longer ponder the implications of the enemy utilizing a water release technique. He and Hien Hikari swiftly retreated. Without absolute certainty, they would not act recklessly. A tumultuous wave of water surged, rising to an impressive height, crashing down with the force of a tempest. Their newly lit campfire was instantly extinguished, and the already dense fog thickened further due to the water's influence. At that moment, Mizuki Hikari and Hien Hikari leapt onto a large tree branch, only for a massive net to suddenly descend without warning. Watch out for the net. The fog obscured their vision, and as the net neared, Mizuki Hikari reacted just in time, slashing with a kunai to tear the net in two. In the next instant, a piercing scream erupted. Hien Hikari's. This is bad. Mizuki Hikari could not discern the situation clearly, but instinctively glanced toward the source of the sound. Just then, a kunai unexpectedly pierced his back, penetrating his chest. Amidst the agonizing cries, Mizuki Hikari shut his eyes in pain and fell heavily from the branch. Meanwhile, Hien Hikari, awakened from the hypnosis, beheld Mizuki Hikari plummeting and glared at the young man across from him, his eyes ablaze with fury. You killed him? Ningfeng said nothing, reaching for another kunai at his waist and charging forward. Hien Hikari's heart was in disarray, but he had no time to contemplate. He had no recollection of how he had fallen unconscious, and by the time he regained consciousness, his companion was already dead. Clang. Ningfeng's chakra reserves were dwindling, prompting him to engage in close combat. To eliminate Mizuki Hikari, he had taken advantage of Hien Hikari's unguarded moment to utilize his hypnotic eyes, successfully plunging Hien Hikari into a Genjutsu that elicited a scream. That scream exposed a flaw in the ever-vigilant Mizuki Hikari, allowing Ningfeng's kunai to pierce through his chest. Everything unfolded as per his design. With the formidable penetrating ability of his Sharingan, Ningfeng was able to perceive Hien Hikari's every movement. Suddenly, he seized upon Hien Hikari's opening, launching his kunai with lethal speed. With a thud, Hien Hikari fell heavily to the ground, following in the footsteps of his companion Mizuki Hikari, dead beyond revival. Thus, the missed assassination preparatory team was utterly annihilated. Chapter 21. The extraordinary combat style that shook the foundation. Yunhua City, suburban area. Ninja Tower Division, relics of the land of waves. Tower entrance. At this moment, the large screen had been switched from countless small images to a single grand display by the teachers. The footage showcased Ningfeng's complete annihilation of the missed assassination team, viewed from his perspective, with the faint mist enveloping the surroundings. Simply astonishing. Almost everyone, including Principal Wang, Vice Principal, and the homeroom teachers of the 8 classes, as well as the eliminated students, were riveted to the screen, their eyes unblinking, scarcely daring to breathe. Particularly during the moments when Ningfeng confronted the 3 members of the missed preparatory team, it heightened the tension in the room, leaving everyone's hearts suspended in their throats. Initially, when Principal Wang witnessed Ningfeng being pursued by the hidden mist's preparatory forces, nearly everyone believed that Ningfeng's fate was sealed. It was only a matter of half an hour before he would be eliminated from the ruins. However, the almost magical style of combat he exhibited, coupled with the wisdom, ninjutsu, and courage he summoned in the face of danger, stirred and inspired the hearts of all present. Each time Ningfeng unleashed a technique they had only heard whispered about, or perhaps had never encountered in their lives, their hearts would leap in astonishment. Whether it was the enigmatic jutsu that enveloped the surroundings in a thick fog, the powerful water technique that harnessed the force of rivers to conjure towering waves, or the illusionary jutsu capable of transforming into the likeness of an enemy, all of it made them question their belief in the ninja profession for the very first time. Even the erudite Principal Wang and the Vice Principal could only recognize a couple of jutsu from Ningfeng's repertoire, such as the shadow clone technique, transformation technique, and the hidden mist technique. The rest of the jutsu remained completely unrecognizable to them, and they were utterly unaware of their functions. In truth, even the head of Yunhua High School possessed only a minuscule amount of information on ninjutsu, rendering it impossible for him to identify Ningfeng's techniques. The more comprehensive knowledge was firmly held by individuals of higher status and greater power than Principal Wang. Although humanity has ventured into the world of martial arts over the past 2 centuries, these resources have remained tightly grasped by the elite and the powerful, as the path to upper society has always been shrouded in barriers, only occasionally revealing an opening for a destitute youth to ascend. Did he comprehend these techniques all on his own? Principal Wang inhaled deeply, his gaze ablaze with fervor. It was truly hard to believe that such feats could be accomplished by a mere student, and moreover, one from a humble background. Teacher He from class 233 emphasized the term humble with great weight. Even he had to give a thumbs up to Ningfeng's performance. His practical abilities were overwhelmingly formidable. The teachers from various classes, all of whom cherished talent, naturally picked up on Teacher He's underlying implications. Initially, each homeroom teacher held great confidence in their own students. But now, the question of whose practical abilities were superior loomed large. A student from a humble background, achieving such feats without any resources, what could this possibly signify? No one understood this better than those of them stationed at the front line of education. Presently, which successful student did not have substantial backing behind them? Rest assured, Teacher Liu, even if Ningfeng does not secure the coveted spot for outstanding students this time, I will ensure he is granted a special talent quota. Such talent must not be squandered at Yunhua High School. Principal Wang exclaimed, gripping Teacher Lu's hands in excitement. Thank goodness this student is under your guidance. Had it been Teacher he might have been expelled. Today, I will make the decision. This year's title of Outstanding Homeroom Teacher is yours. I trust the other homeroom teachers have no objections? Teacher, he chuckled awkwardly. Ahem. Principal Wang, I only aim to ensure our class's overall excellence. As for Teacher Lu's evaluation, I have no objections. I have no objections either. Teacher Lu's efforts are evident to all. She has dedicated considerable time and energy to Ningfeng. And I certainly have no qualms about her receiving the title of Outstanding Homeroom Teacher. Neither do I, they echoed. It's truly regrettable that we don't have such a student in our class. Indeed, I wish we could recruit Ningfeng into my class 236. Ningfeng's performance had thoroughly impressed the homeroom teachers, and remarkably, there were no disputes this time. Thank you all. I will allocate the bonus for Outstanding Homeroom Teacher towards nurturing our class's students. Teacher Lu beamed with pride. Ningfeng, such a talent, is indeed my protege. I am so glad I never gave up on him. Meanwhile, at the Ninja Tower in Yunhua City, Lu Qingshan, the president of the suborganization, was sifting through a mountain of documents. At this moment, Secretary Yun approached with a polite smile, handing him a USB drive. President, I have completed the screening. Only the segment featuring Ningfeng's performance remains. You can view it by inserting the USB. So soon? Lu Qingshan set aside his work, eagerly inserting the USB into his computer. Soon, the screen displayed Ningfeng's first-person perspective footage. Not bad, not bad. This young man has made significant progress. Lu Qingshan reclined in his chair, relishing the display on the large screen. Behind him, Secretary Yun's expression turned serious. She wanted to see what remarkable abilities this young man, so highly valued by Lu Qingshan, possessed. However, upon watching the footage, she found herself unable to look away, her expression occasionally revealing astonishment, and by the end, she was clapping passionately, startling Lu Qingshan beside her. Is that all there is? After finishing the edited footage, Lu Qingshan still appeared unsatisfied, instinctively inquiring. President, the students from Yunhua High School have only been in the ruins of the Land of Waves for 2 hours. To see more, we must await the video from the suborganization. Secretary Yun suddenly realized she too was eagerly anticipating Ningfeng's performance. Prepare the vehicle. I must go to the scene. Lu Qingshan waved his hand decisively. But President, there are still so many documents awaiting your attention. They are of no importance compared to Ningfeng. Chapter 22. The Three Blossoms of Class 232, the Long-Legged Goddess and Iron. You have eliminated 3 members of the Hidden Mists preparatory team, earning a special reward, an increase of 3 points to all attributes. Your fire style, Great Fireball technique has gained 2 potential points. Your Shadow Clone technique has gained 2 potential points. Your Transformation technique has gained 2 potential points. Your Substitution technique has gained 2 potential points. Your Intelligence has gained 2 potential points. Your Taijutsu has gained 1 potential point. Your Hypnotic Eyes have gained 1 potential point. You have received a reward of 3 points to all attributes. The mysterious voice echoed once more. Ningfeng closed his eyes, distinctly feeling his body undergo another transformation and enhancement, while his understanding of ninjutsu ascended to a new echelon. This feeling was extraordinarily delightful. Akin to a famished wanderer suddenly presented with a bounty of steamed buns, an overwhelming surge of power. However, he had not savored this sensation for long before he carefully concealed himself in the grass, knowing that he had exhausted 80% of his chakra. If he did not recover swiftly, he would be in dire straits should danger arise. Of course, he had also noted that his current location was likely where the original encountered the infamous Sabuza. With hands forming seals, he activated the Uchiha clan's chakra extraction technique, rapidly drawing in chakra to prepare for any forthcoming threats. After an indeterminate amount of time, when Ningfeng opened his eyes again, the sky had darkened significantly, and the surroundings were eerily silent. In a flash, he darted through the grass, swiftly choosing a direction to sprint towards. He needed to reunite with Meatball and Sunglasses quickly. Otherwise, he would not be able to face his comrades. After running for what felt like an eternity, Ningfeng finally spotted a brightly lit, dilapidated village in the darkness. The sounds of commotion reaching his ears. Not far from the city lay a fractured bridge, which he surmised must be the one later referred to as Naruto Bridge in the original narrative. Have I truly arrived here? Ningfeng narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharpening with vigilance. Who knows what dangers might lurk here? It was prudent to remain cautious. Once this bridge is completed, our land of waves will have a glimmer of hope for prosperity. I am our nation's distinguished bridge builder. My pursuit of bridge-building techniques stemmed from the hope of one day aiding the land of waves in its quest for strength. Will you truly not assist me? In the midst of the crowd, a bespectacled elder craftsman implored several villagers from the land of waves in a pleading tone. Dasna, you are aware that the influence of the Kato group is overwhelming. The thugs they employ are formidable, and we are simply no match for them. A worried old woman spoke out from the assembly. Indeed, Dasna, it's not that we do not wish to assist you. A bald-headed elder shook his head and gestured dismissively. Everyone, let's disperse. It's best not to provoke trouble. Dasna. With a collective sigh, The villagers turned and retreated to their homes. Dasna gazed at his indifferent neighbors, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Oh no! The thugs from the Kato group are back." As the words fell, numerous thugs disembarked from ships along the coast, surging toward Dasna with the intent to abduct him. Upon spotting the thugs, Dasna's expression shifted, and he turned to flee. In the distance, Ningfeng caught sight of this unfolding scene, his brow furrowing in concentration. Wasn't this the very C-rank mission from the original Naruto, where Naruto and Sasuke escort the Bridge Master in the Land of Waves? No wonder that old man looked so familiar. Ningfeng did not rush into action, but instead concealed himself and approached stealthily. Just as Dasna was about to be overtaken by the Kato thugs, a few youthful figures stepped forward to shield him. The uniforms they wore, emblazoned with the emblem of Yunhua High School, indicated they were students from there. "You ruffians, what skill do you possess in bullying an elderly man?" spoke a female student with a ponytail. Though her uniform obscured her figure, her silhouette hinted at a remarkable physique. This girl was Suro, the academic goddess of Class 232, renowned as the Iron Fist Battle Goddess. Specializing in physical techniques, she had earned her certification as a peak genin 3 months prior. Capable of shattering solid granite with her iron fists, thus earning her formidable title. Behind Suro stood 2 other girls with long hair. One was tall, nearly 6 feet, with long legs, while the other was diminutive, around 5 feet, embodying the essence of a youthful doll. Both were equally striking, each possessing unique attributes, and were also students of Class 232. The tall girl, known as Dongli, was referred to as the leggy goddess, holding mid-level genin strength, while the shorter girl, Li Meng, was affectionately dubbed the porcelain doll, also at mid-level genin strength. Together, these 3 stunning beauties were celebrated as the 3 flowers of Class 232, their presence creating a captivating spectacle. Upon entering the ruins of the Land of Waves, the trio had each triumphed over various challenges and had just reunited when they witnessed this situation unfold. Compelled by a sense of justice, they stepped forward. It is worth mentioning that Suro once harbored feelings for Ningfeng, the brilliant leader of Class 231, frequently sending him love letters and publicly confessing her affection. However, as Ningfeng gradually faded into obscurity, Suro severed ties with him, even having humiliated him at one point. But those were tales of yore. Who are you? Ninjas from Konohagakure? If you wish to avoid death, it would be wise to step aside. The leading thugs brandished their long knives threateningly. When the students from Yunhua High School entered the ruins, a mysterious force had altered the memories of everyone present. Thus the Kato thugs did not find the school uniforms particularly out of place, merely somewhat curious. Chapter 23. The Arrival of President Liu. As Lu Feng made his entrance with his underlings, they swiftly encircled Ningfeng, drawing their kunai. Lu Feng withdrew his gaze from the 3 beauties, his eyes growing increasingly cold as he bluntly warned, "The matters concerning Ningfeng of Class 232 do not concern you. Do not think of intervening. Should you offend our Wancher group?" Heh. The leggy goddess Dongli, known for her fiery temper, could not tolerate the provocation, exclaiming, "Seriously, Lu Feng, do you really think you're so impressive? You'd rather I not intervene? I have no interest in meddling." Suro remained silent, though a hint of concern flickered across her face, while behind her, Li Ming stood with crossed arms, visibly torn and unsure of how to respond. The trio recognized these thugs, who seldom engaged in honorable deeds under Lu Feng's influence, often receiving small favors like nutritional supplements from him. It is noteworthy that these thugs hailed from impoverished backgrounds. Had they not clung to the coattails of Lu Feng, the heir of the Wancher group, they would likely have struggled to reach even the basics of genin strength. "Lu Feng, are you insulting me? Do you truly believe these mud-legged fools are my adversaries?" Ningfeng replied calmly, a smile gracing his face in the face of their encirclement. "Heh, even now you remain defiant. If it weren't for you, the opportunity for a prestigious student spot at Yunhua High would have been mine. Your brilliance has always overshadowed me, and for that reason alone, I cannot allow you to live." Lu Feng's smile turned icy as he waved his hand, just as the thugs prepared to strike. The Ningfeng they surrounded suddenly transformed into a bubble, morphing into a sturdy wooden block. In the next instant, Ningfeng's kunai appeared behind Lu Feng, piercing through him with brutal force. The scene unfolded with such swiftness that no one could have anticipated such a turn of events. They hadn't even seen Ningfeng move. His kunai had already penetrated Lu Feng's chest. A wave of genuine pain surged through Lu Feng, his eyes widening in disbelief at the unfolding reality. The next moment, darkness enveloped him as he collapsed heavily to the ground, vanishing in a burst of light. It was only at this moment that his accompanying thugs regained their senses, eyes wide in shock. So fast. What just happened? The thugs were momentarily stunned before they began to recover from their astonishment, but at that instant, a searing flame surged toward them. Fire style, great fireball technique. The intense flames illuminated the surroundings as if it were daylight, and the terrifying fire, akin to a scythe raised by the Grim Reaper, swiftly claimed the lives of these thugs. Farewell, no need for goodbyes. Having completed this, Ningfeng sat cross-legged on the ground, replenishing his chakra with an air of tranquility. as though nothing had transpired at all. In the distance, Su Ro, Li Meng, and Dong Li had emerged from their stupor. Yet the astonishment reflected in their 3 pairs of beautiful eyes lingered for an extended period. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to believe that this was Ning Feng's true combat prowess. They hadn't even seen how he had executed his moves to eliminate Lu Feng. It was essential to note that Lu Feng was a standout among Class 231, possessing peak Genin strength. Earning the certification for such strength was no small feat, and referring to him as a genius was no exaggeration. Yet, this very genius had been dispatched in an instant. The thugs were equally formidable, yet they too had been swiftly eliminated. The 3 girls gazed at Ning Feng, seated there, their minds replaying every action he had taken. Suddenly, an inexplicable feeling of mystery enveloped them. Ning Feng had become increasingly enigmatic in their eyes. "You, how did you accomplish that?" Su Ro inquired cautiously. Dong Li and Li Meng perked up their ears, clearly intrigued. "Well, you see," Ning Feng intentionally teased them. "You wouldn't understand even if I told you." You, Ning Feng, are you trying to die or something?" Ning Feng's sister exclaimed. Chapter 24, The Big Screen. At the entrance of a ninja tower. Upon being teleported back after his defeat, Lu Feng and several others gazed at the large screen, their faces etched with discontent as they observed Ning Feng flirting with 3 divine maidens. It was not just they who felt this way. The other eliminated students also cast envious glances at their idols, their hearts silently bleeding. At that moment, the screen displayed Su Ro inquiring how Ning Feng achieved his remarkable feats, and nearly everyone leaned in, including Principal Wang, Vice Principal, and various class teachers, all fixated, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. Just moments prior, as Ning Feng made his move, they had been intently watching the screen, yet had not seen how he executed his technique, as Lu Feng, possessing peak Chunin strength, was instantaneously defeated and sent back to the ruins. Their curiosity was piqued. What ninjutsu had Ning Feng employed to accomplish such a feat? However, when they heard his humorous retort, "You wouldn't understand," they were all instantly amused by his wit. At that moment, the sound of a car engine shutting off echoed, and Lu Qingshan, the president of the Ninja Tower S branch, approached with Secretary Yun at his side. "President Lu, what brings you here?" Principal Wang, engrossed in the screen, was suddenly tugged and turned to see Lu Qingshan, his eyes widening in surprise as he bowed slightly, respectfully greeting him. "Greetings, President Lu. What an honor." The students, prompted by their teacher, quickly formed a line to welcome the esteemed president. Principal Wang and the bald vice principal stepped forward to shake hands with Lu Qingshan, only to find that he had no such intentions. Proceeding directly to the screen to watch Ning Feng's performance with rapt attention. Feeling somewhat slighted by Lu Qingshan's disregard, the 2 principals exchanged glances, only to be taken aback by the president's intense focus. Had Ning Feng's remarkable performance truly captivated even the leader of the ninja tower? President Lu. Principal Wang stepped forward, but was halted by Secretary Yun's outstretched hand. "Please do not disturb the president. He is here specifically to observe Ning Feng's practical demonstration." Chapter 25. The Pinnacle of Combat Academies in Dragon Nation, Star River University. While speculating that Lu Qingshan had come for Ning Feng, the 2 principals were nonetheless astonished to hear Secretary Yun's words. Lu Qingshan had served as the president of the Yunhua City branch of the Ninja Tower for many years, nurturing numerous formidable ninjas, yet it was the first time they had heard of him personally visiting to witness a practical session in the ruins. It was well known that Lu Qingshan was regarded as one of the strictest ninjas, imposing the highest standards on his students. Many factions had sought his mentorship through various channels, only to be met with his cold refusals. His formidable temperament had even stirred discontent among some factions, yet they refrained from acting against him due to his overwhelming strength. Numerous instances illustrated Lu Qingshan's exacting standards. Yet, this stringent individual had come to personally observe a student's practical performance. What could this signify? President Lu. Ning Feng has exhibited remarkable prowess at our Yunhua High School. I assure you, we will deploy all available resources to nurture his talent. Initially, we intended to assess student performance based on the results from the ruins of the Wave Country to determine the list of key students. Observing Lu Qingshan as he watched Ning Feng extracting chakra and resting, Principal Wang chuckled, patting his chest in assurance. Lu Qingshan cast a fleeting glance at Principal Wang. If I recall, Ning Feng is a senior, is he not? There are merely 3 months until the college entrance examination. Indeed, President Lu, your memory serves you well. Principal Wang nodded vehemently, exhilarated. Over the years, many had wished to converse with Lu Qingshan, and for Principal Wang, meeting him felt like a profound honor. In these 3 months, I hope you will dedicate all your resources to cultivate Ning Feng, ensuring he gains admission to the top institution of the Dragon Nation, Star River University, which is renowned for producing elite ninjas. I believe your school has not seen a talent of such caliber in decades, correct? Lu Qingshan stated matter-of-factly. Star River University? Principal Wang's eyes widened, his lips trembling. If one were to inquire about the most prestigious academy in the vast nation of Huaxia, Star River University would undoubtedly reign supreme. Nestled in the heart of the Dragon Nation, It is mentioned alongside Harvard in the United States, the University of the Rising Sun in Japan, and Ice River University in the Bear Nation, collectively recognized as the pinnacle of human combat academies. Indeed, the pinnacle of combat academies. To gain admission into such institutions, familial influence or local government backing means little. The sole criterion for entry is unparalleled genius. Each year, millions sit for the college entrance examination, yet only a mere handful, 0.005 to be precise, manage to pass the rigorous assessments and gain admission to Star River University. In essence, securing a place there nearly signifies one has one foot firmly planted in the realm of Jonin. It must be noted that the admission threshold for Star River University is already at the initial stages of Chunin, merely qualifying for entry. Subsequent evaluations are exceedingly demanding, each serving as a life or death trial. The curriculum spans 4 years, and to graduate, one must attain the strength of a Jonin, rendering all graduates at least of Jonin caliber. Upon exiting the university, Star River alumni are fervently sought after by countless sects and factions, serving as the optimal pathway into the governmental apparatus of Huaxia. 50 years ago, during a conflict with the island nation, Star River University dispatched a special task force composed of second-year students, which obliterated the Eastern Cloud headquarters and publicly humiliated the island nation's prime minister. From that moment on, the name of Star River University became legendary. Students of Star River University epitomize strength. Of course, it is precisely due to the lamentably low acceptance rate that no student from Yunhua High has succeeded in decades. In fact, there are thousands of high schools like Yunhua High across the Dragon Nation, each with a multitude of students, highlighting the fiercely competitive and brutally challenging landscape. Only the truest elites can cross the threshold of Star River University. It is for this reason that Principal Wang trembled with trepidation, for he perceived the daunting challenge of gaining admission to Star River University as almost insurmountable. Not just Principal Wang, but other class teachers were equally astounded, their faces reflecting disbelief at what seemed like an impossible dream. I shall strive earnestly. Principal Wang inhaled deeply. In all my years in this position, I have yet to nurture a student for Star River University. This time, I shall bet everything on Ning Feng. Principal Wang understood the gravity of the situation and how to proceed. Lu Qingshan chuckled quietly, redirecting his gaze to the figure on the large screen. Ning Feng, I hope you do not disappoint me. Initially, Lu Qingshan had thought sending Ning Feng to Star River University was mere fantasy. Yet something about Ning Feng suggested he was extraordinary, perhaps genuinely possessing a chance. After all, Yunhua City had not produced a Star River University student in quite some time. In Class 231, Teacher Lu's eyes were resolute as he clenched his fist. Ning Feng, with 3 months remaining, I will accompany you in this final sprint. Unbeknownst to Ning Feng, he remained blissfully unaware of the external circumstances. At this moment, he had nearly restored all his chakra, while Li Meng, Dong Li, and others had recovered about 50 to 60% of their strength. Their physiques, after all, did not match Ning Feng's extraordinary resilience, resulting in a considerably slower recovery. At that moment, a series of piercing screams echoed through the air, as several students donned in the attire of Yunhua High School were sent hurtling backwards like kites severed from their strings, blood gushing forth as they collapsed to the ground. Dongli and Su Ro instantly rose to their feet, their eyes widening in shock as they recognized the students. Li Xingxing, the illusion prince from Class 233, Li Long. The indomitable whirlwind from Class 235, Zhao Guanghui. The azure phantom from Class 236, Mei Lan. The infinite illusionist from Class 234, and Ren Dongfeng, the ironclad chariot. How could this be? In the next moment, the prodigies from various classes transformed into blinding white light and vanished without a trace. Suddenly, the formidable boss of the ruins of the country of waves, Zabuza Momochi, appeared before them without warning, brandishing his fearsome, decapitating blade. The mightiest boss had finally descended. Chapter 26. The Emergence of Zabuza. Zabuza's movements were alarmingly swift, apart from Ning Feng, who possessed the power of the Two-Tomo Sharingan and barely managed to grasp his attack trajectory. The others were caught completely off guard. At this moment, Zabuza had honed his silent killing technique to perfection, showcasing the true, terrifying prowess of a Jonin. As the decapitating blade approached to claim their lives, Ning Feng, despite being merely a Chunin, erupted with his full potential. The chakra threads entwined in his palm suddenly surged forth, ensnaring the waists of the 3 women. Amidst their startled cries, he propelled them to safety, while his other hand brandished a kunai defensively before him. Everything transpired in an instant. The resounding clash of metal reverberated as Ning Feng was forcefully knocked back by the overwhelming force of the decapitating blade, while the 3 women tumbled aside. It was only then that they realized, having just escaped the clutches of death, that the chakra threads around their waists were indeed Ning Feng's lifeline. In that fleeting moment, it was Ning Feng who had saved them. Zabuza, who had never missed a kill, frowned slightly upon witnessing the scattered students. He anticipated that he could falter in his strike. Immediately, he fixed his gaze upon Ning Feng and, in the next moment, swung his decapitating blade towards him. The blade whistled through the air, a relentless shriek echoing with each swing, a clear indication of the sheer terror it embodied. As one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Zabuza could not tolerate failure, nor could he allow himself to be outdone by a mere chunin. The two-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly once more, rendering Zabuza's movements painfully slow, and every trajectory became crystal clear to him. However, while the Sharingan could perceive the enemy's attacks, it did not grant him the swiftness to match his eyes. The decapitating blade hurtled towards Ningfeng as he thrust out his kunai. Clang! The clash of metal resounded again, and Ningfeng was violently knocked back several paces, the tremendous force throwing his kunai off balance. The second strike of the decapitating blade followed, its whistling even sharper, as if it sought to pierce through eardrums. Clang! Another metallic collision rang out, sending Ningfeng soaring like a kite with its string cut, while Zabuza laughed maniacally. Leaping into the air, the blade poised to cleave down upon Ningfeng's nose. Dongli, Li Ming, and Su Ro watched in astonishment, their eyes widening in horror, before instinctively covering their eyes, fearing to witness the gruesome sight of Ningfeng being split in two by the decapitating blade. Thud! Contrary to their expectations of a bloodbath, the only sound was that of wood being cleaved in half. Was it a substitution technique? Zabuza's brows furrowed as he quickly utilized his acute hearing to locate Ningfeng. Though he lacked Ningfeng's vision, his hearing was extraordinarily sharp, allowing him to easily deduce the enemy's position through sound, his greatest asset in silent killing. Fire style, great fireball technique. A searing blaze illuminated the battlefield as the immense fireball surged forth like a dragon with its agape, aimed directly at Zabuza. Impressive ninjutsu, Zabuza sneered, engulfed by the flames. When the fire subsided, only a charred piece of wood remained. As Zabuza re-emerged, he silently appeared behind the 3 women. With a sweep of his decapitating blade, Li Ming, Dongli, and Su Ro were instantly bisected at the waist, yet there was no expected eruption of blood. Only the sound of bubbling explosions. Utilizing both the substitution and transformation techniques, Zabuza's brows knitted tightly. This chunin appeared less formidable, but demonstrated a plethora of combat techniques. In the thicket, Dongli, Li Ming, and Su Ro sat breathlessly on a tree branch, while Ningfeng, deep in thought, faced away from them. Moments prior, Ningfeng had swiftly led the 3 women away from Zabuza's attack using the substitution technique, creating several clones that transformed into the likeness of the 3 women to confuse their foe. This Zabuza is incredibly powerful, we are no match for him. Dongli gazed at the distance with trepidation. Is this the true strength of a jonin? Indeed, he is overwhelmingly powerful. In his presence, I feel no urge to resist. Only fear. Li Ming nodded in agreement, pondering whether this was the authentic prowess of the ancients from 30,000 years ago, truly befitting one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. We must not be disheartened. Although Zabuza is formidable, the 4 of us chunin may still have a chance. Su Ro suddenly interjected, glancing at Ningfeng. What do you think? In unison, Dongli and Li Ming instinctively looked towards him, evidently regarding him as their pillar of strength. Ningfeng's astonishing display had already captured the hearts of the 3 goddesses. Ningfeng, we finally found you. You were hard to track down. Suddenly, 2 sneaky voices chimed in as Air Pang and Mo Jing stealthily revealed themselves, casting furtive glances to see if Zabuza had noticed them. Oh, you 2 have been hiding here all along. Dongli, who detested those who feared for their lives, had always been dismissive of Air Pang and Mo Jing, her tone lacking any semblance of courtesy. Li Ming and Su Ro remained silent, their gazes lingering on Air Pang. I thought you 2 had perished. It's a surprise to see you alive. Ningfeng chuckled, waving at them. Perfect timing. We can't take down Zabuza without you 2. At Ningfeng's words, everyone was taken aback, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Take down Zabuza? Zabuza is a jonin. How could we 6 chunin possibly achieve that? Huh? Do you still doubt our leader's intellect? I saw him save you both twice just now. Ningfeng's intellect is exceptionally high. I, Mo Jing, firmly believe in him. Air Pang and Mo Jing, having a solid bond with Ningfeng, naturally trusted his words without question. Both skilled in combat, they swiftly leapt onto the tree branches, and the 6 of them finally gathered together. My plan is as follows. Who says 6 chunin cannot defeat a jonin? Ningfeng chuckled, outlining his strategy to the group, which elicited expressions of astonishment from all. In the next moment, Ningfeng swiftly formed hand seals, water style, hidden mist technique. Chapter 27. Who says chunin cannot defeat jonin? As his words fell, a thick white mist enveloped the forest, shrouding everything within its embrace. Over here. At that moment, Zabuza, searching for the whereabouts of Ningfeng and the others, smirked upon seeing the dense fog. Though curious that someone could wield his signature technique, the hidden mist technique, he believed it to be a foolish endeavor for a practitioner of silent killing. Closing his eyes, the ghostly figure of Zabuza vanished into the mist, swiftly disappearing from sight. Utilizing his keen eyesight, he began to discern the position of his foes. Suddenly, with his keen eyesight, he detected the faint sound of footsteps emanating from 100 meters to the northeast. Although barely audible, it was impossible for his ears to miss it. With a cold smirk, Zabuza's figure flickered, and in the next moment, he lunged toward the source, his decapitating blade whistling through the air, producing a sharp sound. With a resounding crash, a robust tree, thick enough for several individuals to embrace, was effortlessly cleaved in two, its leaves cascading to the ground. Zabuza's brow furrowed. He had not anticipated being outmaneuvered, realizing that there were no ninjas present. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a cacophony of thudding sounds erupted from all directions, the volume overwhelming and grating, relying on his auditory skills to pinpoint the enemy's location. Zabuza's expression shifted slightly as he was struck by a chilling realization. His ability to determine the enemy's position had failed him. In this thick fog, his vision was severely compromised, and the only support he had was now obliterated, leaving him akin to a blind man without sight. Instinctively, Zabuza sought to extricate himself from the situation. For reasons unknown, a profound sense of unease surged within him, a feeling he had never experienced before. Fire release, great fireball technique. Suddenly, a resounding voice reverberated, and a searing flame illuminated the dim sky as if it were broad daylight. The next moment, it opened its gaping maw to lunge directly at Zabuza. Indeed, as a high-ranking ninja and an elite member of the Mist S7 Ninja Swordsmen, he swiftly formed hand seals and retaliated with water release, water dragon bullet technique. A torrent of surging waves erupted, conjuring a gigantic wave, akin to a water dragon soaring through the air. As water and fire collided violently, a burst of white steam arose. This is bad. Zabuza's expression changed again. He suddenly realized he had fallen completely into the enemy's trap. The adversaries clearly understood his capabilities. The steam produced by the clash of water and fire was designed to thicken the fog and obscure his already limited vision. As he had anticipated, the rising steam intensified the already dense mist, reducing his visibility from approximately 5 meters to a mere 1.5. You little brats, I never imagined that Zabuza would be ensnared in your scheme. However, do you think this is the end? Zabuza snorted coldly, forming hand seals once more for water release, water dragon bullet technique. The surging waves reappeared, manifesting a towering tidal wave in an instant. Just as Zabuza prepared to clear the battlefield with his water technique, a voice rang out again, water release, water dragon bullet technique. Indeed, it was the same technique. Zabuza's hand seals were swift, and the ninja employing the same technique matched his speed. The two water dragon bullet techniques clashed, creating two towering waves that collided, resulting in a thunderous boom and a surge of water soaring over 100 meters. As the water splashed violently, the gale produced by the waves dispersed some of the mist, allowing his vision to gradually clear. Just as Zabuza discerned his surroundings, he spotted a pair of blood-red eyes, and his gaze reflected sheer astonishment. It was the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. No wonder they could replicate my techniques. But this ends here. With a swift motion, Zabuza's feet propelled him forward, his decapitating blade gleaming coldly as it descended with ferocity. Clang! The blade collided violently with a kunai, sending sparks flying in a dazzling display that illuminated the dark battlefield as brightly as day. From their concealed positions, the 5 individuals finally sprang into action. 5 large nets descended from above, as the renowned Iron Fist warrior, Su-Ro, unleashed her fists upon Zabuza's back. Simultaneously, the porcelain doll Li Meng swung her nunchaku, and the long-legged goddess Dong Li launched a fireball technique, while the bulkier individual, after amplifying himself, hurled a colossal punch, and the shadow manipulated by Mo Jing surged towards Zabuza. Indeed, the bulkier individual possessed the ability to amplify, reminiscent of the mysterious powers of the Akimichi clan from 30,000 years ago. However, his lineage was but a faint trace of that clan, rendering his amplification imperfect, limited to about 3 or 4 times. Meanwhile, Mo Jing's shadow manipulation was also a legacy inherited from the Nara clan. Yet his family had only a sliver of that bloodline, making his shadow technique equally flawed. The combined assault of the 5 erupted instantaneously. Zabuza sensed the threat to his life and sought to flee the battlefield, yet those blood-red eyes, filled with the essence of a soul's surrender, delayed his reaction by several seconds. It was during these crucial moments that the 5 attacks descended upon him. Zabuza was violently hurled back, his body scorched and bruised, his face resembling that of a battered pig, as he crashed through several trees before finally coming to a halt. He attempted to struggle, but the pain coursing through his body was unbearable, and he soon succumbed to unconsciousness. The 5 breathed a collective sigh of relief, their faces pale as they gasped for air. Had it not been for Ning Feng's cunning strategy, they would have never been able to defeat such a formidable jonin like Zabuza. At that moment, a figure descended from the distance, a silver needle glimmering like a flash of light as it pierced Zabuza's neck. Thank you for helping me subdue the demon Zabuza. I have been searching for him for a long time. A masked female ninja landed gracefully. I am a member of the Mist Pursuit Unit, specifically tasked with eliminating rogue ninjas like Zabuza. I must bring his corpse back. Ning Feng lifted his gaze, a glint in his eye, and chuckled. Ah, White. Have you finally made your appearance? Chapter 28. Ning Feng's Decisiveness. Zabuza's decapitating blade. The scene before him was strikingly familiar. Ning Feng, well-versed in the original narrative, quickly realized that White's claim of retrieving Zabuza's corpse was merely a facade. Her true intention was to aid his escape. In the original story, Kakashi had overexerted his Sharingan, exhausting a significant amount of chakra, and had allowed White to take Zabuza away for safety reasons. Ning Feng, however, was not about to let White take Zabuza away so easily. Nevertheless, White's Kekkei Genkai, ice release, posed a significant challenge, necessitating utmost caution. Given the strength of their six-man team, it would be exceedingly difficult to contend with a Kekkei Genkai user. Moreover, they had all sustained considerable fatigue. While contemplating this, Ning Feng maintained a composed demeanor, expertly masking his thoughts. Wow, a ninja from the Mist Pursuit Unit. Then Zabuza will be in your capable hands. Fortunately, White was donning the Pursuit Unit's mask at that moment. Otherwise, her stunning beauty would have undoubtedly captivated the lecherous duo of the bulkier individual and Imo Jing, rendering them immobile. A dispassionate voice emerged from beneath the mask. Thank you. In an instant, White had scooped up Zabuza's corpse. Just as she prepared to depart, Ning Feng approached with a smile, warmly stating, no need to rush off just yet. Could you spare us a few military ration pills? As you can see, we are in dire need. It was impossible to discern White's expression beneath the mask, but one could easily imagine her frowning slightly. With a casual flick of her wrist, she tossed a few military ration pills to Ning Feng. Here. In that fleeting moment, the crimson blood pupils began to spin, and the double tomo activated. The previously relaxed White, upon meeting those eyes, instinctively attempted to resist, but it was too late. A kunai, without warning, pierced through her chest from behind. White collapsed, her expression one of shock, unaware of the fatal flaw she had exposed. The resilient Zabuza, regaining consciousness, attempted to retaliate, only to be met with a swift kick from Ning Feng. Bang! Zabuza crashed into a large tree, finally succumbing to the depths of unconsciousness. The scene unfolded with astonishing rapidity, from Ning Feng's sudden strike to the demise of the mist-hidden ninja, merely a matter of seconds. Initially, upon witnessing Bai's arrival, the onlookers presumed her to be an ally, only to be taken aback when Ning Feng unexpectedly turned against her. Ning Feng, you. Su Ro's delicate brows furrowed, sensing a troubling bloodlust within him. Although the ruins were but illusions, they reflected the true turmoil within his heart. Sister Su, I firmly believe that brother Ning Feng would never commit such indiscriminate acts of murder. The porcelain doll-like Li Meng tugged at Su Ro's long sleeve. Dongli, rarely one to offer praise, remarked, I too believe Ning Feng is not of that ilk. His actions must surely be driven by some profound rationale. The two companions, the chubby boy and the one in sunglasses, needed no further words. They were well acquainted with Ning Feng's character. That's 1,000 books. A mere kunai cannot extinguish a life. Moreover, do you not find the behavior of the Mist Ninja to be exceedingly peculiar? Their appearance seems far too coincidental. Ning Feng smiled faintly. At that moment, a mysterious voice resonated in their ears. Having successfully slain Zabuza Momochi, Mizuki Bai will distribute rewards based on each student's performance within the ruins. The crowd's gaze ignited with excitement. Had they completed their task? The school had stipulated that the last surviving student would secure a coveted spot, and Dongli remarked with a radiant smile, Ning Feng, you have exhibited remarkable prowess. You have made me acutely aware of the vast chasm that separates me from the strong. With those words, a kunai pierced her chest, and she transformed into a radiant light, vanishing. Li Meng, without uttering a word, cast a deep glance at Ning Feng before swiftly following Dong Li's fate. Su Ro's beautiful eyes locked onto Ning Feng's. Should the opportunity arise, I shall treat you to a meal, and similarly, a kunai found its mark in her chest. The duo in sunglasses and the chubby boy exchanged knowing grins. We shan't compete for this. It is rightfully yours. With that, the two vanished as well. Observing his friend's sudden departures, Ning Feng felt an overwhelming exasperation. You all are not even my match in a fight. For goodness sake. You have acquired 3 intelligence potential points. You have acquired 1 ninjutsu potential point. You have acquired 1 taijutsu potential point. You have acquired 3 all attribute points. You have received 2 mysterious scrolls. You have obtained Zabuza Momochi's beheading sword, a weapon that can be summoned with a summoning technique. And its wielder automatically inherits the title of one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. As the mysterious voice echoed, Ning Feng felt his body fortify significantly, and his mind grew clearer. Producing the scrolls, his gaze flickered, and under the appraisal technique, the scroll's contents became vividly apparent. One was a C-rank water release, water dragon bullet technique, a powerful offensive ninjutsu. The other was a B-rank water prison technique, a formidable control ninjutsu. Having already mastered the water dragon bullet technique through the copying ability of his Sharingan, Ning Feng saw no reason to utilize it. However, he had no objections to learning the water prison technique and promptly activated it. Congratulations, you have learned the water prison technique. The mysterious voice resonated again, and Ning Feng felt an additional insight blossom within his mind. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the floating beheading sword. With a flick of his hand, it seemed to respond to his call, swiftly landing in his grasp. The beheading sword was surprisingly heavy, yet, when cradled in his palm, it felt remarkably light, leading Ningfeng to marvel at the weapon's enchantment. Receive. His eyes glimmered as the beheading sword obeyed his command, vanishing without a trace, while a shadow of the sword imprinted itself in his mind. You have obtained the beheading sword. Please do not betray the name of this legendary weapon. The mysterious voice echoed once more, and Ningfeng suddenly sensed a surge of power propelling him out of the ruins. The scene before him gradually clarified, revealing Principal Wang's beaming smile and President Lu's expression of admiration, alongside the complex reactions of the homeroom teachers and students. They had all witnessed Ningfeng's performance within the ruins, and now, upon his return, their gazes towards him had transformed entirely. It was evident that Ningfeng had conquered them through sheer strength. Chapter 29, Li Ming's Visit. Once upon a time, they had held Ningfeng in utter disdain, even mocking him as a waste of potential in private. Yet now, the so-called waste had leaped over the Dragon Gate, soaring 1,000 miles ahead, leaving them far behind. Was Ningfeng truly only a mid-level genin? This question echoed in the minds of many. His displayed combat skills and the relentless flow of ninjutsu were far beyond what a mere mid-level genin could achieve. Even a chunin would find it challenging to match his prowess. Initially, the homeroom teachers had been disgruntled at Ningfeng claiming the coveted student spot, believing their students unbeatable. Yet Ningfeng's accomplishments had soundly slapped them in the face. What is genius? This is genius. What is mastery? This is mastery. All were convinced. Completely convinced. Ningfeng, how do you feel? Lu Qingshan approached without the airs of the tower president, his face brimming with enthusiasm. It was as though he glimpsed a hopeful future for his career. Ningfeng's performance had solidified his confidence in the countless resources invested in his training. President Lu. Uncle Lu, rest assured, I am fine, merely a bit fatigued, Ningfeng replied, shaking his head, his complexion slightly pale. Principals, why do you remain idle? Hurry and escort Ningfeng home. Lu Qingshan, relieved to see Ningfeng unharmed, turned to the two principals who had stuck to him like glue, and snapped irritably. I have matters to attend to. I must return quickly, Secretary Yun. Secretary Yun smiled, presenting a cup of tea to Lu Qingshan, who refrained from drinking, gesturing towards Ningfeng. Now, Secretary Yun's attitude towards Ningfeng had undergone a complete transformation, and she cheerfully handed the cup to him. Ningfeng, you must be thirsty. Do drink some water. She had witnessed Ningfeng's performance firsthand. Thank you. Ningfeng accepted gratefully, having indeed felt parched after his prolonged ordeal in the ruins. The principals and onlookers stood in stunned silence. Who was President Lu? The head of the Yunhua City Ninja Tower Division, a person of considerable stature, was treating Ningfeng with such care, even offering him water. Coupled with Lu's previous proposal regarding the Galaxy University plan, the gazes upon Ningfeng were filled with complex emotions. Many wondered, Ningfeng, are you truly just a commoner? Well then, I must be off. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. Lu Qingshan did not linger, offering a hasty farewell to Ningfeng before hurriedly departing with Secretary Yun, leaving the faculty and students in a state of bewilderment. Vice Principal, why do you remain dazed? Escort Ningfeng home to rest. As they watched Lu leave, Principal Wang shot the Vice Principal a disapproving glare, silently questioning his lack of awareness. Yes, Principal. The Vice Principal, still reeling from the shock, finally snapped back to reality upon hearing the Principal's voice. Nodding vigorously, he promptly drove Ningfeng away. What are you all standing around for? If you possess Ningfeng's strength, you too could enjoy the privilege of being escorted by the Principal. Now walk home. Principal Wang gazed at his students with increasing disappointment, leaving them with those words as he turned away. He needed to contemplate how to cultivate students worthy of Galaxy University. The students dispersed, and naturally, the topic of discussion revolved around Class 231's leader, Ningfeng. Many female students openly admitted their fondness for him. Even the chubby boy and the one in sunglasses, who were close friends with Ningfeng, found themselves remarkably approached by girls, albeit with the frustrating realization that the inquiries were solely about Ningfeng. In the span of a single night, Ningfeng had become a sensation throughout Yunhua High School, with even the first and second-year students familiar with his name. Whenever Ningfeng was mentioned, pride beamed in the eyes of those who spoke of him. However, Ningfeng remained blissfully unaware of this newfound fame, or more accurately, indifferent to it. A sports car came to a halt, and the vice principal, peering through the window, gazed in astonishment at the somewhat dilapidated two-bedroom apartment that was Ningfeng's home. There was no concealment on Ningfeng's part. In fact, he felt a swell of pride, for he had a father who loved him dearly. By the way, I have some connections in the Yunhua city government, Ningfeng. Perhaps I could assist your father. The vice principal suggested, his eyes suddenly glistening with emotion. It was evident that a child raised in such an environment who had reached this milestone had faced significant challenges, echoing the struggles of his own past. No, thank you. Ningfeng firmly declined the vice principal's kind offer, bidding him farewell before heading home. As he departed, the vice principal mused, if only I could have a child as obedient and talented as him. With the engine revving, the vice principal sped away in a blur. Dad, I'm home. Ningfeng called, inserting his key into the lock. Upon stepping inside, he was immediately greeted by a faint but alarming smell of something burnt, causing his heart to race. Had something gone awry? Hastening towards his father's room, Ningfeng discovered a massive charred hole in the door, the evidence of extreme heat evident in the scorched edges. Yet, a smile soon graced his face, illuminating his features with joy. The reason was clear. His father lay sprawled on the floor, blissfully asleep. A faint smile gracing his lips as sparks occasionally flickered around him, his hand clutching the scroll of the fire release, great fireball technique. It was evident his father had succeeded in mastering the technique. Although he couldn't quite compare to Ningfeng, learning it within a few days was an impressive feat. At that moment, a timid voice emerged from outside. Ningfeng go, may I come in? Ningfeng furrowed his brow, a spark of curiosity igniting within him. He recognized that voice all too well. It belonged to Li Ming, known in Class 232 as the porcelain doll. What could Li Ming want at this hour? What is it, Li Ming? Ningfeng inquired, opening the door with a hint of confusion. He had sensed something amiss with Li Ming's gaze back in the ruins, and he was not oblivious to her demeanor. Standing at the threshold, Li Ming nervously intertwined her fingers, her face flushed as she dared not meet Ningfeng's gaze. Could I come in to talk? Sure, come in. Ningfeng nodded, closing the door behind her and pouring her a glass of water. Li Ming appeared quite anxious, avoiding eye contact and fixating on the floor as she silently accepted the cup and sipped it cautiously. What do you need to discuss? Ningfeng prompted. It was hard to overlook Li Ming's petite stature, barely around 5 feet tall, yet her delicate features and sparkling dark eyes radiated an enchanting charm. Such a girl transcended mere beauty. She embodied a whimsical allure. As she became more bashful, an irresistible charm enveloped her, making one wish to draw her closer. During their time in the ruins, Ningfeng had been preoccupied with his surroundings, failing to notice Li Ming's captivating presence until now, standing so near. Li Ming stammered, her hands still intertwined, her cheeks burning even brighter. For reasons unknown, upon seeing Ningfeng, her mind went blank, and all rehearsed lines vanished. Smiling gently, Ningfeng teased, if you don't speak up, I might just have to kick you out. The prospect of being dismissed transformed Li Ming's expression. No, Ningfeng go. Please. The truth is, I came to ask you for help with something. Something? Ningfeng's intrigue deepened. This matter pertains to a family heirloom technique known as the 8 Gates of Duanjia. This technique allows one to unleash strength exceeding their own by several times, or even tenfold, although it comes with a price of physical toll. It was acquired by our ancestor in the ruins and has been passed down through generations. However, in our generation, the 8 Gates technique has inexplicably vanished. Despite extensive searching, I discovered it is in the possession of my cousin. I've been contemplating how to retrieve it, but my cousin has numerous skilled subordinates, and he himself possesses a basic Chunin level of strength, making recovery nearly impossible. Moreover, it seems he has begun training in the 8 Gates technique himself, complicating my efforts further. If I were to invoke the power of the Li family, it would likely attract his suspicion. During our time in the ruins, your impressive performance instilled me with hope regarding reclaiming the 8 Gates technique. Thus, I am here today to seek your assistance. If you can help me recover it, I would offer myself to you in marriage. Or perhaps, I could take you to a mysterious place to retrieve something called the Uchiha secret medicine. As she spoke, Li Ming's face flushed a deep crimson. And no, don't misunderstand. I don't have feelings for you. Ningfeng raised an eyebrow, bemused by her flustered denial, internally noting that her affection was written all over her face. Yet, the mention of the Uchiha secret medicine sparked his interest. In the original narrative, clans like Uchiha, Hyuga, and Akimichi thrived because of the secret medicines they provided to their members, enhancing their physical prowess. The benefits of the Uchiha secret medicine to an Uchiha's constitution were self-evident. Yet, it was astonishing to learn that Li Ming's ancestor had once possessed the 8 Gates technique, implying the assistance of a formidable appraiser. There was no need to rush. They could wait until summer vacation to embark on this endeavor together. After a moment's reflection, Li Ming shyly added, by then, my cousin will be back from his special university for summer break. Just as they conversed, a voice rang out from outside once more, this time distinctly feminine. Ningfeng, are you home? In stark contrast to Li Ming's timid tone, this voice exuded confidence and strength, unmistakably belonging to Dong Li, the leggy goddess of Class 232. Upon hearing Dong Li's voice, Li Ming's expression shifted in alarm. Oh no, I can't let her know I'm here. Blushing, she quickly sought refuge in a corner. Yes, I'm home, Ningfeng replied, somewhat exasperated, wondering if this group of girls had conspired to invade his home. He opened the door with a hint of irritation. Today, Dong Li sported flowing black hair cascading like a waterfall, and she had remarkably donned a light blue skirt, intentionally revealing her long, slender legs. Complemented by striking red high heels that accentuated her already impressive height, Dong Li stood poised at the door, arms crossed over her abdomen, her innocent, fair face making it hard to associate her with labels like hot-tempered or tomboy. What brings you here? Ningfeng inquired, puzzled. Do you have a girlfriend? Dong Li cut straight to the point, disliking any unnecessary preamble. Ning Feng was taken aback, instinctively replying, "No? Well, now you do," Dong Li declared, giving him a firm pat on the shoulder before turning on her heels and striding away with an air of superiority, leaving Ning Feng utterly bewildered. "I have one. I have what? What on earth just happened? Only the most exceptional individuals from Yunhua High School are worthy of me, Dong Li, From now on, I, Dong Li, shall have a boyfriend," she proclaimed confidently, her high heels clicking rhythmically as she walked, entirely oblivious to the fact that Ning Feng had not followed her. Ning Feng go, why aren't you going after Dong Li Jia? Li Ming queried, peeking out from her hiding spot, discovering that Dong Li had already departed. Li Ming peeked her little head out and curiously inquired, "Why should I chase after her? I certainly do not want a big fool as my girlfriend. This lunatic didn't even bother to ask for my consent, and, moreover, I would never agree to such a thing." With a loud bang, Ning Feng slammed the door shut, oblivious to the fleeting joy that crossed Li Ming's face. Chapter 31. The Unregulated Zone, the Underground Black Market. After bidding farewell to Li Ming and noticing that his father had yet to awaken, Ning Feng prepared a meal for himself. Once he had stored it in a thermos, he set off towards the ninja tower. It was Sunday, the day when students enjoyed their holiday, so he had no obligations to attend school. As he stepped out of his home, he spotted the sleek black sports car of President Liu, the head of the branch at the ninja tower, parked there. Liu Qingshan and Secretary Yun leaned against the back of the car, smiling as they watched Ning Feng approach. "Uncle Liu, I'm surprised to see you here waiting for me amidst your busy schedule," Ning Feng remarked, taken aback. "Good morning, Ning Feng. You must be here to participate in the Chunin high-level examination and obtain your certification, right?" President Liu chuckled, exchanging a knowing glance with Secretary Yun. She smiled gracefully and retrieved a certification from her red leather bag, presenting it to Ning Feng. In fact, relics from the Land of Waves sometimes appear during the Chunin high-level examination. Of course, the tasks are not as challenging as defeating Zabuza. I observed your performance yesterday and believe you need not undergo any further assessment for the Chunin high-level certification. Thus, I brought your certification early this morning. Your information has already been registered as a Chunin high level, and the benefits provided to you by society have been issued at the highest standards. Today, I intend to take you to a special place, President Liu said, regarding Ning Feng with the admiration one might reserve for a precious jade. In this journey, if one were to inquire as to who had aided him the most, it would undoubtedly be President Liu. Naturally, Ning Feng could not refuse Liu's invitation, for he was confident that Liu would not lead him astray. "Let us get in." President Liu patted the sleek black car. "All right," Ning Feng nodded with a smile, climbing into the car. Moments later, the engine roared to life, and the vehicle sped away, leaving a trail of exhaust that shimmered like a streak of light. Seated within Uncle Liu's sports car, Ning Feng truly experienced what it meant to ride in luxury. The comfort and speed of the car were nothing short of splendid. Don't be envious. When you obtain your Chunin initial certification, the government will allocate a sum specifically for you, sufficient to purchase your very own sports car. President Liu laughed heartily. "I believe the day you achieve that is not far off." Cough, cough. Let me get straight to the point. I suspect Principal Wang hasn't informed you yet, but we plan to provide you with special training over the next 3 months, preparing you to represent Yunhua City and become a student at Xinghai University. Xinghai University? Ning Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was well aware that Xinghai University was the pinnacle of educational institutions in Longhua, or rather, the highest academy of combat prowess. Students here, even the least capable, were Chunin, representing the forefront of the nation's fighting strength and serving as an irreplaceable talent pool for the country. To compare the status of this academy to one from his previous life, it would be akin to Tsinghua University. In his past life, countless children dreamed of gaining admission to the esteemed Tsinghua University or Beiyun University. In contrast, students like him, who studied ninjutsu, aspired to enter Xinghai University, as its name embodied so much more. Indeed, the entrance exam for Xinghai University is exceptionally challenging. Even a city like Yunhua, with a population of millions, has not seen a candidate in over a decade. The difficulty is formidable. Do you have confidence, Ning Feng? President Liu asked with a subtle smile. Do I seem like the type to back down? Ning Feng laughed heartily. Now that I've crossed over into this world, if I fail to enter this highest academy of combat, it would truly be a disservice to my life as a transmigrator. I admire your spirit. I knew I had not misjudged you. The place I'm taking you to is known as the Underground Black Market, a venue for warriors to engage in combat and exchange skills. President Liu revealed a mysterious smile. It's a chaotic yet rewarding environment. The Underground Black Market? Ning Feng's eyes widened in confusion. Secretary Yun chimed in with a smile. In our Longhua, there are many discrete locations in various cities where underground black markets exist. Here, one can acquire numerous items that are unavailable in the market. Additionally, there are areas for gambling, arenas, and appraisal venues. While private duels among warriors are prohibited by law, the underground black market imposes no such restrictions. Here, if you perish, no one will intervene. The gambling aspect is not for you, little one. Our primary destination is the arena. Anyone with a Chunin mid-level certification may register to participate and earn substantial rewards through combat. However, our purpose is not to compete, but to observe the fighting styles of others, which will greatly benefit your future growth. Secretary Yun smiled gently. In the past, President Liu was undefeated in the entire underground black market and earned the moniker Liu the Whirlwind. Hearing this nickname brought a smile to Ning Feng's face, and the car was filled with a joyous atmosphere. As the engine quieted, the sports car gradually came to a halt. President Liu, along with Ning Feng and Secretary Yun, navigated their way through a series of familiar paths, soon arriving at a dilapidated building. At that moment, President Liu produced a seemingly ordinary token, devoid of any remarkable features. Yet Ning Feng could distinctly sense a pulse of chakra emanating from it. This is a token for locating the black market. Possessing this token allows one to find the market's location, which shifts every half week to avoid detection by authorities. Without this token, it would be nearly impossible to locate it. I will provide you with one tomorrow, along with a cipher that corresponds to the symbols on the token, President Liu explained, lightly tapping the token with his finger. Soon after, a series of peculiar symbols appeared. Utilizing these symbols, President Liu produced a cipher and, after a brief moment, pinpointed the location of the underground black market. Approaching a stone, he gently tapped it, and after a few seconds, a head emerged. Chapter 32, The Divine Appraiser, Ning Feng. Following the black market staff through a maze of corridors, Ning Feng and the others finally arrived at a vast, illuminated space. Contrary to expectations of darkness and dampness, it resembled a grand underground castle. Had it not been for the guidance of the black market staff, anyone venturing here unaccompanied would likely become lost, as the incorrect corridors were fraught with traps leading to irreversible consequences. As they walked, President Liu took the opportunity to explain the surroundings to Ning Feng. Welcome. Soon. A row of stunning women clad in bikinis bowed respectfully, their melodious voices delightful to the ears. Even with Ning Feng's composure, the sight of these alluring beauties stirred something primal within him. President Liu smiled slightly. These ladies are handpicked, 1 in 1,000, and they are all untouched. However, no guest dares to lay a finger on them, for the black market's enforcers would take issue with such behavior. Let us proceed. The appraisal area is ahead, and we will first see if there are any suitable ninjutsu scrolls for you to study. Secretary Yin smiled sweetly. This is the first time President Liu has brought someone specifically to select ninjutsu scrolls, and he is also a government-certified A-class appraiser. A-class appraiser? Ning Feng was taken aback. Indeed, in this world, the existence of ninjas is not the sole phenomenon. There also exist specialized appraisers who assist in certifying scrolls that are indecipherable to the average person. Typically, these appraisers are veteran figures of considerable repute, and their services come at a rather exorbitant price. The appraisers are categorized based on their proficiency, ranging from D, C, B, A, to S, and even SS levels. Those capable of authenticating D-grade scrolls become D-grade appraisers, while those who can evaluate C-grade scrolls are designated as C-grade appraisers. The esteemed Liu, as the highest-ranking appraiser, possesses the capability to authenticate A-grade scrolls, albeit with a failure rate of approximately 80. Should an authentication fail, the scroll would consequently lose its efficacy. The melodious voice of Secretary Yun interjected, Has Uncle Liu ever authenticated an A-grade scroll? Ning Feng was momentarily taken aback. It was merely a stroke of luck, encountering a scroll I was familiar with. In reality, my appraisal level is only B. In truth, individuals who can authenticate A-grade scrolls are often recruited by the government. Lu Qingshan chuckled wryly. Are there no S or SS grade appraisers? Ning Feng inquired with curiosity. I cannot say for certain, but it is rumored that a few exist at Tsinghua University, comprising archaeologists and experts in relics. Lu Qingshan sighed. Much of the information is classified and strictly prohibited from dissemination. Only those in positions of power can produce A-grade, S-grade, or even SS-grade appraisers. Ning Feng nodded in understanding, contemplating that, by the ability to authenticate S-grade scrolls, he might indeed be a unique S or even SS-grade appraiser. If such a revelation were to be made public, it would surely incite a frenzy worldwide. At that moment, the trio arrived at the authentication area. Although it was still morning, the vast square was already bustling with activity, with numerous vendors setting up their stalls, and in the distance, a massive table was laid out. The vendors here primarily sold ninjutsu scrolls. Legitimate transactions of these scrolls required tax payments and the presence of an appraiser to obtain a business license, thus making the open sale of ninjutsu scrolls a rarity. Most transactions occurred through the black market, where prices were not only more affordable, but also considerably safer. Many storefronts in the open market often resulted in buyers being targeted after purchasing a ninjutsu scroll. Lu Qingshan elucidated, what you see here are mostly unappraised scrolls. Many warriors lacking funds or hoping for a fortunate find frequent these stalls. They purchase the scrolls and then seek out appraisers for evaluation. If a high-grade scroll is authenticated, they would essentially strike it rich. In the surrounding shops, one would find scrolls that have already been appraised, though high-grade scrolls are scarce, as they are quickly acquired by black market traders. Ning Feng nodded slightly, beginning to grasp the situation. This was somewhat akin to the jade gambling of his past life, where one would purchase a large boulder of jade and then cut it. If jade was found within, it would yield a significant profit, whereas failure would result in loss. Let's meander for a bit. Lu Qingshan waved his hand. Ningfeng nodded gently, following the two as they wandered about. The number of vendors selling ninjutsu scrolls was abundant, with an overwhelming assortment of scrolls piled together. Without an appraiser, locating valuable scrolls among them could be described as an insurmountable challenge. However, under the scrutiny of Ningfeng's Sharingan and appraisal skills, all the unappraised scrolls seemed to unveil their attributes as if they were conversing. There were D, C, and B grades. President Lu, may I borrow some money? Ningfeng suddenly smiled. Lu Qingshan was taken aback. You can discern this? I have my unique methods. Ningfeng replied with a mysterious grin. At Lu Qingshan's gesture, Secretary Yun promptly provided him with 100,000 Chinese yuan. Thank you. Ningfeng tucked the money into his pocket and quickly commenced his scavenging endeavor. Unappraised scrolls were priced at 10,000 each, while C-grade scrolls generally ranged from 30 to 40,000. B-grade scrolls fluctuated between 50 to 100,000, and D-grade scrolls held little value, typically below 5,000. This meant that as long as he could find scrolls of C-grade or higher among the overwhelming number of unappraised scrolls, it would be a guaranteed profit. With the rapid spinning of the Sharingan, Ningfeng swiftly selected 10 scrolls and presented them to President Lu. So soon, Lu Qingshan was somewhat astonished. But when his gaze fell upon the scrolls, his eyes widened in disbelief. The reason was simple, based on his extensive appraisal experience. The lowest grade of these scrolls was at least C. Moreover, none of them were D grade, although the authentication had yet to be conducted to ascertain the scroll's true value. Lu Qingshan was already aware that this 100,000 yuan would yield at least 300,000. How did you accomplish this? Lu Qingshan gazed at Ningfeng as if he had discovered a new continent, and after a moment's thought, he eagerly proposed, how about this, Ningfeng? I will lend you 500,000 more, and I will purchase your ninjutsu scrolls at market price. How does that sound? Chapter 33, Ningfeng's authentication success rate of 100? Before Ningfeng could respond, Secretary Yun's eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at Lu Qingshan, her expression suggesting, President Lu, are you out of your mind? Secretary Yun lacked the appraisal skills possessed by Lu Qingshan, and thus could not perceive Ningfeng's remarkable abilities. No, I'm not insane, Lu Qingshan replied excitedly, gripping Ningfeng's shoulders with both hands. This is already a very fair price. You would receive the same from any other buyer. Or worse, you might be cheated. You wouldn't refuse me, would you? As Ningfeng considered his options, he realized that if he were targeted, it would be quite challenging to extricate himself. However, if he could pull Lu Qingshan into the fray, everything would become considerably easier. Uncle Lu is so good to me. How could I possibly refuse? Ningfeng flashed a cunning smile reminiscent of an old fox. The astute Lu Qingshan chuckled. Secretary Yun, grant him 500,000. Secretary Yun looked at Lu Qingshan as if he were a madman, thinking to herself that something must have struck him today, and she proceeded to transfer the 500,000 yuan to Ningfeng. Ding! Ningfeng opened his phone to find his account credited with 500,000. Secretary Yun, let us find somewhere else to rest. Ningfeng, after you finish selecting your scrolls, come to the tea room to find us. Lu Qingshan smiled gently, leading a bewildered Secretary Yun into the tea room of the black market. With the absence of Lu Qingshan and Secretary Yun's interference, Ningfeng was free to unleash his full potential. Under the rapid rotation of the double Tomo Sharingan, his gaze enveloped the entire authentication area, with no corner escaping his scrutiny. The scattered scrolls on the stalls appeared as though they bore labels. While the Sharingan might not rival the Byakugan in terms of insight, it was certainly not lacking in perceptive abilities. Before long, Ningfeng had uncovered numerous C-grade scrolls and a handful of B-grade scrolls amidst the vast pile. However, A-grade and S-grade scrolls remained elusive, likely having already been acquired by more adept individuals. Without hesitation, he purchased any stall that had C-grade or B-grade scrolls at standard prices, swiftly depleting 400,000 Chinese yuan. Many stall owners were left astonished by Ningfeng's extravagance, with some discreetly probing into his background, hoping to extort a sum. But upon realizing he was affiliated with the renowned Lu Qingshan, they promptly abandoned their intentions. At this juncture, Ningfeng approached a stall, his curious gaze fixated on a particular scroll. Unlike all the others, he was unable to discern the attributes of this scroll, no matter how extensive his knowledge might be. Thus, driven by curiosity, he approached the vendor. Seeing that his patron had lavishly purchased numerous scrolls, the vendor eagerly began to promote the scroll at his stall, embellishing its merits, claiming it would undoubtedly be an A-grade scroll once appraised, and lamenting that he could not afford an appraiser, urging Ningfeng not to miss this opportunity. Regrettably, Ningfeng completely disregarded his boastful claims, merely weighing one of the scrolls and inquiring, how much for this scroll? It was evident that the ostentatious rich patron had his eye on a scroll that had remained unsold for many years. With an air of impatience, the vendor waved his hand dismissively, stating, "This scroll is worthless. Just give me $1,000. The surrounding stall owners shook their heads, murmuring among themselves that the scroll was worth at most 500, clearly not a quality item. I'll take it. Ningfeng nonchalantly handed over the money and After confirming that no other valuable scrolls were present, made his way to the tea room. Chairman Liu and Secretary Yun each ordered a cup of coffee, patiently awaiting Ning Feng's arrival. Upon seeing him enter, Chairman Liu rose to his feet, asking, "How did it go?" Ning Feng revealed a bundle of scrolls wrapped in his bag, declaring, "All set. Uncle Liu, you'd better keep your word." "Haha, I will indeed." Lu Qingshan smiled slightly and waved his hand, prompting two martial artists clad in sunglasses to step forward, closing the door and standing guard at the entrance. From the inner tea room emerged an elderly man with gray hair, leaning on a cane and shuffling forward while muttering, "I'm an old man now. I never expected you, Chairman Lu Qingshan, to still remember me. Have you come to appraise items again? You, being an appraiser yourself, shouldn't trouble an old man." As the elder grumbled on, he finally noticed Ning Feng, offering him a kind smile. However, when his gaze fell upon the scroll in Ning Feng's hands, the old man's frail body suddenly regained its vigor as he rushed to Ning Feng, snatching the scroll eagerly. "No, it can't be." His eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. The elder, astonished, retrieved a magnifying glass, then fumbled for his reading glasses, respectfully placing the scroll on the table to examine it closely. The old man's reaction was clearly anticipated by Chairman Liu, who displayed little surprise, merely breaking into a smile. Half an hour later, after the elder wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and set aside his glasses and magnifying glass, he finally spoke. "Chairman Lu Qingshan, did you bring this young man to vex me on purpose?" He selected a total of 32 scrolls, of which 25 are C grade and 7 are B grade, achieving an astonishing appraisal success rate of 100. Don't tell me he didn't use any appraisal tools while selecting the scrolls. Typically, many wealthy heirs and offspring of officials would seek the elder's expertise after selecting scrolls to validate their judgments. The elder, known as Taijutsu, was one of the few A-grade appraisers in Yunhua City, boasting a significantly higher success rate than Lu Qingshan and having previously authenticated 2 A-grade ninjutsu scrolls, which earned him his prestigious A certification. His standing in Yunhua City could be described as unparalleled. "What? So high?" Lu Qingshan was taken aback. Although he suspected Ning Feng might possess a talent for this, he had not anticipated that Ning Feng would make no mistakes at all. What does this even mean? Furthermore, appraisers typically require tools for their assessments. Even an A-grade appraiser like Tai Jin needs specialized reading glasses and magnifying glasses to do so. Chapter 34, 2 million in earnings. Ning Feng strikes it rich. "Ah, Chairman Liu, you truly didn't know?" Tai Jin was equally astonished at Lu Qingshan's surprise. "I never imagined Ning Feng would possess such an innate talent. I merely offered him 500,000 as a test." Lu Qingshan defended himself. Tai Jing'an's mouth twitched. 500,000 was merely a trial? You, Chairman Liu, are extravagantly wealthy. To put it in perspective, that amount could easily buy a 200 square meter property in the prime area of Jinghua City. Having said this, he paused. "Should I issue this young man an appraiser's certificate? By the way, what's his name again?" Tai Jin stroked his beard, casting a deep, envious glance at Ning Feng. A young B-grade appraiser like him would undoubtedly stir the appraisal community if word got out. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Qingshan quickly interjected, waving his hand to dismiss Tai Jin. "Listen, don't set your sights on Ning Feng. He is one of our Ninja Tower members, a diamond-level member. Furthermore, he doesn't even have an appraiser's certification yet." Now he does," Tai Jin exclaimed in realization, understanding why Lu Qingshan was so protective. It seemed he had taken Ning Feng under his wing. He retrieved an appraiser's certification from his waist, tossing it to a nearby attendant. "Quickly, arrange for a B-grade appraiser identification card for this young man." "Oh dear, how embarrassing." Lu Qingshan chuckled mischievously. "Humph, as if I didn't know you," Tai Jin retorted. After witnessing Ning Feng's potential in appraisal, Lu Qingshan began to think of ways to encourage Tai Jin to procure the appraiser's certification for him. A ninja aspiring to advance further requires not only talent, but also substantial financial resources and training materials. While Lu Qingshan could assist Ning Feng temporarily, he could not support him indefinitely. However, obtaining the identity of an appraiser would ensure Ning Feng could secure wealth and resources for training. This was something Lu Qingshan had just realized. It is worth noting that even the lowest-ranked D-grade appraisers command a handsome fee for their services. However, Lu Qingshan could hardly foresee that Tai Jin would immediately grant Ning Feng a B-grade appraiser certification, unperturbed by the potential upheaval in the appraisal industry. The B-grade appraiser identification card was swiftly produced, and Ning Feng's personal information was successfully registered. Within 2 minutes, a stunning attendant approached with a radiant smile, respectfully presenting the appraiser's certification card before Ning Feng. "Mr. Ning Feng, congratulations." Ning Feng graciously accepted the B-grade appraiser certification, thanking her. Initially, he had contemplated claiming to be an A-grade appraiser, but he refrained from doing so, fearing it might invite significant trouble. Nevertheless, even with just a B-grade certification, merely displaying it in shops selling scrolls would yield a monthly salary of 50,000, with each appraisal fetching between 10 to 20,000. For context, his father, Ning Tian, Earn a mere 5,000 a month as a clerk. Chairman Jingang, thank you for the certification. Farewell. Lu Qingshan, protective as a lion, shielded Ning Feng behind him. With the scrolls in hand, they bid farewell to Tai Jingang and exited the tea room. Ning Feng, the payment I promised you will be delivered in full. Secretary Yun, please arrange the transfer. Lu Qingshan gazed at Ning Feng. Young man, I feel increasingly unable to see through you, but rest assured. I want to pry into how you discern the scrolls. After all, who among us is without secrets? Yes, Chairman Lu. Secretary Yin took out her phone and began to operate it. Moments later, a notification pinged on Ning Feng's phone, causing his heart to race as he realized 2 million had been deposited. That amount was enough to purchase 2 villas in the prime real estate of Jinghua City. 2 million is merely a start. Your earning potential will only increase, Lu Qingshan remarked, patting Ning Feng on the shoulder. At that moment, the trio had just exited the appraisal area and arrived at the arena combat zone, where distant sounds of excited cheers echoed. The underground arena in Jinghua City is divided into 2 types, one for lower ninjas and another for intermediate ninjas. The arena battles operate on a 1v1 free-for-all format, allowing anyone to challenge the champion at any time. If the champion is defeated, all their accumulated points are awarded to the victor. However, the lower ninja arena had grown somewhat quiet recently due to a lower ninja who had dominated the arena for 2 consecutive months. Secretary Yun provided timely updates, noting that his point total was the highest ever recorded in the underground market of Jinghua City. A lower ninja? Ning Feng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This individual is also a senior high school student, yet he hails not from Jinghua High School, but from Jingbei High School. His parents occupy high-ranking positions within the government, and from a young age, he has undergone military-like training, rendering his abilities quite formidable. His attack speed is remarkably swift, and countless lower-ranked ninjas have attempted to defeat him, yet none have succeeded. His name is Yun Ming, and it is said that he bears the bloodline of the Yue clan, an inheritance that his ancestors fortuitously acquired within ancient ruins. Additionally, he possesses a formidable ninjutsu known as the Lightning Release Chakra Mode, as explained by Secretary Yun. The Lightning Release Chakra Mode? The Yue clan? Bloodlines can be obtained from ruins? Ning Feng's eyes flickered with intrigue. In the original narrative, the 4th Reikage, Yue AI, is the patriarch of the Yue clan, whose members are physically robust and possess high talents, capable of utilizing the terrifying Lightning Release Chakra Mode. It is astonishing that one could acquire the bloodline of the Yue clan from ruins. Indeed, and it is said that this Yun Ming is a once-in-a-century prodigy of their family. Mr. Ning Feng, should you aspire to enroll in Xinghe University, he shall be a formidable rival. The admission quotas for Xinghe University within a province are indeed limited. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility of a province underperforming, leading to an imbalance in quotas, Secretary Yun remarked with a smile. Chapter 35, The First Prodigy of Jingbei High School? Lead the way. I wish to witness what the first prodigy of Jingbei High School is like, Ning Feng said, a slight smile gracing his lips as he addressed Secretary Yun. Secretary Yun smiled radiantly, while Lu Qingshan patted Ning Feng's shoulder and chuckled. In truth, our primary purpose in visiting the underground black market is to seek out this young man. He has boasted that whoever can defeat him will be rewarded with the ancestral scroll of the Lightning Release Chakra Mode. Yet 2 months have passed without anyone succeeding against him. I have inquired about the capabilities of the Lightning Release Chakra Mode, but I found myself in the dark, only aware that upon entering this state, Yun Ming's speed dramatically increases and his defensive capabilities are extraordinarily robust. Lu Qingshan frowned. Families like the Yun clan, possessing secret techniques, keep their ninjutsu capabilities confidential, leaving us to analyze them through combat. Our visit is primarily motivated by this scroll. If you can defeat him and master this technique, I believe your chances of entering Xinghe University will greatly increase. Has this young man truly mastered the Lightning Release Chakra Mode as a mere chunin? He is indeed a genius. Ning Feng's gaze shimmered. In the original narrative, the 4th Reikage wielded this ninjutsu, traversing the ninja world with unparalleled speed, rivaling even the Flying Thunder God technique. It is no wonder this young man has remained undefeated for so long. Contemplating strategies for confrontation, Ning Feng nodded decisively. I shall give it a try. Indeed, let us proceed. Ning Feng, should you encounter failure, do not be disheartened. After all, this world is replete with geniuses, Lu Qingshan cautioned, hesitant to undermine Ning Feng's confidence. Am I the kind to be disheartened? Ning Feng shook his head. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshan laughed heartily, slapping his forehead. Of course, Ning Feng never succumbed to despair, even when he faced his downfall in the past. What more now? The 3 of them swiftly entered the arena area, guided by a captivating beauty clad in a red qipao. The venue was expansive, surrounded by spectators, with a colossal arena at its center. At this moment, Yun Ming stood on the right side of the stage, quietly resting, his surroundings stained with the pungent scent of blood, evidence of recent brutal battles. Yet another challenger has emerged. It is the reputed first prodigy of Jingbei High School, Yu Xiaonan. Suddenly, the previously silent arena was filled with the exuberant voice of the host, igniting a fervor among the crowd. who instinctively began chanting the name of their idol. Yunming is invincible. Yunming is invincible. Yunming is invincible. The chants were overwhelmingly one-sided, and understandably so. For Yunming had remained undefeated for over 2 months. Could this so-called first prodigy, Yu Xiaonan, possibly triumph over him? Let us wait and see. The battle was about to commence. 3, 2, 1. As the host's excited voice resonated, the moment the countdown reached 1. The audience barely had time to register the event before Yu Xiaonan was hurled from the stage. Many were left bewildered, having missed the entire encounter. The battle had concluded in an instant. However, the spectators seemed accustomed to Yunming's fighting style, erupting once more into fervent adoration. Poor Yu Xiaonan slowly rose, casting a lingering glance at Yunming before dejectedly turning away. The next challenger, however, was no ordinary contender. He was Ningfeng, the first prodigy of Yunhua High School. And recently, he had been the focal point of President Lu's nurturing efforts. Now, let us welcome Ningfeng to the stage. The host's voice rang out with enthusiasm. Ningfeng smiled, leaping onto the arena while activating his two-tomo Sharingan. The audience erupted like boiling water, their fervor reaching a crescendo as they chanted, Yunming is invincible. Yunming is invincible. Clearly, he had a legion of fervent admirers. Are you ready? The host patted Ningfeng's shoulder, knowing that as Lu's chosen one, he could not afford any missteps. All set, Ningfeng replied with a slight smile, earning the host's favor. Can't handle it. Surrender quickly. The host, clearly lacking faith in Ningfeng, offered a well-meaning warning. Ignoring the host, Ningfeng's gaze fixed upon Yunming, and he smiled faintly. I have heard that should anyone defeat you, you will bestow upon them the ancestral scroll. Is that correct? I, Yunming, have never failed to honor my word. Yunming declared arrogantly, tilting his head back, dismissing Ningfeng without a glance. I doubt you can withstand even a single punch from me. At his age, students with even modest abilities often become excessively proud, and Yunming epitomized that arrogance, considering no one worthy of his regard. In the distance, seated in the VIP section, President Lu and Secretary Yun exchanged anxious glances. Even President Lu, despite his experience, could only catch a fleeting glimpse of Yunming's speed. It was astonishingly rapid, beyond what an average individual could contend with. I didn't expect President Lu to be here. A teasing voice chimed in as a sharply dressed young man took a seat beside Lu Qingshan, glancing over at the arena. Are you here to let Ningfeng gain some experience? Rest assured, I've summoned numerous medical ninjas. Should anything go awry with Ningfeng, they will swiftly attend to him. Are you so sure your brother will win? Lu Qingshan replied, casting an impatient glance at the young man. This young man was Yun Yan, Yunming's elder brother, a mid-tier chunin and one of the few young prodigies in Yunhua City. However, he and Lu Qingshan were not on good terms, as he had previously sought Lu's assistance regarding Yunming, but received a cold refusal in return. Let us await the outcome, Yun Yan replied with a non-committal smile, choosing not to elaborate further. 3, 2, 1. The match commenced. At that moment, the host once again confirmed with both parties, and upon receiving their agreement, sounded the horn to signal the beginning of the battle. Chapter 36, Two-Tomo Sharingan versus Lightning Release Chakra Mode. As the words left his lips, a brilliant light of lightning enveloped Yunming. In the instant he formed his hand seals, he entered a peculiar state, akin to a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a streak of light, appearing before Ningfeng, delivering a powerful punch. The formidable speed of the lightning release chakra mode showcased its overwhelming prowess. Any ninja facing Yunming's terrifying assault speed would be left with no time to react. Swiftly sent flying from the arena, Yunming had participated in countless arena battles, and in 90% of them, he had been sent flying in similar fashion. His speed was extraordinarily swift, so rapid that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Nevertheless, Yunming was merely a genin, and even though he had tapped into a fraction of the power of the lightning release chakra mode, his abilities were still insufficient to evade the keen perception of the Sharingan's two-tomo. While his attack speed was indeed formidable, it was not beyond the realm of capture. Ningfeng, reacting with instinctive swiftness, drew a kunai from his waist and thrust it forward. What? Yunming was taken aback that this youth could respond so quickly. By the time he attempted to alter his attack trajectory, it was already too late. Clang! The shattering sound of the kunai and the gushing of blood filled the air. Due to the sheer speed, the kunai had embedded itself deeply into Yunming's palm, causing excruciating pain, abruptly halting his assault. Replaced instead by sheer astonishment. How could you possibly keep up with my speed? Without allowing him the luxury of prolonged shock, the next moment, the youth before him had already formed hand seals, fire release, great fireball technique. The searing flames instantly illuminated the dim arena, as if it were day. And a fearsome fire dragon, with its cavernous maw agape, lunged ferociously at Yunming. Failing to land a strike, Yunming swiftly retreated. The scorching inferno, wielding devastating power, obliterated everything in its vicinity. Gasps of astonishment erupted throughout the audience, many rising to their feet, their faces alight with anticipation and excitement. For 2 long months, There had been no one capable of surviving Yunming's onslaught. Yet here was a newcomer who not only endured, but also retaliated. Observing the arena's condition, it was evident that the fresh contender held the upper hand. Many spectators believed they were about to witness a spectacular clash. In the VIP section, Yunming's elder brother, Yunyan, sprang to his feet in disbelief. How is this possible? My brother has been injured? Young man, do not be too hasty. Please. Sit down and enjoy the spectacle, Lu Qingshan remarked, his disdain for Yunyan palpable, as Ningfeng's wounding of Yunming had provided him some degree of satisfaction. President Lu, do not be too smug. Yunyan grumbled, returning to his seat, his expression darkening. He was acutely aware of his brother's abilities. Among Jinan, none could rival him in speed, yet this situation clearly exceeded his understanding. No wonder the often arrogant President Lu had taken a liking to this youth. As the combat reached a fever pitch, the confrontation between Ningfeng and Yunming escalated into a heated exchange. Basic striking technique. Lightning release chakra enveloped Yunming's palm as he lunged at Ningfeng like an arrow, moving with astonishing speed, almost a blink of an eye. No matter how rapid your attacks are, they will not faze me. Ningfeng sneered coldly. Under the watchful gaze of his two-tomo Sharingan, Yunming's speed appeared to slow dramatically. He sidestepped, and the empty strike of the basic striking technique cleaved a gaping wound in the protective wall beyond the arena. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, 3 indistinguishable clones of Ningfeng surged towards Yunming from 3 different directions. Enraged, Yunming transformed into a flash once more. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 clones exploded simultaneously. Realizing he had been deceived, Yunming instinctively looked up, only to be met by a crashing wave. Like a colossal, menacing water dragon, it descended upon him in an instant. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Yunming furrowed his brow, suddenly feeling powerless. His attack speed was as trivial as a child's play in this youth's eyes. The water dragon was effortlessly dodged, and he leapt into the air like a cannonball. However, awaiting him was a vast net woven entirely of chakra. Has he predicted my attack route as well? Yunming frowned, descending into the water, which violently swept him off his feet, submerging him as he struggled to resurface. In the VIP section, Yunyan could no longer remain seated, his eyes aflame with concern. In a flash, he plunged into the water, retrieving his unconscious brother, and surged towards Ningfeng, prepared to strike. Yet, a cold voice from behind him halted his advance. Yunyan, a loss is a loss. Do you intend to kill Ningfeng? The Yun family honors its word. Yunyan shot back, casting a glance at his brother, who had fainted. With a huff, he tossed a scroll to Ningfeng. Here, this is a lightning release chakra mode technique scroll. It cannot be cultivated, so do not blame me. With that, he vanished with Yunming, leaving no trace behind. The lightning release chakra mode, an A-rank ninjutsu scroll. Ningfeng glanced down and smiled faintly. With this jutsu, his combat capabilities would multiply exponentially. In truth, his victory over Yunming had relied on his two-tomo Sharingan. Had Yunming attained the level of a Jonin and fully harnessed the powers of the lightning release chakra mode, his Sharingan might not have been a match for him. After a brief period of shock, the audience erupted into unprecedented applause. They had never witnessed such an exhilarating battle, and they were utterly captivated by the fresh youth standing upon the arena, whose combat style was both innovative and mesmerizing. Among the onlookers were many skilled chunin, yet they had never encountered a myriad of Ningfeng's techniques. Some even discreetly inquired about Ningfeng's background, contemplating the acquisition of the lightning release chakra mode scroll. However, upon learning of his close ties to President Lu, they quickly abandoned such thoughts. President Lu was not someone they could afford to provoke. Chapter 37. Soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom and the 9 Dragons Coffin. After leaving the underground black market, Ningfeng sat in President Lu's sleek black sports car, gazing out at the rapidly passing scenery, his mind racing with thoughts. Secretary Yun, focused on driving, cast a fleeting glance at Ningfeng before returning his attention to the road. Meanwhile, President Lu smiled enigmatically. What troubles you, young one? Are you worried about your inability to cultivate the lightning release chakra techniques? No, President Lu. Could you share the history of the Dragon Kingdom with me? Ningfeng inquired, still gazing out the window. Having been in this world for quite some time, Ningfeng harbored a lingering question. Since this was a world set 30,000 years after the Naruto universe, how had nations such as the Dragon Kingdom, Island Nation, Bear Nation, and the United States, which bore striking similarities to his previous life, come into existence? Furthermore, how had the powerful ninjas been eradicated? The Dragon Kingdom, you say? President Lu revealed a mysterious smile. 2,000 years ago, a nation known as the Dragon Kingdom suddenly emerged in the eastern part of the ninja world continent. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were exceptionally formidable, wielding a power distinct from the ninjas' techniques. They harnessed true energy, which was immensely potent. At that time, the various ninja factions were embroiled in internal strife, suffering mutual attrition. By the time they united, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom had already seized half of the ninja world continent. Many descendants of the ninja clans were compelled to submit to the military might of the Dragon Kingdom due to the extermination of the ninja world. In the years that followed, certain bloodlines of the ninja clans persisted, merging with the true blood of the Dragon Kingdom soldiers, giving rise to even more powerful bloodlines. As time progressed, the world expanded, and various factions established kingdoms. At that time, the Dragon Kingdom boasted the largest territory, and its soldiers were the most formidable military force in existence. Eventually, with the passage of time, the Dragon Kingdom gradually evolved into the present-day Dragon Kingdom, those once mighty bloodlines. True energy and techniques were abandoned as the ages progressed, leaving only a handful of families to retain a trace of their bloodlines. A lamentable fate, indeed. Later, 200 years ago, remnants of the ninja era were discovered, ushering in an era of frenzied cultivation of ninja techniques. In truth, aside from the remnants left by the ninjas, as far as I know, there are also mysterious relics left by the ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom, Bear Nation, and others. However, the power of these relics is overwhelmingly potent, and no one among humanity has yet been capable of contending with their might. Hence, they remain unexplored. Moreover, those ancient relics are not situated on Earth, but rather on a celestial body known as Mars. The widespread adoption of ninjutsu among the populace can be attributed to its fundamental nature, which allows for universal dissemination. Ningfeng. Should you ever ascend to the ranks of an ultra-shadow-level powerhouse, you would undoubtedly earn the privilege of boarding a human spacecraft to explore the relics of the Dragon Kingdom on Mars. At this juncture, Lu Qingshan suddenly recalled something. A decade ago, a team composed entirely of shadow-level experts had set foot on Martian soil, only to mysteriously vanish without a trace. The nations of the world were astonished to receive a single image transmitted back, a breathtaking scene of 9 dragons pulling a coffin. The mere thought of the 9 dragons pulling a coffin momentarily sparked a glimmer of realization in Ningfeng's eyes. Indeed, it was a stunning tableau. However, for reasons unknown, since that time, governments around the globe ceased all research into outer space and instead fervently promoted martial arts education for the masses. Lu Qingshan patted Ningfeng on the shoulder and said, "Ningfeng, if ever you find yourself standing on that land, you must share the news with me. It would fulfill my life's aspirations." Upon hearing Lu's words, Ningfeng felt a tumult of emotions. He suddenly sensed that the reality was far more complex than he had initially imagined. After all, if remnants of the world of Naruto could exist, why not the relics of the Dragon Kingdom? Gazing out the window, he clenched his fists a little tighter, as countless thoughts flickered through his mind. Upon returning home, Ningfeng was greeted by the rare sight of his father, who had prepared an extravagant feast, brimming with energy and vitality. "Dad, what is the occasion?" Ningfeng was taken aback, having not seen his father smile in quite some time. "Hee, my son, I've just received my certification for the mid-tier genin exam, and I've had my fill of that scoundrel manager. I'm ready to seek new employment." Ning Tian laughed heartily, his face aglow with joy. "With my current skills, I could easily secure a position as a head of security in a large company, starting with a monthly salary of 8,000. We won't have to cram into this cramped space any longer." For reasons unknown, as Ning Tian laughed, he suddenly broke down in tears. "Ningfeng, did you think your old man was weak and inept? Now that I've finally taken the first step toward becoming a strong individual, I am truly elated." He had been stuck at the initial stage of genin for decades, mocked as useless, but now he had finally moved forward. Ning Tian's emotions were palpable. All of this was made possible because he had a precious son. Without Ningfeng, he might have never touched the threshold of success. "Dad, you are not. In my eyes, you will always be the mightiest and strongest. Additionally, didn't you always want to start a company and find a bigger house? I have 2,300,000 here." Before Ningfeng could finish, Ning Tian gasped, his eyes widening. "How much?" 2,300,000? Where did you get so much money? You didn't rob a bank, did you? The guards there are chunin. You can't take them on. Rest assured, Dad. All my funds are acquired through legitimate means. As for how I obtained them, you need not worry. Let us use this money to improve our lives." Ningfeng smiled. All right. I have such a wonderful son." Ning Tian was beside himself with joy, tears dampening his shirt. After regaining his composure, he pointed to the table laden with food and said, "Come, let us eat. Enjoy. I've made your favorite tilapia." Chapter 38. "Dad, 2 million for anything." After their meal, Ningfeng and his father ventured to the center of Yunhua City with the 2 million in hand. With this newfound financial backing, Ning Tian walked with newfound confidence. Despite his somewhat shabby attire, his excitement and thrill were impossible to conceal. Ningfeng first treated his father to a complete wardrobe of designer clothes, then took him to view a 200-square-meter duplex villa, a sports car, and finally gifted him the remaining 500,000 as startup capital for his company. By the end of the day, Ning Tian remained exuberant, as if he were brimming with boundless energy, thoroughly enjoying the ride in the sports car and reluctant to disembark. Seeing his father so happy, Ningfeng refrained from interrupting his enthusiasm. He held the keys to the luxuriously renovated villa from the developer, entered, randomly selected a room, and began practicing the lightning release chakra ninjutsu scroll. Ningfeng was not particularly interested in material possessions and did not wish to waste time on them. His pursuit lay in the profound understanding of martial arts and the cultivation of greater strength. Upon unrolling the scroll, the intricate, obscure characters transformed into vivid Chinese characters under the slow flicker of his Sharingan's Tutomo. As he gazed upon the Chinese script, Ningfeng gradually closed his eyes and entered a state of training in the lightning release chakra mode. While it was possible to learn the ninjutsu technique directly within the relics by using the scroll, the insights gained through meticulous contemplation and practice proved to be far deeper, allowing for a more thorough application of the technique. Thus, he chose the more arduous path of training. However, the results were significant. Soon, a faint layer of lightning release chakra enveloped Ningfeng, activating every inch of his body and skin. Strangely, although theory suggested that he would need to train for an extended period to achieve the transformation of lightning release chakra, he found that with just a thought, the chakra would manifest spontaneously within him, thus bypassing the lengthy process of transformation. Unbeknownst to him, 3 days slipped by. Throughout this time, Ningfeng abstained from food and drink, immersing himself in the practice of the lightning release chakra mode. Whenever he exhausted his chakra, he would utilize the extraction technique to replenish it, subsequently consuming it through the lightning release chakra mode. This method proved extraordinarily effective. By the 4th day, Ning Tian was effortlessly entering the lightning release chakra mode, and under this state, both his attack speed and mobility had significantly increased due to cellular activation, as had his defensive capabilities. Ningfeng had calculated that after activating the lightning release chakra mode, both his attack speed and mobility had at least doubled. Naturally, while the lightning release chakra mode provided him with substantial enhancements, the chakra consumption was exorbitant, lasting only about 7 minutes. Exceeding this duration would place his life at risk due to chakra depletion. With a sudden burst of energy, Ningfeng leaped out of bed, exhaling deeply. Young master. 2 female servants hired by Ning Tian soon approached, ready to assist Ningfeng in changing clothes. Seeing the 2 maids, Ningfeng furrowed his brow slightly and waved his hand, instructing them to withdraw, thinking to himself, Dad certainly knows how to enjoy life, having hired help so quickly. In the hall, Ning Tian was practicing the great fireball technique. Upon seeing Ningfeng descend, he broke into a smile. Son, the 500,000 you gave me has already been allocated as startup capital for my company. I've laid down the basic framework. When you return, I'll have a grand surprise for you. By the way, President Liu and Principal Wang from Yunhua High School, along with several clan leaders, have approached me for collaboration, investing 25 million and even gifting me 2 sports cars. Of course, I initially declined. Ningfeng discreetly noted the support from President Liu and Principal Wang, chuckling as he patted Ning Tian on the shoulder. In the end, you accepted, didn't you? Excuse me, I have to leave for school now. Young Master Ningfeng, I am the newly hired chauffeur of Boss Ning Tian. Please allow me to drive. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit approached with an enthusiastic demeanor. Ningfeng, momentarily taken aback by this lifestyle akin to that of a young aristocrat, nodded slowly. The sleek black sports car came to a halt before Yunhua High School, and as Ningfeng stepped out, he immediately attracted the attention and gossip of several fellow students. Hey, do you know who that is? That's Ningfeng. Ningfeng, the one who conquered the ruins of the Wave Country and defeated the renowned genius of Yunhua High, Zaibu. Wow, he must be incredibly wealthy. I remember that car is worth at least $1 million, but I heard Ningfeng's family is quite poor. You might not be aware, but just a few days ago, Ningfeng received his certification as a B-class appraiser. Now he is a B-class appraiser, and countless factions are eager to curry favor with him. Money is trivial in comparison. 18 years old and already a B-class appraiser? Are you certain? If you don't believe me, check the official appraiser website. Ningfeng's name is prominently listed. If it weren't for Principal Wang keeping it under wraps, the entire school would know. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go and seek his favor. Ignoring the gazes of his juniors, Ningfeng was prepared to proceed with his day at school. As he approached the entrance of class 231, he was met by Principal Wang, who had been waiting for quite a while. Ah, my little ancestor, you finally made it to school. Without you, my student cultivation program for Star River University would be impossible to implement. Ningfeng's lips twitched at the absurdity of the principal, a distinguished headmaster, calling him little ancestor. Good morning, Principal Wang. I've had a few matters to attend to these past few days, Ningfeng chuckled. All right, you rascal, spare me the pleasantries. From now on, don't call me Principal Wang, just call me Uncle Wang. When you become successful, don't forget about the school, Principal Wang said kindly, patting Ningfeng's shoulder. Now, are you ready? Over the past 3 months, I conferred with the homeroom teachers about a specialized training program tailored for you, aimed at ensuring you meet the admission standards of Star River University. Star River University? Ningfeng's eyes gleamed with determination. Observing his resolute expression, Principal Wang nodded with satisfaction and continued, Yesterday, I acquired background information and admission criteria for Star River University. It is the highest institution established by the Dragon Kingdom government, dedicated to nurturing the nation's most elite combatants. Graduates who excel may apply for graduate or doctoral programs in ninjutsu, further deepening their expertise. Additionally, They have opportunities to work for government departments, serving as sources for the nation's most secretive military units. Graduate? Doctorate? Ningfeng was momentarily taken aback before realization dawned upon him. Given the existence of high school and university students in this world, the presence of graduate and doctoral students was not surprising. Indeed, the research topics pursued by graduates at Star River University are quite profound, such as the implications of ninjutsu's nature and form on combat effectiveness. Uncle Wong, I must admit, I find it challenging to comprehend. The subjects are exceedingly intricate. However, it must be acknowledged that to become a graduate of Star River University, one must at least possess the caliber of an elite jonin. By the way, it is said that the recent research topic among the graduate students revolves around the perfect resurrection of the deceased and the reincarnation of souls, a highly advanced study. The doctoral research is even more sophisticated, concerning the impact of chakra consumption on bodily functions. Isn't that just the impure world reincarnation technique? Ningfeng silently scoffed, finally grasping the significance of graduate and doctoral studies. It seemed the role of these advanced scholars paralleled that of Orochimaru's research in the original narrative, albeit with a more scientific and refined approach. Suddenly, he felt a surge of anticipation for his future life at Star River University. Moreover, the mention of the secretive military units was enticing. Graduates from Star River University could directly join the government's special forces, undertaking a myriad of tasks. Furthermore, the benefits for students at Star River University were exceptionally generous. Rumor had it that the monthly meal allowance alone was a staggering 50,000 yuan. Additionally, various nutritional supplements were provided, indicating the government's significant investment in elite combat capabilities. As Principal Wong spoke, a look of eagerness crossed his face. As for the admission criteria of Star River University, I managed to obtain last year's examination papers. What were the questions? Ningfeng inquired with curiosity. The questions are quite challenging. The examination content involves the Chunin exam ruins, which require candidates to pass the entire course. Any failure to do so results in disqualification. Principal Wong said with a wry smile. The Chunin exam ruins? Ningfeng furrowed his brow. Although participants in the ruins were primarily lower-ranked ninjas, each one was a prodigy in their own right, not to mention the potential interference from figures like Orochimaru. The difficulty of the Chunin exam was indeed formidable. No wonder the admission exams for Star River University are so rigorous. I understand now, Uncle Wong. I will put forth my best effort. Ningfeng was not one to shy away. The greater the challenge, the more compelled he felt to embrace it. Good, Principal Wong nodded slightly. I have heard that you have recently obtained certification at the peak of the Genin level. You are now a peak Genin ninja. Initially, I intended to take you to the ninja tower, but it appears that will not be necessary. Over the next 3 months, I plan to focus on enhancing your practical combat skills, and the challenges will be significant. I hope you can endure. Ningfeng laughed heartily and replied, Principal, do you think I am the type to give up? They are already waiting for us. Let us proceed. Principal Wong smiled mysteriously, waving his hand. They? Ningfeng sensed something was amiss. Shortly thereafter, under Principal Wong's guidance, he arrived at the Yunhua High School playground, which was teeming with students, each radiating anticipation. Among the crowd, Ningfeng quickly spotted his own class, Class 231. Leading Ningfeng to the podium, Principal Wong gestured toward him. I trust everyone is familiar with this student? Indeed, he is Ningfeng, who recently passed the Wave Country Ruins exam and, just days ago, earned the title of B-Class Appraiser, the youngest B-Class appraiser in the world and a source of pride for Yunhua High School. Many of you are aware that Ningfeng is preparing to apply to Star River University. Should he succeed, it would bring immense honor to our school and the entire Yunhua city. Now, without further ado, all third-year students, step forward. Principal Wong suddenly commanded. As soon as he finished speaking, all the third-year students swiftly stood up. From here on, each class will function as a unit, and your task is to defeat Ningfeng by any means necessary. Principal Wong declared coldly. The class that successfully defeats Ningfeng will receive a substantial reward. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The students exchanged incredulous glances, feeling as though they had misheard. Even the third-year students were wide-eyed, filled with disbelief. There are at least 60 students in a class, right? 60 against 1. Isn't that blatant bullying? Yet Ningfeng wore a playful smile. Principal, it seems you wish to fully unleash my potential. However, he reflected that in the original narrative, formidable lower-ranked ninjas could easily overpower countless contemporaries. To gain admission to Star River University, one must reach such heights, correct? We will be present along with several homeroom teachers to extract you from the battlefield should you encounter danger. However, this also means disqualification. Principal Wong's gaze turned cold. Which class shall commence first? Class 235 is the first to challenge. As Principal Wong's voice faded, the students of Class 235 erupted in response. Their faces flushed and eyes ablaze with fury. Despite Ningfeng's impressive performance in the ruins, they could not fathom that such a minor figure could possibly surpass their entire class. Many of the prodigious students in Class 235 harbored lofty aspirations, and Wong's remarks were perceived as a blatant affront to their capabilities. Consequently, They felt compelled to be the first to step forward and demonstrate that Ning Feng was merely an insignificant contender. Principal Wang's gaze fell upon Class 235, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. This was precisely the reaction he sought. Only through such provocation could the latent potential of the entire class be ignited. In truth, his actions not only aimed to draw out Ning Feng's full potential, but also served to inspire the other students to strive for excellence. Do not be complacent. Though many of you possess peak Chunin abilities, there exists a distinction between the strong and the weak within the same rank. The strong can often vanquish a multitude of the weak. Class 235, clearly aggrieved, rallied together and ascended the podium. Were it not for the restrictions on chakra imposed by the ninja tower, these peak Chunin would have long ago passed the initial Chunin exam. With a commanding shout, Principal Wang signaled for the entirety of Class 235 to ascend the podium, each student exuding vigor and determination, their gazes directed at Ning Feng with lethal intensity. Notably, a towering student named Zhang Chong stood at the forefront, his eyes radiating a chilling resolve. Zhang Chong, the foremost martial arts prodigy of Class 235, had been eliminated in the ruins of the Land of Waves. Upon witnessing Ning Feng's triumphant return, he felt a surge of indignation. Initially, he had intended to seek a chance to spar with Ning Feng to establish who truly was the foremost expert at Yunhua High School. Little did he anticipate that opportunity would arise so swiftly. Stand back, I alone shall suffice, Zhang Chong proclaimed with arrogance. Upon hearing this, the students of Class 235 nodded in agreement, suppressing their simmering anger. They were all 17 or 18 years old, youthful and proud, unwilling to gain an advantage at the expense of another. In their eyes, even if Class 235 emerged victorious, it would be a tremendous humiliation. Principal Wang had long anticipated this reaction, allowing a cold smile to escape him. Sometimes, tempering the arrogance of these so-called geniuses is absolutely essential. Let the battle commence, he declared, prompting several class instructors to leap onto the podium and surround the area, ready to intervene should any student encounter difficulty. In an instant, Zhang Chong transformed into a streak of light, charging toward Ning Feng. One could not deny the swiftness of his approach. His every movement was infused with explosive power and the speed of a cheetah. Unfortunately for him, his opponent was Ning Feng. The moment the battle began, a faint surge of lightning chakra enveloped Ning Feng, revitalizing his cells and granting him an unprecedented enhancement in both attack and movement speed. With a resounding thud, he appeared before Zhang Chong in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Zhang Chong's speed paled in comparison to Ning Feng's body flicker technique, akin to the disparity between a snail and a motorcycle. Before Zhang Chong could react, he was sent flying by a single punch, soaring off the podium like a kite severed from its string. The scene unfolded so swiftly that many students could scarcely comprehend it. By the time they regained their senses, Zhang Chong had already been launched from the stage. The instructor of Class 235, momentarily stunned, hastened to act, catching Zhang Chong just before he plummeted. Beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, he cast a fearful glance at the boy on the podium, wondering, what new techniques has this kid mastered? How is he so fast? I almost couldn't keep up. Lightning release chakra mode? Principal Wang's eyes gleamed with interest. He was somewhat familiar with Yun Ming, the top genius of Yunhua High School, who employed the very same technique. To think that Ning Feng had managed to learn it. Unassailable, Ning Feng declared, standing his ground while defiantly pointing at the entire Class 235. Over 60 prodigies, momentarily stunned, quickly regained their composure, their anger flaring anew. This was an affront that could not be tolerated. In the next moment, all students of Class 235 swiftly organized into 4 distinct formations based on their unique abilities: the Taijutsu squad, the close combat squad, the range squad, and the control squad. Should the entire class be defeated, the humiliation would be unbearable. Thus, each student entered their most formidable state, rapidly assembling under the command of the Ninjutsu Committee. Taijutsu squad. Advance, commanded the Ninjutsu Committee, and more than 10 students trained in martial arts surged forward like arrows, attacking Ning Feng from all directions. In the face of this onslaught, Ning Feng remained calm, his expression serene. As the students approached with blinding speed, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spun slowly, rendering their movements as sluggish as a tortoise's crawl. Fire release, great fireball technique. Though Ning Feng possessed a vast reservoir of chakra, it was not limitless. He swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a ferocious dragon of fire that roared forth, prepared to devour the advancing students. The searing flames illuminated the podium as though it were midday, the temperature soaring with the flickering inferno. Ninjutsu Committee now? Cried the committee head. From the ranged squad, 2 students stepped forward, hastily forming hand seals. Alas, their speed was woefully inadequate. They completed their seals only as the flames bore down upon them. Water release, water bullet technique. Water release, water wall technique. Yet, in comparison to the colossal scale of the Great Fireball, their watery defenses were akin to mere squirt guns, extinguishing only a fraction of the blaze. At that moment, the Great Fireball consumed several of the charging Taijutsu students. The instructors sprang into action, their lights flashing as they whisked the students away, signifying their elimination. Chapter 41. Instantaneous Defeat. A chorus of gasps resonated from below as students stared wide-eyed, aghast at the eliminated Taijutsu students being escorted away. Initially, they believed that no matter how formidable Ning Feng may be, he was merely one individual. However, witnessing his calm demeanor amidst their overwhelming numbers and his ability to swiftly defeat members of Class 235, they realized that he far surpassed them in practical combat prowess. What had once seemed an implausible feat, Ning Feng vanquishing an entire class, now appeared within the realm of possibility. As the students pondered this revelation, several surviving Taijutsu students charged forward, unleashing punches as solid as rock, echoing with the promise of formidable power. Yet, facing multiple attackers simultaneously, Ning Feng maintained his composure. His eternal Mangekyo Sharingan effortlessly tracking all trajectories of their strikes, evading them with ease. The bewildered students found themselves sent reeling backward in shock. In the next instant, Ning Feng inexplicably appeared before the ranged students, his solidified chakra threads binding them securely, even as they maintained their hand signs. The instructors swiftly intervened, rescuing the ensnared students. Soon, of the more than 60 members of Class 235, only 20 remained. The rest had been eliminated. We concede, though the ninjutsu committee felt reluctant. The undeniable truth was clear. Before Ning Feng's seemingly endless arsenal of techniques, they were akin to fish on a chopping block, powerless to resist. Having shared the same class and possessing the same ranking certification as Ning Feng, they were now acutely aware of the vast chasm that separated them. This disparity could not be measured by mere numbers. It was as profound as the divide between heaven and earth, a veritable chasm. As the words fell, the ninjutsu committee member cast a deep glance at Ning Feng, being the first to leap off the podium. The other students of Class 235 followed suit with a collective sigh, descending from the stage. Despite their failure today, it may not necessarily bode ill for them. After a brief moment of silence, the high school students below erupted into an unprecedented ovation. The applause thundered, resonating like a drumbeat, a cacophony of thud, thud, thud. The students, unable to restrain their enthusiasm, clapped instinctively, a gesture wholly genuine. They had never anticipated that a lower-ranked ninja could exhibit such formidable prowess. Amid their astonishment, a fierce fire ignited in many students' eyes. Ning Feng's dazzling performance undoubtedly illuminated a path forward for them. Strength does not equate to combatability. True prowess lies in practical experience. Observing the contemplative expressions of the students, Principal Wang smiled, for this was precisely his intention. However, Ning Feng's exceptional execution exceeded his expectations. Class 232, step forward. Principal Wang called out loudly, and all the students from Class 232 ascended to the podium in unison. Inspired by the example set by Class 235, the students of Class 232 exhibited heightened caution, though some bore expressions of haughty confidence. Let the battle commence, Principal Wang declared, his face devoid of emotion. No sooner had he spoken than Class 232, under the command of the Ninjutsu Committee, swiftly divided into various formations. With the precedent of Class 235, their formations were more relaxed, with ample distance between individuals, all to counter Ning Feng's fireball technique. Unfortunately, as soon as their formation was established, Ning Feng had already plunged into Class 232, and the three flower-like figures, including Li Ming, barely registered their opponents before they felt themselves launched away. The homeroom teachers furrowed their brows and immediately soared into action, attempting to catch their students in midair. However, the sheer number of students who were flung out was overwhelming, and the teachers could scarcely manage, resulting in several crashing to the ground with painful thuds and cries. Class 232 met an even swifter defeat than Class 235, with the battle concluded in mere seconds. With the activation of the lightning release chakra mode, Ning Feng's speed was nothing short of extraordinary, and there were no students in Class 233 capable of countering his abilities, rendering their defeat inevitable. "Hey, Ning Feng, don't you have any pity for the ladies?" cried Dong Li, the long-legged goddess, who had been unceremoniously thrown across the ground, her dignity in tatters. Beside her, Li Ming, equally disheveled, gritted her teeth in silence, though her eyes conveyed her distress. In stark contrast, Su Ro remained composed, her expression serene. "Do you think the enemy will show mercy simply because you are women?" Before Ning Feng could respond, Principal Wang admonished, "You have all witnessed Ning Feng's capabilities through Class 235, yet you fell faster than they did without reflecting on your performance. Instead, you lament the brutality of your opponents. Such individuals are unfit to be warriors." Dong Li, feeling wronged, could only endure. Meanwhile, the students of Class 232 turned pale, fists clenched in determination. Indeed, had they analyzed Ning Feng's combat data sooner, even if victory eluded them, they would not have fallen so swiftly. Let today's combat come to a close. Reflect on how to leverage your strengths to overcome your adversaries. After delivering his reprimand, Principal Wang left with Ning Feng. In truth, even Principal Wang had not anticipated the extent of Ning Feng's combat prowess. With continued training, it would be challenging not just to maximize potential, but also to achieve growth. You, my boy, have truly surprised me. I initially planned to train you for a month, but it seems I must send you to an old friend of mine instead. Principal Wang remarked, looking at Ningfeng with a mix of exasperation and amusement. You've certainly set a record for Yunhua High School. Ningfeng shrugged, adopting an expression of feigned innocence, as if to say, is this my fault? Get in the car. Principal Wang said with a hint of irritation, giving Ningfeng a light pat as he climbed into the sports car, which then sped away. As Ningfeng sat in the car, he reflected on the battle, quietly analyzing his strengths and weaknesses to prepare for future encounters. Meanwhile, the vehicle sped out of Yunhua City, heading towards the capital of Yin Province, Yinyun. As the capital, Yinyun boasted a population at least 10 times greater than that of Yunhua City, with countless prestigious high schools and innumerable prodigies showcasing extraordinary talents. The world is never short of geniuses, nor of exceptionally gifted individuals with profound backgrounds and diligent spirits. Chapter 42. Apologies, but our challenge is the university. Yinyun University. A robust middle-aged man radiating a formidable presence stood at the podium, eloquently imparting knowledge on practical ninjutsu. What is chakra? Chakra is the energy within your body. What is ninjutsu? Ninjutsu is the process of condensing your energy and releasing it in various forms. It can undergo shape transformation or nature transformation. Shape transformation allows energy to become more solidified, while nature transformation enhances its explosive potential. The students of Yinyun University listened intently, each lost in thought. At the university, the knowledge you acquire will transcend the rudimentary ninjutsu, delving into more advanced techniques. First, you must master the three-body technique, the shadow clone technique, the transformation technique, and the substitution technique. These are fundamental ninjutsu that every chunin must learn. Only by mastering these can you increase your chances of victory in real combat. As the middle-aged teacher spoke with increasing fervor, he declared, your admission to Yinyun University is a testament to your innate talent. Yinyun University stands at the forefront of combat prowess in Yin Province, and even on a national scale, it ranks among the top 100 institutions. All students here have passed the university's rigorous entrance examinations, with the least among them possessing peak Jinin strength. Moreover, the resources available here far surpass those of a modest institution like Yunhua High School. The educational resources alone are on par with the top-tier institutions, and among the faculty, there are 2 shadow-level experts. It is precisely for this reason that the valuable three-body technique, which is expensive elsewhere, can be easily learned here. Furthermore, university instructors will impart knowledge on the nature and shape transformations of chakra, a subject currently under investigation by Yinyun University's graduate students. Teacher, I have a question. Since chakra is an external element, why should we, as Chinese, learn it? Wrong. Completely mistaken. The teacher exclaimed. The term chakra actually originates from the concepts of our Chinese Taoism. As far back as 200,000 years ago, our ancestors, the Dragon Kingdom people, were already harnessing the primordial energy of the universe to cultivate, breathing in and out. In fact, the energy you initially condense is akin to chakra. And when you reach the super shadow level, chakra will coalesce into a golden elixir, allowing you to ascend to sanctity. This terminology was merely standardized globally for the promotion of martial arts. People from the United States and Bear Country have adopted the same terminology. The entire class exhibited expressions of sudden enlightenment. The questions that had lingered in their minds now dissipated. At that moment, a timid young girl poked her head out, saying, Teacher Lin, someone claiming to be the principal of Yunhua High School is looking for you. Understood. Tell him I'm in class, replied the middle-aged man known as Teacher Lin, ready to continue his lecture. However, his expression shifted to one of astonishment, his tone suddenly animated. Who did you say it was? The principal of Yunhua High School. Instantly, Teacher Lin abandoned all else and dashed out of the classroom. Upon exiting, he encountered Principal Wang, beaming with a smile, accompanied by a handsome young man. Teacher Lin's gaze instinctively lingered on Ningfeng for a moment before turning back to Principal Wang. What brings you, Principal Wang? Surely you haven't come to seek my counsel again. Haha, this time I genuinely have no questions to ask. Come, Ningfeng, allow me to introduce you. This esteemed educator is Professor Lin Guanghua, a distinguished professor at Yinyun University and one of the youngest professors in the nation. His paper, The Transformation of Chakra Forms and Its Impact on the Enhancement of Ninjutsu Power, has created a sensation worldwide, nearly earning him the prestigious Huaxia Martial Arts Award. Moreover, he has mentored numerous elite jonin, making him an exceptionally knowledgeable instructor in the realm of ninjutsu. Upon hearing Principal Wang's introduction, Professor Lin displayed a bashful smile, a hint of pride curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, it's nothing extraordinary. Please, spare me your jesting, he replied. Professor Lin, this is Ningfeng, a student from Yunhua High School, who has just achieved the pinnacle of Genin certification. Additionally, he is a B-rank appraiser, Principal Wang introduced without reservation. At the mention of the latter, Professor Lin's expression shifted from mild amusement to astonishment, his eyes widening as he scrutinized Ningfeng with renewed interest. As a B-rank appraiser himself, Professor Lin understood all too well the rarity and difficulty of such a feat, and how old is this young man? He mused. Indeed. Wong Principal, have you come to provoke me? Professor Lin jested, a hint of annoyance lacing his tone. Actually, I am here to do just that. I would like your students to engage in a friendly spar with Ning Feng and exchange combat experiences. Principal Wong responded earnestly, patting Ning Feng on the shoulder. This boy? Professor Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. My students are university level, not to be compared with mere high schoolers. My apologies, but we are indeed challenging your university students. Principal Wong replied with a slight smile and unwavering determination. What? Professor Lin exclaimed, as if he had misheard. He stared incredulously at Principal Wong, then shifted his gaze back to Ning Feng, inspecting him from head to toe. Are you serious? This is no jest. The university students at Yunhua University are not to be compared to those from Yunhua High School. If Ning Feng's enthusiasm for ninjutsu is dampened, I will not take responsibility. Chapter 43. An academic report on dojutsu. Principal Wong placed a reassuring hand on Professor Lin's shoulder, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. You're not afraid, are you? Over the years, you have always bested me. Are you worried this time might be different? Professor Lin, upon hearing this, sprang up. His face flushed. Hey, Principal Wong, let us not twist words. This young man's achievement as a B-rank appraiser is indeed remarkable. But all of our university students are selected from among the finest high school candidates, generally possessing Chunin-level abilities and having undergone rigorous training. Are you certain this boy is a worthy opponent? As he spoke, Professor Lin pulled Principal Wong aside, his demeanor turning serious. Principal Wong, if this young man encounters any difficulties, I, Professor Lin, will be more than willing to assist him, even instructing him in some advanced ninjutsu techniques. However, he is still quite young. If he faces any setbacks in his martial journey, it could severely impact his future. This is no laughing matter. Principal Wong, amused by Professor Lin's concern, shot a glance at Ning Feng, signaling him. Ning Feng nodded in response, a faint smile gracing his lips, and in the next moment, he dashed toward Professor Lin with remarkable speed. Despite being a seasoned jonin, Professor Lin suddenly felt a suffocating pressure as if confronted not by a mere human, but by a ferocious cheetah, exuding raw explosive power. Indeed, Professor Lin, a leader in ninjutsu education, immediately sensed that Ning Feng was no ordinary student. With a glint in his eye, Professor Lin channeled chakra into his fist and delivered a seemingly feeble punch. However, this punch was deceptively powerful, capable of shattering any stone. Imbued with the properties and transformations of chakra, in an instant, Ning Feng, charging forward, was reduced to a cascade of shattered bubbles, dispersing like water. Shadow clone technique. Professor Lin furrowed his brow, fully aware of the implications of a high school student executing such a technique. Many students only receive formal training in the shadow clone technique upon entering university. In fact, compared to the rigorous curriculum of ninjutsu taught at the university, high school ninjutsu knowledge is not only superficial but also exceedingly simplistic, offering only a handful of techniques, while universities provide an extensive array of over 10. In essence, both university and high school students may study mathematics, yet one delves into Olympiad mathematics while the other merely tackles basic arithmetic. This disparity is emblematic of Yunhua University, a premier institution of martial prowess in Yunnan province, akin to a top-tier university in the past. Conversely, for other ordinary universities, or those demanding exorbitant tuition, the ninjutsu curriculum pales in comparison. Of course, not everyone can gain admission to university. Students with lower scores either enter the workforce directly or attend vocational schools. While vocational institutions do offer ninjutsu courses, they emphasize practical application, often sending graduates to work in fields like hydrological engineering. But that is a discussion for another time. Professor Lin, watch your back. A teasing voice rang out as Ning Feng unexpectedly appeared behind Professor Lin, launching a shuriken. Professor Lin chuckled, transforming into a block of wood at the moment the shuriken was about to strike, while Ning Feng found himself facing the real Professor Lin. Clearly, Professor Lin had employed the body replacement technique. With the rapid whirl of his two-tomo Sharingan, a resounding clash echoed as the two shuriken collided, producing a dazzling spray of sparks and a piercing sound. Both combatants were forced to retreat. As Ning Feng prepared for another round, Professor Lin stared in astonishment at Ning Feng's unique eyes and gestured for a ceasefire. All right, Principal Wong, I now comprehend your intentions. You are deliberately provoking me. Professor Lin scrutinized Ning Feng's Sharingan, asking, have you been peeking at my recent academic report? As university faculty members, teachers and professors submit an academic report each year, which significantly influences their titles and evaluations. As a specially appointed professor at Yunhua University, Professor Lin's latest research focuses on dojutsu. Over the past year, he has amassed a wealth of information on this subject and is one of the few professors studying it. The capabilities of dojutsu stem from his personal experiments within the remnants of the Uchiha clan's rebellion. This particular report on dojutsu has yet to be published, otherwise, its release would undoubtedly cause a stir, as there are very few professors worldwide studying this phenomenon, and few are paying attention. Now, with Ning Feng's eyes resembling those of the Uchiha clan members from the ruins, Professor Lin could not shake the feeling that Principal Wang was intentionally orchestrating this. Haha, Professor Lin, I, Wang Dong, am being unjustly accused. So what do you say? Will you allow Ning Feng to challenge your university students? Principal Wang seized the opportunity, laughing heartily as he asked, "Humph, you sly fox, come here." Professor Lin shot a sideways glance at the cunning Principal Wang, though his tone betrayed a hint of delight as he beckoned Ning Feng closer. Recently, although he has been delving into the study of ocular techniques, he remains woefully ignorant regarding their true capabilities, possessing but a scant amount of valuable information from his research. Now, with a living specimen presented before him, could he possibly refuse? Chapter 44. Who says high school students can outshine university students? Wait a moment, I have something to convey to Ning Feng. Observing Teacher Lin eagerly guiding Ning Feng towards his class, Principal Wang wore a mysterious smile as he pulled Ning Feng into a corner and lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Though I am unaware of the powers your eyes possess, I am certain they are extraordinary. Our objective is to gain combat experience through a contest with university students, not to expose your secrets. Therefore, it is imperative that you conceal your ocular abilities, understood? My intentions are not for Teacher Lin's academic report, but rather for your own benefit. Ning Feng recognized the principal's good intentions and nodded earnestly. In truth, even without Principal Wang's admonition, Ning Feng was acutely aware that the power of his Sharingan must remain concealed. After all, it was a secret uniquely his own. The Sharingan was merely a stepping stone. Good boy, Principal Wang said, patting Ning Feng's shoulder with a sense of pride. If you manage to enter Xinghai University, do make time to visit your old principal. With that, a tinge of melancholy flickered in the principal's gaze, reflecting on a lifetime spent without nurturing any particularly exceptional talents, hoping Ning Feng would achieve greatness. Ning Feng gazed deeply at Principal Wang, acknowledging the support of his elders that had facilitated his rapid growth. Their encouragement served as his driving force for strength. I will. Ning Feng replied earnestly, and then proceeded to join Teacher Lin, who was leading both of them back to his classroom. At that moment, Class 1254 of Yunhua University learned of Ning Feng and Principal Wang's reason for their visit. The previously tranquil classroom erupted into an unprecedented cacophony of laughter. Every student looking at Ning Feng as if he were a clown, clutching their stomachs in mirth. How audacious for these high schoolers, lacking even fundamental ninja training, to challenge university students? Surely, their technique was nothing more than a trivial matter. I must have misheard. This fellow named Ning Feng dares to challenge us university students? Especially those from Yunhua University? Does he think we are as inept as the students from his school? Ha ha ha, this is too much. Competing against high school students was akin to a grown adult battling a toddler just learning to walk, utterly devoid of challenge. I reckon this lad seeks fame, even in defeat. He can garner some attention. I concur, winning reflects his ability, while losing merely highlights the prowess of Yunhua University's students, ensuring he benefits either way. The university students engaged in animated discussions, each sporting a grin. Silence, silence. Teacher Lin, having anticipated the chaos, rapped the blackboard eraser against the desk with authority. Once the class settled down, he continued, I have just sparred with Ning Feng, and I assure you, at least half of the students in this class fall short of his prowess. Though we are merely first-year students, I believe you are all the creme de la creme from your respective high schools, the best of the best. But the truth remains. As his words faded, a wave of disbelief swept through the classroom. A mere high school student, inferior to an average first year? What folly. Teacher Lin, you jest. Ha ha ha, Ning Feng. Don't blame us for bullying you due to our size, for I, Zhao Gang, shall test your strength today. At that moment, a towering first-year student, standing a full 1.8 meters, rose from his seat and strode towards Ning Feng. Zhao Gang appeared akin to a bear, his formidable physique unmistakable. He approached Ning Feng and stood before him, extending his hand to compare their heights. Although Ning Feng had developed well, he still fell short by a head compared to this behemoth. Before Zhao Gang, Ning Feng resembled a delicate pet bird. The class erupted in laughter once more at this sight. Zhao Gang is bullying again, poor Ning Feng. Having trained in physical arts for a decade, Zhao Gang's muscles were as solid as steel. It was questionable whether the slender Ning Feng could breach his defenses. The university students guffawed, but soon their expressions shifted to sheer astonishment. For in that moment, Ning Feng deftly tripped Zhao Gang, who fell to the ground with a resounding thud, eliciting a pained yelp. Long before, during the ruins, Ning Feng's physique had undergone a comprehensive enhancement, significantly boosting his strength. Although Zhao Gang was robust, he was not invulnerable against Ning Feng's might. Not bad, kid, you've got some strength. Zhao Gang grunted as he clambered back to his feet, his eyes ablaze with determination. But soon, you shall experience true terror. In the next instant, he lunged forward, his legs sweeping towards Ning Feng with the ferocity of a tempest. Each of his feet bore heavy weights, illustrating Zhao Gang's advantage in physical prowess. Ning Feng's Sharingan spun rapidly, rendering Zhao Gang's swift assault agonizingly slow. With a graceful backward movement, he evaded the onslaught of powerful legs that struck nothing but air, producing a series of piercing howls. Fire release, great fireball technique. In the air, Ningfeng swiftly formed hand seals, completing 8 or 9 in a single second. A searing flame coalesced into a monstrous dragon with a fearsome visage, opening its gaping maw to engulf Zhao Gang. The entire class stood transfixed in awe. One must understand that the hand seal speed expected of first-year students is merely 3 or 4 seals per second. How astonishing was this lad's speed? However, Teacher Lin's attention was primarily fixated on Ningfeng's blood-red eyes. What extraordinary orbs they were. How could he so effortlessly evade Zhao Gang's attacks? Chapter 45. The high school student who dominates university students. As expected of a first-year student at Yinyan University, Zhao Gang, realizing the flames were about to consume him, infused chakra into his legs and executed a sweeping kick. The gust generated extinguished the oncoming flames, yet most of the fire intensified as a result. With no other choice, Zhao Gang leaped onto the podium, while the remaining flames ignited a nearby desk. Teacher Lin furrowed his brow, forming a single-handed seal. A water sphere materialized and enveloped the flames, extinguishing them with a soft hiss. Yet, the primary focus of the university students remained on the fierce exchange between Zhao Gang and Ningfeng. At that moment, Zhao Gang leaped beside Ningfeng, his eyes burning red as he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, each strike creating a sonic boom against the air. However, Ningfeng evaded each of Zhao Gang's rapid blows with precision, as if he had anticipated his every move. "You brat, why do you keep dodging?" Unable to land a hit, Zhao Gang felt an overwhelming sense of impotence, his frustration boiling over into a curse. In the eyes of his classmates, Zhao Gang appeared as a jester before Ningfeng, a jester who happened to be immensely strong. The keen-eyed students quickly recognized that it was evident Zhao Gang was losing, and that the duration of his defeat entirely hinged on the high school student. Although Zhao Gang's prowess may not rank him among the elite in his class, he certainly stands at a respectable mid-tier level. Yet, the fact that such a university student could be bested by a mere high school student has drawn the attention of many towards this senior, named Ningfeng, causing the mocking smiles to fade from their lips. Those who had previously laughed the loudest now wore expressions of solemnity, their gazes fixed intently on Ningfeng. Suddenly, Zhao Gang took several steps back, deftly shedding the heavy steel weights that had bound his feet and fists. The clang of the fallen weights resonated throughout the classroom, causing a palpable tremor in the atmosphere. The previously subdued classroom erupted into unprecedented cheers. Wow, Zhao Gang has never removed his weights before. Who would have thought he would do so today? That high schooler is in for a tough time now. However, the mere fact that Zhao Gang was compelled to shed his burden attests to his strength. Discussions and whispers spread through the class. Yet many remained skeptical of Ningfeng's capabilities. Those familiar with Zhao Gang understood that he was a prodigy from a city in Yinyan province, having trained under weighted conditions since childhood to hone his physical skills. Once he removed his weights, it signified the beginning of a nightmare for any opponent. Even the top students in the class were reluctant to face Zhao Gang in his unencumbered state. As the class reached a fever pitch over Zhao Gang's revelation, Ningfeng merely smiled coldly and suddenly retreated. With a disdainful snort, Zhao Gang propelled himself forward like a cannonball, his speed akin to lightning. And he was almost instantaneously before Ningfeng, delivering a powerful punch that sliced through the air with a deafening roar, leaving the very atmosphere momentarily hollow. Teacher Lin's expression shifted in alarm as he sought to intervene, but it was too late, regret etched clearly upon his face. The other students were momentarily caught in a state of panic, their hearts racing in their throats. Though Ningfeng had exhibited a degree of arrogance, surely this could not lead to his demise. Yet, in a stunning turn of events, that seemingly unstoppable punch met only empty space as Ningfeng sprang upward, delivering a kick in retaliation. Zhao Gang's speed had dazzled many, but it was evident that it was no match for Ningfeng's agility. With a resounding crash, Ningfeng's kick sent Zhao Gang's considerable form hurtling to the ground. The combination of Zhao Gang's velocity and Ningfeng's strength proved to be a devastating blow. Is there anyone else? Ningfeng's cold gaze swept across the classroom, his voice barely above a whisper, yet striking like a slap across the face of each Yinyan student. The room fell into a profound silence for several seconds before 3 or 4 of the more formidable students sprang up, their faces flushed with indignation. Being bested by a high schooler was an unbearable humiliation, further exacerbated by the fact that this high schooler exuded such arrogance. Among them, who was not a prodigy, who was not the cream of the crop. In an instant, these students were ready to confront the audacious Ningfeng, their rage boiling over as they longed to tear him apart. Just as Teacher Lin was about to intervene, Principal Wang raised a hand to halt him, shaking his head. At that moment, a crackling sound erupted from Ningfeng's body, and an armor resembling lightning materialized around him. He had entered the lightning release chakra mode, and his double Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, emanating an otherworldly, blinding light. In the next instant, Ningfeng transformed into a streak of light, charging toward the 4 standing students. His speed was so overwhelming that by the time they registered his presence, his fist, large as a millstone, was already upon them. As the 4 students were sent flying, a resonant voice declared, "Earth release, Earth wall." A formidable earthen barrier swiftly descended before Ningfeng, shattering upon impact and allowing the 4 students to narrowly evade the onslaught. Ning Feng refrained from further attacks, his figure flickering as he landed on the podium. His gaze fixed steadily upon the user of the earth-released ninjutsu, a charming girl with twin ponytails. Her delicate skin was adorned in a sea blue gown, and her cuteness made it difficult to associate her with a master of ninjutsu. I am Lu Qingya, the class president of Class 10 of the Ninjutsu Department. I am Lu Qingya, the class president of Class 10 of the Ninjutsu Department. Your ninjutsu is quite remarkable, and your speed is impressive. She smiled at Ning Feng, applauding lightly. This setting may not be ideal for a demonstration. I wonder whose earth-released ninjutsu is superior to your speed? Ning Feng's lips curled into a cold smile, pondering whether he had finally encountered a true adversary. Although he had not witnessed how Lu Qingya executed her technique, her swift response and deployment of defensive ninjutsu indicated she was anything but ordinary. However, Ning Feng was perplexed. Could this girl really perform seals faster than he could? I can use earth-released ninjutsu without the need for hand seals. Lu Qingya chuckled, seemingly reading Ning Feng's thoughts. No need for hand seals. What does that imply? Principal Wang stared incredulously at Teacher Lin, fully aware of the implications. 10 years prior, a ninjutsu research group developed a special drug that could enhance human affinity for certain elements, but the project ultimately failed, save for Lu Qingya, who had fortuitously visited the ruins of the rock-hidden village, acquiring an earth element affinity scroll that granted her unparalleled affinity for earth. Various factors coalesced to allow her to perform any earth release without the need for hand seals, as explained by Teacher Lin. Wait, that group failed, right? How can this be possible? Principal Wang's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that the earth element affinity scroll truly existed. Ning Feng furrowed his brow. It appeared that modern society's research into ninjutsu was not entirely stagnant. There were indeed advanced substances being developed, reflecting on the current technological capabilities of humanity. It was not surprising that exceptional discoveries could emerge, even if the lower echelons of society remained oblivious. The ruins of the rock-hidden village seemed to harbor numerous treasures. As for the earth element affinity scroll, this was the first he had heard of it. Principal Wang, you are merely the head of a university, and thus you may not grasp the terrifying extent of humanity's research into ninjutsu. This drug is just one example. The most profound studies in this field are carried out by the Ninjutsu Research Lab at Tsinghua University, which stands at the pinnacle compared to universities in other countries. Regrettably, I have yet to find an opportunity to enter Tsinghua University, let alone gain access to its facilities. The Ninjutsu Research Lab? Ning Feng's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Indeed, it is an independent research facility established by the expert professors of Tsinghua University, dedicated to the study of ninjutsu and chakra. Many high school and university ninjutsu textbooks are authored by them, including materials for graduate and doctoral students. It can be said that the Ninjutsu Research Lab at Tsinghua University represents the apex of ninjutsu research in Longwa. Many students from Tsinghua University conduct their research there. Principal Wang nodded gently, a flicker of fervor igniting in his gaze. If Tsinghua University was the breeding ground for top-tier combat students, then the Ninjutsu Research Lab produced ninjutsu experts and scientists. Several years ago, a massive earthquake struck a region of Longwa, and a single ninjutsu expert dispatched from the research lab managed to rescue over 40 million citizens. Ninjutsu experts, ninjutsu scientists. Ning Feng's heart raced with excitement as he clenched his fists. Since I have traversed this realm once, I must gain admission to the illustrious Star River University and behold the so-called experts of ninjutsu and the scientists behind it. Haha, Principal Wang. Surely you do not intend to have that rascal Ning Feng enroll in Star River University, do you? Teacher Lin discerned something and chuckled heartily. No sooner had her words left her lips than the entire class widened their eyes in astonishment. As students of Yunhua University, having endured the rigors of the college entrance examination, they were all too aware of the formidable challenge that lay in gaining admission to Star River University. Even Lu Qingya regarded Ning Feng with a newfound respect. Perhaps before witnessing Ning Feng's prowess, these university students might have mocked him. But now their gazes were filled with admiration. Few possessed the courage to aspire to Star River University. Hey, are you ready to fight? Lu Qingya glanced at Ning Feng. I barely passed the preliminary exam for Star River University. If you cannot even best me, your dreams of attending will remain just that, dreams. Teacher Lin sighed, casting a complex gaze at Lu Qingya. She understood that this girl was exceedingly proud. Qingya, exercise caution during the confrontation. Rest assured, Teacher Lin. Lu Qingya replied with a subtle smile, her form a blur as she swiftly descended, landing on the vast plaza below. At that moment, the bell rang, and a throng of students poured out of their classrooms. Upon hearing that a high school student had come to challenge the university students of Yunhua University, they gathered in droves, eager to witness the spectacle. In the blink of an eye, the plaza became a bustling hive of onlookers. Though Lu Qingya was merely a freshman, her reputation at Yunhua University was quite formidable. Whispers of curiosity filled the air as classmates speculated about who would dare challenge the leader of Class 2. Observing the throng below, Ning Feng chuckled, summoning a line of chakra that appeared in his hand, swinging down like a pendulum to land gracefully opposite Lu Qingye. Ning Feng's stunning entrance instantly stirred a ripple of excitement among the crowd, and upon learning of his remarkable display in Class 2, their eyes widened in astonishment. Who would have thought this kid was so formidable? I know Zhao Gang. He is no easy opponent. This kid is impressive. Lu Qingye, as the class leader of Class 2, had earned her position through merit, regarded as their top talent. Despite any prowess Ning Feng might possess, could he truly rival her? The students buzzed with speculation, eager for the unfolding drama. Just as they were musing, Ning Feng made the first move. Chapter 47. The Invincible Replication Ability of the Sharingan. A faint shimmer of lightning enveloped Ning Feng like armor, and in the next moment, he transformed into a bolt of lightning. Appearing before Lu Qingye without a hint of warning. His speed was astonishing, almost unbelievable for a mere human. With the activation of the lightning release chakra mode, his velocity reached an unparalleled level. While in the confines of the classroom, he had felt restrained, but in this expansive setting, he was in his element as a speed-oriented ninja. In truth, the greatest limitation for ninjas training in lightning release chakra mode is not the activation of cellular vitality, but the challenge of maintaining cognitive response and focus amidst such rapid movement. In other words, while the body may arrive at a destination, the mind often lags behind. However, with the Sharingan's acute perception, Ning Feng adeptly circumvented this issue, allowing him to adapt instantaneously. Of course, such velocity demanded a significant expenditure of chakra, yet his unique physique as a member of the Uchiha clan granted him a chakra reserve thrice that of an ordinary individual, enabling him to sustain this state far longer than others could. A sharp kunai transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward Lu Qingye's neck, accompanied by a whistling sound that conveyed its formidable force. Lu Qingye was already well acquainted with Ning Feng's speed. Facing such an opponent, her combat experience was considerable. Instantly, a wall of earth emerged before her, and she propelled herself backward like an arrow. Bang! The earthen wall shattered under the kunai's lethal glint, and Lu Qingye swiftly unleashed her second earth release technique. Earth release, Hell Swamp. True to her reputation as a formidable student of Class 2, Lu Qingye followed the wall with a technique capable of ensnaring her opponents in a mire. It was evident that after Ning Feng shattered the wall, she could easily trap him in the swamp, making him her captive. Unfortunately for her, while Lu Qingye was indeed experienced in battle, Ning Feng was far from an easy target. As the wall crumbled, he instantaneously transformed into a block of wood, accompanied by the sound of bursting bubbles. Lu Qingye instinctively looked up, only to see Ning Feng descending from above. Earth release, rock collapse. Lu Qingye remained composed, unfazed. She struck the ground with both hands, causing the rock beneath her feet to collapse, allowing her to burrow into the earth and distance herself from Ning Feng. In her eyes, her greatest advantage lay in her endless array of earth release techniques, which required no hand seals. As long as they maintained their distance, her powerful earth release techniques, combined with her chakra superiority, would easily allow her to triumph over Ning Feng. Alas, she misjudged one crucial factor, the potency of the Sharingan. Naturally, her understanding of ninjutsu did not encompass the full extent of the Sharingan's capabilities. The battle drew to a close. Under the gaze of the second Tomo Sharingan, Ning Feng approached Lu Qingye with a smile, his hands swiftly forming seals. Earth release, Hell Swamp. As the crowd watched in awe at Lu Qingye's continuous display of ninjutsu, gasps of astonishment erupted when Ning Feng, the high school student, made his move. The thrilling exchange of techniques between the two ignited a fervor among the onlookers. And when they witnessed Ning Feng in midair executing the same seals as Lu Qingye for the Hell Swamp technique, the enthusiastic crowd erupted into frenzied excitement. Nearby, Teacher Lin, engrossed in research on the Uchiha clan's bloodline limits, widened his eyes in disbelief. This kid, Ning Feng, can also perform the Hell Swamp technique? What? How is that possible? Lu Qingye, though not forming seals, recognized the hand signs for Hell Swamp and could hardly fathom that this high school student could replicate such an advanced technique. It was known that Hell Swamp was a B-rank earth release technique, not something easily acquired even by the wealthy. As Lu Qingye attempted to extricate herself from the pit, the mire cascaded down upon her like a torrential downpour. At that moment, her only recourse was to shatter the rock, but her body was still plummeting rapidly. And after consecutively employing 3 earth release techniques, she found she could not summon a fourth. Instantly, Lu Qingye was enveloped by the swirling mire, sealing off all avenues for escape. Ning Feng descended, his feet impacting the ground with a heavy thud, as he gazed at the struggling Lu Qingye, on the verge of losing consciousness. He formed seals with his hands and struck the ground decisively. Earth release, rock collapse. With the power of the second Tomo Sharingan, he could flawlessly replicate any technique below A rank and execute it with precision. Boom. The ground fractured, resembling a spider's web. Amidst the debris, a disheveled Lu Qingye emerged. Drenched in muck and mire, her once proud blue attire now in tatters. The tightness of her clothing left little to the imagination, revealing her alluring form. Do you possess the earth release? Compared to her own dishevelment, Lu Qingye was far more intrigued by how Ning Feng had managed to master such formidable techniques as the Huangquan Swamp and Yinshu Collapse. It was noteworthy that she had never observed Ning Feng employing Earth-style ninjutsu before. These techniques belonged to the B-rank category of Earth ninjutsu, each with a considerable price tag, often deemed priceless. In a financially robust institution like Yunhua University, it was rare for instructors to bestow such techniques as rewards to students. In truth, Lu Qingye's family was not affluent. Her parents had accrued significant debts to support her university education and her studies in Earth ninjutsu, eagerly awaiting her graduation to soar to success and repay their sacrifices. Observing Ning Feng, she found it hard to believe he came from wealth, rendering the situation all the more perplexing. Chapter 48. The Astonishment of Class B at Yunhua University. At that moment, Principal Wang and Teacher Lin hurried over, relieved to see Lu Qingye merely covered in mud and not seriously harmed. However, akin to the questions swirling in Lu Qingye's mind, Teacher Lin could scarcely believe that a high school student could wield such an array of ninjutsu. After all, just the techniques Ning Feng had displayed encompassed 3 elemental styles: fire, water, and earth, each at a remarkably high level. While prodigies existed, the emergence of such a versatile talent from an ordinary high school was utterly beyond comprehension. In Teacher Lin's extensive research on ninjutsu, he had found that students capable of mastering 2 elemental styles were already considered exceptionally gifted, let alone 3. Principal Wang, too, gazed at Ning Feng in sheer astonishment. He was well aware of Ning Feng's capabilities, yet had never heard of his proficiency in Earth ninjutsu. Although he had always overestimated Ning Feng's combat prowess, the latter consistently validated this with practical demonstrations of his extraordinary talent. Ning Feng, of course, did not divulge the miraculous replicative ability of his Sharingan, merely expressing his confusion. Although Senior Lu Qingye did not form any seals, I am equally perplexed as to how I managed to execute those techniques. At that moment, I only felt something flit through my mind, and then I simply performed them. Upon hearing Ning Feng's words, not only Teacher Lin and Principal Wang, but also Lu Qingye and the surrounding onlookers were left speechless, their expressions akin to those of stunned statues. What the heck? He merely glanced and was able to replicate it? This was absurd. Thankfully, a teacher was present. Otherwise, many students would have rushed to beat Ning Feng senseless. Principal Wang, does Ning Feng behave like this at your school as well? Teacher Lin, having regained her composure after a lengthy pause, inquired of Principal Wang. I increasingly feel you are flaunting his abilities to me. I might just apply to have you expelled from Yunhua University, lest our institution's reputation be tarnished by you. Principal Wang chuckled awkwardly, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. Well, I didn't anticipate this kid being so remarkable. I merely brought Ning Feng here for practical training. Teacher Lin, we have been brothers for many years. You would never expel us, would you? Teacher Lin shot a disdainful glance at the smug Principal Wang, but refrained from replying. Ning Feng, I do not believe you. I cannot accept that you can simply glance at a ninjutsu and master it, the tenacious Lu Qingye asserted as she approached, her face clouded with displeasure. Having always been the center of attention in her class, the top student, and now a university attendee, she could hardly bear being overshadowed by a high school student. She felt deeply resentful. I truly can master it with just a glance. Ning Feng shrugged helplessly. And do I seem like a liar to you? Ning Feng, how about this? If you truly can learn a ninjutsu simply by looking at it, I will give you an A-rank ninjutsu called Rasengan that I obtained from the ruins. What do you think? Teacher Lin regarded Ning Feng, a glint of mischief flashing in her eyes. Rasengan, an A-rank ninjutsu? Exclaimed Principal Wang, momentarily taken aback, before his face broke into a smile. Teacher Lin, you are being exceedingly generous to Ning Feng. We feel quite embarrassed. The Rasengan scroll was a rare artifact that Teacher Lin had acquired during her time in the Short Book Street ruins. A treasure for which many factions would pay exorbitant sums, yet she had never been willing to part with it until now. Principal Wang, are you so certain that this boy can learn all ninjutsu with just a glance? Teacher Lin furrowed her brow. After years of ninjutsu research, she had never encountered anyone capable of such a feat, not even among the ancients from 3,000 years ago. In fact, her offer of the A-rank ninjutsu scroll stemmed from her belief that Ning Feng could not possibly accomplish it. Lu Qingye, I grant you an afternoon off. Go wash up. Teacher Lin turned to Lu Qingye. Do not be disheartened. This world is not lacking in geniuses. Yes, teacher. Lu Qingye held great respect for Teacher Lin and nodded dutifully. However, as she departed, she cast a haughty glance at Ning Feng, stating, Your name is Ning Feng, right? From Yunhua High? I, Lu Qingye, will remember you. If you have nothing to do tonight, you may find me at the French restaurant of Yunhua University. I shall await you all evening. I will share some insights regarding the entrance examinations for Tsinghua University, as I believe you have a strong chance of gaining admission. Consider it as senior's assistance. With that, Lu Qingye turned with an air of superiority and gracefully departed. Ning Feng, do not take Lu Qingye's temperament to heart. She is simply like that. Her parents sold off much of their assets and borrowed heavily to ensure she could attend Yunhua University and excel in ninjutsu. If she can graduate smoothly, she will be able to help her parents repay some of their debts. Thus, she is under immense pressure. And today's battle has likely been quite a shock for her. I hope she can recover quickly, Teacher Lin sighed, watching Lu Qingye's retreating figure. Teacher Lin, weren't your parents the same when they raised you? They endured hardships to provide you with the best ninjutsu education. I recall your father nearly fainting from hunger after 3 days without food. It was then you resolved to become the foremost scholar in ninjutsu research and make a name for yourself. Principal Wang chuckled, patting Teacher Lin on the shoulder. Teacher Lin's eyes reddened momentarily, as if recalling something poignant, but she quickly regained her composure and playfully admonished Principal Wang. Principal Wang, I warn you. Do not bring up the past again. If you do, I shall have words with you. Students, why are you all gathered here instead of studying? Disperse at once. The latter part of her statement was directed at the crowd of students who had gathered. Instantly, they scattered in all directions, while several directors from the Academic Affairs Office and the Dean of the Ninjutsu Academy rushed over in haste. Chapter 49. The Shock of the Academic Affairs Group at Yunhua University. Across various corners of Yunhua University, surveillance cameras captured every moment. Just moments ago, a phone call from the security office had set the entire academic affairs team abuzz. The video of the battle between Ning Feng and Lu Qingye swiftly appeared on the large screen in the academic affairs office. Initially, the duel did not capture the attention of the instructors and professors, who regarded it merely as a friendly sparring match among students. While private disputes among Yunhua University students were common, the institution officially prohibited such altercations, yet maintained a tacit understanding as long as no serious injuries occurred. However, as Ning Feng showcased his lightning-fast combat speed and the devastating power of his earth ninjutsu, the faculty members of the Academic Affairs Office abandoned their work and congregated before the large screen. While the duel was indeed thrilling, it did not warrant the entire academic team leaving their offices to investigate the instigator of such remarkable prowess. Yet soon enough, a seasoned professor specializing in ninjutsu research noticed something amiss. Before Ning Feng witnessed Lu Qingye employing ninjutsu, he was entirely unfamiliar with the earth release technique. Yet, astonishingly, after Lu Qingye demonstrated it, he suddenly possessed the ability to utilize this ninjutsu. This remarkable phenomenon left many in a state of disbelief. Upon inquiring with the students present, the faculty of the Academic Affairs Group displayed expressions of utter astonishment as they confirmed the situation. Subsequently, without hesitation, the entire Academic Affairs team abandoned their tasks and rushed over, leading to the unfolding of the subsequent dialogue. It is essential to note that the Academic Affairs Group at Yunhua University is not to be compared with the class teachers or principals of Yunhua High School. Those who manage to work within the Academic Affairs Office are seasoned experts with years of research and teaching experience in ninjutsu, possessing formidable strength. In other words, the composition of the Academic Affairs Group at Yunhua University is exceedingly prestigious. The faculty and professors could easily form an elite task force. Professor Miles, who leads the group, possesses the strength of a seasoned jonin, while even the least among them, Teacher Yu, stands at the pinnacle of chunin. The combat prowess of such an academic team is indeed formidable. It is truly remarkable that such a distinguished academic group was stirred by a mere high school student. Rushing over in response, Teacher Lin, what on earth is happening here? The leading figure, Professor Miles, an elderly man with white hair and striking azure eyes, bore the Mediterranean hairstyle typical of his age, over 70 years. Hailing from across the ocean, he has dedicated over 60 years to the study of ninjutsu, during which he has led the Academic Affairs Group of Yunhua University to achieve numerous accolades, elevating the institution from obscurity to a prestigious position among top-tier universities. Upon recognizing Professor Miles, Teacher Lin's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. This American professor serves as the ninjutsu advisor for Yunhua University, and even the university president treats him with profound reverence. Today, Principal Wang from Yunhua High School approached me, seeking to arrange some practical sparring for his students. So I invited one from my class, Teacher Lin replied candidly, having never anticipated that the competition would attract the attention of Yunhua University's Academic Affairs Group. Principal Wang, standing nearby, also exhibited utmost respect, refraining from even a breath of air. He had certainly heard of Professor Miles' esteemed reputation. From what we observed on the screen, it appears this student possesses a unique talent. Is it true he can learn others' ninjutsu almost instantaneously? Professor Miles inquired directly, scrutinizing Ning Feng. Professor Miles, I cannot confirm this at the moment, but he indeed learned 3 earth release techniques from Lu Qingye in an instant. I intended to have him demonstrate further to verify this, and we even made a wager. If Ning Feng succeeds, I would reward him with an A-grade ninjutsu scroll. Teacher Lin explained. An A-grade ninjutsu scroll, the Rasengan scroll? Professor Miles expressed a hint of surprise. Moments later, his azure gaze shifted towards Ning Feng and Principal Wang. Ning Feng, Principal Wang, I would also like to add a little incentive. If Ning Feng can achieve this, I shall allow him to select any item from my ninjutsu laboratory. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Principal Wang, Teacher Lin, and the other faculty members collectively gasped in astonishment. Professor Miles's ninjutsu laboratory. that represents the pinnacle of ninjutsu research achievements at Yunhua University and even across the entire Yin province. Many forces have sought to gain access, only to be turned away by Professor Miles. Over the decades, he has invited only 3 individuals to enter his laboratory. Now, he extends an invitation to Ningfeng and allows him to choose any item. It is readily apparent what extraordinary treasures lie within a place that symbolizes the highest achievements in ninjutsu research in Yin province. Professor Miles, could this incentive be a bit excessive? Principal Wang's voice trembled slightly. For a future prodigy, I, Professor Miles, have never been stingy with my research or support, have I? This is a sentiment shared by you, Principal Wang of Yunhua High School. Professor Miles chuckled heartily. In fact, Professor Miles's intentions were layered with deeper motivations. Should Ningfeng indeed succeed, establishing a friendship through a visit to the laboratory, it would greatly benefit Yunhua University's future. By having a talent like Ningfeng as a representative, Yunhua University could secure a wealth of high-quality student resources during the college entrance examination frenzy. Chapter 50. Professor of Level 1 Ninjutsu in the Dragon Kingdom. For any university, the quality and source of its student body often determine the institution's survival in the coming years. Even a provincial capital university like Yunhua must contend with numerous other prestigious institutions, competing fiercely for exceptional students through various enticing offers. Each year, students who exhibit remarkable talents during the college entrance examinations receive countless admission letters from schools across the region, illustrating the intense competition among top universities. Having spent many years in education, Professor Miles has experienced the struggle of vying for the same student pool as other prestigious institutions. The moment he witnessed Ningfeng's astonishing prowess, he devised a strategy to win him over, inviting him to visit his ninjutsu laboratory, undoubtedly a splendid opportunity to forge a relationship. Well, I never expected Professor Miles to place such significance on our student from Yunhua High School. On behalf of Ningfeng, I thank you, Principal Wang exclaimed, overwhelmed with enthusiasm. Once, during his own student days, he had dreamt of stepping foot in Professor Miles's laboratory. Though Yunhua High School is an ordinary institution, it does not imply that it cannot produce exceptional talents. Professor Miles smiled mysteriously, his gaze fixed on Ningfeng. Now, young man, are you willing to accept our wager? Observing the shrewd glimmer in Professor Miles's smile, Ningfeng chuckled and shrugged. I have no objections. His Sharingan could flawlessly replicate ninjutsu below A grade, and the techniques he acquired would remain etched in his memory indefinitely. The opportunity to learn additional ninjutsu while showcasing his talents, culminating in the reward of an A-grade Rasengan scroll and the chance to choose any item from Professor Miles's laboratory, was simply too enticing to refuse. Seeing Ningfeng's confidence, Professor Miles smiled faintly, as if he saw a reflection of his younger self in the boy. He gathered his anticipation and announced, "Then let us commence. Yunhua University, Ninjutsu Combat Arena." As the Ninjutsu Combat Arena at Yunhua University, a place revered as a realm of mystery by countless students, stood quiet. 2 figures remained. One figure, slightly frail, donned white attire that fluttered with the wind, faintly displaying the emblem of Yunhua High School, revealing the identity of its bearer. The other figure was an elderly woman with long brown hair, her stooped frame contrasting with the piercing brilliance emanating from her eyes. Had students from Yunhua University been present at this moment, they would have gasped in awe, for the elderly woman was none other than Professor Yuexine, a national-level professor who instructed their ninjutsu courses. In her youth, she had garnered widespread acclaim for mastering 5 elemental ninjutsu simultaneously, leaving an indelible mark on the entire Yin province. Subsequently, she dedicated her life to ninjutsu education, penning numerous influential research papers that consistently stirred significant interest. It can be said that this individual is a veritable library of the 5 elemental ninjutsu, possessing knowledge of at least 100 techniques. Indeed, had it not been for Professor Miles specifically informing Professor Yusin of Ningfeng's remarkable abilities, she would not have ventured here at all. Yusin, are you prepared? Professor Miles, seated at the periphery of the Ninjutsu Combat Arena, raised his hand to check the time. Behind him stood Teacher Lin along with numerous faculty members from Yunhua University. Principal Wang of Yunhua High School sat beside Professor Miles, his gaze directed towards the arena, brimming with concern and complexity. I am ready to commence at any moment. How about you, young man? Professor Yusin smiled gently at the young man opposite her. I too am ready to begin. Ningfeng's eyes glinted with a hint of cunning, for he could discern that the elderly figure across from him was no ordinary opponent. Very well. Yusin nodded lightly, her hands beginning to weave intricate seals. First, the water release technique. Young man, should you find yourself fatigued or unable to keep pace, do not hesitate to call for a halt. Understood. Ningfeng replied with a solemn nod. In the next instant, Yusin's hands transformed as if enchanted, one seal after another manifesting before her. The spectators, upon witnessing Yusin commence her seals, became utterly engrossed, their attention riveted, fearful of missing a single detail. Soon, their eyes widened, infused with disbelief and astonishment. For at the same moment Yusin displayed her seals, Ningfeng also began to form his own. Initially, his speed was somewhat measured, yet it rapidly accelerated. More astonishingly, the seals he crafted mirrored Yusin's perfectly, save for his inability to match her pace. Those present were all esteemed educators and professors with profound insights into ninjutsu. They immediately took note of this phenomenon, rising in astonishment. How is this possible? Among the onlookers, none appeared more astounded than Professor Miles, whose body leaned forward, his eyes fixated on the two combatants as if they might leap from their sockets. At that moment, Professor Yusin completed her seals, water release, water barrier. Her hunched form suddenly contracted, and like a serpent lunging at its prey, she unleashed a torrent of water, formidable as ocean waves, from her mouth, creating a colossal wall of water that dominated the combat arena. The instant the barrier was formed, Ningfeng too completed his seals, executing the same technique, water release, water barrier. The two walls of water collided with a thunderous crash, sending shattered droplets cascading outward in waves. The faculty members straightened, hands gripping the railing, eyes wide in incredulity, hardly able to fathom the spectacle before them. Could it be that this young man truly possesses the ability to learn ninjutsu at a mere glance? Chapter 51. The Extraordinary Sharingan, Mastery of All 5 Elemental Ninjutsu. Among the crowd, the one most keenly aware of Ningfeng's astonishing talent was none other than Professor Yusin, who recognized that he had flawlessly assimilated the water release technique. Water barrier. In her astonishment, she smiled at Ningfeng. Young man, your talent is commendable. I shall now accelerate the pace. Keep up. At this juncture, the arena was equipped with devices to absorb various ninjutsu, alleviating any concerns about harming Ningfeng. Water release. Heavenly cry? Professor Yusin quickly formed seals. Her speed markedly increased to 7 or 8 seals per second. In an instant, she unleashed a high-velocity water needle that punctured the distant wall, creating a small hole. This time, her rapid sealing was so swift that many observers felt the technique was completed in the blink of an eye. All attention shifted to Ningfeng, with many teachers and professors wondering if he could indeed master such rapid seals in an instant. Surely, even discerning the seals executed by Professor Yusin would be a challenge. At this moment, Ningfeng made his move. Within the rapid rotation of his two-tomo Sharingan, all of Yusin's previous seals played back like a film in his mind. The next moment, his hands began to form seals as well. Initially slow, his speed progressively intensified. Water release. Heavenly cry? Ningfeng exhaled, launching a water needle composed entirely of condensed water, which tore through the distant wall like a cannonball. Witnessing this, the faculty and professors exchanged astonished glances, acknowledging the truth of his genius. Professor Miles was even moved to advocate for Ningfeng's admission to Yunhua University at any cost. Teacher Lin's complex gaze turned to Principal Wang. Principal Wang, it seems my spiral sphere scroll cannot be preserved. Congratulations on nurturing such a student. Initially, I thought this young man's aspirations to enter Yunhua University were mere fantasies, but it appears I underestimated him. Principal Wang's expression mirrored complexity. Teacher Lin, to be candid, I only discovered the true extent of his talent today. He had shown no sign of such potential prior. What? Teacher Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet Principal Wang's sincere gaze did not suggest deceit. Professor Yusin. At that moment, Professor Miles called out loudly to her. Upon hearing this, Professor Yusin nodded gravely. Young man, your talent is astounding. Today, I shall assist you. I am about to demonstrate all 5 elemental ninjutsu. How much you can learn will depend on your fortune. A talent like yours is destined to soar into the skies. With that, Professor Yusin smiled slightly and began to rapidly form seals. Initially, she performed the seals for water release, followed by those for earth release, lightning release, wind release, and fire release, each technique erupting with unprecedented power from her hands. Ningfeng stood motionless, activating his Sharingan the moment she began forming seals, rapidly recording each intricate technique that became indelibly etched in his mind. Ultimately, Professor Yusin executed a total of 15 techniques, all of which Ningfeng memorized thoroughly, ensuring they would never fade from his memory. Although most were classified as B or C rank, the enhancement they provided him was unparalleled and profoundly transformative. After unleashing the 15th technique, Professor Yusin finally exhausted her chakra, her complexion paling as her body swayed. In a flash, Ningfeng rushed forward to support her. Professor Yusin, I am acutely aware that the techniques I have learned from you would, if purchased, amount to an astronomical sum. Young man, your talent is formidable. You must have mastered all 15 techniques by now, increasing your chances of passing the Yunhua University examination significantly. If you wish to express your gratitude, serve your country diligently. Yusin said, a relaxed smile gracing her lips. Professor Yusin. At this moment, the faculty members gathered around her, relieved to see that aside from her chakra depletion, she appeared otherwise unharmed. Professor Miles cast a complex gaze upon Ningfeng. Ningfeng, how many of the techniques have you successfully learned? Ningfeng replied honestly, all of them. At this, the faculty collectively gasped in astonishment, their expressions frozen in shock, akin to wooden puppets. All of them. This is simply inconceivable. Professor Miles shook his head, utterly unable to fathom that an individual's talent could ascend to such extraordinary heights. At this moment, Teacher Lin chuckled softly, slipping a scroll into Ning Feng's pocket and giving him a thumbs up. Kid, you're quite remarkable. It seems this Rasengan has finally found its rightful owner. Professor Miles, his expression softening somewhat, was approached by Professor Yusin, who placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. This young man's talent is undoubtedly sufficient to gain admission to Star River University. Only there can such genius truly flourish. I believe we should allow them to depart from Yanyan University. Remaining here would merely hinder Ning Feng's youth, don't you think? With a complex look, Professor Miles glanced at Ning Feng, helplessly shrugging. Since you've spoken, Professor Yusin, what more can I say? Young man, I, Professor Miles, have never been untrustworthy. You have conquered me with your prowess. Come with me. My laboratory has remained unvisited for decades, and you shall be the first to enter, my little friend. Chapter 52, The Cell Research Laboratory. After a brief and simple farewell to Principal Wang and the other teachers, Ning Feng settled into Professor Miles' vintage car. Following a swift ride, the car came to a halt before a dilapidated, abandoned building. Gazing up at the derelict structure, Professor Miles chuckled. Opening the car door, no one would expect my laboratory to be hidden here. The moment Ning Feng stepped out of the car, he was greeted by a wave of dampness, instinctively covering his nose, furrowing his brow. He was no fool. The expressions of Principal Wang, Teacher Lin, and others upon hearing about Professor Miles' ninjutsu research laboratory indicated that this place was far from ordinary. It surely harbored something extraordinary. Instantly, Ning Feng's mind wandered to Orochimaru's laboratory in the original work, where he constructed multiple bases to study ninjutsu and various abilities. Unlike those reliant on bloodlines, Orochimaru thrived on the technology of ninjutsu. In a modern society, which is highly advanced in technology, it remained a mystery what enigmatic elements this ninjutsu laboratory might possess. Hey, little one, what are you pondering? Come inside. Professor Miles, noticing Ning Feng lost in thought, beckoned him with a smile. Following Professor Miles through the labyrinthine corridors of the abandoned building, the two soon arrived at an underground passage. This passage was exceedingly intricate, filled with numerous tunnels leading who knows where. Without familiarity, one could easily become lost. It's me, Professor Miles. With ease, he guided Ning Feng to a metal door. Offering it a faint smile, the door creaked open, revealing a vast expanse beyond, a hidden world of sorts. In this expansive area, Ning Feng's eyes widened at the sight of countless sophisticated experimental apparatuses, petri dishes, and computers. These are the materials I require for my ninjutsu research, accumulated over decades of study. Naturally, some hypotheses are included, hoping that future generations may assist in their validation, Professor Miles declared proudly, gesturing towards a blackboard filled with dense, intricate notes on ninjutsu experimentation conclusions. As his gaze swept across the board, Ning Feng observed various research data and experiments concerning the transformations and properties of ninjutsu. One particular experiment report depicted an image reminiscent of Naruto's wind-release shuriken. It was undeniable that these professors had substantial substance. Despite their ignorance of events from 30 millennia ago, they had managed to uncover so much. However, my life's greatest pride lies not in this, but in the Senju cells. Suddenly, Professor Miles halted, a mysterious smile illuminating his face as he pointed to several enormous petri dishes containing cultivated organs. Senju cells? Ning Feng was momentarily taken aback, his emotions surging. Truly, Professor Miles, the head of the academic committee at Yanyan University, had embarked on research concerning Senju cells? In the original narrative, these cells were the most extensively studied, by Orochimaru, by Danzo, and even Uchiha Madara, who attempted to fuse with Senju cells to acquire the Rinnegan. He was of Uchiha lineage. If he were to possess Senju cells, wouldn't that mean indeed? Professor Miles nodded slightly. I have explored numerous relics. After dispatching the ninjas within, I would collect their blood specimens for research. On one occasion, I was fortunate enough to enter the Valley of the End relic and acquired cells from a formidable ninja. Later discovering that this powerful individual was named Hashirama Senju, I designated these cells as Senju cells. Each time I brought back cells, they proliferated rapidly in the petri dish. However, once a certain quantity was reached, they would perish. This pattern repeated itself. Yet these Senju cells are extraordinary. They continue to proliferate without any signs of aging. Consequently, I dedicated vast amounts of time to their study, but after 20 years, I have yet to achieve significant breakthroughs. I even attempted to implant Senju cells within my own body, but they were rejected by my own cells. I also enlisted several students from Yanyan University to assist in experiments. At this point, Professor Miles shook his head in frustration, sighing, yet all were in vain. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng's gaze flickered. In the original narrative, Danzo had also attempted to implant Senju cells within himself, resulting in the necessity to partition a portion of his chakra to stabilize the cells. Otherwise, he risked transforming uncontrollably into a tree. Such potent cells could only be endured by those of Uchiha lineage. Professor Miles, I recall you mentioning that if I could learn ninjutsu at a glance, you would allow me into your laboratory, where I could choose anything I desired. Ning Feng suddenly interjected. Indeed, Professor Miles nodded slightly. Then I wish to have this. Ning Feng pointed at the Senju cells, pondering if perhaps his body might not reject the power of the Senju cells. You may freely select from anything in my laboratory, but this particular item is off limits. I cannot allow you to be harmed. Professor Miles immediately shook his head, recognizing that while the Senju cells were indeed remarkable, they could also be a deadly double-edged sword. Furthermore, should Principal Wong learn of this, he would never consent. What if my body could withstand it? Ningfeng pressed on. Even if you could withstand it, it would still be unwise. You are far too fragile. Professor Miles vehemently shook his head. I once had a student who made a similar plea, and ultimately, he was overwhelmed and his body exploded from the power of the Senju cells. This is not a force that mere mortals can bear. Seeing Ningfeng about to speak again, Professor Miles hesitated. If you are truly insistent on attempting this, then once you obtain the certification as a Chunin Peak, you may come find me. Chapter 53. The Implantation of Senju Cells. What if I genuinely fear not the energy of the Senju cells? Ningfeng, observing Professor Miles' unwavering stance, suddenly inquired. Professor Miles contemplated for a moment, recalling Ningfeng's astonishing prowess in ninjutsu. Noting the resolute glint in the young man's eyes, he relented. Very well, if you are determined to try, I shall first conduct a test of your physique. If you meet my standards, I will implant a minuscule amount of Senju cells into you. However, it must be an exceedingly small quantity, for I fear your body may not endure more. Ningfeng was acutely aware that this was the greatest concession Professor Miles could offer. In truth, he too harbored trepidation towards the power of the Senju cells. Even with his Uchiha lineage, the risk of being unable to withstand them could lead to peril. Thus, this approach was undoubtedly the safest and most prudent course of action. Thank you, Professor Miles. Ningfeng nodded appreciatively. Ah, my dear little one, you are the first to grace my ninjutsu laboratory in decades, which undoubtedly attests to your potential in certain aspects. Indeed, as educators, it is our solemn duty to nurture gifted children like yourself. Professor Miles chuckled wryly, rising to retrieve an enormous pipe from the side. Let us commence with the testing. In the northeast corner of the laboratory stood a sophisticated machine designed to assess students' physical attributes. Under Professor Miles' guidance, Ningfeng entered the apparatus, and soon, his data materialized before them. The revelation was astonishing. Upon viewing the results, Professor Miles gasped in incredulity. Strength, Chunin level, initial. Agility, Chunin level, initial. Intelligence, Chunin level, initial. Chakra volume, Chunin level, mid. Bone density, Chunin level, initial. All physical metrics, whether strength, agility, or intelligence, far surpassed his peers, achieving the standards of a Chunin at the initial tier. Furthermore, the sheer volume of chakra he possessed reached the mid-tier of a Chunin, a fact that Professor Miles understood all too well. It is noteworthy that a Chunin's chakra volume is thrice that of a peak Genin, signifying not merely the capacity to perform additional jutsu, but also immense future potential. Your data exceeds my expectations. All your abilities have achieved the Chunin level. Yet you possess only the certification of a peak Genin. Truly remarkable. Professor Miles exclaimed, half amused and half bewildered. You could very well sit for the Chunin preliminary exam at the Ninja Tower. But I digress. Given your extraordinary physique, I am willing to implant a small portion of Hashirama cells into you. Frankly, I am quite curious, for you are the first student of this caliber I have encountered. Upon hearing Professor Miles' consent, Ningfeng could hardly contain his excitement. With a chuckle, Professor Miles gestured for Ningfeng to recline in a nearby chair and produced a precise tube to extract a minuscule sample of Hashirama's cells, activating the holographic lights in preparation for the transplantation. It must be said that at this moment, Professor Miles was filled with exhilaration, having discovered Hashirama's cells decades prior. He had yet to find a specimen suitable for experimentation. After enduring numerous failures, he had begun to believe that he would never unlock the secrets of these cells. Ningfeng slowly closed his eyes, as the site of the implantation was to be his left hand. The procedure was swift. As the head of the Academic Affairs Committee at Yunhua University, Professor Miles had once served as a chief surgeon and was adept at cell transplantation. Hours passed, feeling as though centuries had elapsed for both Ningfeng and Professor Miles. When Ningfeng finally reopened his eyes, the implantation was complete. He instinctively glanced at his left hand but felt nothing unusual, nor did he sense anything amiss in other areas, which left him puzzled. Ningfeng, do you feel anything extraordinary? Professor Miles inquired, his pallor evident, concern etched in his eyes. Not at all, Ningfeng replied, shaking his head. In the original narrative, ninjas who underwent Hashirama's cell transplantation typically experienced intense rejection. His utter lack of reaction was indeed perplexing. Come, let us retest your bodily functions. Professor Miles waved his hand, and Ningfeng promptly entered the testing device once more. The results displayed on the apparatus mirrored his previous metrics: strength, agility, intelligence, chakra volume, all unchanged. How curious. Why do Hashirama's cells exhibit no effect within you? Professor Miles pondered, astonished. Under normal circumstances, one would expect a significant rejection response. Perhaps it requires time to manifest. For now, Ningfeng, you should return home, and if anything unusual occurs, do not hesitate to contact me. As he spoke, Professor Miles handed Ningfeng a business card. To which Ning Feng nodded earnestly. Soon, Professor Miles drove Ning Feng away from the laboratory, his gaze lingering on Ning Feng, anxious for any sign of distress. Yet, Ning Feng felt nothing out of the ordinary. Upon returning to Yunhua University, Principal Wang, who had been anxiously awaiting their arrival, visibly relaxed upon seeing Professor Miles' vintage car and hurried over. Little ancestor, are you unharmed? Did you acquire something remarkable in Professor Miles' lab? Principal Wang queried, wiping the sweat from his brow with curiosity. Professor Miles chuckled in mock irritation. Principal Wang, do you fear that I would abscond with your precious Ning Feng? Rest assured, I would never harm your treasured gem. You need only know that I have implanted a powerful type of cell into him. Powerful cells? Principal Wang and the others gasped in astonishment. Many clans seek the expertise of ninjutsu scientists for cell transplants when nurturing future stars. They had not anticipated that Professor Miles would bestow such a grand gift upon Ning Feng. Little ancestor, you ought to express your gratitude to the professor. Chapter 54. The College Entrance Examination, Remnants of the Second Ninja World War. No need for that. We are merely collaborators. My dear child, I shall keep a close watch on you. Should any issues arise with your health, please do not hesitate to call me. Professor Miles smiled faintly. Absolutely. Ning Feng nodded vigorously. The interaction left Principal Wang perplexed, utterly bewildered as to what the two were discussing. Ning Feng, what kind of cells did he implant in you? It's a secret. A secret, you say? Not even sharing with your Uncle Wang. That night, Ning Feng met with Lu Qingye in the Yunhua University cafeteria, where they briefly discussed the admissions examination for Tsinghua University. It turned out that gaining entry to Tsinghua University required not only attaining a score above the admission threshold, but also passing 3 rounds of exams. Each round was progressively more challenging, comprising a written test, a survival test, and a practical test, with the written component alone eliminating nearly 80 to 90% of candidates. The content of the written test predominantly focused on ninjutsu data and combat theory discussions and calculations. After a delightful dinner, Ning Feng and Lu Qingye parted ways. That night, Principal Wang hurriedly returned with Ning Feng to Yunhua City. This visit to Yunhua University had proven immensely fruitful for Ning Feng, broadening his horizons and granting him Hashirama's cells, an array of ninjutsu, and the Rasengan, significantly enhancing his prospects for admission to Tsinghua University. In the 3 months that followed, Ning Feng ceased attending school, dedicating each day to training at the ninja tower, honing his practical skills and relentlessly improving himself. Before long, 3 months had slipped by unnoticed. The once frail and diminutive Ning Feng had undergone a remarkable transformation, now standing tall and robust, resembling a majestic mountain. His formerly weak physique now exuded an explosive energy, and his skin, once pale, now radiated a healthy golden hue, complemented by his not unattractive features, giving him a charming appeal. During this period, Lu, Principal Wang, and others had wisely refrained from interrupting his training, though they kept a close watch on Ning Feng's progress, particularly Professor Miles, who called multiple times to inquire about his well-being. Simultaneously, with the assistance of various influential figures, Ning Feng's father, Ning Tian's company gradually regained stability and profitability. Only 6 days remained until the college entrance examination. Before the ninja tower, a sleek black sports car came to a slow stop, capturing the attention of numerous onlookers. The once transformed Ning Feng stepped out of the sports car with a leisurely gait, his handsome visage eliciting gasps and exclamations from numerous young ladies. Yet, he paid them no heed, instead producing the diamond-level VIP card bestowed by President Lu, effortlessly sliding it through the scanner. With the guard leading him respectfully, he entered the ninja tower. Young Master Ning Feng, which relic do you wish to challenge? The guard inquired with deference. During this period, Ning Feng had systematically tackled all the lower ninja level relics, each time completing them with remarkable speed and repeatedly breaking the records for relic clearance. Of course, he had not been without attempts at the initial level of the middle ninja relic examination, but had consistently failed to meet the entry standards, causing a delay in his certification for the middle ninja rank. I wish to attempt the initial level of the middle ninja relic examination, Ning Feng declared as he removed his sunglasses. Very well, please wait a moment. The guard nodded respectfully, then opened a large door on the 45th floor of the ninja tower. Young Master Ning Feng, we hope you meet the required standards this time. Indeed, Ning Feng nodded gently as he stepped through the entrance of the relic. In the next moment, the scenery before him shifted and a familiar mysterious voice resonated. Welcome to the Kamikaze Bridge relic. Your current identity is that of a Konoha ninja, and your task is at Yunhua High School, on the playground. A multitude of motivational banners for the upcoming college entrance examination were unfurled, their striking red titles capturing attention. Surpass the wealthy and handsome. Conquer the offspring of officials. Whoever enters Tsinghua University shall be my spouse. Do not lag behind like a wildebeest. Fight like a wild dog. With the spring breeze blowing and war drums sounding, who will fear whom in this year's college entrance examination? The entire playground was saturated with the atmosphere of the impending exams, which represented not only a significant milestone in life, but also a decisive turning point in one's destiny. Students, in just 5 days, we will face the college entrance examination, a pivotal crossroads that will shape your future. If you manage to gain admission to a prestigious university, you will learn advanced ninjutsu such as the body flicker technique and chakra nature transformation, securing a respectable, high-paying job. And the goddess you desire will be but a step away from you. However, if you are admitted to a more ordinary university, you may find yourself limited to learning rudimentary techniques like the shadow clone technique or the substitution technique, ultimately leading to a future where you may become a mere employee in a company, earning a meager salary while gazing longingly at exorbitant housing prices. If you are only admitted to a vocational college, then you may only acquire a few practical ninjutsu skills, destined for a monotonous assembly line job, toiling away with little reward, while the goddess of your dreams may not even spare you a glance, viewing you as nothing more than dust. Today, I, Principal Wong, speak to you as someone who has walked this path before. I hope you take the college entrance examination seriously, viewing it as a battle for your life. Do not treat it lightly or with disregard. Perhaps the person you are fooling is none other than yourself and your future. Principal Wong stood behind the podium, passionately delivering his final motivational speech for the college entrance examination. The students below listened, their eyes sparkling with anticipation for a new life, yet flickering with a hint of anxiety. Many students were undoubtedly aware that this year's exam content had changed, transforming into the relic of the Second Ninja World War, with the examination itself becoming a grueling 2-day survival test. To assist you in achieving better results, the school has gathered extensive information regarding the relic of the Second Ninja World War, which will now be distributed to you. I hope you will treat this information with the seriousness it deserves, Principal Wong stated solemnly, his gaze instinctively drifting towards an empty spot in Class 231, his brow furrowing slightly. Chapter 55. Astonishing, the high school graduate steps into the middle ninja rank. Since that trip to Yunhua University, Principal Wong had not seen Ningfeng for a full 3 months. The only thing he knew was that Ningfeng had been tirelessly training during this time. Just a few days prior, he had intended to visit the ninja tower, but had been rebuffed by President Liu, who stated simply that Ningfeng needed peace and quiet. Now, with the college entrance examination looming, less than 5 days remained until this critical battle in life, and Ningfeng's absence from the year-level mobilization meeting had left Principal Wong somewhat anxious. It wasn't just Principal Wong who was concerned about Ningfeng's recent circumstances. The entire Class 231 was equally invested. The memory of Ningfeng's overwhelming victory against Class 232 3 months prior still lingered vividly in their minds. For such an extraordinary talent, many students had become even more diligent and committed in the wake of that setback. Ningfeng had revealed to them the stark reality of the gap between themselves and true genius, casting a shadow over many self-proclaimed prodigies. 3 months had passed, and Ningfeng had been absent for the entirety of that time. Numerous classmates missed this prodigy, even elevating him to a status of spiritual belief. While Principal Wong continued his extensive discourse on the crucial details of the college entrance examination from the podium, the students below had already drifted into reverie. Mr. Liu, the head teacher of Class 1, glanced at the vacant spot with a furrowed brow. Where have you gone? Meanwhile, Liu Feng clenched his fists tightly, resolute in the effort and sweat he had expended over these past 3 months. What he anticipated most was Ningfeng's return, so he could defeat him openly before everyone. Suddenly, a wave of commotion rippled through the crowd. Ningfeng is here. Ningfeng is here. Our Yunhua High School's top prodigy has arrived. After 3 long months, this kid finally returned. People instinctively turned to look behind them, their eyes widening in astonishment as they beheld the smiling figure of a young man approaching. The youth was clad in simple attire, a white long shirt paired with blue jeans, yet his unassuming garb could not conceal the confidence and aura radiating from him. As if a king had returned. Compared to 3 months prior, his physique had become significantly more robust, his once pale skin now exuding a healthy bronze hue. His previously ordinary appearance, indistinguishable within a crowd, had transformed into something strikingly noteworthy, shimmering like a precious gem due to his newfound confidence and presence. Principal Wong ceased his speech, his gaze shifting toward the source of the commotion, a glint of light sparking in his previously calm eyes. Mr. Liu adjusted his black-framed glasses. While Mr. He paused his admonishment of the students, other class teachers cast eager glances in his direction. Ningfeng's rival, Liu Feng, forcibly suppressed his smile, while his 2 companions, the portly boy and the bespectacled youth, displayed smug grins. In an almost instantaneous moment, all eyes in the assembly converged upon Ningfeng, this youth who had been absent for a full 3 months. After a brief moment of astonishment, Principal Wong rapped the podium, the sound drawing the students back from their daydreams. Students, please settle down. Ningfeng has returned to his place. Let us continue the mobilization meeting for the college entrance examination. By the way, what rank are you now? Though Principal Wong made every effort to temper his emotions, striving for a calm demeanor, the final question betrayed his complex feelings. The playground fell silent, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard, as all awaited Ningfeng's response. 3 months had passed. Had Ningfeng progressed further? Initial level of the middle ninja, he replied, his voice devoid of any emotion. A simple yet firm declaration. As soon as the words left his lips, the playground remained silent for a full 2 seconds before one student began to applaud, followed swiftly by another, then a third, until the applause cascaded into a resounding roar. To be on the threshold of the middle ninja rank before even graduating from high school signified an abundance of possibilities. Principal Wang, overwhelmed with excitement, dashed down from the podium, yearning to embrace Ningfeng, who now towered a head taller than him. Yet, in the gaze of so many, he managed to restrain his impulse, opting instead to pat Ningfeng's shoulder in a gesture of acknowledgement. Well done, young man. The other homeroom teachers gazed at Teacher Liu with a mixture of envy and jealousy, silently applauding while feeling disheartened, pondering why such a prodigy was not in their class. Meanwhile, Teacher Liu was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down her face. Reaching the initial stage of a chunin is a realm of power many can only dream of attaining in their lifetimes. Stepping into the chunin rank signifies the emergence of a true expert, whether serving the nation or their clan. It equates to a high remuneration and marks one as a premier talent of the state. In other words, achieving chunin means embarking on the path of success. It is worth noting that many of the homeroom teachers themselves are merely at the initial stage of chunin. Even those from prestigious universities often only manage to attain this level by their 2nd or 3rd year, which is already considered a remarkable feat for Ningfeng, who has reached the chunin level before even graduating. He has already tasted success. He stands ahead of countless others. What a good child, what a good child. Yunhua High School has not nurtured you in vain. Principal Wang wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. With the impending college entrance examination, he encouraged Ningfeng to strive for excellence, declaring that Yunhua High School had not seen a talent like him in decades. Ningfeng nodded earnestly. His progress thus far is entirely attributable to the unwavering support of Yunhua High School. Return to your seats. Today is possibly the happiest day of my life. Principal Wang dried his eyes and strode confidently to the podium, unyielding in his resolve. I believe everyone has witnessed that Ningfeng's example speaks volumes, transforming from a mediocre student to a genius. The effort he has invested to grow stronger is evident to many. If we wish to rise above, we must adopt this spirit. Do you have confidence for the college entrance examination in 5 days? Yes, yes, yes. Inspired by Ningfeng's spirit, the entire class of seniors at Yunhua High School erupted in a vigorous, resounding cheer, their voices echoing through the heavens. Principal Wang, your students at Yunhua High School possess quite the spirit. I wonder how prepared you are for the upcoming examination. Suddenly, a calm voice interjected. A middle-aged man with a rotund figure, exuding an air of authority, approached slowly, accompanied by several other teachers. Behind him followed a few young individuals with bright eyes, exuding remarkable strength. Chapter 56. The Arrival of Talents from Yunbei and Yunnan Universities. As soon as the words were spoken, Principal Wang and the others halted their actions in astonishment, instinctively turning to gaze at the newcomer. Upon recognizing him, they rushed over without a moment's delay. Director Tai, what brings you here? What wind has blown you our way? The man at the forefront, with a prominent belly, was none other than Director Tai, the head of the Education Bureau of Yin Province, overseeing all matters related to higher education in the province. Principal Wang of Yunhua High School was appointed by Director Tai himself. Following Director Tai were the principals of other high schools in Yunhua City, and behind them were the creme de la creme of their respective institutions. The homeroom teachers sensed something amiss and hurriedly urged their students to return to the classroom. Upon witnessing the formidable presence of these educators, the students quickly scurried back to their seats. Isn't the college entrance examination just around the corner? I came down to inspect and happened to hear from Principal Chi that you were holding a motivational meeting for the exam, so I brought them along. What? No warm welcome? Director Tai chuckled. How could I dare? Of course, you're most welcome. Principal Wang feigned excitement while feeling a chill run down his spine. The pretext of Director Tai's visit was merely a guise. His true intention was coveting the land of Yunhua High School. Over the years, while Yunhua High School has maintained commendable results, it pales in comparison to Yunbei and Yunnan High Schools. Moreover, Yunhua's geographical location is significantly more advantageous. Situated in the city center, which has left the principals of the other 2 schools feeling resentful, often lodging complaints to Director Tai. A year prior, Director Tai had commanded the principals of these high schools to conduct a talent competition before the college entrance examination, with the victor earning the right to the land of Yunhua High School. Principal Wang had assumed that Director Tai had forgotten this agreement, yet here he was, honoring it. The thought of potentially displacing thousands of students from Yunhua High School filled him with dread. Haha, as long as you welcome us. Let me introduce you. This is Yu Xiaonan, the top genius from Yunnan High School, who has just recently received his certification for the initial stage of Chunin, Director Tai announced, gesturing grandly toward a slender young man clad in a black leather jacket. The principal of Yunnan High School beamed with pride. Hello, Principal Wang. I am Yu Xiaonan from Yunnan High School, and I also happen to be a D-grade appraisal expert. He extended his hand, politely introducing himself, though his demeanor betrayed an air of superiority. This student, Yu Xiaonan, is remarkable. He has obtained Chunin certification before even graduating high school. Not to mention being an appraisal expert. I believe he will undoubtedly excel in the college entrance examination and bring glory to our Yin province. Director Tai proclaimed, his gaze shifting to a girl in a pink dress with a ponytail. And this is Lin Huashua, another genius cultivated by Yunnan High School, who has also achieved the initial stage of Chunin certification. Hello, Principal Wang. I am Lin Huashua, the girl said, clearly more reserved than her counterpart, politely repeating her introduction. As Director Tai prepared to introduce the talents from Yunbei High School, Principal Lung of Yunbei High School interjected, proudly pointing to several tall students. Principal Wang. Allow me to introduce them, as they are students from Yunbei High School. This student is Xiong Er, who has also attained the initial stage of Chunin and masters techniques from 2 different elemental natures, demonstrating exceptional prowess in ninjutsu. And this is Xiongda. The principals of various high schools took turns boasting about their students, with each individual brought forth possessing at least the initial stage of Chunin strength. Truly the cream of the crop. Director Tai appeared quite pleased with the accomplishments of the various high school principals, nodding his head and smiling broadly. The principals of Yunbei, Yunnan, and Yundong High Schools remain as discerning as ever, managing to cultivate so many exceptional talents. Principal Wang, might you share any recent accomplishments from your school? Let us see what you have to offer. I regret to inform you that I have only managed to nurture 1 student to this level, Principal Wang replied. Having anticipated Director Tai's inquiry and hesitating slightly before responding. Only 1. Director Tai's expression darkened in an instant, his voice rising in anger. How do you justify your position as a principal? The Education Bureau allocates substantial funding to you each year. The other principals could hardly contain their schadenfreude. Principal Lung of Yunbei High School seized the opportunity to whisper, Director Tai, Yunhua High School has not produced a single Chunin graduate in many years. While both Yunbei and Yunnan High Schools have consistently nurtured several Chunin each year. If Yunhua High School's land remains here, I suspect many principals would not be pleased. Indeed, we are all quite disgruntled. Principal Wang trembled with rage, fully aware that these so-called Chunin were merely products of their principals exploiting special substances to forcibly enhance their potential. While they may possess formidable strength initially, it ultimately signifies a limited future, a shameful act of hastily promoting growth. The other principals, devoid of any sense of shame as educators, exchanged knowing glances, as though the land of Yunhua High School was already within their grasp. Principal Wang, fret not. We at Yundong High School have a parcel of land to the north that we could sell to you. One principal offered kindly. Principal Wang furrowed his brow, a chill creeping into his demeanor. The parcel of land to the north of Yundong High School was, in fact, a graveyard. The director was incited by various principals, and he was utterly disillusioned with Principal Wang. I believe, Principal Wang, it would be best for you to relinquish your position and allow someone more capable to take over. Don't you think? I recall you are already in your 50s. It might be time for retirement. Who said Principal Wang could not nurture talent? A cold voice interjected. Although Principal Wang has produced only 1 exceptional graduate this time, I assert that this singular individual surpasses 100 mediocre ones. Ningfeng walked calmly to Principal Wang's side, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the so-called geniuses from other high schools. Ashamed, he reflected that under Principal Wang's tutelage, he had merely attained the rank of a Chunin at the initial level, secured an S-rank certification, and acquired a B-rank certification as an examiner, along with mastery over 5 elemental ninjutsu. As his words fell, silence enveloped the room. The director stood frozen, dumbfounded. Chapter 57, The Director's Shock. Chunin, B-rank examiner. Mastery of all 5 elemental ninjutsu. The principals from prestigious institutions collectively gasped, exchanging incredulous glances, each reflecting surprise in their eyes. Even Director Tai found himself momentarily speechless, standing there in a daze. A student, benefiting from abundant resources and rigorous training from a young age, could achieve the rank of Chunin with a modicum of talent. But a B-rank examiner and mastery of all 5 elemental ninjutsu? Such feats could not merely be attributed to talent. They required not only exceptional aptitude, but also substantial financial backing. It is worth noting that the best records among the universities in Yin province barely reached the level of C-rank examiners and mastery of 3 elemental ninjutsu. Yet, this young man claimed a B-rank examiner status and mastery of all 5 elemental ninjutsu. What does this signify? If true, it transcends the definition of genius and ventures into the realm of extraordinary prodigy. Ningfeng, what brings you here? Did Teacher Lu not escort you back to class? Principal Wang feigned annoyance while secretly feeling gratitude. This young man had aided him in his plight. In truth, Principal Wang was well aware that the so-called Chunins brought in by other principals were primarily products of excessive use of various potions and nutritional supplements, often lacking practical combat skills compared to peak Genin students, effectively closing off their future paths in martial arts. Over the years, many principals, in pursuit of political achievements, disregarded student development, recklessly employing drugs. Were these so-called prodigies not merely the byproducts of their misguided efforts? However, Principal Wang wished to maintain his standing in this circle, so he refrained from voicing such thoughts. I felt compelled to stand up and vindicate my principal, considering how much he has invested in his students, Ning Feng declared proudly. Principal Lung shot a glance at Ning Feng, coldly smiling. Young man, I remember you. In your first year, you were ridiculed by many students, earning the nickname useless. After 3 years, you had not even advanced beyond the initial rank of Genin. Now, as graduation approaches, you suddenly claim to be a Chunin. Could it be a fabrication? Upon hearing that this genius might be a fraud, several other principals secretly breathed sighs of relief, their expressions brightening considerably. If Principal Wang had indeed nurtured such an extraordinary talent, his status would undoubtedly soar. Not only would he remain a high school principal, but he might also secure the position of vice director at the Education Bureau of Jinghua City, especially since the vice director had recently retired. They harbored ambitions of leveraging their own achievements to enter the Education Bureau. Indeed, this young man can't be deceiving us, right? Principal Wang. Shouldn't you manage your student if he is lying? Principal Chi sneered, questioning how a high school student could possibly attain the status of a B-rank examiner, let alone master all 5 elemental ninjutsu. Indeed, I have been in the education sector for many more years than Principal Wang, and I have yet to produce such talent. How could you, as a junior, accomplish this? Another principal joined in the derision. Despite their outward appearance of scholarly poise, these principals were ruthless in their verbal attacks, each more venomous than the last. The so-called prodigies, momentarily subdued, now allowed their arrogance to resurface. As Principal Wang was about to counter these doubts, Ning Feng smiled faintly. Retrieving a chip from his waist and handing it to Director Tai, whether it is true or not, you will discern upon verification. This is my certification as a Chunin, and it also contains my B-rank examiner credentials. You should be able to determine its authenticity. Director Tai took the chip and inserted it into a specialized verification machine, which swiftly displayed the data. Chunin initial level, S rank? Is it truly S rank? The data left even Director Tai, a veteran in education, gasping in astonishment. Nearly dropping the chip. B-rank examiner, S rank? How could this be? Hearing the initial level of Chunin provided some comfort to the other principals. But the revelation of an S-rank status shocked them to their core, while the B-rank examiner status, although impressive, paled in comparison to the S-rank revelation. The so-called prodigies were instantly overshadowed, feeling as insignificant as mere grains of rice. The Ninja Tower issues countless certifications each year, yet A and S-rank certifications are exceedingly rare, often countable on one hand. Generally, only one S-rank designation is awarded in Jinghua City per year, and those recognized as S-rank invariably become unparalleled guardians in the future. This S-rank designation signifies the student's immense potential. The impact of the S-rank revelation was so profound that Director Tai and the other principals momentarily overlooked the subsequent S-rank certification. Your certification is indeed authentic. Director Tai managed to suppress his astonishment, taking a deep breath and immediately altering his attitude towards Principal Wang. I never expected you to have nurtured such an S-rank prodigy. This truly astonishes me. I recall you have been principal at Jinghua High School for decades. And with the vice director retiring a fortnight ago, I propose you take on the position next month. Director Tai. This vice director position is not something to be taken lightly. Indeed, Director Tai, we have also nurtured a fair share of prodigies. This vice director position upon hearing this. Several principals grew anxious. They had all aspired to this position, as well as the prestige associated with Jinghua High School, but instead of securing it, they found themselves overshadowed by another. What? Have you also nurtured an S-rank student? Director Tai snorted, causing the principals to hold their breath in fear. As he departed, Director Tai cast a deep glance at Ning Feng. Ning Feng, I look forward to your performance in the college entrance examination. By the way, Principal Wang, this upcoming examination will indeed focus on the relics of the Second Ninja World War, correct? Yes, it will center on the relics of the Second Ninja World War. Principal Wang could hardly contain his delight as he respectfully responded. His elevation and Jinghua High School's reprieve from crisis were entirely thanks to Ning Feng. Chapter 58. A grain of rice dares to shine? Well, with the national examination, the entire Dragon Kingdom utilizes a unified content. This time, students will encounter many peers from other high schools, presenting an excellent opportunity for us to promote our institution. Principal Wang, you may continue your work. I shall take my leave. Director Tai patted Principal Wang's shoulder with vigor, proclaiming, your career path will only grow brighter. A smile graced Principal Wang's lips as he nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Director Tai, for your support. I must also express my gratitude for your role in cultivating such exceptional talents in Yin Province. I am confident that when I report to the other directors, my face will shine with pride. Director Tai was evidently in high spirits as he waved his hand, preparing to turn and leave. A few university presidents seemed eager to voice their thoughts, but the terrifying prospect of an S-class certification quelled their impulses. They were incredibly disheartened, to say the least. It was almost unbearable to describe, as the coveted land of Yunhua High School and the position of deputy director had been relinquished so easily. Their unwillingness to concede was palpable. Wait, what does an S-class Chunin certification really signify? In practical combat, They may not stand a chance against me. Suddenly, an arrogant and strident voice broke the tension. Yu Xiaonan, who fancied himself the greatest genius of Yunhua High School, declared in frustration, though the other so-called geniuses remained silent. Their haughty gazes betrayed their sentiments. Clearly, they were not intimidated. Observing their demeanor, the university presidents furrowed their brows. These so-called geniuses had no inkling of the true terror of an S-class. With their extensive years in education, how could they not comprehend? This was evidently an invitation for confrontation. Are you feeling defiant? Ning Feng chuckled, having experienced a meteoric rise in power upon stepping into the realm of Chunin, rendering him nearly invincible at his level. He dismissed these so-called geniuses with ease. Indeed, Yu Xiaonan replied, lifting his chin with an air of superiority, I, as the greatest genius of Yunhua High School, hereby challenge Yunhua High School. Do you dare accept? I seem to recall that the title of the greatest genius of Yunhua High School belonged to someone named Yunming. When did it become your turn? Ning Feng inquired suddenly. Yunming was always on top, but he suffered some setback, and I surpassed him, Yu Xiaonan boasted, swelling with pride. Oh, my apologies. Your esteemed genius, Yunming, is the very one I defeated, Ning Feng replied coolly, turning away. It seems we need not fight, for you lack the qualifications to challenge me. What? You defeated Yunming? Yu Xiaonan's face instantly turned ashen, resembling a frostbitten eggplant. The other discontented geniuses also registered a change in expression. They had sparred with Yunming privately, and he had bested them consistently, sending them flying. This kid had actually defeated the so-called invincible Yunming? I refused to believe it. Seeing Ning Feng dismiss him without a second thought, Yu Xiaonan felt profoundly insulted and shouted in anger, quickly forming hand seals, water release, water dragon bullet technique. However, before he could complete his seals, Ning Feng, having turned around, sent him flying with a swift kick, crashing heavily to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Director Tai and the university presidents exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with astonishment. This young man moved with remarkable speed. The other geniuses were equally taken aback, pondering whether they could even execute their jutsu against such rapid attacks. Pathetically vulnerable, Ning Feng chuckled, turning back to the school. His growth could only be described as extraordinary. While he might have needed time to defeat these geniuses in the past, now it felt as effortless as crushing an ant. His 3 months of training had not been in vain. The geniuses stood frozen, too intimidated to act, while Yu Xiaonan, sprawled on the ground, touched his battered face. Consumed by fear, he had just deeply felt the chasm between himself and true talent. Was this the genuine power of an S-class Chunin student? Director Tai, may I see you off? Principal Wang said cheerfully, his face aglow with pride at Ning Feng's display. Certainly, Principal Wang. I wish to discuss your insights and methods in nurturing such remarkable talents. It's almost noon. Let us have a proper conversation over tea or coffee, Director Tai responded, slinging an arm around Principal Wang's shoulder in a brotherly manner. Director Tai, what about us? Principal Lung glanced at Principal Wang with envy, hesitating to ask. Oh, you all can return to your respective institutions. I am quite busy, Director Tai waved dismissively, though his gaze remained warm towards Principal Wang. Soon, Director Tai and Principal Wang, arm in arm, stepped into a car, leaving the other university presidents standing awkwardly, forced to maintain smiles while unsure of their next move. Principal, what about the provincial key cultivation quota you promised us? Yu Xiaonan dusted himself off and asked bluntly. Are you S-class? If not, what need have you for a provincial key cultivation quota? Get lost. Principal Lung snapped, waving his hand impatiently. But you promised. You still have the audacity to ask me for that? The group of geniuses turned pale with fright, hurrying to vacate the scene, fearful that lingering too long might result in dire consequences from the directors. After school, returning to his new home, Ning Feng reflected on his past shortcomings and the achievements he now boasted. Suddenly, 2 streams of chakra began to swirl rapidly in his palm, forming a colossal vortex that he maintained. Spiraling sphere. During the past 3 months, he had diligently trained in the spiraling sphere technique, and he was now able to execute it with finesse. Undoubtedly, possessing such a powerful single-target jutsu significantly enhanced his combat prowess. Chapter 59. The Coming of the College Entrance Examination. Since leaving Yinyan University, Ning Feng had devoted himself to mastering the spiraling sphere, and now, after 3 months, he had acquired it with ease. Initially, he required a shadow clone to assist him, but now he could perform the technique with a single hand. In the original narrative, the spiraling sphere was one of the most formidable single-target jutsu, having vanquished countless bosses at the hands of the protagonist, Naruto. It was no wonder it was rated A class. Unbeknownst to him, 5 days passed. The students of Yunhua High School finally faced the most crucial examination of their lives, the college entrance examination. In the Dragon Country, with its population of billions, nearly 50 million students participate in this exam annually. Each year, the college entrance examination becomes one of the most vibrant days in the entire nation. Countless students will embark on divergent paths based on their performance in this examination. Since the discovery of the ancient relics 200 years ago, leading humanity into the martial arts era, The college entrance examination has garnered increasing attention from the state and various factions. In truth, it serves as a rigorous selection process for talent. Only students who achieve outstanding results may delve into university studies of ninjutsu. The Dragon Country boasts over 10,000 universities, among which there are over 100 key universities, and more than 1,000 second-tier institutions, with countless others including third-tier and vocational colleges. Notably, Yunhua University, located in the heart of the Dragon Country, stands as the pinnacle of martial prowess, followed by several other esteemed institutions. Each year, major universities recruit students from the college entrance examination and issue acceptance letters to those who meet their standards. Out of over 50 million examinees, only a few 100,000 will gain admission to second-tier universities, illustrating the arduous nature of securing a spot in a bachelor's program. Moreover, Yunhua University and other key universities possess the additional authority to conduct assessments for students who meet the score threshold. Only those who pass these assessments may enroll in their programs. Once students graduate from university, they become coveted targets for various corporations, conglomerates, factions, and even government entities. The more prestigious the university, the greater the attention they attract. Graduates from Yunhua University, in particular, are often pursued fervently by headhunters, with some commanding annual salaries in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. The examination, which determines the fates of countless students, takes place annually on the 7th and 8th of June, primarily consisting of the relic examination. During this time, the entrance to the relics is often inundated with students being sent to the Ninja Tower. In other words, while the examination for the relics of the Land of Waves may serve as a festivity for the senior year students of Yunhua High School, the college entrance examination represents a grand celebration for all students nationwide. Over 50 million students will be ushered into the relics to compete on the same stage, with every performance during the examination being evaluated to contribute towards their final scores. This pivotal examination will occur within the relics of the Second Shinobi World War. In Yunhua City, at the Ninja Tower, the clock strikes 4 in the morning. Liu, the president, beset by sleeplessness, paces anxiously before his desk, his eyes bloodshot, intermittently glancing at the time. Outside, darkness still prevails. Secretary Yun, have the staff from the Ninja Tower arrived? Liu inquired, nudging the drowsy Secretary Yun. They have arrived and are waiting outside the tower, ensuring that all students from Yunhua High School will gain entry to the examination relics. I have also called Ning Feng's father, Ning Tian, who will wake Ning Feng at 6:10 to ensure he is not late, Secretary Yun replied. President Liu, you haven't slept a wink. Please take a moment to rest. Seeing Liu about to speak again, Secretary Yun, slightly impatient, interjected. This marked Liu's 7th inquiry. I am just worried. I fear Ning Feng might falter, Liu admitted, his anxiety causing him to resume pacing. Observing this, Secretary Yun glanced at the clock, now striking 4, and resignedly returned to sleep. That night, Principal Wang of Yunhua High School also found himself restless, tossing and turning in bed. The thought of his diligently nurtured students stepping onto the battlefield heightened his anxiety, especially concerning Ning Feng's mindset and potential performance issues. He instinctively reached for his phone to call Ning Feng for reassurance, but, upon glancing out the window at the dark sky, reluctantly set the phone down. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He typed a message and scheduled it for later delivery. Ning Feng, this is Uncle Wang. Good luck on your college entrance examination. Even if you fail, it's all right. However, upon reflection, he deemed the lengthy message inappropriate, hesitated, and ultimately condensed it to a few encouraging words. Good luck on the college entrance examination. The night preceding the college entrance examination was destined to be sleepless. Countless parents were awake, their concerns mirroring those of the students, each grappling with their own worries or indifference. Regrettably, many of the younger students remained unaware that this examination might be their singular opportunity to surpass the affluent and alter their destinies. As dawn broke, Ning Feng awoke from his slumber. At the door, his father, Ning Tian, who had been sitting in silence all night, rubbed his weary eyes and pointed towards the table laden with a hot breakfast, without uttering a word. The meal was simple, a glass of milk and a piece of bread, but it was evident that it had been thoughtfully prepared and selected by Ning Tian. Good morning, Ning Feng greeted as he quietly took his seat and began to eat. Ning Tian observed in silence, both father and son sharing a tacit understanding that words were unnecessary. Don't worry, Dad. I'm sure I'll get into Yunhua University, Ning Feng stated earnestly after finishing his breakfast and setting down his glass. Ning Feng, our lives are already quite good. You don't need to push yourself too hard. Whether or not you get into Yunhua University is inconsequential. What matters is your happiness. Ning Tian replied gently, patting Ning Feng's shoulder. Dad, Ning Feng's earnest gaze met that of his father, a middle-aged man marked by the passage of time. Foolish child. Don't be so sentimental. Hurry along now, or you'll be late. Ning Tian took a bite of bread, masking his own emotional turmoil while feeling an internal storm brewing. His child was about to take the college entrance examination. As a father, he felt an even greater anxiety than Ning Feng himself. Until now, I have shielded you from all storms. From here on, let me protect you, all right? Ning Feng's eyes shimmered as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Ning Tian stood still, momentarily stunned, his eyes welling with tears that he fought to hold back. After a long pause, he finally managed to smile. Foolish child, what are you saying? You're still so young. The child you used to protect has grown up, completely grown up. With that, Ning Feng turned away, striving to suppress his emotions. Clenching his fists resolutely. Tsinghua University, wait for me. The college entrance examination, here I come. Chapter 60. The college entrance examination venue. Is it the land of rain? The first day of the college entrance examination. At dawn, Yunhua City was surprisingly devoid of the usual clamor. No bustling office workers, no irritatingly congested traffic. During these examination days, all businesses close, and families of all ages gather around their televisions to partake in this annual examination festivity. One by one, senior students from various schools, armed with their admission tickets and dressed in their school uniforms, made their way to the examination venue. Many drivers and car owners voluntarily pulled over, offering rides to students passing by on their way to the exam. In ancient times, traveling to the capital for the imperial examination was a significant life event. Yet the challenges of the college entrance examination far exceeded that of such journeys. Countless students, having devoted themselves to mastering ninjutsu, now faced the monumental test that lay ahead. The examination venue for the senior students of Yunhua City's myriad schools was located in the heart of the city, specifically at the Ninja Tower's Yunhua branch. By now, the area surrounding the Ninja Tower was filled with special ninjas dispatched by the state, tasked with safeguarding the venue against potential terrorist threats. These elite ninjas were at least of intermediate ninja rank, representing formidable national strength. The Ninja Tower boasts over 100 floors. At 9 o'clock, students will enter through the doors one by one according to their assigned numbers, leading them to a mysterious relic that serves as their true examination venue. At this moment, a mysterious device located at the top of the Ninja Tower, capable of spatial transmission, will activate. This device utilizes spatial crossing capabilities to transport the students from within the Ninja Tower to designated locations. Across the nation, there are hundreds of thousands of such Ninja Towers, each playing a crucial role in facilitating the spatial transmission for the college entrance examination and processing the data for examination scores. Naturally, each Ninja Tower is staffed with 5 to 6 invigilators who monitor the examination conditions and address any unexpected situations. At this very moment, the relic of the Second Shinobi World War, serving as the examination venue, is already linked to tens of thousands of Ninja Towers, simultaneously broadcasting signals to the televisions, networks, and mobile devices of all citizens across Longwa. Each student's performance within the relic may be transmitted to households everywhere. The college entrance examination is more than just a celebration for the senior students. It is a nationwide viewing spectacle. On this day, countless exceptionally talented individuals will capture the hearts of the public, becoming national idols and ninjutsu stars. Everyone aspires to become a strong individual. No one wishes to be overlooked. The tireless efforts of countless students, day and night, have all been for this moment, to shine and stand out. At 8:30 in the morning, with only half an hour remaining until the examination, all students from Yunhua High School, led by Principal Wang, slowly approached the Ninja Tower. Lu, who had been waiting eagerly, greeted them with a warm smile. Students, your principal has likely explained the examination rules to you, so I won't dwell on that. I hope you all achieve remarkable results and gain admission to your dream universities. As he spoke, Lu nodded in acknowledgement towards Ning Feng, the class leader of Class 231. Ning Feng responded with a smile, giving President Lu a thumbs up to signify his confidence. Observing Ning Feng's unwavering assurance, President Lu nodded slightly, feeling a weight lift off his chest that had been lodged in his throat. All right, everyone is here. All students from Yunhua High School, follow me into the Ninja Tower. President Lu proclaimed with a commanding voice, being the first to step into the tower. The other students followed suit, some with determined expressions, others appearing anxious. While some maintained a tranquil demeanor, and a few exhibited a carefree attitude as if indifferent to the situation. Soon, the students dispersed under the guidance of their teachers, hearing announcements for different levels. 10 minutes later, Ning Feng, accompanied by a teacher, arrived at the entrance of a teleportation gate on the 63rd floor of the Ninja Tower, where his examination number, 0617, was affixed. To prevent cheating or vendettas, students' names would be displayed by their examination numbers, concealing their true identities once they entered the ruins. The current time was 8:45 a.m. You have 15 minutes for a brief rest, the proctor announced nonchalantly before descending the Ninja Tower to lead the next group of students. Seizing this opportunity, Ning Feng sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and adjusted his state to its optimal condition before slowly rising to his feet. As he stood, a remarkable transformation overtook him. His aura shifted dramatically, exuding a newfound confidence and steadiness, as if he were in complete control of everything around him. Ding ding ding. At that moment, the sound signaling the commencement of the examination echoed, akin to the trumpet of war, as countless students simultaneously stepped through the gradually opening teleportation gate. Ning Feng found himself among 50 million candidates, feeling an overwhelming force pulling him in, followed by darkness enveloping his vision. When he regained consciousness, everything around him had changed. Desert, scattered stones, a few hastily erected tents, a recently extinguished campfire, and several fatigued Konoha ninjas resting, alongside a dozen young ninjas who, like him, appeared bewildered yet alertly scanned their surroundings. Is this the village hidden in the rain? Ning Feng's gaze flickered as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. With his Sharingan spinning rapidly, his perceptive abilities surged to unprecedented heights, quickly noting several makeshift tents kilometers away, belonging to Konoha, Sunagakure, and Kimogakure. The scene bore a striking resemblance to the land of rain depicted in the original narrative. Looking down, he discovered he was clad in the attire of a Konoha ninja, complete with a forehead protector, signifying his identity as a ninja from Konoha. If my deductions are correct, we must have been teleported here together, forming a group. A somewhat composed voice emerged from a Konoha ninja, revealing his name as 9527, an unknown candidate. Indeed, I believe that is the case. Is this the content of the examination, survival? Spoke another candidate, numbered 1452. Wasn't it said that the examination would involve the ruins of the Second Ninja World War? We must have been automatically divided into different teams upon entering the ruins. It seems we are Konoha ninjas. As several candidates expressed their confusion, a mysterious voice resonated in their ears, delivering unique messages to each individual. Welcome to the ruins of the Second Ninja World War, the battlefield of the Land of Rain. Candidate 0617. Your current identity is that of a Konoha ninja. You have but one task. Eliminate all targets that are not Konoha ninjas. Your examination results will be determined by your number of kills, combat performance, and various other metrics. Chapter 61. The survival of the fittest in the examination battlefield. The enigmatic voice reverberated in each individual's mind, eliciting varied reactions. Some were tense, others contemplative, some composed, while others remained serene. The moment the announcement was made, Ning Feng swiftly retreated, distancing himself from his teammates, vigilantly observing his surroundings, ever alert to the shifting circumstances. The instant the mysterious voice emanated, he understood he had entered a battlefield, the most brutal arena of the Second Ninja World War, where anything could transpire. Caution was imperative for survival. What message did you receive? Questioned candidate 9527, his voice laced with curiosity. It must be about killing, right? I received a message about eliminating enemies other than Konoha ninjas, responded candidate 1245 earnestly. I heard the same, declared candidate 1467, glancing around at his peers, a flicker of doubt crossing his features before his expression returned to normal as he nodded in agreement. Very well, since our mission is to eliminate enemies, we must band together to ensure our survival. Candidate 9527 surveyed his classmates, ultimately nodding in agreement. Though we are strangers now, we will soon become familiar. If no one objects, I shall take on the role of team leader. Simply follow my directives. Now, I would like each of you to share your specialties and strengths so that we can coordinate more effectively. As soon as he finished speaking, many candidates nodded earnestly. Though a few prideful individuals immediately retorted, why should you be the team leader? My strength is at the peak of a genin. That should be sufficient. Candidate 9527 frowned at this proclamation. A peak genin. Remarkable. The other candidates nodded in acknowledgement, and the arrogant students fell silent. Before high school graduation, those who attained Chunin level strength were considered prodigies, and possessing peak genin abilities marked one as a minor genius. It is worth noting that among the 50 million candidates, those with peak genin strength were few and far between. Ning Feng remained silent, standing still as he meticulously observed the expressions and demeanor of everyone around him, recording them in his mind. Although he now possessed the strength of a novice Chunin, the battlefield was rife with numerous candidates, many of whom were exceptional talents. Thus, he understood the importance of maintaining a low profile to extend his survival. Therefore, he saw no need to vie for the position of team leader. Alright, let's discuss our abilities, starting from the left. Candidate 9527 directed. My ability is Taijutsu, at the mid-tier genin level. My ability is also Taijutsu, mid-tier genin. My ability is water release, mid-tier genin. My ability is earth release, mid-tier genin. Soon, it was Ning Feng's turn, and he had already prepared his response. My ability is fire release, mid-tier genin. Most students graduating from high school possessed abilities around the mid-tier genin level, which was the average standard. By university graduation, the average strength of graduates typically reached novice Chunin. Only a select few prodigious talents could achieve Chunin status immediately upon high school graduation. The majority remained ordinary individuals. My ability is Taijutsu, novice genin. Suddenly stammered a frail-looking boy, candidate number 1678. Hearing that one of their own was a novice genin, the other candidates displayed expressions of disdain. One candidate stepped forward, scoffing. A novice genin dares to participate in the examination? I think we should leave this dead weight behind. I agree. If we get wiped out, our scores will plummet. Echoed another, voicing concerns over the novice genin's presence. Immediately, several candidates emerged, expressing their reluctance to accept such a burden into their ranks. Candidate 9527 pondered for a moment. Addressing candidate 1678, did you hear that? This is not a consensus, and you are free to leave now. I can be a meat shield, a scout. I just hope you won't abandon me." Upon hearing the news of his impending expulsion, Candidate 1678 was instantly consumed by anxiety, beads of cold sweat forming upon his brow. The battlefield of the college entrance examination is akin to a savage jungle, where the weak are devoid of sympathy. Indeed, they may even find themselves subjected to further harm. No candidates responded to his plight. Instead, their gazes were filled with indifference. Desperately, Candidate 1678 turned his pleading eyes toward Candidate 9527, who merely shook his head in refusal. With no other recourse, Candidate 1678 sighed and turned to leave. Individuals like him, the marginalized, are merely burdens, nuisances that others would rather not accommodate. Ningfeng remained silent, showing no inclination to defend this candidate. In both society and the examination arena, the weak are far too numerous. Saving one does not equate to saving all. As soon as Candidate 1678 exited the tent camp, a throng of candidates surged toward him, unleashing an onslaught of various techniques that swiftly expelled him from the examination venue. Concurrently, similar scenarios unfolded around countless temporary tents, where the weak were the first to be abandoned by their comrades. The teams that charged forth on the battlefield, after devouring those discarded or forsaken candidates, quickly returned to their positions, refraining from further assault. After all, no one wished to incur unnecessary casualties that could jeopardize their scores, a precarious situation indeed. Thus, the weak were swiftly eliminated. Sent back to the gates of various ninja towers across the nation, their scores woefully low, rarely exceeding 100 points. It is worth noting that the minimum score required for admission to a second-tier university is a staggering 500 points. For first-tier universities, the threshold is 600 points, while the admission score for Galaxy University is a staggering 700 points. The total score for the examination is 750 points, with categories including a perfect score of 150 points for kills, 150 points for combat techniques, and 150 points for survival skills. The remaining 300 points pertain to psychological resilience, reaction speed, organizational ability, and stealth killing capabilities, akin to the comprehensive subjects of previous examinations. Chapter 62, the first examination, espionage and counter-espionage. As many weak candidates were being eliminated in succession, a cacophony of anguished cries suddenly erupted from within the temporary tents. In Ningfeng's team, one candidate's visage twisted into a grimace, brandishing a shuriken toward a fellow candidate. His speed was so rapid that by the time others reacted, the shuriken was a mere inch from the heart of his intended victim. Clang! The sound of impact resonated as the assailant felt a numbing sensation in his hand, causing the shuriken to clatter to the ground, while the nearly fatalized candidate stared in disbelief at his companion. Bewilderment etched across his face. The expressions of the other candidates mirrored confusion and shock, utterly unaware of the unfolding betrayal among them. "What are you doing, Candidate 1568? Candidate 9527 furrowed his brow in concern. At that moment, the remaining candidates realized the gravity of the situation, cautiously grasping their shurikens and fixing their gazes upon the assailant. Their expressions a mix of trepidation and uncertainty. "My mission differs from yours. I have been tasked with assassinating a Konoha ninja, and my true identity is that of a Kumo spy." Candidate 1568 sneered coldly, seemingly unfazed by his exposure. He cast a deep, scrutinizing look at Ningfeng from a distance. "How did you see through my guise? A Kumo spy?" gasped the other candidates, their brows furrowing in alarm. Indeed, the stakes of the examination were higher than they had anticipated, with spies lurking among them. The candidate who had narrowly escaped death cast a grateful glance toward Ningfeng. "You revealed too many flaws," Ningfeng remarked with a faint smile. "In this team, I am not the only spy," Candidate 1568 retorted with a chilling grin, driving the shuriken into his own chest, thus removing himself from the examination. As his words fell, the candidates recoiled in shock, hastily distancing themselves from one another, fearful of being ensnared by yet another lurking spy. They could hardly fathom that such a twist awaited them in the examination arena. What they had believed to be a singular spy turned out to be merely the tip of the iceberg. Ningfeng, maintaining a considerable distance from the candidates, did not retreat further. Intrigued by the unusual nature of this examination, he pondered who could conceive such an engaging test. If his deductions were correct, the assessment was likely gauging candidates' perception, reaction time, leadership, and analytical skills. Similar incidents were transpiring elsewhere, with numerous Konoha candidates infiltrated by Kumo or Suna spies. The air filled with cries of despair as candidates were expelled from the ruins every second. Candidates remained vigilant, not daring to move, cold beads of sweat forming on their brows as they scrutinized everyone around them, convinced that any one of them could be a hidden spy. "We will exhaust ourselves at this rate. Let us do this. Everyone write down what we just heard in a note. We will compare and confirm each other's identities. If any discrepancies arise, that individual must be the spy," Candidate 9527 proposed suddenly, his suggestion remarkably astute. Naturally, those who refused to write would undoubtedly be spies. "What do you all think?" As he spoke, Candidate 9527 observed the expressions of his companions, keen to catch even the faintest hint of treachery. The other candidates similarly exchanged glances, attempting to discern each other's true identities. Were they allies or foes? At that moment, two candidates shared a swift glance and charged toward Ning Feng with remarkable speed. They were both taijutsu practitioners, their shurikens slicing through the air toward Ning Feng's chest. Their timing was impeccable, striking when everyone else was at their most relaxed. Unfortunately for them, they had chosen the wrong target. Ning Feng's gaze flickered, his body leaning slightly backward, evading their shurikens effortlessly. In a swift motion, he drew his own shuriken, piercing through both their chests. With a dull thud, they collapsed to the ground, lifeless, their eyes wide with shock. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time others processed the events, the lives of the spies had already been claimed. Ning Feng, unfazed, wore an expression of calm indifference, as though nothing had transpired. Under the scrutiny of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he easily discerned the identities of the other spies. Overcome with fear, they recalled Ning Feng's terrifying prowess and fled in haste. Fire style, great fireball technique. Ning Feng did not grant the spies a moment's respite, forming hand seals with astonishing speed, unleashing a searing inferno that resembled a ravenous dragon, consuming the spies whole. Amidst their wretched screams, the spies, who had posed a constant threat within the ranks, met their demise, effectively ending their journey in the examination. From the moment Ning Feng acted until the spies fell, mere moments had elapsed. The other candidates stood in stunned silence, their expressions vacant, particularly candidate 9527, who had prided himself on being the strongest in the group, now utterly astonished. Is this the power of a mid-level genin? Truly formidable. Who knew we had such a powerhouse hidden within our ranks? Ning Feng paid no heed to his teammates' astonishment, merely offering a faint smile. If you wish to avoid low scores, it would be wise to remain here and stay out of trouble. What? Great one, what do you mean? The multitude of candidates was left utterly astounded by the earlier scene, acutely aware of the prowess of the individual in question. Upon hearing his words, their expressions shifted dramatically. Haha, you mere mid-tier genin are nothing but dead weight. Only I and... At that moment, candidate number 9527 approached with an obsequious demeanor, eager to forge a brotherly bond with Ning Feng in hopes of securing a high score in the examination. However, Ning Feng frostily waved him off, coldly rejecting. I'm afraid we are not traveling companions. Had I not revealed my strength, I too would likely have been discarded as a mere burden. Haha, my friend. You jest. Candidate number 9527 attempted to protest, but Ning Feng abruptly vanished from the temporary tent, heading straight for the sand-hidden camp. He aspired to enroll in Star River University, and being with such individuals would not only require him to look after them, but also invite numerous unnecessary complications. Wasting precious time, it was far more prudent to act alone. Otherwise, his examination scores would certainly falter. Chapter 63. The Noteworthy Candidate 0167. Moments later, Ning Feng's form settled behind a low hill, where he shielded himself from view, keenly gazing ahead. Not far off, a hastily erected tent was patrolled by several sand-hidden ninjas, their names not being mere candidate numbers. Behind them, dozens of candidates stood ready, deliberating their next offensive maneuvers. With the rotation of his two-tomo Sharingan, his acute perception revealed the precise positions of all enemies. After briefly assessing the current weather, he swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, hidden mist technique. A thick, dense fog materialized, obscuring the vision of nearly everyone present, significantly narrowing the opponent's field of sight. The once calm sand-hidden temporary squad was immediately thrown into disarray with the appearance of the mist. A few sand-hidden ninjas furrowed their brows, hastily forming hand seals to utilize wind release techniques to disperse the fog. Amidst the brief chaos, the candidates quickly regained their composure, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, a chilling voice rang out, and a blazing fireball, illuminating the dim sky like a miniature sun, soared through the air. The fireball engulfed the candidates and ninjas lost within the mist, eliciting a chorus of terrified screams. Having successfully struck, Ning Feng did not linger. He swiftly retreated to assess the battlefield situation before making further decisions. Wind release, great wind wave. A muffled groan echoed as a violent gust of wind blew away much of the white mist, revealing the disheveled figures of several sand-hidden ninjas. Behind them, a few panting candidates remained alive. When these individuals realized that the approaching figure was merely another candidate, their eyes widened in disbelief. Konoha ninja, prepare to perish. One of the sand-hidden ninjas roared, brandishing a kunai as he charged at Ning Feng. The other sand-hidden ninjas rapidly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash their ninjutsu upon him. It must be said that compared to the candidates, the sand-hidden ninjas within these ruins exhibited a markedly superior overall strength, possessing at least the capability of a lower chunin. Without them, the candidates would likely have been reduced to ashes, expelled from the examination battlefield by the Great Fireball. Yet, facing such numerous chunin, Ning Feng remained unperturbed. He deftly tossed out an explosive tag he had prepared earlier, and as the first sand-hidden ninja's kunai approached, he transformed into a wooden figure. Earth Release, Hell Swamp. The technique required a considerable number of hand seals. However, under Ningfeng's remarkably swift sealing speed, it was executed in a mere half-second. Instantly, the area beneath his palms transformed into a brown, muddy swamp. The sand-hidden ninjas, caught off guard, sank into the mire, letting out horrific screams before plummeting into the abyss. The entire sequence transpired with such rapidity, from Ningfeng's sudden assault to the sand-hidden ninja's reactions, culminating in the swift conclusion of the battle, that it showcased his extraordinary talent for combat. Soon, only a few candidates and one sand-hidden ninja remained. The latter, clearly faced with such a formidable opponent, was now sweating profusely. Ningfeng granted them no further chances. The great fireball technique dispatched the remaining foes with finality. A mysterious voice then announced, "You have successfully eliminated the sand-hidden team 1456. Your examination score has increased by 100 points, now totaling 300 points. Of these, 20 points were for elimination, 40 points for technique, and 40 points for overall performance." Upon hearing this, Ningfeng furrowed his brow. Eliminating an entire team yielded only 100 points? Did this imply that to enter university, one would need to eliminate at least 3 teams? And to gain admission to Star River University, would 5 teams be necessary? However, he quickly dismissed these thoughts. According to the prompt, these scores were awarded based on performance in combat, and as time progressed, such teams would dwindle while the number of exceptional candidates would rise, increasing the challenges and making it harder to score points. Yet, this was the essence of the examination, the true test. Though the previous world's examination was devoid of bloodshed, just 1 point could outdistance tens of thousands, illustrating the fierce intensity of that competition, rivaling the present one. Crossing a narrow bridge with 1,000,000 troops, having swiftly cleared the battleground, Ningfeng darted into the temporary tent to rest and replenish his chakra. Only in his most formidable state could he confront the complexities of the ensuing battles. At 11 o'clock noon, a throng of eliminated candidates and their parents gathered outside the ninja tower across various provinces and cities. Some candidates appeared dejected, others relieved, while some seemed indifferent. Remarkably, the parents refrained from chastising their children, quietly standing by their side instead. Over 50 million candidates had participated, and within just these 2 hours, a staggering 25 million had been eliminated. On the large screen in front of the ninja tower, they could witness the live broadcast of the examination, with many cameras focusing on the candidates who had delivered stunning performances, eliciting waves of gasps from the onlookers. Nearby, instructors and professors from various colleges and vocational schools had already arrived, forming several circles, ready to bestow acceptance letters upon those eliminated, yet demonstrating commendable skills. Naturally, some schools were less prestigious and attracted few applicants. Often, they were the most enthusiastic, disregarding the quality of their student body. These individuals congregated, forming a distinctive and vibrant scene unique to the examination. Suddenly, the perspective on the Ninja Tower's massive screen shifted to showcase candidate number 0167, revealing his performance in the examination hall. The atmosphere at the entrance of the Ninja Tower, already fervent, surged to new heights. The screen displayed candidate number 0167 employing the hidden mist technique to bewilder his foes, subsequently utilizing the Great Fireball and Hell Swamp techniques to eliminate enemies, culminating in a flawlessly executed team wipe, an action that could be aptly described as textbook perfection. Chapter 64, a stunning performance capturing widespread attention. Yunhua High School, Principal's Office. Ningfeng's dossier has been copied, and we shall return it to our superiors, Principal Wang. I trust you will maintain confidentiality regarding this matter. A middle-aged man clad in military attire rose from his chair, offering a slight smile to the astonished Principal Wang across from him. Our actions are aimed at identifying elite talents who will not betray the nation. I hope you can understand. Yes, I will keep it confidential. Principal Wang nodded solemnly, though his emotions were tumultuous and filled with excitement. Ningfeng, your brilliance has even stirred the attention of those here. He gazed at the departing figures of the unusually dressed middle-aged men, bemused yet incredulous. Meanwhile, at the Ninja Tower, Yunhua City Division. Seated atop the office of the Ninja Tower, President Liu paced restlessly, occasionally casting glances at the large screen displaying the astonishing performance of Ningfeng. Suddenly, he halted in shock as he witnessed Ningfeng effortlessly eliminate his adversaries while showcasing an impressive array of ninjutsu skills. In an outburst of joy, he slammed his hands on the desk, exclaiming, "Ningfeng, you truly are remarkable." Beside him, Secretary Yun observed with concern as Liu's eyes reddened, a clear indication of his sleepless night. "President Liu, I will inform you of Ningfeng's examination scores shortly. You have already spent the night awake." Before Yun could finish, an unfamiliar phone rang sharply on Liu's desk. Both Liu and Secretary Yun exchanged startled glances, their expressions tinged with astonishment. This call connected to a clandestine organization in the Dragon Kingdom, one that had remained silent for decades. The ringing signified one of two possibilities. Despite his significant status in Yunhua City, President Liu felt a twinge of trepidation at the prospect of this mysterious call. Trembling slightly, he answered, "This is President Liu of the Yunhua City branch of the Ninja Tower. Whom do you seek?" A deep, resonant voice echoed from the other end. "President Liu, I trust you have observed the performances of the students in the examination battlefield. I wish to inquire about candidate number 0167. Let us not discuss the surface details. I am already aware that this individual has achieved an S-level Chunin initiation and holds a B-level appraiser certification." Liu was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that the mysterious organization would take such swift notice of Ningfeng. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "This young man is exceptionally talented. He can learn ninjutsu with merely a glance, a gifted student indeed." "Very well, I understand," came the response before the call ended. Liu placed the phone back on the desk with a heavy sigh, unable to conceal the joy radiating from his face. Observing the elated Liu, Secretary Yun cautiously inquired, "President Liu, what is it? Who would have thought Ningfeng would garner such attention from that place?" Liu smiled faintly, genuinely pleased for Ningfeng's accomplishments. "What place?" Secretary Yun was utterly bewildered, unaware of the significance of Liu's words. Meanwhile, Ningfeng, oblivious to these developments, had just eradicated the fourth wave of the Sand Hidden Small Team. "You have defeated the Sand Hidden Team 6789, earning 60 examination points, 20 for kills, 20 for overall performance, and 20 for technique. Your total examination score now stands at 578. Please continue your efforts." The enigmatic voice chimed again as Ningfeng inwardly cursed the difficulty of earning examination points while swiftly concealing himself. At that moment, the number of candidates remaining on the battlefield dwindled, each survivor employing their own strategies for survival. The environment had grown increasingly perilous, filled with threats at every turn. The previously cooperative candidates had now dispersed into solitary combatants, hiding in various corners. Individual foes proved far more challenging to confront than collective adversaries, and the potential for gaining examination points in such encounters remained limited. The small teams Ningfeng had eliminated were among the few left. Should he be eliminated from the examination battlefield, his score would be forever frozen at 578, adequate for a second-tier institution, yet not the life he aspired to lead. Just as Ningfeng contemplated a brief respite, a chilling voice pierced through the air from behind him. "Water style, water dragon bullet technique." The assailant was a female candidate. Her hand seals executed with remarkable speed. However, Ningfeng had no inclination for mercy. In the examination battlefield, gender held no sway. He deftly evaded her ninjutsu attack and, to her astonishment, thrust a kunai through her chest. In an instant, she transformed into a beam of light, expelled from the ruins. "You have defeated candidate number 46661, who scored 600 points. You have received a score boost, totaling 20 points, 8 for the kill, 8 for overall performance, and 4 for technique. Your current examination score is now 598. As the mysterious voice echoed once more, Ningfeng felt no relief. The ongoing battles had drawn the attention of numerous high-scoring candidates, who cautiously approached, eager to confront him. Among them were two candidates identified as cloud-hidden ninjas, both of whom had claimed numerous lives to survive. Under the watchful gaze of his Sharingan, Ningfeng swiftly discerned the movements of the two cloud-hidden ninjas, just as he was strategizing his next move. A familiar voice called out from a distance, though it was not a voice from reality. "Xiaonan." Ningfeng's gaze sharpened as he surveyed his surroundings, only to discover that he stood on the outskirts of the rain-hidden village, perilously close to the scene of the original story involving Nagato and his companions. The connections between the Second Shinobi World War, the rain-hidden village, and Xiaonan crystallized in his mind, leading Ningfeng to realize that this examination was far more than a mere contest of survival for points among the candidates. Chapter 65, A 10-Step Kill. No escape from 100 steps. However, Ningfeng could not dwell on these revelations for long. In the brief moment of distraction, a lurking cloud-hidden candidate leaped forth, a sharp kunai poised to strike. The timing of this attack was impeccable, catching Ningfeng off guard, and the assailant, evidently skilled in Taijutsu, closed the distance of over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. As the attack commenced, Ningfeng activated his Sharingan, tracking the trajectory of the cloud-hidden candidate's assault. His expression hardened as he thrust his kunai with precision. Just as the cloud-hidden ninja's kunai was about to pierce Ningfeng's chest, it halted abruptly, while Ningfeng's kunai pierced through his opponent's torso. What remarkable reflexes! The defeated cloud-hidden ninja cast a begrudging glance at Ningfeng before collapsing backward, disappearing into a flicker of light. Ningfeng paid no heed to the ringing voice announcing his score. He was now the target of the surrounding candidates. Clearly, they had recognized his prowess and sought to eliminate this threat, given that he had already taken down a number of their peers. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Lightning style, Lightning Bolt. Water style, Water Flame Bullet. Instantaneously, 6 or 7 candidates swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a barrage of mixed ninjutsu toward him. The ability to master techniques such as Water Dragon Bullet and Great Fireball before graduation reflected the candidates' profound backgrounds and strength. Concurrently, For candidates proficient in Taijutsu approached him rapidly from all directions. Are they attempting to swarm me? Ningfeng furrowed his brow, realizing that maintaining a low profile in this examination was prudent. Otherwise, he would easily become a focal point for their collective aggression. However, there was no time for hesitation. In response to the onslaught, he executed hand seals with astonishing speed. Earth style, earth flow wall. A massive earthen wall materialized, solid and thick, absorbing the impact of the incoming ninjutsu, which caused the wall to tremble before shattering with a resounding crash. Ningfeng leapt into the air, avoiding the explosion of energy, as the 4 Taijutsu candidates relentlessly pursued him. With the aid of his Sharingan, he clearly discerned their attack routes. He swiftly formed hand seals once more, shadow clone technique. Accompanied by the sound of bubbling explosions, 3 or 4 figures of Ningfeng suddenly appeared, instantly bewildering the surrounding candidates. Seizing the moment, he leapt into the air, invoking the fire release, great fireball technique. The searing fireball transformed into a menacing fire dragon, its gaping maw wide open, and with a horrific wail. It dispatched 2 candidates charging at him. The remaining 2 swiftly darted to the sides, launching their assault from left and right. One of them, letting out a muffled grunt, suddenly unleashed the 8 gates technique. The first gate, open. The second gate, rest. The third gate, life. The candidate from the hidden cloud village turned a vivid crimson. Green steam emanating from his body, akin to a scion transforming. With the activation of the 8 gates technique, his attack speed became astonishingly rapid. The distance that had once been several dozen meters now reduced to mere meters in an instant. It was unexpected that another candidate would employ such a ninjutsu. Ningfeng's gaze remained calm. Among the 50 million candidates from the Dragon Kingdom, how could any who survived to the end lack a degree of prowess? It was entirely plausible that those with power and influence had acquired the 8 gates technique from the ruins. Lightning release, chakra mode. Ningfeng understood well that with his adversary unlocking the 3rd gate, dealing with such extraordinary speed would not be trivial. Instantly, his body was enveloped in a soft glow of lightning, encasing him like armor. With the activation of the lightning release, chakra mode, his aura transformed. If he had once been a fierce tiger, he had now become the king of tigers. Shadow dance, leaf. Just then, the candidate who had activated the 8 gates technique swept towards him, legs flailing like a rapidly spinning fan, under the gaze of the 2 Tomo Sharingan. Though Ningfeng could perceive the candidate's movements, countering them was evidently much more taxing. Fortunately, the lightning release, chakra mode had invigorated his cells, enabling his reaction speed to keep pace with the Sharingan's perception. Hiss. Ningfeng's body, akin to a cunning loach, evaded the lethal shadow dance, leaf attack. Seizing the opportunity, his fist struck the candidate forcefully, resulting in a thunderous boom as the candidate was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground, leaving a long skid mark in his wake. Ningfeng's sudden outburst tightened the hearts of all the candidates present, igniting a frenzy among them. All present were prodigies. When facing the best of the best, they instinctively aimed to annihilate him collectively, for only then could his talent be thoroughly extinguished. Heavenly hand and feet. At this moment, another frail candidate leapt into the air, descending heavily from above, aiming a kick like a blade directly at Ningfeng's forehead. Bang! Ningfeng dodged, and the candidate's right foot struck the rocky ground, sending countless fragments flying and creating a deep pit over a foot deep, revealing the terrifying strength of this candidate. Alas, he possessed only that single strike of power, for a sharp kunai soon pierced through his chest, and as the white light dissipated, the candidate's face was etched with regret. The examination battlefield is invariably this cruel. This candidate ultimately exited with a score of 578. A mysterious voice echoed once more, but he had no time to heed it. With the lightning release, chakra mode activated, he shot forth like an arrow. The air filled with piercing shrieks as he rapidly closed the distance to several candidates who were concentrating their ninjutsu against him. These individuals remained a constant latent threat. Chapter 66, A Stunning Battle of Combat. Ningfeng's speed was astonishing, and it was only when he was within mere meters that the candidates finally reacted. Earth release, earth flow wall. A female candidate displayed a notably quicker reaction than the others, swiftly retreating while rapidly forming hand seals. Clearly, this female candidate was also exceptionally gifted, her seal-making speed almost magical, completing 6 or 7 seals in a second. Though it could not compare to Ningfeng, it was still commendable. A massive earthen wall instantly materialized, blocking the path of the candidates. The next moment, with a resounding crash, Ningfeng's fist shattered the solid wall, the forceful impact generating a tempest that sent 2 candidates flying, their lives extinguished as they exited the ruins. Earth release, yellow spring swamp. The female candidate remained unflustered, forming seals once more, forcefully slamming her hands against the ground. The once hard rocky terrain instantly transformed into a soft quagmire, filled with brown mud and sand. Akin to quicksand, anyone who fell upon it would be inexorably sucked in, directly exiting the battlefield. The coverage of the yellow spring swamp was extensive and precisely lay in Ningfeng's path. As he was about to step into the perilous yellow spring swamp, Ning Feng chuckled, swiftly forming hand seals. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. He exhaled, unleashing a torrent of water that surged forth like a flood breaching its dam, quickly enveloping the yellow spring swamp. While he stood upon the flowing water, running as if on solid ground, his target being the female candidate. You are quite formidable. The female candidate regarded Ning Feng with admiration, suddenly producing a scroll with her right hand. The scroll unfurled rapidly, and countless explosive tags flew forth, aimed directly at Ning Feng, determined to annihilate him on the spot. Ning Feng's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that this female candidate harbored such a trump card. Boom, 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 boom. The air was filled with the sounds of explosions, the terrifying power of the explosive tags creating a blinding white light that engulfed everything in the vicinity, leaving the area in utter devastation, barren and lifeless. As the white light faded, the female candidate, hidden behind several massive rocks, appeared pale and gasping for breath, her heart racing as she glanced at the dissipating light. In her mind, the target they had concentrated their fire upon should have been consumed by the white light, expelled from the examination battlefield. With this thought, a faint, cold smirk appeared on her lips. However, the next moment, her smirk vanished, replaced by sheer astonishment. The charred wooden post foretold everything. Substitution technique. The female candidate could hardly believe it. Amidst such a barrage of ninjutsu and physical assaults, this candidate numbered 0167 had managed to respond so effortlessly, even performing the substitution technique within such a brief span of time to evade the onslaught. Hailing from a large city, she had encountered many exceptional talents, yet none had been as formidable and difficult to contend with as this one. In truth, none of the candidates who had taken action were inept. They were all top talents from their respective high schools. Was this candidate truly human? Was he merely a high school graduate? While the female candidate was still in shock, a kunai gently adhered to her, and a chilling voice echoed, "Farewell." Wait, where do you come from? The female candidate's face was one of unwillingness. Yunhua High School, an inconspicuous high school. The kunai pierced through the female candidate's chest, and in her astonished gaze, she transformed into a beam of white light, her examination score ultimately settling at 620. A mysterious voice resounded. You have eliminated candidate number 45452, whose examination score was 612. You have gained 20 points in the examination, including 4 points for technique, 6 points for elimination, 5 points for overall performance, and a 5-point bonus. Your current examination score is 618. You have eliminated candidate number 6783, whose examination score was 591. You have gained 10 points in the examination, including 5 points for technique, 2 points for elimination, and 3 points for overall performance. Your current examination score is 628. You have slain candidate number 19032, who achieved a score of 614 in the National College Entrance Examination. Consequently, you have been awarded 20 points, comprising 4 points for skill, 4 points for the kill, 3 points for overall performance, and a bonus of 9 points, bringing your current score to 648. At this moment, as Ning Feng embarks on his frenzied rampage, we find ourselves in Beilong City, the capital of the northern province. Renowned for its technological advancements and towering skyscrapers, this city has nurtured countless talents in ninjutsu. Within its bounds lie 3 prestigious universities, not to mention an overwhelming number of ordinary institutions. If one were to rank cities based on the number of ninjutsu practitioners, Beilong City would undoubtedly secure a prominent position. The educational resources here are fiercely coveted by numerous powerful factions, resulting in a fierce competition for dominance, particularly over properties in academic districts, where prices soar to tenfold or even dozens of times higher than elsewhere. At this juncture, before the ninja tower in the city center, a recently eliminated female candidate emerges from the relic's luminous barrier, her delicate visage etched with a palpable sense of indignation and fury. Miss, we have investigated candidate number 0167. He hails from Yunhua City and is named Ning Feng, yet his file has been tampered with, and we cannot uncover any further information. A venerable butler approaches with a respectful demeanor. The confidentiality of examination candidates' information is paramount. Thus, the ability to unearth such details in such a brief span indicates the considerable influence behind this young lady. Someone has tampered with the records? She inquires, her brows furrowing in concern. Indeed, 20 minutes ago, Ning Feng's file was taken by individuals from that organization. The butler replies with deference. Given that he has attracted the attention of that organization, it appears my defeat was not in vain. The female candidate's expression softened slightly. Has Yunhua High School been investigated? Miss, Yunhua High School is merely an ordinary institution. It has not produced a student for Tsinghua University in decades. The butler hesitates before responding. What? An ordinary high school? The initial relief she felt is swiftly consumed by fury. I, Riaoyan, the esteemed daughter of the Ryu family, have been bested by a mere student from an ordinary high school? The butler offers a wry smile. There is no need for distress, Mississippi. Our rivals, the Lee family, also suffered a defeat at the hands of this boy, with their young master scoring a mere 500 points. The higher-ups of the Lee family are incensed, and are currently scouring for information on him. I recall that the young master of the Li family recently attained the initial level of a chunin, and he is classified as an S rank. Liaoyan's eyes flicker with determination. Uncle Hua, I entrust the remaining matters to you. Within 15 days, I wish to see all information regarding Ningfeng. Yes, miss. Uncle Hua bows respectfully and withdraws slowly. Chapter 67. The first encounter with Hongyan, Xiaonan, and Nagato. A sudden spurt of blood erupts as a candidate is pierced through the chest by a kunai. The mysterious voice echoes once more. You have slain candidate number 2456, who scored 640 points in the national examination. You have gained 8 points. With 3 points for overall performance, 2 points for skill, and 3 points for technique, bringing your current score to 631. As Ningfeng silently calculates his examination score. His Sharingan, now in the second tomo, surveys his surroundings with vigilance, retreating swiftly to avoid any potential ambush. He gazes upward, where a distant sunset casts a beautiful orange hue across the sky. At this moment, 10 hours have elapsed since the commencement of the examination, and the battleground has finally ushered in its first night. The once crowded arena, filled with candidates, has seen most eliminated, leaving the remaining participants scattered in the vast expanse. Concealed and hiding. Securing examination points has become increasingly arduous. Meanwhile, those who have battled throughout the day find themselves famished. Their bodies weary and their chakra reserves dwindling to a mere 30 or 40%. Gurgle. His stomach protests, and upon sensing the pangs of hunger, Ningfeng offers a rueful smile. Throughout the day, he had focused solely on the battlefield, neglecting his own physical state. Now, with a moment to breathe, he must forego rest in search of sustenance. In truth, the lengthy duration of this examination is a test of the candidate's survival and endurance. Scanning the area, Ningfeng notices a low settlement in the distance, wisps of white smoke rising, suggesting the presence of life. Just then, the sound of heavy rain begins to fall, drenching him as the chilly breeze sweeps through, sending a shiver down his spine. What a cold day. I hadn't anticipated the temperature in the rain village to be so low. Ningfeng frowns and pulls his head into his collar. The struggle for food and warmth is far more daunting than any combat. Such is the rigor of the Dragon Kingdom's examination. Ningfeng quickly locates a discarded garment left behind by a candidate and dons it, then cautiously approaches the low settlement under the cover of darkness. 15 minutes later, Ningfeng finds himself in the alleys of the settlement, which has long been ravaged by war, leaving behind only desolation. As he carefully searches, a deliberately softened voice suddenly calls out, Uncle Wong, how much are the fruits? Xiaonan's voice. Ningfeng instantly leaps onto a rooftop, his keen second tomo Sharingan scanning for support. He observes a small boy hiding beneath a fruit stall, stealthily pilfering fruit while the stall owner is distracted by a little girl. In no time, the boy fills his bag with stolen goods. The two boys exchange glances with the girl before swiftly departing. Seeing these three youngsters, Ningfeng's eyes light up. Are these not the original 3 members of the Akatsuki? All students of Jiraiya, Hongyan, Nagato, and Xiaonan appear to be around 7 or 8 years old. During a time when the Rain Village suffers under the onslaught of the 3 great hidden villages, Konoha, Kumogakure, and Sunagakure. It is also during this period that the names Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru become well known among ninjas, with Hanzo the Salamander referring to them as the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. Later, Jiraiya would even teach Nagato and the others ninjutsu. Recalling the plot from the original story, Ningfeng experiences a moment of clarity. He leaps forward, hastening toward Hongyan and the others, prioritizing filling his belly first. Suddenly, a blaze illuminates the dim sky, a massive fireball hurtling toward the fleeing trio. The fireball appears so swiftly that by the time they react, it is nearly upon them, casting their terrified faces in stark relief. Just as the fireball threatens to engulf them, a water dragon emerges, striking fiercely and extinguishing the fiery projectile. The candidate behind the attack, witnessing his fireball extinguished, turns in anger. What skill is there in bullying children? Ningfeng scoffs, adopting an air of indifference. At this moment, seeing someone come to their aid, Nagato and the others quickly retreat behind Ningfeng, their expressions filled with concern for the candidate who had attempted to ambush them. If you wish to avoid death, apologize, the candidate growls through clenched teeth. Ningfeng remains silent, closing the distance with several agile leaps, swiftly drawing forth a kunai. His movements are executed with such speed and precision that they exude a chilling coldness. Just as the kunai is about to pierce the adversary's chest, an astonishing scene unfolds. The candidate's body transforms into a fluid, water-like state, causing the kunai to strike as though against cotton. Water transformation technique. Ningfeng's brow furrows. Finally understanding the source of this candidate's confidence, he possesses a unique ability. In the original narrative, this technique serves as a nemesis to physical ninjutsu users, rendering any tangible physical harm intangible as it dissipates like water. With over 50 million candidates in the world, it is hardly surprising to encounter individuals with extraordinary abilities. However, having fought his way to this point, Ningfeng was no novice. After a brief moment of stupor, he swiftly retreated while forming hand seals with remarkable speed, Fire release. Great fireball technique. What astonishing reflexes. The other candidate gazed in astonishment as Ningfeng distanced himself. Unable to suppress a gasp of admiration, he quickly regained his composure and transformed back into his original form. Water release. Water formation wall. The candidate forcefully opened his mouth and expelled a torrent of water, instantly forming a colossal wall. However, before the water wall could fully manifest, the great fireball technique, unleashed ahead of him, devoured the wave entirely. With a sizzling sound, the water vaporized, converting into a thick white mist that obscured the vision of everyone on the battlefield. Amidst the fog, this candidate urgently searched for Ningfeng's figure, his face etched with frustration. It is worth mentioning that this candidate held significant status. He was the top scholar of Yanlong City, a key urban center in the northern province of Long Nation, renowned for his unparalleled ninjutsu prowess. He had even been personally received by the director of the Education Bureau of Yen Province, and was hailed as a future star of the province. Chapter 68. The frustration of the top scholar. He arrived at the examination with unwavering confidence, convinced that he would carve out his place on this battlefield, captivating the citizens of Long Nation with his dazzling combat prowess. He envisioned himself becoming the brightest star of ninjutsu in the nation. The title of top scholar from Yanlong City was his sole support and asset. Upon entering the examination battlefield, his performance was nothing short of dominating, mercilessly annihilating enemies. He had achieved a total of 5 complete team wipeouts and had eliminated numerous candidates, scoring 500 points. If one were to describe his examination experience, the term crushing would not be an exaggeration. Indeed, it was a path of relentless domination. Just moments ago, upon reaching a score of 670, he felt a pang of hunger and sought nearby sustenance, fortuitously encountering Nagato and his companions. Thus, he unleashed his great fireball technique, but to his astonishment, just as he was about to secure his victory, his technique was abruptly interrupted by another candidate. In his fury, he engaged in combat with the candidate numbered 0167. But he was taken aback by the latter's astonishing speed. He was compelled to employ his trump card, the water transformation technique, only to find that 0167 was faster in forming seals and interrupted his water release jutsu. It must be understood that his sealing speed was unparalleled among the million high school students in the entire Yanlong City. He could form 6 or 7 seals in a second. He was confident that no one could surpass him in this regard, yet the scene before him exceeded all comprehension. Although he had only exchanged blows with candidate 0167 once, his extensive combat experience informed him that this candidate's overall strength surpassed his own, necessitating utmost caution. Despite his discontent, he had no choice but to summon every ounce of his spirit to contend with the impending storm of attacks. In the midst of the fog, his line of sight was considerably compromised, but fortunately, his acute hearing allowed him to faintly detect Ningfeng's movements. "Kid, are you over there?" He suddenly perceived a sound. As he formed seals with his hands, a blazing fireball illuminated the dim sky, casting light as bright as day. Yet, as the massive fireball traversed through the mist, nothing transpired. Just as he frowned in confusion, the ground beneath his feet suddenly softened. "Earth release, Yellow Spring Swamp." A chilling voice echoed, and the unfortunate candidate scarcely glimpsed Ningfeng's face before being violently yanked into the depths. It must be said, as the battle progressed, confronting foes became increasingly arduous. Defenseless, Ningfeng snorted coldly. He looked at the ground, now restored to its original state. And upon hearing his examination score rise by an unprecedented 30 points after defeating his target, a smile finally broke upon his face. His score now stood at 661, a small distance from the astonishing admission threshold of 700 points for Star River University. Was reaching the score for Star River University truly this challenging? Ningfeng inwardly lamented, finally comprehending why, out of over 50 million candidates each year, merely a few hundred managed to gain admission to Star River University. Not to mention the 3 grueling exams set by the university itself. The brutal examination rules that placed candidates in constant peril made it exceedingly difficult for many to survive even a few hours, let alone 2 days. It is crucial to understand that as time progressed, the remaining candidates grew increasingly elite, making confrontations more strenuous. Coupled with the immense physical, chakra, and mental exhaustion, even the mightiest would falter. Now, Ningfeng truly yearned to inquire who conceived such a merciless examination. This big brother, thank you. While Ningfeng was lost in thought, a sweet voice chimed in. Little Nan, still a young girl, offered him a piece of sweet apple with a bright smile. "I accidentally heard your stomach growling. You must be hungry, right?" Ningfeng, disregarding his embarrassment, seized the apple and devoured it without a second thought. Having gone a day without food since entering the examination, he hardly cared about his image. "Big brother, slow down." Little Nan giggled at Ningfeng's ravenous appetite. From a distance, the vigilant Nagato and Hirohiko exchanged glances, approaching cautiously. Sensing no hostility from Ningfeng, "Big brother, you should eat too." Little Nan beamed, retrieving 2 fruits from her stolen bag and offering them to Nagato and Hirohiko. "Big brother, our home is not far, it's a cave. You must be a lost ninja, right? If you don't mind." You can stay with us for the night. Little Nan proposed suddenly, noting that the land of rain could become quite cold in the late night, making it easy to catch a cold or fall ill without shelter. Given that Ningfeng had nowhere to go, he accepted Little Nan's generous invitation. The exam spanned 2 days, and without a place to stay that night, he risked being eliminated by other candidates. Staying overnight with Little Nan and her companions was evidently the best choice. Following this, fortune smiled upon him. Ningfeng encountered no adversaries. He accompanied Hirohiko and the others to their humble cave, where they spent a simple night. As the sun rose the next day, Ningfeng emerged from the cave, sprinting forth to seek his targets. After a night of rest, he was at the peak of his condition, embodying vitality and vigor. In stark contrast to Ningfeng's fortune, the candidates who barely survived the night encountered various troubles. Some were betrayed while staying with local families and fell victim to the Cloud Village ninjas. Others froze beneath bridges, rendered immobile by the cold, while some attempted to endure the night without sleep, only to succumb to the chilling winds. By the end of that night, the remaining candidates dwindled significantly. With only around 5 million contestants left, a staggering reduction of 50%. Among these candidates, most boasted scores exceeding 500 points, showcasing exceptional survival and combat abilities. Truly the creme de la creme from each city, the finest of the finest. Chapter 69, The Invincible Existence, Special Operations Team of the Academy. With a flurry of movement, Ningfeng returned to the low city where he had been the previous night, preparing to lie in wait for the remaining candidates in hopes of eliminating them. This location remained the closest source of food and warmth, and if he lay in ambush here, he was certain to reap substantial rewards. Now, his college entrance examination score has reached 671 points, merely 30 points shy of the admission cutoff for Yunhua University. As he ponders this, he suddenly notices a small team from Yunin swiftly making its way towards him. The members of this squad are dressed in Yunin attire, and judging by their examination numbers, they appear to be candidates from the same district, as their numbers range from 145,678 to 145,679, comprising a total of 10 individuals, arranged sequentially. After a day of survival on the battlefield of the examination, Ningfeng has come to realize that one can ascertain a student's origin based on their examination number, which corresponds to specific regions and schools, much like the college entrance examinations of his previous life. Currently, the candidates moving across the battlefield are predominantly solitary warriors, each fighting alone to maximize their individual prowess. However, it is irrefutable that a cohesive team possesses significantly greater combat strength, which invariably translates to higher scores in the examination. What of 10 individuals? Ningfeng lets out a cold smile. While other candidates might feel compelled to evade such a team, fearing their might, Ningfeng is not one to cower. Rather, he thrives when confronted with formidable opponents, finding that the more skilled the adversary, the more he can showcase his own abilities. Should many witness his choice at this moment, they would undoubtedly exclaim that he is mad. Yet Ningfeng remains undeterred. After all, greater risk often heralds greater reward. In a swift motion, fully restored to his peak condition, Ningfeng conceals himself in an unnoticed corner, quietly gathering more information about this 10-member team. Under the rapid rotation of his double Tomo Sharingan, he meticulously observes the actions and expressions of each member, securing the initiative of the battlefield firmly within his grasp. Knowledge of both oneself and the enemy is the key to invincibility. Suddenly, he notes that among the 10-member team, 2 female candidates stand out as particularly special. Closely guarded by their companions, occasionally closing their eyes as if sensing something. Sensory types? This is the first time Ningfeng has encountered sensory ninjas on the battlefield of the college entrance examination. These ninjas often lack formidable combat capabilities but can play a crucial role within a team, serving as its eyes and ears. In fact, had Ningfeng been a candidate from a major city, he would have quickly recognized that this 10-member squad is an elite special operations team cultivated by a top university for teamwork in combat. Such teams are quite common in provincial capital cities, typically consisting of 2 sensory ninjas, 4 Taijutsu ninjas, and 4 ninjutsu ninjas. From junior high, these 10 have trained, dined, and lived together for 7 or 8 years, fostering an unspoken camaraderie. Such special operations teams are often a force to be reckoned with, a presence that countless candidates would hesitate to provoke. They typically score high in the entrance exams, often gaining admission to prestigious institutions such as Yunhua University, Union University, Southern University, and Northern University. After graduation, these special teams are frequently recruited by various influential factions for diverse applications, demonstrating immense combat prowess. 500 meters to the northeast. A target. While Ningfeng contemplates, one of the female candidates at the center of the group suddenly perceives something and calls out a position. In the next moment, a water dragon bullet technique and a fireball technique are unleashed towards that location with tremendous force. Boom. A blinding white light erupts, accompanied by debris flying chaotically. The hidden candidate leaps forth, swiftly forming hand seals in midair, preparing to eliminate this special operations team. A silent shuriken pierces through his chest, pinning him firmly against a distant wall. The entire sequence unfolds with fluidity. The 10 candidates do not even spare a glance back, turning away with an air of unwavering confidence. From a distance, Ningfeng furrows his brow, realizing he has encountered one of the most formidable opponents on this battlefield of the college entrance examination. The degree of coordination displayed by just a few of them indicates they must have been together for at least 5 or 6 years. Otherwise, such synergy would be impossible. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, several impatient candidates leap into action, attempting to flee, only to be struck down by shurikens that pierce their bodies, leaving them lifeless. With the special operations team now less than a kilometer away, Ningfeng understands that if he does not take the initiative to seize control of the battlefield, he is likely to meet the same swift demise as the other candidates. What of 10 individuals? What of their seamless cooperation? Here I come, and I shall annihilate you. Hiss. A dim, electrifying aura envelopes him as if clad in armor, activating the lightning release chakra mode. Every cell in his body instantly becomes invigorated, making him feel lighter and everything more manageable. Meanwhile, the double Tomo Sharingan spins slowly, refracting a mesmerizing, otherworldly brilliance, akin to the gaze of a reaper surveying its prey. Lightning release chakra mode activated. This is the second time Ningfeng has employed this ninjutsu. Though its effects are formidable, it consumes an immense amount of chakra. Had he not encountered such a tough opponent, he would not have activated it so readily. In the next moment, his body shoots forth like a bolt of lightning, tracing a dazzling arc through the air, the sudden brilliance of the lightning illuminating the darkened sky as if it were day. Ningfeng strikes first. Like a phoenix that has remained silent for 3 years, when it finally sings, it astonishes all. When it remains still, it prepares to soar. In the distance, the special operations team suddenly senses the blinding lightning approaching, instinctively turning to face the incoming threat, only to behold a figure hurtling towards them. Akin to a meteor plummeting from the heavens, the lightning illuminates the astonished faces of each member. Chapter 70. The Surge of Attention. Trending in the top 10 of college entrance examination searches? At this very moment, the grandeur of the college entrance examination is being broadcast live through the sophisticated equipment of the Ninja Tower. Every candidate's stunning performance within the examination hall is captured and swiftly relayed by the staff of the Ninja Tower, making its way to the mobile devices and televisions of the public. By now, a day has passed in the examination, and the majority of candidates have faced the harsh reality of elimination. Those who remain typically exhibit outstanding performances, resulting in a peak in viewership for the live broadcast of the college entrance examination. In a certain office of the Ninja Tower, countless large screens display the unfolding events of the battlefield. As the staff member responsible for cutting the footage, Xiaofeng has been broadcasting the college entrance examination for the public for 10 years now. With his wealth of experience, he consistently delivers the most thrilling combat moments of candidates to the audience, earning accolades from the Ninja Tower's leadership and being recognized as an exemplary employee year after year. This year, as usual, he scours the myriad screens for captivating battle footage to share. While many students perform admirably, few catch his discerning eye. As a veteran of 10 years, his standards are exceptionally high, and he maintains a strict sense of integrity. Numerous parents have discreetly approached him, hoping he might air a few seconds of footage featuring their children, believing that even a brief glimpse could attract the attention of many universities. However, he has coldly declined every request, adhering to his principles of not promoting lackluster performances. While sifting through the footage, Xiaofeng suddenly notices on one small screen a young man enveloped in lightning, charging towards a 10-member special operations team. This young man, who has already exhibited multiple remarkable performances, is none other than candidate number 0167. Years of rich experience have led Xiaofeng to believe that this would be an extraordinarily captivating battle video, one that is bound to create a sensational stir. After all, which candidate possesses the audacity to challenge a specially trained elite squad from a prestigious institution? Once such a thrilling combat scene is broadcasted, it is sure to leave the public in awe. With this thought in mind, Xiaofeng unhesitatingly switched the feed, instantly pushing it to the top of the high-stakes examination battle rankings, where nearly 300 million mobile device users would receive the notification. Wait, what is happening? Xiaofeng, why did you cut to the top examination battle feed without testing the data first? His superior, President Ninta, rose from his chair in confusion and approached him. Generally speaking, exciting battle videos undergo preliminary broadcasts on smaller channels before making it to larger platforms. Otherwise, it could adversely affect the channel's viewership and reputation, potentially jeopardizing years of hard-earned credibility in an instant. Just as President Ninta was about to order Xiaofeng to revert the feed to avoid negative repercussions, he found himself rooted to the spot, captivated by the footage displayed on the screen. The other staff members, expecting their superior to erupt in anger, were taken aback when, after a lengthy pause, he remained silent, glancing at them in bewilderment. Their curiosity piqued, they turned their attention back to the screen, only to find themselves entranced, as if the images had ensnared their gaze. In the distance, the staff member responsible for data analytics exclaimed, "Incredible! The viewership for our top examination battle feed is skyrocketing." It has surged from yesterday's peak of 15 to a staggering 20, and the numbers continue to soar. The data analyst excitedly responded. Based on the keywords extracted from audience comments, the search volume for candidate 0167 is also experiencing an exponential surge. Such remarkable data, if sustained for another 10 minutes, could very well propel them into the top 10 trending searches for the examination. Top 10 in trending searches? Upon hearing the data analyst's words, the staff collectively gasped in astonishment. They understood perfectly well what this implied. A new ninja star, immensely popular, was about to emerge, a figure akin to a national idol. The last time a ninja star with such staggering metrics was born was 5 years ago, when a sweet-faced female candidate captured the hearts of countless fans with her remarkable skills. This time, however, it was purely a test of strength. Relay this situation to the publicity department immediately. If I am not mistaken, this young man is destined to be a future star, President Ninta commanded. Yes, the staff promptly set about their tasks. Unbeknownst to Ning Feng, or rather, too preoccupied to notice, he was less than 5 meters away from the elite squad. In an instant, 2 sharp kunai were launched, slicing through the air with a chilling brilliance. Clang! Among the elite squad, a candidate skilled in the use of concealed weapons remained remarkably calm as the kunai flew forth, their dazzling golden sheen deflecting the incoming threat. In the very next moment, 4 taijutsu ninjas, positioned at the periphery, leaped into action from all directions. Though Ning Feng had activated his lightning release chakra mode, his speed, being merely that of a chunin, was not beyond the grasp of his seasoned opponents, all of whom possessed the experience of early chunin-level prowess. As their Sharingan spun rapidly, capturing every movement, Ning Feng transformed into a wooden stump just as the 4 assailants launched their combined attack, and behind them, 4 copies of Ning Feng materialized. Substitution Jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu. The 4 taijutsu candidates, clearly unprepared for this unexpected evasion, stared in shock as the fierce winds rushed toward them, instinctively turning to deliver powerful kicks. They're all fakes, a perceptive candidate shouted, attempting to warn his comrades. Yet, as the enemy's kicks connected with the illusory clones, a sound akin to shattering bubbles echoed, while the real Ning Feng stealthily positioned himself behind the elite squad. Earth Release, Hell Swamp. This expansive, control-oriented ninjutsu, executed with Ning Feng's astonishing speed and hand seals, instantly transformed the battlefield. The solid ground morphed into a brown swamp, ensnaring all 6 of them, pulling their bodies downward with alarming speed. Ning Feng's attack was executed with such suddenness that by the time the 4 taijutsu candidates realized what was happening, they discovered that he was not targeting them, but rather the rear flank. Chapter 71, Annihilation. Annihilation. They sought to provide aid, yet their reach was futile. At that moment, the 6 members of the elite squad demonstrated their years of training and camaraderie. One individual stepped onto a teammate's shoulder and leaped into the air, simultaneously weaving hand seals. Water Release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A surging wave of water erupted, crashing into the swamp that threatened to engulf their comrades, transforming the area into a vast ocean. The other 5, now free from the swamp's grasp, sprang forth from the watery depths, seeking out Ning Feng's position to resolve the crisis posed by the Hell Swamp. Their seamless synergy and coordination were nothing short of exceptional. However, just as they began to breathe a sigh of relief, a chilling voice rang out. Lightning Release. Lightning Flash. Although merely a C-rank lightning release technique with modest power, the presence of water as a conductive medium amplified its impact exponentially. The electrical currents surged forth, incapacitating several candidates and rendering them unable to control their bodies. Who could have anticipated this? Not only could this young man wield earth release techniques, but he could also employ lightning release. In a moment of stunned realization, 2 candidates instinctively leaped away from the electrified waters, conjuring chakra-infused ropes to rescue their allies, while simultaneously, the 4 taijutsu candidates advanced ominously. As they witnessed Ning Feng's actions, it seemed all would be in vain, yet suddenly, his Sharingan began to whirl. The candidate attempting to rescue his comrade felt an unsettling chill creeping over him, and upon looking up, he was met with Ning Feng's Sharingan, its hypnotic glare piercing through the dim light. Plop! The candidate succumbed to the illusion, tumbling into the electrified water along with his would-be rescuer. The remaining 2 candidates, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, widened their eyes in disbelief. It's an illusion. I can't believe there's a ninja skilled in Genjutsu. One exclaimed, his brow furrowing in concern. Whatever you do, don't look into his eyes. Just then, the 4 taijutsu candidates launched their attack, but Ning Feng had already anticipated their movements. As their strikes approached, he transformed once more into a wooden dummy. Another substitution jutsu. The taijutsu candidates who had just suffered a setback at Ning Feng's hands quickly turned to scan for his presence, but what awaited them was a searing inferno. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. The intense flames illuminated the dark sky as if it were day, surging toward the 4. Ning Feng had timed his attack perfectly. The elite squad members, despite their prowess, swiftly dispersed to evade the flames. A golden opportunity. This was the moment Ning Feng had been waiting for. Assessing the remaining chakra within him, He swiftly formed hand seals once more. Water release. Hidden mist technique. A dense fog enveloped the battlefield, obscuring everyone's vision to an extreme degree. In the distance, the remaining sensory candidate was just about to inform the others of Ning Feng's location when a sharp, hissing sound pierced the air, and a rapidly spinning energy orb tore through everything, striking the lone sensory candidate and sending him out of the arena. It was none other than the Rasengan. The anguished cries of his comrade echoed through the mist, causing the other candidates to frown deeply. It was clear to them that their only sensory ally had fallen. Blinded by the fog, they were now like blind and deaf mice, awaiting the onslaught of that godlike youth. Ning Feng concealed his figure within the shroud of mist, his chakra now diminished to a mere 30%. With both his physical and mental stamina on the brink of exhaustion, confronting 10 equally skilled adversaries, whose coordination was nothing short of extraordinary, was a formidable challenge. Were it not for his seemingly inexhaustible repertoire of ninjutsu, the ability to manipulate trajectories with his Sharingan, and the practical combat experience garnered over 3 months of arduous training, he might have already been eliminated. It is likely that even a pinnacle chunin would struggle to surpass his current performance. In truth, these past 3 months have been dedicated to honing his practical skills, all in preparation for a meteoric rise in the examination arena. Grasping the decapitating sword of Zabuza, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Ning Feng finally unveiled his last trump card. With chakra nearly depleted, he relied solely on his physical prowess. Fortunately, the dense fog provided him with a significant advantage. With a swift motion, the blade gleamed ominously, its razor-sharp edge radiating an unprecedented power as Ning Feng plunged into the mist. The first 2 candidates, standing back-to-back, were met with an extraordinary challenge and threat, the overwhelming pressure descending upon them like a mountain. Their frail forms appeared utterly feeble beneath the weight of the decapitating sword. With a resounding crash, their kunai flew from their grasp, their bodies hurtling backward like kites severed from their strings. Despite his dwindling chakra, Ning Feng's physical strength was astonishing, imbued with explosive force. And when combined with the might of the decapitating sword, it yielded astounding results. He afforded them no respite. The blade claimed their lives without hesitation. 5 remained. Time was of the essence, and the mist was beginning to dissipate. Ning Feng accelerated, utilizing the insight of his Sharingan to systematically eliminate the remaining candidates, achieving a total annihilation. After dispatching the final candidate, a loud clatter echoed as he lost his grip on the sword, which fell to the ground. Exhausted, he collapsed, gasping for breath, his complexion paling considerably. He was utterly drained, the waves of weakness crashing over him, leaving him unsteady on his feet. This grueling battle had not merely tested his physical limits, but also his mental fortitude. Yet, despite the seemingly insurmountable odds of 1 against 10, he emerged victorious, with remarkable finesse. A mysterious voice resonated, announcing that his examination score surged amidst a series of substantial increments, culminating at 749 points. Not only had he achieved the admission score for Tsinghua University, but he had also exceeded it by a remarkable 49 points, just 1 point shy of perfection. Casting a glance around, he noticed numerous candidates approaching with fervent eyes, prompting him to hide in a secluded spot. At that moment, he realized that not only the candidates, but even children would pose a threat to him. It was evident that these candidates sought to capitalize on his weakened state, emboldened by their knowledge of his recent triumph over their adversaries, aiming to claim his life to substantially boost their own scores. Chapter 72, National Examination Top Scorer, Ning Feng. Could Ning Feng allow these candidates their wish? Absolutely not. Just as he prepared to employ the mist concealment technique to obscure his presence, the mysterious voice interrupted. The examination time has concluded. Please close your eyes. You are about to be extracted from the ruins. Do not resist. Your current examination score stands at 749 points, placing you in a tie for first position with 67 other candidates. First place, tied with 67 others? Ning Feng's gaze flickered in surprise at the unexpected excellence of his results. Though he felt a pang of disappointment at the realization that he was not alone at the summit, these 67 other candidates were undoubtedly gifted individuals in their own right. However, considering that over 50 million candidates had participated in this examination, the emergence of a select few exceptional talents was entirely unsurprising. The comprehensive ranking data had been compiled, and the voice proclaimed, "Congratulations to candidate number 0167 for achieving a perfect score of 100, securing the top position on the comprehensive ranking list. Your final examination score is 849 points, placing you at the pinnacle of the score rankings." Once more, the mysterious voice echoed, and Ning Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as he realized he had indeed become the top scorer of this examination. This was a genuine accolade earned amidst the fierce competition of 50 million candidates. At that moment, Ning Feng's heart swelled with excitement and exhilaration. Suddenly, a powerful force of attraction enveloped him, forming a massive black hole that whisked him away. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself at the entrance of the Ninja Tower in Yunhua City. There, he was met with throngs of reporters and media representatives, creating an impenetrable crowd. Among them were numerous representatives from local, provincial, and national media, their eagerness palpable as they awaited the moment. Were it not for the special ninjas stationed at the entrance of the ninja tower, they would have surely breached the defenses and rushed inside. In the distance, Principal Wang, Ning Feng's mentor, and class teacher Liu were similarly besieged by another wave of journalists. Principal Wang, we have just received word that your student, Ning Feng, has claimed the title of top scorer in this examination. Families that once considered this accolade theirs for the taking are now casting envious and jealous glances your way. What are your thoughts on Ning Feng securing this honor? Began a prominent journalist, known for his incisive questions, addressing the camera, facing the lens. Principal Wang's face was aglow with pride, though the unexpected question caught him slightly off guard. He replied bashfully, honestly, I am both surprised and unsurprised by his achievement. Surprised that he managed to emerge victorious amidst such fierce competition, yet unsurprised, for all his hard work, dedication, and talent have been evident to both myself and our students at Yunhua High School. The journalist nodded appreciatively before passing the microphone to Teacher Liu. Teacher Liu, as Ning Feng's homeroom teacher, do you have any thoughts to share at this moment? I can only say that hard work yields rewards. Teacher Liu smiled shyly, giving a thumbs up to the camera. This was the first time in their many years in education that they had nurtured a top scorer, and their excitement was palpable as they faced the media. All of this was the result of Ning Feng's remarkable performance. Just as the journalist was about to pass the microphone to one of Ning Feng's classmates, who had a good rapport with him, an exclamation rang out from the distance. Top scorer Ning Feng is coming out. In an instant, a surge of reporters and media representatives rushed toward the entrance of the ninja tower, brandishing microphones and cameras, surrounding the bewildered Ning Feng as he emerged. Ning Feng, this morning, after your battle with the special squad trained by Yanlong University was broadcast live, the viewership soared from 15 to 30, making you the most searched candidate of this examination. How do you feel at this moment? Ning Feng, it is said that you are an exceptionally ordinary graduate from Yunhua High School, yet you have unexpectedly claimed the title of top scorer. You could serve as a model of inspiration and an idol for students. Who do you believe has contributed the most to your success? Or do you feel that without anyone, you would not be who you are today? Classmate Ning Feng, I have heard that you have become a ninja art star in Dragon Country within a single day, a new generation idol. And even a company has specially registered a Weibo account for you, garnering a staggering 100,000 followers in just one day. You may have tremendous potential for development in the entertainment industry. Will you pursue this path? What is happening? Faced with a deluge of reporters, Ning Feng was utterly oblivious to the fact that he had skyrocketed to fame, his status as the top scorer in the college entrance examination echoing throughout Dragon Country. Confused, he inquired with a bewildered expression. At that moment, President Liu, accompanied by several staff members, hastily arrived, forming a protective barrier to shield Ning Feng from the encroaching journalists and media. With a wry smile, he handed Ning Feng his phone. In this highly advanced world, many affairs bear striking similarities to those in the bustling metropolises of his past life. Upon taking the phone and glancing at the screen, Ning Feng was immediately inundated with news articles and media updates, all concerning him. Each report was accompanied by a short video, which, upon clicking, redirected viewers to the original website. The staggering view count and comment tally on the original site left him astounded. The video alone had amassed a remarkable 100 million views, with comments numbering in the tens of millions, all posted within a single day. The footage depicted his battle alongside a team of 10 examinees, with many commentators declaring that his combat performance was nothing short of exemplary, reshaping their understanding of ninja arts in practical applications. Chapter 73. He has truly become famous? At this moment, Ning Feng remained slightly dazed, his gaze drifting down to the comment section, where several highly praised remarks read as follows. Dual-headed squid. Since childhood, I have been fascinated by how those older high school students engage in battle, aspiring to advance further along the path of ninja arts. This morning, I awoke to find this live video. The performance of candidate number 0167 against the Special Forces team of 10 made me realize that ninja arts can indeed be employed in such innovative ways. The scene where he utilized both the shadow clone technique and the substitution technique to create 4 clones left me utterly mesmerized. However, the Special Forces team from Yanlong High School also demonstrated commendable skills, though it was unfortunate that they encountered the anomaly that is candidate number 0167. I later learned that this extraordinary candidate emerged from an ordinary high school, initially deemed a failure, yet through relentless effort and dedication, he achieved this astonishing performance. His story serves as a benchmark for me, a spiritual paragon on the path of ninja arts. Yu Xiaonan does not love me. After my family and I watched this video, we immediately searched for candidate number 0167. Initially, we assumed he was from a prestigious high school, as only those students could afford to acquire the shadow clone technique, substitution technique, and various dazzling ninja arts. Upon discovering that candidate number 0167, like us, hails from a humble background, my resolve to pursue ninja arts was only strengthened. Eating grapes without spitting the skins. Since childhood, I have expressed to my parents my desire to study ninja arts and become the strongest warrior in the world. However, they told me they could not support such ambitions, causing my ninja arts training in high school to languish at a low level. Although I eventually became a small business owner, my dream of mastering ninja arts remains. Frankly, in today's society, class rigidity is exceedingly harsh. Many affluent individuals possess secrets of ninja arts unknown to the masses, while their children receive abundant resources from a young age, allowing even the inept to rise. In candidate number 0167, I see the courage to break through barriers, who says that children from humble beginnings cannot achieve greatness. I love to eat meat. The high praise commenters all seem to possess rich life experiences. Yet I am merely a young girl, lacking understanding of ninja arts. However, I do know one thing. Ningfeng, I am your devoted fan. If he releases a video of his ninja combat, I will be the first to purchase it. Dragon Country loves ninja arts. Did you know? Due to this video, the prices of the ninja arts employed by candidate number 0167 in the black market have surged. Particularly, the Earth release, Underworld Marsh technique has reached exorbitant prices, yet remains in high demand, and the salaries of appraisers in the industry have also seen a rise. Is this what they call the celebrity effect? Ningfeng perused a few more comments, a faint smile gracing his lips. Almost all the remarks praised his breathtaking performance, though there were also numerous expressions of sympathy for the Special Forces team, lamenting their misfortune in facing such a prodigy as Ningfeng. Closing the phone, he shrugged helplessly. Little one, I truly did not anticipate your rapid rise to fame. However, such fame may not bode well for you, as with popularity comes scrutiny. President Liu remarked with a wry smile. Regardless of your decisions, Uncle Liu will always support you, having lived for decades. President Liu had witnessed numerous top scorers become public idols, only to fade into obscurity, often entrapped by the allure of fame and fortune, neglecting their ninja arts, and ultimately becoming mere ordinary individuals. Yet, he knew he was not Ningfeng's guardian and could not dictate his thoughts. He could only subtly remind him. Without Uncle Liu's nurturing, how could the current Ningfeng exist? Ningfeng was not ungrateful. Shaking his head, he reassured, rest assured. I am well aware of my path. I will not be swayed by the so-called temptations. As the top scorer in the college entrance examination, I should strive for greater heights. How can the allure of being a ninja arts star or a public idol compare to the wonders of the ninja arts themselves? Ningfeng was no fool. Without the assurance of strength, the title of ninja arts star or public idol could vanish at any moment. Much like the celebrities of his past life, who appeared glamorous and held significant status, earning vast sums of money, yet could never compare to the wealth of a true tycoon. They may seem to possess many loyal fans, but with a single decree from the powerful, all could be lost. His mind remained clear, unclouded by the intoxicating allure of fame. Seeing that Ningfeng had not lost his sense of judgment, President Liu released the breath he had been holding. He was deeply concerned that such a promising talent might become lost in the labyrinth of status and fame, losing sight of life's direction. At that moment, with a wave of his hand, several staff members from the Ninja Tower rushed forward to bar the entrance against the eager reporters and media, while Ningfeng, surrounded by his protectors, exited the Ninja Tower. Stepping into President Liu's luxury car, which roared to life and departed swiftly, leaving behind a trail of high-octane exhaust for the journalists and media to contend with. Although the examinees were acutely aware of their performance in the college entrance examination, the specific scores would require complex data calculations, so it would take some time before the final results were released. Following the examination, candidates would need to fill out their application forms based on their scores. These applications would be compiled at various universities, which would then admit students according to their respective cutoff scores. At this juncture, the lines for the first and second-tier universities would also be established. It is worth noting that each year's admission scores fluctuate based on enrollment numbers, leading to numerous instances of candidates being eliminated due to insufficient scores. Naturally, this situation typically pertains to ordinary candidates with unremarkable performances. For those who excel, many university presidents or head teachers have already personally extended invitations, promising countless incentives to secure their commitments. At this moment, outside Ningfeng's new residence, a plethora of luxury vehicles were parked, with numerous university presidents anxiously awaiting his arrival. Chapter 74, Exempt from all fees? The invitations from university presidents. Ningfeng's home address was indeed easily accessible to the presidents of prestigious universities. Every year, following the conclusion of the college entrance examination, a wave of university presidents banding together to recruit students ensues. For any institution of higher learning, finding average students is a simple task. However, identifying those exceptionally gifted individuals with promising futures proves to be quite a challenge. Often, these prodigious talents gravitate towards more renowned universities, creating a dilemma for lesser-known institutions struggling to attract quality candidates. The caliber of incoming students profoundly influences a university's future development. Thus, for various reasons, it is not uncommon to witness university presidents collaborating to scout talent. Today, Ningfeng's stunning performance in the examination hall has indeed captured the attention of these university leaders, who have eagerly gathered to extend their invitations. At this moment, 8 prominent presidents await at Ningfeng's doorstep, each a heavyweight figure in their own right. Among them is the president of Northern University, the only key institution in the Northern Plains, alongside the former president and a leader in Northern education. There is also President Gong of Yanlong University, a prestigious institution in the critical city of Yanlong, recognized as a national-level expert in ninjutsu. Additionally, we have the president of Southern University, a leading figure in Southern education. Alongside them are several heads of lesser-known, but still significant universities. Institutions like Northern University, Southern University, and Yanlong University are all nationally accredited key universities, with a cutoff score of 600 for the entrance examination, an unattainable benchmark for countless candidates. Yet here they are, the presidents converging to invite a single examinee to their respective schools. Should this scene be witnessed by journalists and media outlets, it would undoubtedly send ripples through the academic community. It is worth noting that a decade ago, a similar spectacle occurred involving one of the top 10 experts on the esteemed Dragon List. The Dragon List ranks the elite of the nation, comprising individuals whose renown stretches globally. Even shadow-level powerhouses would bow in their presence. Those who make it onto the Dragon List, particularly within the top 10, are the pinnacle of strength, capable of swaying the tides of battle. One can only imagine the magnitude of their prowess. President Gong. While it's true that Yanlong University has recently nurtured a number of exceptional talents and invested significantly in education, when it comes to cultivating top-tier combatants, Northern University excels in this regard. Just last year, we produced 10 elite graduates, 8 of whom have joined the special police forces in leadership roles. Stated the former president of Northern University, sporting an unremarkable Mediterranean hairstyle that would render him indistinguishable in a crowd. Oh please, if Ningfeng were to attend Northern University, his talents would be utterly squandered. If we speak of nurturing talent, Southern University is the true cradle of excellence. Let us not forget, 5 years ago, we produced a shadow-level graduate who now conducts research in the ninjutsu laboratory at Star River University and even earned a doctorate in ninjutsu, retorted Southern University's president. A similarly Mediterranean-haired individual, albeit with a notably receding hairline. Humph, that was 5 years ago. Who could forget that several of your senior professors have resigned recently, leaving you without replacements? Your ninjutsu academic department is currently vacant. I believe that Yanlong University is the best fit for Ningfeng. We prioritize practical combat experience and have numerous professors dedicated to hands-on guidance, many of whom have received accolades for their research. Universities like Southern and Northern focus too heavily on theoretical research in ninjutsu, which could potentially stifle his growth, President Gong of Yanlong University scoffed. You are mistaken. The academic study of ninjutsu is of utmost importance. Only through rigorous scholarship can we advance ninjutsu and develop even more formidable techniques. I trust both of you have visited the ruins of Short Book Street at least once. You must recall the A-rank technique, the Rasengan, utilized by the legendary Naruto Uzumaki. To be candid, our recent academic objective is to incorporate chakra nature transformation into the Rasengan to create an even more potent technique, which I have aptly named Wind Release, Rasengan Shuriken. Unfortunately, the complexities of nature and form transformation require time for theoretical and practical integration. The former president remarked with a haughty sniff. Upon hearing Northern University's academic aspirations, Presidents Gong and Nand exchanged astonished glances, surprised at the level of research being pursued. Other university leaders wished to interject, yet they found their institutions wanting in comparison to the 3 major universities. Nonetheless, they restrained their emotions and awaited their turn. As the university presidents engaged in their spirited debate, Ningfeng, accompanied by President Liu, approached. Upon seeing the young man who had dazzled in battle during the examination, the presidents immediately ceased their quarrel and hurried over, their faces alight with enthusiasm. Greetings, I am President Yuan of Northern University. Should you, Ningfeng, choose to attend our institution, I can personally assure you that you will receive unparalleled resources for cultivation, with all tuition and fees waived. In addition to a generous scholarship of 1 million, dedicated to supporting your ninjutsu academic research, ultimately shaping you into a shadow-level talent. President Yuan declared, thumping his chest in assurance. Humph. What is 1 million in scholarship and waived fees compared to what we offer? If Ningfeng chooses Yanlong University, you would have access to the entirety of our ninjutsu laboratory. Furthermore, any techniques you develop would remain under your personal patent, with the university refraining from indiscriminate use. President Gong interjected eagerly. In a flurry of excitement, the presidents introduced themselves, their voices merging into a cacophony as they extolled the virtues of their respective institutions, all hoping to entice Ningfeng to join their ranks. Chapter 75. The arrival of Lady Ro Yun. Each year, a spectacle unfolds as universities vie for outstanding students. However, it is a rare occurrence for so many prestigious institutions to compete for a single candidate. Listening to the fervent entreaties of the presidents, Ningfeng shrugged, interrupting their fervent discussions with an apologetic tone. I appreciate your high regard for me, but to be candid, I have no intention of attending any of your universities. My aspirations were set long before the examinations. Though the rejection was anticipated, the immediate dismissal left the faces of the university presidents somewhat grim. President Yuan softened his demeanor, inquiring with curiosity, "May we be so bold as to ask which institution you intend to pursue?" The other presidents leaned in with rapt attention, eager to discover which university had captured the interest of such a promising candidate. It was undeniable that Ning Feng's performance in the examination had illuminated his boundless potential, making him a coveted prize for any university. At this juncture, Ning Feng could no longer conceal his intentions. "The university I wish to attend represents the pinnacle of strength in our nation, Star River University." At this revelation, a collective gasp echoed among the presidents, followed by a synchronized shake of their heads in disappointment. Indeed, it was only natural that a candidate who excelled in the examination would aspire to attend the foremost institution, Star River University, rather than settle for those with comparatively diminished faculty resources. Ning Feng, while Star River University stands as the epitome of our nation's strength, the sheer number of talents within its ranks means that the educational resources may not compare favorably to the dedicated cultivation we provide at our universities. As the saying goes, it is better to be the head of a dragon than the tail of a phoenix. The former principal of my school assures you that upon your graduation from university, you will undoubtedly step into the realm of the extraordinary, which is indeed the aspiration of our Northern University. To be candid, I have procured some awakening scrolls for bloodline limits, capable of unlocking human potential, alongside a collection of ninjutsu scrolls allocated annually by the Education Bureau, ranging from B to D grades, all of which you are free to take. The former principal, fully aware that a substantial investment was necessary, tempted with a hint of reluctance. Upon hearing this, Principal Gong and Principal Nan were both struck with astonishment. Awakening scrolls for bloodline limits and ninjutsu scrolls, these are treasures of the highest order. They realized they lacked the audacity of the former principal. "Thank you for your consideration, but I must regretfully decline, as Yunhua University has always been my dream institution." Ning Feng replied, shaking his head. He believed that, with his capabilities, acquiring such resources would pose no challenge. What he truly lacked were cutting-edge educational resources and a competitive environment. Only in a setting filled with brilliance can one maintain the relentless drive to strive for excellence. "Very well, since you are so resolute, it is indeed a pity. However, should fortune not favor you and you find yourself rejected by Yunhua University, our Northern University will always welcome you." The former principal sighed, shaking his head in disappointment at Ning Feng's unwavering stance. "Ning Feng, do not bear any psychological burden. We at Northern University are indeed considerably weaker than Yunhua University, and that is our shortcoming. Ah, by the way, the gates of Southern University will forever be open to you." Principal Nin interjected. "The doors of Yanlong University will also always be open for you, Ning Feng. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, please do not hesitate to seek me out at Yanlong University." Principal Gong chuckled with a wry smile. "Thank you for your understanding." Ning Feng nodded toward the principals. With a sense of regret, the principals slowly departed, entering their respective cars and driving away swiftly. Once the principals had left, Ning Feng's new home became significantly quieter. He shrugged helplessly, while President Liu chuckled heartily, patting him on the shoulder. "Haha, young man. It seems you've just realized that fame isn't all it's cracked up to be. The time is late. I must take my leave now." "Ah, Uncle Liu, you're leaving so soon?" Ning Feng inquired, puzzled at Liu's departure. Just as President Liu was about to respond, a series of engine shutdowns echoed from a distance. A fleet of sleek black cars came to a halt, and dozens of men clad in black uniforms and sunglasses swiftly emerged, surrounding the area. From the lead black car, a strikingly beautiful woman emerged, her long, alluring legs accentuated by a crimson short-sleeved top, evoking unwelcome thoughts in the warm weather. Despite the dark glasses obscuring her visage, the smoothness of her fair skin hinted at her extraordinary beauty, a rare gem among the masses. As the beauty approached, her entourage of black-clad men closed in around her like protectors, exuding an aura reminiscent of a mafia princess, as if every gesture she made could dictate the fate of others. "Miss, this is the residence of the top scorer, Ning Feng," a man in a black suit said, approaching with a hint of sycophancy. With the influence of the Rou family in Longhua, finding this boy was a mere trifle. The woman, known as Miss Rou Yun, removed her sunglasses and disdainfully glanced at Ning Feng's home, a flicker of contempt crossing her features. "I never expected that I, the esteemed Miss Rou Yun, would be overshadowed by this impoverished boy." As she prepared to enter, another line of black cars halted nearby. From the foremost vehicle emerged a youth wearing sunglasses, his eyes burning with indignation. "Young master, this is the place," an elderly man from the second car said, respectfully indicating the distant house. The youth removed his sunglasses, disdainfully surveying Ning Feng's residence, only to notice Rou Yun's presence not far away. A mocking tone escaped him. "Oh, so the esteemed Miss Rou of the 8 great families is here as well. How quaint." Hearing the familiar voice, Miss Rou Yun noticed a familiar group approaching. Her black-clad bodyguards stepped forward, lowering their voices to question her. With a smile, she waved her hand dismissively. "It seems today will be lively. Heh, let them be." We shall proceed with our own affairs. The bodyguards nodded slightly, signaling to their comrades, who discreetly withdrew their hands from their weapons, the previously vigilant expressions softening somewhat. The young man in sunglasses, known as Li Hua, was well known among those present, being the heir of the Li family, one of the 8 great families of Longhua. In a nation of tens of millions, countless hidden families exist, nurturing innumerable warriors each year. In the confines of Yunhua City alone, several hidden families thrive, often wielding significant influence over local politics and economics, with their disciples flourishing under family protection. Among these hidden families, the 8 great families stand out, with the Li and Rou families controlling nearly a third of the southern plains of Longhua, flourishing and prosperous, with their clan leaders being formidable figures ranked on the dragon list. Although both families belong to the 8 great families, their shared dominion over the southern plains frequently incites conflict, rendering them bitter rivals. Against this backdrop, the relationship between Miss Rou Yun and the Li family's heir, Li Hua, is far from amicable. Miss Rou Yun, you look even more beautiful than before, Li Hua exclaimed, removing his sunglasses and approaching her with a lecherous grin, prompting her to frown coldly. Young Master Li, has your skin become itchy again? In the rivalry between the two families, Li Hua had often been on the receiving end of Miss Rou's wrath. At her words, Li Hua's face flushed with rage. Recalling the torment he had endured at her hands, his attendant shot a warning glare. Miss Rou Yun, how dare you speak to our young master in such a manner? Dare a mere steward reprimand our young lady? Retorted the black-clad bodyguard. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense, with Li Hua's bodyguards preparing for confrontation, while Rou Yun's guards stood ready, poised for a fight. Li Hua recognized the equilibrium of power between the Rou and Li families. Igniting conflict today would be detrimental to his current standing. With a cold snort, he turned away from Miss Rou Yun and strode toward Ning Feng's residence, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the Li family's bodyguards, who hurriedly followed suit. Miss, should we? One of the black-clad bodyguards hesitated, eyeing the approaching Li family. Let us observe the unfolding situation. I have heard that Master Li Hua of the Li family has achieved a mere score of 500 in the college entrance examination, inciting the ire of the Li family's upper echelons. Should Master Li Hua fail to devise a remedy, it is likely that, 3 years hence, the prestige of his lineage within the Li family will significantly diminish, allowing other branches of the family to seize power. This presents a splendid opportunity for our Rou family. Rou Yun revealed a chilling smile. Indeed, miss. The bodyguards in black nodded solemnly. At that moment, Li Hua, accompanied by a retinue of bodyguards, approached and surrounded Ning Feng's residence, casting a cold gaze upon Ning Feng, who had just stepped out of his door. Are you Ning Feng? The top scorer of the college entrance exam, candidate number 0167? Beside Ning Feng stood President Liu, and upon witnessing the imposing demeanor of the visitors, both men's expressions darkened. I am indeed Ning Feng. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Ning Feng's vigilant gaze swept the surroundings, his eyes resembling the rapidly rotating Sharingan, discreetly cataloging the positions of the bodyguards. Greetings, I am Li Hua, the young master of the Li family, one of the 8 great families of Longhua. I assure you, our intentions are entirely benign. I merely wish to propose a transaction with you. Li Hua flashed a courteous smile. The 8 great families, President Liu exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. As the president of the Ninja Tower, he was acutely aware of the implications of those words. Ning Feng, unfamiliar with the 8 great families, nonetheless inferred something from President Liu's reaction. He offered Li Hua a polite smile and gestured, please, come in. And you, the young lady in the distance, you may join us as well. I presume you have come to see me too. Ning Feng, this may not be appropriate, Liu President interjected, casting a sidelong glance at Rou Yun. What is inappropriate about it? I, too, have come to see Ning Feng. If he welcomes me, why should I not enter? Rou Yun huffed disdainfully, stepping inside first, followed by several black-clad bodyguards. Li Hua's eyes briefly darkened, but he soon followed them inside. Once they were seated on the sofa under the guidance of the servants, tea was served. With a look of disdain and contempt at the tea, Li Hua pulled out a bank card from his pocket and slammed it onto the table, stating bluntly, Ning Feng, although Miss Rou Yun is present, I can no longer afford to be circumspect. This card contains 10 million in cash, with an additional 5 million overdraft limit. It is a limited edition diamond card issued by Longhua Bank, reserved for individuals of noble status. I wish to purchase your title as top scorer with this card. In other words, I intend to replace your student registration with this 15 million. Chapter 77, The Arrogant and Overbearing Li Family. As soon as he finished speaking, President Liu erupted in righteous indignation. Young Master Li, do you understand what replacing a student registration entails? It constitutes a crime. The laws of Longhua protect a student's registration from unlawful modification and replacement. Your actions would jeopardize Ning Feng's future. Rou Yun, standing by, appeared briefly astonished but quickly regained her composure. She had witnessed such occurrences countless times. Many privileged offspring, upon receiving unsatisfactory examination scores, would resort to financial means to manipulate student registrations, even resorting to impersonation. Ning Feng's expression turned icy, a fire igniting within him. They were insulting him with their money. Please, do not be upset, Li Hua replied, seemingly anticipating their reactions. He produced another exquisitely designed bank card. If you find that insufficient, I can offer more. This card also contains 15 million, bringing the total to 30 million. 30 million for a student registration is a staggering sum for any impoverished family, is it not? While your family may reside in a villa now, I have conducted my inquiries into your father's company. It is still a fledgling enterprise. Believe me, with a mere flick of my finger, those investors would withdraw their funds immediately. Your father, currently at the peak of his career, would find himself buried in debt, forced to sell everything and return to that small house you once lived in. I trust that even if your father would agree, you would not. For you are a dutiful son, are you not? A student registration is a trivial matter. You can always retake the examination next year. At worst, I can simply acquire a student registration for you, and you can take the exam. Li Hua reclined on the sofa, shrugging nonchalantly. Do not consider this matter overly grave. It happens every year. Even if I do not buy your registration, someone else will they not? My purpose today is merely to inquire if you would be amenable. Should you decline, I have means to modify your registration. However, whether you will possess that 30 million by then remains uncertain. President Liu stifled his anger. All major media outlets are reporting on Ning Feng's achievements. As the top scorer, many university presidents are familiar with him. Do you not fear that altering his registration will be discovered? Media manipulation is quite manageable. With a few orchestrated narratives, the ignorant masses can be swayed. As for university presidents, many institutions are connected to the 8 great families. They will not come to your defense, Li Hua chuckled. You, the Li family, is utterly shameless. President Liu's eyes nearly blazed with fury. Seeing a promising talent on the cusp of a bright future threatened by such a rogue was infuriating. Enough. You may deliberate, but I shall grant you only one day to consider. Li Hua cast a disdainful glance around the room. To him, remaining there even a minute longer felt like torment. Coldly uttering those words, he swept out of the room. As Li Hua and his bodyguards prepared to depart, Ning Feng, who had remained contemplative and silent, suddenly spoke. There is no need for consideration. Li Hua's heart leaped with joy, believing Ning Feng had acquiesced, only to be taken aback as Ning Feng continued, I shall not agree. I refuse to believe that your Li family can manipulate everything to erase my status as the proud top scorer of the college entrance examination. Moreover, given your anxious demeanor, it is evident that you require my consent to modify my registration. If you possess the power to do so unilaterally, why would you expend 30 million? Upon hearing this, President Liu realized in a flash the astuteness of Ning Feng, who had swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. Meanwhile, Royan cast a surprised glance at Ning Feng, astonished by his intellectual acuity. You. Li Hua's face paled as he was instantly unmasked. Ning Feng was correct. The uproar over his paltry score had enraged the Li family's higher-ups, prompting Li Hua to hastily seek a modification of Ning Feng's registration as a desperate remedy. Should this matter come to light, the prestige of the Li family would plummet, losing not only the patriarchal position, but also a wealth of cultivation resources. Today, you shall agree, whether you wish to or not. Come here. Li Hua, filled with rage and humiliation, threatened Ning Feng with a finger pointed menacingly. As his words fell, several black-clad bodyguards stormed into the room with fierce intent. Ning Feng abhorred threats. His gaze hardened, preparing for confrontation. President Liu hesitated momentarily, but resolved to take action. He had developed a deep affection for Ning Feng and would not hesitate to confront the Li family if necessary. Li Hua, do you truly believe that your Li family can act with impunity in this realm? As the atmosphere became charged with tension, the young lady of the Rou family, Rou Yun, let out a disdainful snort, prompting a cadre of bodyguards from the Rou family to surge forward. What? The esteemed Miss Rou Yun is prepared to engage in combat with the scion of the Li family over a mere pauper? Li Hua could never have anticipated that Rou Yun would abruptly intervene. His complexion turned a deep shade of purple, entirely fueled by rage. I, Rou Yun, have come here to challenge classmate Ning Feng, and your presence obstructs my purpose. Should you remain here for another 3 seconds, do not blame me for turning against you. I trust that at this critical juncture, any discord between the Li family and the Rou family would significantly tarnish the reputation of your esteemed lineage, would it not? Her icy voice resonated. Very well, you are formidable, We shall take our leave. Li Hua gritted his teeth, shaking off his sleeves as he was the first to exit the room. Oh, and if I find out that you have tampered with classmate Ning Feng's academic records, do not blame me for turning hostile. Consider this a friendly warning. Royan suddenly recalled something and added this remark. Upon hearing this, Li Hua's steps faltered. His fists clenched as he seethed. Royan, you wait. Moments later, he departed in haste. Chapter 78. The Challenge of the Young Lady of the Rou Family. As soon as Li Hua left, Miss Rou Yun flashed a mischievous smile, turning to scrutinize Ning Feng with an enticing gaze. I never expected you to be quite clever. Young man, but you need not thank me, it is merely my duty. The scion of the Li family is more preoccupied with nefarious schemes than honing his ninjutsu. So if he faces elimination, who can he blame? I never said I would thank you, did I? Ningfeng awkwardly interrupted her. Oh, you infuriate me. Upon hearing Ningfeng's words, Ro Yun's cheeks flushed with indignation, her already exquisite features now radiating an even more playful allure. Ningfeng shrugged helplessly. Even in your absence, after what I just said, the young master of the Li family would not dare to act against me, would he? I detest conversing with intelligent individuals. Ro Yun was momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately resorting to a cold huff. Well, with Li Hua as a meddler, it truly dampens the mood. The purpose of my visit today is quite simple. I wish to challenge you once more, number 0167. As she stated this, Ro Yun placed her alabaster arms on her hips, resembling a disgruntled wife lamenting her husband's absence. Why challenge me? Ningfeng shrugged, realizing that his title as the top scorer in the college entrance examination was not necessarily an advantage. It is simple. I, Ro Yun, the esteemed daughter of the Ro family, was defeated by you during the examination, and now, I must reclaim my honor. Ro Yun declared, hands firmly on her hips. Defeated by me? I have vanquished numerous candidates in the examination, including several female contenders, yet I have no recollection of you. Ningfeng responded candidly. You. Upon hearing this, Ro Yun was once again rendered speechless, struggling to articulate a response. As the distinguished daughter of the Ro family, the daughter of the esteemed Ro Yin, and a paragon of beauty, she had always stood out in any setting, including the examination hall. Surely, this boy should remember her. Ningfeng's words cast doubt on her own appearance. Very well, regardless of your reasons, you must accept this challenge today, otherwise, my bodyguards will show no mercy. Ro Yun, nearly exasperated by Ningfeng's demeanor, declared imperiously, should I be forced to unleash my wrath, your home will soon resemble a battlefield. Ningfeng shrugged, resigned. Miss Ro Yun, I accept your challenge. This way, you won't threaten my family later. However, if you believe that your bodyguards can act with impunity, you are gravely mistaken. A flicker of confusion crossed Ro Yun's eyes. Ningfeng smiled faintly, his entire being suddenly enveloped in a crackling aura as he activated his lightning chakra mode, his speed becoming astonishingly swift as he darted towards the surrounding bodyguards. Earlier, Ningfeng had noted the positions of these bodyguards, estimating their strength to be around the initial stage of the Chunin. Despite their number of 13, they posed no real threat to him. Ningfeng's sudden assault caused the black-clad bodyguards to furrow their brows, a hint of disdain curling their lips. In their view, what did it matter if Ningfeng was the top scorer of the examination? In terms of combat experience, he could not possibly compare to their hidden clan's heritage. Their bodyguard team alone could vanquish over 100 exceptional candidates. For bodyguards swiftly charged at Ningfeng from all directions, their speed indicating they were well-trained. However, under the watchful gaze of the Sharingan, any semblance of skillful training was rendered futile. Ningfeng anticipated their every move. Bang, bang, bang. The four bodyguards found themselves striking nothing but air, while Ningfeng executed a sweeping kick that stirred a tempest, engulfing the bodyguards in its wake. This technique was none other than the Shadow Dance Leaf, a signature move often utilized by the original character, Li. The sound of impact resonated as the four attacking bodyguards were sent sprawling, suffering grievously. Having perfectly replicated the technique during the examination, Ningfeng's superior physique allowed him to unleash the Shadow Dance Leaf with devastating efficacy. The remaining bodyguards, initially reluctant to intervene, now glared at Ningfeng with a mixture of anger and concern upon witnessing their comrade's dismal fate. Ningfeng smiled faintly, weaving through the fray as he unleashed a series of Shadow Dance Leaf and Leaf Hurricane techniques, leaving the remaining bodyguards sprawled on the ground in agony. Witnessing this scene, Ro Yun's expression hardened. She could sense that compared to his performance during the examination, Ningfeng's strength had indeed advanced further. She was well aware of her bodyguard team's capabilities. Although comprised of Taijutsu ninjas, their overall combat prowess was formidable. That this boy could defeat them without sustaining any injuries was more than enough to validate his title as the top scorer. She began to question whether Ningfeng had truly only reached the initial stage of Chunin. My lady, I apologize, but this boy is far too formidable. One disheveled bodyguard managed to rise, struggling to convey his regret, while the expressions of the other bodyguards reflected a newfound wariness. Well, this is not your fault. Ro Yun, not one to ignore reality, cast a deep glance at Ningfeng. I, Ro Yun, retract my previous statement. Even I cannot compete with my bodyguard team. And your prowess indeed surpasses mine. I shall not humiliate myself further. Your earlier restraint was likely due to concerns about repercussions from the Li family, was it not? However, should that boy truly decide to act, it would likely be he who suffers the most. With a playful smile, Ro Yun presented Ningfeng with a silver chip. Speaking proudly, this is the exclusive emblem of the Ro family, and with it, you can reach any member of my family in any city. If that Li Hua causes trouble, rest assured, I, Ro Yun, the young lady of the Ro family, will protect you. Can I interpret this as an attempt at alliance? Ningfeng smiled slightly, producing his student ID from Yunhua High School and offering it to the bodyguards. as a fair exchange, should Miss Ro Yun encounter any insurmountable challenges. She may use this ID to find me. My lady, the black-clad bodyguard disdainfully glanced at the student ID, preparing to return it to Ning Feng. Accept it. We have gained from this, for this boy's future is boundless. Now let us depart. Ro Yun cast a lingering glance at Ning Feng, her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance as she commanded, yes. The group of black-clad bodyguards, cautious in their demeanor, swiftly drove away under Ro Yun's guidance. As night descended, Ning Tian, behind the wheel of a car, finally returned. It was evident that his eyes were bloodshot, and he bore an indescribable weariness. Yet the smile upon his face was impossible to conceal. Chapter 79. The Ning Corporation securing 40 million in financing. In the preceding days, Ning Tian, as Ning Feng's father, should have been at home, engrossed in the live broadcast of the college entrance examination, or perhaps waiting at the entrance of the examination hall for his child to emerge. However, yesterday, several investors had called, expressing their desire to invest in Ning Tian's newly established company, insisting on staying in Yinqing for a day. The thought of the hundreds of mouths that needed feeding within the company compelled Ning Tian to drive to Yinqing to discuss the matter of financing and equity with the investors. Since Ning Feng embarked on his college entrance examination journey, Ning Tian had been contemplating one crucial question. How could he, as a father, become a steadfast pillar of support for Ning Feng? Having once diligently honed his martial arts skills, Ning Tian understood all too well the immense role that financial resources play for a martial artist. Whether purchasing ninjutsu scrolls or utilizing nutritional elixirs, the expenses were exorbitant. Students from affluent families often enjoyed overwhelming advantages over their peers, entering the ranks of Chunin while their contemporaries remained at the Genin level. Having acquired their initial Chunin certifications long before graduation, this disparity was not a matter of talent, but rather one of wealth and influence. Children of the wealthy were administered various physique-enhancing potions as infants and received personalized instruction from ninjutsu masters, mastering techniques such as the body replacement technique at an early age. In contrast, those from impoverished backgrounds could only subsist on plain rice, learning all about ninjutsu in classrooms. Thus, upon witnessing Ning Feng's innate talent in this regard, Ning Tian felt an urgent need to amass wealth. Financing represented countless scrolls and nutritional elixirs that could enhance his son's abilities. After a day of negotiations, when Ning Tian had yet to win the investors' favor and was on the verge of giving up and returning to Yinqing, fortune smiled upon him. The investors happened to observe Ning Feng's performance during the examination and inquired about his circumstances. Seizing this golden opportunity to advocate for his child, Ning Tian spoke with fervent pride, and ultimately, after 2 hours of persuasion, he secured substantial investments from several investors. With 20 million already deposited into the Ning Corporation's account that very night. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, Ning Tian hastily drove home, coincidentally arriving just as Miss Ro Yun was departing. My child, I watched your college entrance examination video. You truly made us proud. Father has not let you down this time. I secured a direct investment of 40 million, with 20 million already in the company's account. Had it not been for your video catching the attention of the investors, I might have returned empty-handed. Upon opening the car door, Ning Tian exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, his arms outstretched. At the sight of his father, whose eyes were red-rimmed, hair-grayed, and frame considerably diminished, Ning Feng felt a surge of emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. It was clear to him that his father's relentless efforts were solely aimed at creating a better environment for him, serving as his unwavering support. Beside them, President Liu could not help but feel a lump in his throat. Throughout the months leading up to the examination, he had witnessed Ning Tian's tireless dedication. What a devoted father he was. Dad, didn't I say that I would protect you from now on? Ning Feng managed to hold back his tears. Your father is not old yet. He doesn't need you, you little rascal, to protect him. Moreover, until you marry, you cannot consider yourself grown, so it is still your father who must protect you, understand? Ning Tian replied, his eyes reddening with stubbornness. I secure investments and manage the company. Ultimately, all this wealth will belong to you. As long as this company can cultivate your potential, I will have no regrets. I will be able to face our ancestors with pride. For so many years, it has just been the two of us relying on each other, and I have not achieved much, providing you with the least favorable conditions. But now, I refuse to continue in this manner. Dad, Ning Feng attempted to interject, but Ning Tian waved his hand dismissively. Enough. If you truly wish to show filial piety, then be quiet for now. Let us all go out for a feast. Yes, President Liu, you must join us, as well as Principal Wang, Teacher Liu. Everyone must come. I will call them right now. My son has achieved the top score in the college entrance examination, and the company has secured investments. This is a day worthy of celebration, and we must host a banquet for our guests. It seems we arrived just in time. I fear, Mr. Ning, that you may not be able to afford such a large gathering. A teasing voice rang out, and there stood Principal Wang and Teacher Liu, both wearing broad smiles, accompanied by a throng of students from Class 231 and the 3 shining stars of Class 233. Seeing the crowd, Ning Tian jovially draped an arm around Ning Feng's shoulders. exuding a sense of grandeur. Invite as many as come. The air was suddenly filled with an atmosphere of jubilance. Meanwhile, the dejected Li Hua, the scion of the Li family, sat across from Director Tai of the Yinxing Education Department, a grin plastered across his face. On the desk lay 2 diamond-level black cards, containing staggering amounts of wealth. Director Tai, you and my father are old friends. I need your assistance with something today, Li Hua remarked, sliding the bank cards towards the portly director. Each card held 15 million, with a 5 million withdrawal limit. Rest assured, young Master Li, I will assist you with whatever I can, Director Tai replied, eyeing the enticing cards, his throat swallowing hard at the sight of the money. What I require is rather trivial. I need you to alter a student's academic record and transfer my academic file, Li Hua said with a polite smile. Money paves the way, and nothing stands in its way. Oh, is it such a small matter? It is an honor to have young Master Li here, Director Tai chuckled, taking the 2 cards into his hands. But may I ask, what is the name of this student? The top scorer of this year's college entrance examination, Ning Feng. Li Hua replied nonchalantly. With a clatter, the 2 bank cards fell onto the table, and Director Tai's demeanor shifted dramatically as he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Young Master Li, I can alter the records of any student in Yinxing, but Ning Feng is off limits. Why? Li Hua asked, his eyes widening in disbelief. Because his records have been taken by that mysterious organization. If you meddle, you know the consequences. Director Tai's face turned pale, taking a moment to regain his composure. What? Li Hua's expression darkened, disbelief etched across his features. Chapter 80. The Invitation from Yunhua University. As the heir of the Li family, one of the 8 hidden clans of Longhua, Li Hua understood all too well what that mysterious organization represented. If he were to rashly alter Ning Feng's records, it could jeopardize not only his life, but also the Li family's standing. Ah, young Master Li, Ning Feng is indeed untouchable. Would you like me to present you with records of other students instead? Director Tai offered, sensing Li Hua's change in demeanor. Li Hua remained silent, snatching the bank cards from Director Tai's chubby hands before turning to leave. Since altering Ning Feng's records was no longer an option, he deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer. Young Master Li, please take care. Director Tai watched as Li Hua and his bodyguards departed, his expression darkening. Lowering his voice in disdain, Humph, what is so special about him? It's just because he was born into the Li family. Humph. Even if that organization hadn't taken this lad's files, I wouldn't assist you in amending them. I am counting on Ning Feng to secure my promotion. The appearance of a top scholar in Yin province is indeed a monumental achievement. Am I foolish enough to assist others? At this juncture, Director Tai's lips curled into a smug smile as he lifted his teacup and sipped leisurely, unable to suppress a cheerful tune that escaped his lips. The 4th day following the conclusion of the college entrance examinations marked the commencement of score statistics, during which numerous educators from various schools assisted the personnel of the examination authority in tallying results. As the top scorer of this year's exams, despite the passage of 4 days, many candidates' names began to fade from public memory. However, the designation 0167, Ning Feng remained vibrant in conversations, both online and offline. His combat videos with the Special Task Force saw a meteoric rise in viewership, with countless students replaying them multiple times. Many teachers and homeroom instructors used these thrilling encounters as a textbook for practical ninjutsu training. Numerous media outlets and journalists were still in pursuit of Ning Feng, hoping to secure an exclusive interview, for such a scoop would undoubtedly draw significant attention. Regrettably, many reporters found themselves scrambling in vain, unable to catch a glimpse of Ning Feng. Soon, the fervor surrounding the exam subsided, and the students who had toiled for a decade in their studies finally embraced a well-deserved 2-month summer break. On this particular day, Ning Feng sat in the comfort of his room, diligently honing his ninjutsu skills, striving to merge various techniques to enhance his combat prowess. Just then, a courier arrived at his doorstep with a parcel. Hello, is this for Mr. Ning Feng? Please receive it personally. The courier, dressed in professional attire, greeted with a polite smile. Upon hearing the voice, Ning Feng swiftly rolled off his bed and took the envelope, a broad smile instantly illuminating his face. Aren't you the top scorer, Ning Feng? The courier exclaimed, eyes gleaming with excitement. Could I trouble you for an autograph? As the courier turned to leave, he looked up and recognized the familiar face, his gaze filled with fervor. I've always admired ninjutsu, but sadly lacked the talent, so I ended up doing this. Ning Feng offered a faint smile, not declining the request as he signed his name and leapt back to the 2nd floor, returning to his room. Incredible, the courier exclaimed, turning with palpable excitement as he departed. At that moment, Ning Feng opened the envelope and, to his delight, discovered an admission letter from Yunhua University. Dear Mr. Ning Feng, you meet our admission criteria at Yunhua University, and we cordially invite you to. The letter concluded with the university's address and the examination schedule. Memorizing the details, Ning Feng carefully placed the letter into a pouch and clenched his fist in triumph. 6 days later, Ning Feng bid farewell to President Liu, Principal Wang, and others, boarding the express train bound for Longyao City, the capital of Longhua. Longyao City, situated at the heart of Longhua, serves as the political and economic epicenter of the nation. housing the central government and historically favored as a capital by many previous dynasties. Despite its seemingly modest name, Longyao City sprawls over a vast area. A subway ride from the eastern edge to the surface, traveling at speeds of 100 kilometers per hour, would take a full 3 hours, illustrating the city's extensive expanse. The real estate prices in Longyao City are among the highest in the nation and even globally. A single apartment in the city center could rival the cost of a publicly listed company, underscoring the exorbitant property values. Longyao City boasts 4 key universities, including the prestigious Super University, Tsinghua University, located in the northwest, adjacent to several grand historical parks. Each year, Tsinghua University cultivates numerous elite ninjutsu talents, and 2 of the top 10 practitioners on the long list are stationed there. 3 hours later, the express train arrived at Longyao City's train station. Ning Feng followed the crowd out of the station, gazing at the towering skyscrapers that dwarfed his hometown's prosperity. It was his first venture into a foreign land. A significant milestone in his life. Is this Longyao City? It's immense. It surpasses even Beijing from my previous life, Ning Feng remarked, his face alight with curiosity. Suddenly, he noticed a group of students in the distance, holding a large sign that read, "Welcome esteemed candidates to report to Tsinghua University." The students, sporting black-framed glasses, radiated youthful vigor, suggesting they were part of the university's welcoming committee. Are these the students of Tsinghua University? A surge of competitive spirit welled up within Ning Feng, and a subtle smile graced his lips. The students of Tsinghua University are truly exceptional. I wonder how formidable they really are. Chapter 81, A Fateful Encounter. Meeting the Special Task Force again. At that moment, the welcoming committee of Tsinghua University had begun to attract a gathering of students, all of whom held invitations to the university. Hello, I have an invitation from Tsinghua University. I am one of the candidates invited. Ning Feng approached the committee, smiling at a petite girl among them as he handed her the invitation. Hello. The petite girl beamed as she accepted the invitation, briefly inspecting it. Just as she was about to return it, her eyes widened in disbelief as she recognized Ning Feng. You are the top scorer, Ning Feng? Her voice, though soft, was heard by the multitude of talented individuals present, causing a ripple of astonishment to spread throughout the crowd. The bustling train station, already a hub of activity, erupted into a minor commotion. Ning Feng was taken aback. He had assumed that after such time had elapsed since the exams, his name would have faded from public consciousness. To his surprise, it still sparked excitement. He quickly donned a black cap, lowering his head and murmuring, "Hey, do you want everyone to hear you?" The petite girl appeared utterly thrilled and starry-eyed with admiration. Upon hearing Ning Feng's words, she nodded obediently. "I'm sorry, Ning Feng. I'm just so excited. Your battle video against the Special Task Force inspired me greatly. I've studied it extensively and watched it numerous times. By the way, I'm Lu Xingyu, a sophomore at Tsinghua University, but please don't call me senior. That would upset me." "Hello, Lu Xingyu," Ning Feng said, shrugging in resignation. He had no desire to engage further with this spirited girl, especially with the heavy emphasis she placed on senior. However, Lu Xingyu seemed oblivious to his reluctance and enthusiastically continued. "This is your first time in Longyao City, right? How about I show you around? There are many beautiful sights to behold, and the night scenery is particularly stunning. I happen to be free right now, so let us explore together." Ning Feng glanced around. The welcoming committee members were all busily attending to various tasks, showing no signs of idleness. Just as he was about to decline and seek out Tsinghua University on his own, he noticed a group of 10 individuals glaring in their direction, striding toward them with palpable intensity. Lu Xingyu looked up and gasped in surprise upon recognizing the approaching figures. "Hey, aren't you the special task force that Ning Feng defeated in the video?" As soon as she spoke, she realized she had said too much. Upon hearing the mention of a meteor shower, the expressions of the gathered individuals soured, their lips twitching in irritation. They formed a circle, encircling Ning Feng at the core, each pair of eyes ablaze with fury. Faced with these 10 adversaries, Ning Feng shrugged helplessly, muttering, "What a small world. I never expected to encounter you all here." "Indeed. I couldn't have imagined we would meet in such a place," responded the leader, a university student, gritting his teeth. This group of 10 was none other than the special operations team Ning Feng had stumbled upon during the college entrance examination, whose captivating battle video had propelled him into the limelight, securing a spot in the top 10 of trending topics. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yunhua, the captain of the special operations team from Yunhua High School, the pinnacle of combat prowess in Yunhua City." The university student's gaze turned icy. "During the last examination, we were dispatched from the arena before we could showcase our true abilities, and we are quite unwilling to endure that again. Do you dare to face us in battle once more?" Following their defeat in the college entrance examination, the members of the special operations team had intensified their training, meticulously analyzing Ning Feng's combat techniques from the video to enhance their own skills, eagerly anticipating the day they could exact their revenge. After all, Ning Feng's rise to fame had been built upon their own downfall, with the media inundating the public with praise for Ning Feng. The group harbored the deepest resentment towards him, second only to themselves. "Is it truly appropriate to engage in battle here?" Ning Feng chuckled lightly. never one to shy away from confrontation. Clearly, these individuals could potentially become his classmates, and it would be prudent to subdue them early on to avoid future complications. Not far from their current location lay a designated martial arts arena known as the Ninjutsu training ground, where they could spar. Yunhua's eyes glinted with cold determination, his desire to obliterate Ning Feng evident. Hey, don't you think it's rather shameful for 10 to gang up on one? A petite girl interjected, clearly concerned for Ning Feng's safety and expressing her disdain. We have always functioned as a cohesive unit. We've never fought as individuals. If we are to compete, it is only fitting that we do so as 10 against 1, Yunhua replied dismissively, as though it were a matter of course. Upon hearing such an audacious response, a smirk of disdain flickered across the faces of those present, although it quickly vanished. The special operations team from Yunhua High School held considerable influence, and none wished to provoke them unnecessarily. Very well, I shall make you submit thoroughly this time, Ning Feng shrugged nonchalantly. Who will ultimately emerge victorious remains to be seen. Yunhua chuckled, gesturing towards a sign in the distance. We shall await you there. As for the stakes, the loser shall cover the venue fee. Just as Ning Feng was about to respond, the girl tugged at his sleeve, urging him not to act impulsively. All right, Ning Feng replied confidently. I'll see you in 5 minutes. Many students who overheard their impending duel cast eager glances, all wishing to witness whether this so-called top scorer truly lived up to his reputation. In truth, even without the special operations team seeking a rematch, numerous prideful students would have issued challenges, all eager to elevate their status by besting the renowned top scorer. Chapter 82, A Battle Without Suspense. At the Ninjutsu training ground, the expansive arena brimmed with spectators, all eyes shimmering with anticipation. Among them were many of the elite students recently invited by Yunhua University following their examinations. On the left side of the arena stood a tall, robust, and somewhat handsome young man, while on the right stood 10 martial artists clad in black uniforms. Their expressions grave. They formed a triangular formation, with the more robust members shielding their visibly weaker companions. Each individual in the group bore a serious expression, their eyes flickering with a faint ember of anger, their fighting spirit ablaze. In stark contrast to their intensity, the young man on the left exuded an air of calm, as if nothing of consequence were transpiring. At that moment, a tall referee approached, surveying the crowd before stating, I shall not elaborate on the rules. Let the battle commence. As the word begin echoed, the onlookers immediately retrieved their phones, live-streaming the fateful clash between the top scorer and the special operations team of Yunhua High School. Simultaneously, 2 martial artists from the special operations team charged at Ning Feng, one from the right, the other from the left. Yunhua, the captain of the special operations team, slightly bent forward, keenly observing Ning Feng's every move, poised to control the rhythm of the battle. After their previous encounter in the examination hall, they had memorized Ning Feng's combat style and personality, anticipating his ninjutsu techniques and preparing countermeasures. They were confident that this time they would reclaim their honor. Facing the oncoming foes, Ning Feng offered a chilling smile, fully aware of their intentions. However, his fighting style was inherently unpredictable. Did they truly believe they could simply analyze his combat data from a video to devise a strategy against him? That notion was utterly ludicrous. As the Two-Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, he observed every movement, and in the next heartbeat, he leaped into action. The advancing martial artists found their strikes landing on nothing but air, only to be met by Ning Feng's sweeping kick, the Konoha whirlwind. The speed of his legs was so swift that it created a sharp, whistling sound through the air. The 2 martial artists had anticipated that Ning Feng would employ evasive ninjutsu, such as substitution technique or shadow clone technique. But they were caught off guard when he chose to confront them directly. What was more shocking was the sheer power behind his attack. Thud, thud. The 2 assailants cried out in agony as they were hurled away, landing on the ground in a heap of despair. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Lightning release, lightning flash. At this moment, 3 ninjutsu students had completed their hand seals, unleashing 3 distinct ninjutsu that sealed off all of Ning Feng's potential escape routes, hurtling towards him with terrifying force. Unfortunately for them, their movements had already been anticipated by Ning Feng. With another leap, he swiftly formed his hand seals, completing them in an instant. Earth release, earth flow wall. The ground trembled as the audience recoiled, fearful of being caught in the resulting shockwave. A solid and thick wall materialized, effectively blocking the oncoming ninjutsu. Such formidable defense. The special operations team was taken aback to see their ninjutsu thwarted, especially Yunhua, who furrowed his brow. Yin Shui quickly employed defensive ninjutsu. Years of teamwork prompted Yin and Yin Shui to nod in unison, forming their own seals to invoke their defensive techniques. Earth release, earth flow wall. Water release, water wall. Alas, their hand seals were executed too slowly. At that moment, Ning Feng had already penetrated their formation of 8, unleashing the full force of Shadow Dance Leaf and Konoha Whirlwind. With anguished cries, all 8 members were sent sprawling, lying on the ground in a state of utter disarray, following the fate of their fallen comrades. The battle concluded in an instant. May I take my leave now? Ning Feng cast a calm glance at the scattered members of the Special Operations team, speaking with an air of nonchalance. From the moment he engaged until the battle's conclusion, only a few blinks of an eye had passed. Following the college entrance examination, Ning Feng had not ceased his training, continually striving for improvement. It was precisely this dedication that allowed him to effortlessly defeat the Special Operations team upon their second encounter, despite the considerable energy and effort they had demanded during their initial clash. Yunhua's face was a mask of dissatisfaction as he pointed at Ning Feng, struggling to articulate his thoughts, at a loss for words. After the college entrance examination, the 10 of them devoted themselves tirelessly to their training, driven by a desire for vengeance. However, they were taken aback when they found themselves defeated even more swiftly in their subsequent battle. It should be noted that during those few days, they had significantly enhanced their overall combat prowess, achieving at least a 10% improvement, yet they still faced defeat. Why was this the case? Yunhua inhaled deeply, his voice tinged with desperation as he questioned. These 10 individuals were the epitome of excellence, having trained together since childhood. Their combat abilities were unparalleled among their peers. To be vanquished by the same opponent twice was a staggering blow to their morale. Even more disheartening was the fact that their second defeat came even more swiftly than the first. While you were striving, I too was exerting myself. It is as simple as that. With these words, Ning Feng chose not to elaborate further and turned to leave. Wow, I never imagined that you, Junior, would be so formidable. I was still contemplating whether to lend you a hand. As Ning Feng began to walk away, Lu Xingyu hurriedly approached, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Disperse, disperse. Among the gathered spectators, many aspiring challengers who wished to face Ning Feng could only manage bitter smiles. Perhaps before witnessing Ning Feng's prowess, they had possessed the courage to challenge him, but now, they had no desire to humiliate themselves. Wow, I am about to strike it rich. The live stream of the college entrance examination champion and the Yanlong Academy just went online, and the view count has already surpassed 1 million, exclaimed a female student who had just begun her live stream, her voice filled with glee. I'm afraid, miss, your live stream must come to an abrupt end. Yunhua's countenance darkened as he snatched the phone, crushing it underfoot, and then tossed a bank card her way, coldly stating, the password is XXXXWS. Go purchase yourself a new phone. Chapter 83, The Arrival of Young Lady Ryun. Exiting the Ninjutsu training arena. Lu Xingyu accompanied Ning Feng to collect their certificates and complete the necessary procedures before preparing to return to Tsinghua University together. Let me tell you, merely obtaining an invitation letter from Tsinghua University is not sufficient. You must also pass 3 examinations. Only with scores above the qualifying mark in all 3 can you receive the admission notice from Tsinghua University. I was initially a bit concerned, but seeing your skills, these exams will be a mere trifle for you. Lu Xingyu chattered excitedly as they walked. At that moment, a red sports car suddenly halted at the roadside, instantly capturing the attention of countless students. Wow, it's this year's latest model of Ferrari. What a stunning vehicle. Hey, rather than focusing on the car, shouldn't we pay more attention to the beautiful lady driving it? Though she wore sunglasses, it was evident that she was an extraordinary beauty. Nowadays, beauty is merely a descriptor of gender. I have long since built up an immunity to it, the students murmured amongst themselves. Just then, the door of the red Ferrari opened gently, revealing a slender leg clad in black high heels, followed by a willowy figure. A strikingly beautiful urban woman, dressed in a crimson short-sleeved top and exuding an aura of youth, stepped out, captivating all onlookers. The car was beautiful, and so was the person. Countless eyes were drawn towards her, unable to look away. Especially for many students who had yet to experience the world, they could not help but display their awkward fascination. Some even unable to contain their drool. The girls who considered themselves attractive paled in comparison to this stunning beauty, overshadowed by her commanding presence. Though Longyao City was filled with luxury cars, the combination of a stunning vehicle and an equally stunning woman was a rare sight that invariably caused a stir. At that moment, the beauty in red gently removed her sunglasses, revealing a face more exquisite than the sports car itself, illuminating the dim surroundings as if it were daylight, infusing the area with a vibrant youthful spirit. A few self-assured Tsinghua students, who initially contemplated approaching her, found their courage evaporate in the face of her beauty, feeling as if they would merely serve as background foliage beside her. At that moment, the enchanting woman's lively gaze scanned the crowd, seemingly searching for someone. Many boys instinctively held their breath, secretly fantasizing about how wonderful it would be if she were looking for them. Oh, Ning Feng, I didn't expect you to be so much faster than me. The beauty's eyes sparkled as they fell upon Ning Feng, and she waved enthusiastically in his direction. Ryun? Young Lady Ryun from the Ruo family? Ning Feng finally recognized that the beauty emerging from the sports car was Ryun, the eldest daughter of one of the 8 prominent families, the Ruo family. But why had he encountered her here? Seeing the radiant gaze she directed at Ning Feng, many boys felt their hearts shatter into 1,000,000 pieces, their expressions reflecting a complex mix of jealousy and admiration. Ryun, I remember now. She is the eldest daughter of the Ruo family, one of the 8 great families. I can't believe she also received an invitation from Yunhua University. It seems we may very well be classmates. With young Lady Ryun attending Yunhua University, this cohort of new students would undoubtedly be lively. Though it appeared that she harbored some interest in Ningfeng. What interest? Young Lady Ryun was famously discerning, her gaze rarely falling upon ordinary individuals. Although Ningfeng had achieved the highest score in the college entrance examination, in actual combat, he may not stand a chance against many students. I've heard that among this cohort, there are 3 members from the 8 great families. Young Lady Ryun is one, and there are 2 others. Wow. This year's Yunhua University is bound to be bustling, but whether they can pass the exams remains to be seen. Indeed, the arrival of Ryun instantly breathed life into the otherwise somber reception area, prompting many students to lower their voices and engage in hushed discussions. What? Am I not welcome? Ryun smiled lightly, gesturing towards the Ferrari. I have already arranged for my paperwork. It's quite a distance to Yunhua University. Would you like a ride? Hey. Young Lady Ryun, I am the senior responsible for Ningfeng. There's no need to trouble yourself with this. Seeing that her junior was about to accompany the stunning beauty, Lu Xingyu crossed her arms, visibly displeased. Thank you, Lu Xingyu. Ningfeng, eager to escape the clutches of the short girl, flashed a smile at Ryun. Prepared to hop into the sports car and head towards Yunhua University when a faint voice suddenly interjected, I didn't expect the precious jewel of the long-list expert, Ruo Yin, to also receive an invitation from Yunhua University. What a coincidence. I, Li Su, consider myself fortunate to be in the same cohort as you. However, I wonder if I might sit in young Lady Ryun's vehicle? The owner of the voice revealed himself to be a tall, robust youth, approximately 6 feet tall, sporting a rather peculiar hairstyle and wearing black-rimmed glasses, giving him an odd appearance. Upon seeing him, Ryun frowned, her once radiant expression clouding over. Li Su, could you possibly be any more shameless? To be in the same cohort as young Lady Ryun. I merely had someone help me defer my admission at Yunhua University. Li Su replied with a nonchalant smile, his gaze shifting to Ningfeng. My young friend, might I occupy the passenger seat? You can sit in the back. Rest assured, I will not bully you. As long as you remain quiet, I won't toss you out. Ningfeng found himself amused by Li Su's tone. And if I refuse? Chapter 84, The 9 Departments of Yunhua University. Upon hearing this, Li Su merely smiled faintly, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Behind him, a sycophant sneered, Kid, since you're new here and unfamiliar with our brother Su, let me enlighten you. Out of generosity, Brother Su is willing to overlook your ignorance. Remember, he is the young master of the Li family, one of the 8 prominent clans. At such a tender age, he has already ascended to the mid-tier of Chunin, and he is merely a sophomore. He is hailed as one of the most gifted prodigies of the Li clan and is considered a formidable contender for the position of clan leader. Cross him, and your fate will be nothing short of tragic. You have 3 seconds to step aside. Otherwise, don't blame Brother Su for turning hostile. Listening to the sycophant's flattery, Li Su's lips curled into a smug smile. Is it so common for the scions of the illustrious Li family to bully others? No wonder Lady Ryun looks down on you. Ningfeng scoffed dismissively, plopping himself into the passenger seat. Speaking of which, I've never had the chance to ride in a Ferrari. Lady Ryun, shall we depart? I'm afraid my sports car only accommodates 2. The back seats are merely for show. So I can't take anyone else. We're leaving. With Li Su present, Ryun had no desire to linger. Offering a polite smile as she took the driver's seat and revved the engine, leaving a cloud of smoke in her wake. Watching the Ferrari fade from view, the sycophant wore an expression of indignation. Young master, that kid is quite arrogant. Should I take matters into my own hands? He made a gesture across his throat. There's no need. Whether that kid can pass the entrance exam for Yunhua University is still in question. I believe Teacher Zhao, who oversees the exam, will assist me. Meanwhile, you can bribe a few media outlets to create a favorable narrative. Isn't he the top scorer? I will ensure he is disgraced, leaving him with no escape route. Li Su chuckled. Truly, Brother Su is remarkable. He knows how to eliminate foes without resorting to physical confrontation. Impressive. The sycophant flashed a knowing smile, raising his thumb in admiration. This is not the ancient era. Resorting to knives and guns is rather lowly. My standards are quite elevated. Yunhua University. As the pinnacle institution for combat prowess in the Dragon Nation, a cradle for elite talent, it spans an impressive 5,000 hectares. It boasts 500 scholars specializing in academic directions above the Jonin level and 700 in practical combat directions. Each year, it produces over 1,000 papers on ninjutsu, with more than 100 receiving national awards and a handful achieving world-class recognition. Every year, it unveils cutting-edge talents who step into the global spotlight, becoming leaders in various fields and propelling the advancement of ninjutsu. Yunhua University comprises 9 colleges, including the Chakra Research Institute, the Technology and Ninjutsu Research Institute, the Energy and Cell Research Institute, the Chakra Nature Transformation and Morphology Research Institute, the Ninjutsu Development Institute, the Practical Special Forces Institute, the Ruins Exploration Institute, the Yin-Yang and 5 Elements Ninjutsu Research Institute, and the Spacetime and Space Station Research Institute. These departments collectively encompass nearly all theoretical research on ninjutsu, including the integration of technology and ninjutsu. In summary, this is a place dedicated to maximizing the theoretical research and practical application of ninjutsu. It truly lives up to its name as an elite combat university. At this moment, within the Chakra Research Institute's academic office, a meticulously dressed middle-aged man in a suit and black-rimmed glasses sat at his desk, perusing the list of students admitted to Shinhei University. Attached to the list was a link that, when opened, showcased a compilation of the students' impressive battle videos. He placed the list down heavily, furrowing his brow slightly, and addressed a female professor seated opposite him. I have reviewed the entire list, and I believe there are only 2 students with potential in the field of chakra research. I want both of them. The female professor looked up in surprise. Professor He, it's unusual for you to select so many students at once. Shouldn't we consider their entrance exam results first? I've already viewed the videos. For these 2, the entrance exam will be merely a formality. Our Chakra Research Institute hasn't produced any talent in this area for many years. These 2 are undoubtedly promising, especially this Ningfeng from an ordinary high school. I've seen his video. His chakra capacity is at least 3 to 4 times that of others, and his control over chakra has reached an astonishing level. If he majors in the Chakra Institute, he is sure to make significant contributions in the future. Professor He spoke with utmost confidence. Moreover, across the entire Dragon Nation, no one rivals my expertise in chakra research, as long as he studies under me. The female professor nodded in a daze and began inputting Professor He's selection into the school system. When she attempted to enter the name Ningfeng, however, the system issued a duplicate warning. Professor He, that Ningfeng has already been selected by another professor. Our institute was too slow, the female professor remarked, furrowing her brow. What? At that moment, Professor He, immersed in dreams of cultivating these 2 into unparalleled masters, was taken aback by the news. He immediately sprang to his feet. Although Shinhei University has an entrance examination, in reality, students who pass are classified as dual major students during their first academic year. By the second year, they must choose one of the 9 colleges to become a primary student in that college. Once they become primary students, they not only gain access to the college library for study, but also have their own ninjutsu research lab. Exceptional students may even collaborate with professors on ninjutsu academic research to develop new techniques. Every year, the academic office distributes the admission list to the deans of each college, with each dean possessing 2 primary student slots, allowing them to directly designate a student as a primary student in their college. Each year, remarkable talents emerge, bypassing the semester assessments to become primary students, making it the most competitive time for deans across the various colleges. Despite the abundance of talent at Shinhei University, truly exceptional individuals remain a scarce resource. A single person's presence can often change the course of history. I must speak to the principal. Our Chakra Research Institute has not yielded results in ages. We can forego the other student, but Ningfeng is indispensable. Professor He, with reddened eyes, slammed his hand on the table and stormed out, slamming the door shut behind him. Chapter 85, The Frantic Deans. In the principal's office. Have you all seen Ningfeng's video? He utilized 5 different ninjutsu techniques throughout. He is a true prodigy sent to our Inyang and 5 Elements Ninjutsu Research Institute. I firmly believe that if he becomes a primary student in our department, he will maximize his mastery of the 5 elements and become a veritable ninjutsu bombardier on the battlefield. That Ningfeng does possess some talent in ninjutsu, but his physical techniques are equally impressive, especially his ability to predict enemy attacks. He's like a divine being, perfectly suited for our Practical Special Forces Institute. I will mold him into a human weapon. You are all mistaken. What Ningfeng lacks is a profound understanding and insight into ninjutsu. I can assure you that with his assistance, our Ninjutsu Research Institute will create even more powerful techniques. The multi-shadow clone technique is the direction we are currently exploring, and it suits him well, ample chakra and stamina. I maintain that chakra is the essence of everything. Researching its roots means studying power and everything related to it. Entrust Ningfeng to me, and he will gain even greater control over chakra with enhanced combat capabilities. At that moment, the not-so-spacious principal's office was filled with the deans of various departments, each with reddened eyes, chattering noisily. They seemed utterly transformed from their usual composed selves. The reasons behind their actions are quite simple. Each department head desires to have Ningfeng as a major student in their respective faculties. Such a talent is coveted by every dean, each with their own rationale. Enough. Amidst the cacophony in the principal's office, Long Yin, the esteemed president of Shinhei University and a leader in cutting-edge ninjutsu technology with numerous world-class awards, suddenly entered, gesturing for silence. As his words echoed, the previously noisy office fell into a hush so profound that one could hear a pin drop, enveloped in an eerie stillness. The deans, trembling in awe, scarcely dared to breathe. To be the head of a department at Shinhei University, each dean possessed at least the prowess of a seasoned elite ninja. Their apprehension at the president's thunderous voice highlighted the immense authority and fear he commanded. Everything can wait until after the entrance examination to be decided. If you truly value this student and believe he is suitable for your departments, you can fight over him then, Long Yin continued. I have reviewed the list of candidates for admission, and Ning Feng indeed possesses remarkable qualities. However, do not forget, he hails from a modest background, and the path to becoming a high-ranking ninja necessitates substantial financial resources. You are likely more aware than I of how far he can go. With that, Long Yin vanished without a trace. Upon hearing the president's remarks, the deans exchanged glances, ultimately revealing faint smiles tinged with resignation. Indeed, they had overlooked a crucial point. Although the tuition at Yunhua University is relatively affordable, the expenses incurred by students during their studies far exceed what an ordinary family can bear. Particularly, the cost of ninjutsu scrolls, medicines, and various supplies is exorbitantly high. Admittedly, students can earn money through part-time jobs, but this also implies they will have significantly less time to dedicate to their training. Over the decades, they have encountered many exceptionally talented students. Yet most were ultimately burdened by financial constraints, leading them astray and blending into the crowd. In contrast, those from more privileged backgrounds could wholeheartedly pursue the art of ninjutsu. The emergence of talent from humble beginnings is indeed a formidable challenge. At this very moment, unaware of the unfolding discussions, Ning Feng sat in a luxurious Ferrari. Stopping at the gates of Yunhua University, before him stood a grand academy, coiled like a divine dragon amidst the mountains, with a colossal character for dragon prominently displayed at the entrance, showcasing the university's majestic and formidable presence. At the gate, several uniformed special ninjas stood like unyielding rocks, offering a striking visual impact. Standing there, inhaling the distinct atmosphere, Ning Feng was overwhelmed with emotion. How many students had yearned for the opportunity to attend Yunhua University? Yet, only a select few could qualify to stand here. Only the elite among elites, the most skilled of the skilled, could remain. This is my first visit to Yunhua University. Let us proceed. Ryun glanced at Ning Feng with a gentle smile, her own excitement evident. Despite being from the prestigious Ruo family, one of the 8 great clans, she understood that Yunhua University far surpassed other institutions in both academic and practical aspects of ninjutsu. The two presented their registration cards to the security at the entrance, and soon, a long-haired senior student warmly approached them, guiding them to their accommodations. The entrance examination will be held tomorrow. You will spend the night here. The temporary dormitory for boys is on the left and for girls on the right. Your keys will have your room numbers inscribed. If you need anything, just find me at the gate. The long-haired senior smiled politely before turning to leave. As twilight approached, Ryun glanced up at the sky, a fleeting hint of reluctance crossing her features. I must return to rest. You should do the same, she said, waving goodbye to Ning Feng before departing. Yes, you too. Sleep early. As he watched her leave, Ning Feng, feeling somewhat bored, prepared to head to the temporary boys' dormitory when he noticed an elderly professor with white hair leading 2 students beside a pool, seemingly engrossed in some research. The students were forming hand seals, exhaling flames, while the other was rapidly adding something to the swirling fire. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted as the flames exploded under the force of the swirling vortex, sending both students flying. The elderly professor gazed at the devastated ground, sighing deeply, alas. Another failure. Why is the nature transformation of chakra so prone to failure? Not to mention applying it to ordinary ninjutsu. Is our research destined to be futile? Witnessing the professor's experiment, Ning Feng instinctively recalled the knowledge from the original text regarding chakra nature transformation and curiously inquired, "Are you not aware that each person's chakra attribute is distinct?" As soon as he spoke, the professor's murky gaze suddenly brightened, as if he had an epiphany, and he looked at Ning Feng with astonishment. Chapter 86, Chakra Attributes, The Shock of the Academic Leader. Why, young man, what did you just say? The professor grasped Ning Feng's right hand tightly, his face alight with excitement. He had a strong premonition that the years he had spent researching chakra attributes were on the verge of a significant breakthrough, and the key lay with this young boy before him. The professor's grip was powerful, and Ning Feng instinctively tried to pull away, only to feel as though he had collided with a steel wall. Frowning, he said, Professor, you're hurting me. My apologies, young man. I got a bit too carried away. What did you say? Each person's chakra attribute is different? The professor's demeanor turned serious, filled with urgency. He had labored for 3 to 4 years on this topic, exhausting the intellect of several cohorts of Yunhua University students, yet had produced little of note. If he retired without having developed anything of value, it would surely haunt him forever. Yes, everyone's chakra attribute is indeed unique, Ning Feng affirmed, nodding earnestly. This is precisely why each of us excels in different ninjutsu. He clearly boasts. Many students at Yunhua University can utilize 5 types of ninjutsu. Does that not imply their chakra attributes span 5 types? One of the other students scoffed, dusting off his clothes as he slowly rose to his feet. Hearing a student, who had yet to even take the entrance exam, audaciously speak of chakra attributes, the 2 companions of the professor exchanged incredulous glances, ready to mock him further. The professor pondered for a moment, ultimately conceding that the student might have a point, and sighed, shaking his head. Alas, I must be losing my touch. After all, How could a mere boy, not even a student of Yunhua University, possess such knowledge? With that, the professor began to lead his two students away. As they prepared to depart, Ningfeng chuckled softly. Many ninjas can indeed master 5 types of ninjutsu simultaneously, but the power of each varies. Some excel, while others do not. If you doubt that each person's chakra attribute differs, try testing it with a leaf. With that, I bid you farewell. Leaving those words behind, Ningfeng ascended to the dormitory. He had intended to offer a kind reminder, yet these individuals not only dismissed his advice, but also scoffed at him. He was not one to be a pushover and possessed his own pride. He had fulfilled his obligation. Whether they listened was their own affair. Humph. Who do you think you are? One of the students sneered before turning away. As a third-year senior at Yunhua University, he had already reached the pinnacle of Chunin strength, becoming a dazzling presence wherever he went, with an air of superiority that led him to look down upon students in their first and second years, let alone mere freshmen who had just set foot into the gates of Yunhua University. Hey, Wanghua. As his partner departed, another classmate shook his head, offering a polite smile to the old professor while lowering his voice. Professor, Wanghua and I have been following your research on this topic for half a year now. Other students have already begun preparing their theses on ninjutsu, yet we haven't even started. Professor, could you possibly recommend us to another faculty member? Is this also Wang Hua's intention? Yes, Professor. As you are aware, the time we have to prepare our theses is extremely precious. Upon hearing that both students intended to withdraw from the research group, a flicker of disappointment crossed the old professor's eyes, and he waved his hand dismissively. Go. Thank you, Professor Yan. Once he and Professor allowed them to leave, the student burst into jubilant cheers. In their third year, students were required to prepare theses on ninjutsu, and Yunhua University mandated that each student complete 3 papers prior to graduation. Failing to do so would result in expulsion or a repeat year. Thus, the time for researching thesis topics was exceedingly brief. Without results within half a year, one could easily fail before graduation. Observing the situation, it was clear that the topic could not progress further, and for the sake of their futures, they had to withdraw. At that moment, Professor Yan, feeling melancholic, picked up a leaf from the ground and suddenly recalled Ningfeng's words. He attempted to gently infuse chakra into the leaf, which immediately began to burn quietly. Witnessing this scene, Professor Yan, who had previously been at a loss regarding the research on chakra property changes, widened his eyes in astonishment, and the leaf slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. What? If it weren't for that freshman's reminder, I would have never noticed this. I never realized that each individual's chakra attribute is distinct. It is worth noting that humanity's understanding of chakra had always been that everyone possessed a single attribute. The student who had contemplated withdrawing turned around just in time to witness the leaf's combustion. Startled, he craned his neck and decisively picked up another leaf, infusing chakra into it. Crack! The leaf shattered into 2 halves. It turns out that people truly possess different chakra attributes. The student gazed in amazement at the scene before him and hurriedly approached Professor Yan. Professor Yan, upon reflection, I've decided to remain in the research group after all. In fact, I find the study of chakra properties quite intriguing. Professor Yan cast a cold glance at the student, responding indifferently, I am not foolish. That young lad was quite right. I owe him an apology. With that, Professor Yin took the leaf and walked into the dormitory building, searching for Ningfeng room by room. Finally, on the 3rd floor, he spotted Ningfeng's silhouette, who was currently packing his belongings in preparation for sleep. Professor Yin knocked on the door, and when Ningfeng turned around, he revealed a sheepish smile. I am ashamed. I have lived for so many years without realizing that every individual's chakra attribute is indeed different. Your guidance has greatly benefited my research, so I have come personally to apologize and express my gratitude. Please accept my thanks. The entrance examination is tomorrow, and I wish you great success. I will definitely be there to watch. Thank you once more. If you have time, do consider visiting my laboratory. I believe it will be quite beneficial for you. I shall not intrude any longer. Farewell. With that, Professor Yin gave a slight bow and exited the dormitory. At that moment, many students returning from class in the dormitory building happened to witness this scene, and numerous classmates who were aware of Professor Yan's background were utterly astonished. Who is Professor Yan? He is the director of the Department of Chakra Property Changes and Morphology Research at the Academy, a leading academic figure in chakra property change, with knowledge that could only be described as profound. Now, Professor Yin was exhibiting such deference to a mere freshman? What on earth is happening? Chapter 87. All eyes on the entrance examination. That night, in the Chakra Property Changes and Morphology Research Academy, Professor Lei, the Academy's head, was in his laboratory attempting to infuse wind attribute chakra into a rapidly spinning air current as part of his research. As one of the 9 major departments, the chakra laboratory was relatively well funded, with Professor Lei overseeing hundreds of ninjutsu experiments each year. However, compared to other departments, the investment in chakra research was immense, yet the returns were minimal due to the exceedingly low success rate of chakra attribute infusion. In truth, among the 9 major departments, the Chakra Property Changes and Morphology Research Academy was at the forefront of developing new ninjutsu. For instance, They were investigating topics such as shadow clones, water clones, and fire clones. Although significant progress had been made, theoretical limitations hindered the successful advancement of their research. Despite the continued external investment, the results each year were consistently losses. What appeared to be a formidable department was, in reality, slowly approaching its demise. However, if they could successfully complete ninjutsu such as shadow clones and water clones, the sale of scrolls for these techniques would undoubtedly yield substantial wealth. Professor Lei believed that the topics being studied by the Academy represented a vast treasure trove waiting to be unearthed, yet the path remained elusive. Suddenly, while Professor Lei was musing in frustration, an experiment in progress erupted violently. The wind attribute chakra in the petri dish exploded, shattering the porcelain container into countless shards. Professor Lei furrowed his brows, realizing his hands were covered in blood from the cuts caused by the fragments. He picked up a cloth to wipe his hands, just as there came a knock at the door, accompanied by an excited voice. Professor Lei, I've finally discovered the reason for our experimental failures. What? It was Professor Yan's voice. Professor Lei knew this old fellow was an experimental fanatic, often going days and nights without sleep. However, many of their department's projects had remained unsuccessful, and numerous students had given up. Could this lad have finally identified the cause of their failures? With his heart racing, Professor Lei opened the laboratory door, revealing a breathless yet exuberant Professor Yan, whose demeanor was a stark contrast to his previously despondent self. For some inexplicable reason, Professor Lei felt as though years of frustration had been lifted. With a trembling voice, he inquired, "You mentioned you found the reason for our experimental failures. What is it?" "I've thoroughly investigated, and we have always assumed that humans possess a single attribute. However, that is not the case. Each individual's chakra attribute is unique. Look." Professor Yan casually held up a leaf, infused it with chakra, and watched it ignite. "My chakra attribute is fire." Upon witnessing this, Professor Lei, who had dedicated years to the study of chakra property changes and morphology, widened his eyes in astonishment, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. The myriad questions that had plagued him suddenly became clear, as if a dam had burst, allowing understanding to flow freely. "How did you arrive at this conclusion?" Professor Lei, in his excitement, grasped Professor Yan's shoulder tightly. "It was a freshman named Ning Feng who enlightened me." Professor Yan recounted the events, and with each word, Professor Lei's astonishment grew, his voice trembling slightly as he stated, "You mean the top scorer of this year's entrance examination, Ning Feng? It is truly astonishing that his insights into chakra surpass those of even our esteemed professors and deans. I believe that such a prodigious talent must be secured." Professor Yin suddenly cast a resolute glance at Dean Lei, asserting that if he could join our academy as a major, our research on techniques such as shadow clones and water clones would undoubtedly flourish. This young man, despite his impoverished beginnings, is a gem destined for our department. Initially, the deans contemplated letting him go, but with him on board, achieving results would be effortless. Merely selling ninja technique scrolls could yield substantial profits. "Tomorrow, I shall petition the principal. No, I shall speak to him right away." Dean Lei, abandoning all else, hurried into the night towards the principal's office. Unbeknownst to him, Ning Feng was entirely unaware of these developments. He was engrossed in his training, striving to attain his optimal state in preparation for the impending entrance examination. Early the following morning, as the distant sky began to blush with dawn, the 1,500 prospective freshmen who had received invitations from Yunhua University gathered before a colossal ninja tower in the northeast corner of the campus, awaiting the entrance exam. The students present had all achieved a score of 700 on the college entrance examination, and Ning Feng, with a score just shy of perfection at 849, stood out prominently among the crowd, radiating brilliance. "The first part of your entrance examination will consist of a written test conducted within the ruins. Please seize this opportunity, as nearly half of you will be eliminated in this round, so prepare yourselves mentally." A cool and composed professor, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, addressed the students with a tone filled with gravity. "Now, please enter the ninja tower in an orderly fashion. Instructors will guide you to your respective ninja rooms and teleport you to the examination ruins." As the elegant professor raised her arm to signal the commencement of entry, a sudden cacophony of debate erupted from the distance, where the various deans were engaged in animated discussion. At that moment, Principal Long Yin arrived, accompanied by the heads of the 9 faculties, hastening towards the assembly. Upon sighting Principal Long leading the charge, the prospective freshmen erupted in excitement, their gazes filled with admiration and fervor. Chapter 88. Is the entrance examination in the Chunin exam ruins? Principal Long. The elegant professor's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the principal and the deans. Each year, Yunhua University conducts entrance examinations, and unless an extraordinary talent emerges, the presence of several deans is a rare occurrence. The arrival of the principal alongside all 9 faculty heads was unprecedented. What could this signify? The elegant professor understood all too well. Her gaze instinctively fell upon the foremost student. It was evident that Principal Long and the deans were here for Ning Feng. Suddenly, The elegant professor found herself pondering what exceptional qualities Ning Feng possessed to attract such attention from so many esteemed faculty heads. As she contemplated, the presence of Principal Long and the deans sent a wave of excitement rippling through the prospective students, who began to chatter animatedly. Can you believe it? The entrance examination has drawn Principal Long and all the deans. This has never happened before. It seemed evident that these venerable figures were here for a select few students. Have you heard? The amiable Principal Long is the top expert on the dragon ranking, Long Yin, who single-handedly annihilated a city in the land of the rising sun, defeating an army of 10,000 ninja. Wow, that's incredible. One person defeated 10,000 ninja? You must be mistaken. Humph, you country bumpkin. How could you not know? Principal Long is among the few exceptional masters who have developed their own ninjutsu. His A-grade technique, the Annihilation Fire, which combines wind chakra with the Great Fireball technique, is a nightmare for everyone. One strike from it can obliterate vast stretches of forest. I've heard that the academy dedicated to researching chakra nature transformation and form change has been attempting to develop techniques akin to Principal Long's Annihilation Fire for years. But they have made little progress. Principal Long himself discovered that technique by pure chance. With keen ears, Ning Feng absorbed the conversation around him, instinctively directing a curious gaze towards Principal Long, contemplating the true extent of the prowess possessed by the top expert on the dragon ranking. At that moment, Principal Long offered Ning Feng a subtle smile, which Ning Feng instinctively returned. Witnessing this exchange caused the already fervent students to erupt once more with excitement. Principal Long actually smiled at a student. It is said that he is a stern figure, known for his serious demeanor towards everyone. Silence. The elegant professor, perceiving the chaos, commanded with authority. You may now enter the ruins. If your performance is lacking, do not blame the school for your elimination. With these words, the prospective freshmen fell into an immediate hush, their expressions shifting to trepidation. The assembled students were all the elite from various cities. Being eliminated would bring them immense shame. Soon, under the guidance of the elegant professor, the prospective freshmen surged into the ninja tower, each led to different tower doors by the staff. At that moment, Ning Feng arrived at the 7th floor of the ninja tower, where a staff member greeted him with a slight smile before opening the ninja door. Please, step inside. Ning Feng returned the smile and entered through the door, experiencing the familiar sensation of being pulled before his eyes opened to find himself seated in a classroom. A desk before him. Before long, with a series of flashes, many bewildered prospective students found themselves settling into seats in a classroom designed to accommodate around 60 individuals, quickly filling to capacity. Observing his surroundings, Ning Feng felt an uncanny familiarity. This was indeed the location where Naruto and Sasuke had participated in the written portion of the Chunin exam in the original story. He could hardly believe that the ninja tower had transported them here. Where's this? Hey, Chui Hao, what are you doing here? Wait. Isn't the examination supposed to involve various tasks? Why are we seated in a classroom? Are you daft? Didn't that elegant professor mention that the first round is a written test, just conducted within the ruins? As the prospective students pondered this, realization dawned upon them, their expressions shifting to understanding. Just then, a flurry of sounds echoed as several teachers clad in Konoha ninja attire appeared around the classroom. At the podium stood a familiar figure, adorned with a Konoha headband and dressed in a black leather jacket, Marino Ibiki, the examiner for the written portion of the Chunin exam in the original work. I am Marino Ibiki, the examiner for your written test. The exam papers will now be distributed, and cheating is strictly prohibited. Following this, the dialogue from the original text unfolded, and the prospective freshmen listened intently. Yet, when the exam papers were handed out, they were left utterly dumbfounded. While they could recognize the script as written in the dragon language, the content was incomprehensible. Very well, let the examination commence. Ibiki's icy gaze swept across the room as he slammed his hand down on the desk. The prospective freshmen immediately began to scrutinize the 9 questions on the exam paper, each furrowing their brows in concentration. Given their modern understanding of ninjutsu, they found themselves utterly incapable of answering questions that had lain dormant for 3 millennia. Aside from a few physics-related math problems that they could calculate, the rest was simply inscrutable. Not only the others, but even Ning Feng felt utterly at a loss upon seeing the exam questions. However, this does not imply that he is oblivious to the strategies for tackling examinations. In the original narrative, the classroom is populated with students feigning as candidates, and his answers align precisely with the standard solutions to the 9 questions posed. The double Tomo Sharingan whirled rapidly, as he swiftly scanned the room for the sole candidate capable of answering the questions. Soon, he fixated on the student seated in the first row on the left, who was diligently scribbling down answers. It's you. Chapter 89, Written Examination, Perfect Clearance. Under the scrutiny of the Sharingan, every movement of this candidate was meticulously observed by Ning Feng, who promptly mimicked the candidate's actions and began to write furiously. His speed was remarkable, quickly catching up to the pace of the other student. Meanwhile, the students in the classroom were grappling with the paper before them, deep in thought. Most wore furrowed brows and pale complexions, with only a handful appearing contemplative. similar to the examinations depicted in the original work. This written test ostensibly gauged the candidate's mastery of ninjutsu. Yet, in reality, it assessed their ability to gather intelligence, and those resorting to clumsy cheating would ultimately face elimination. Ning Feng's fervent activity soon drew the attention of his peers, who gazed in astonishment as he wrote with an almost divine grace, flowing like water, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. Thinking, no wonder he is the top scorer of the college entrance examination. He can tackle such difficult questions effortlessly. However, a few astute students began to perceive a hint of the truth and, recalling the examiner's words, exhibited expressions of dawning realization. Gradually, some students resorted to ninjutsu for cheating. Some employed the water release technique to create a mirror, while others utilized the shadow clone technique to distract the examiner, with their real selves discreetly peeking at others' answers. In short, an array of deceitful tactics emerged. Candidate number 78, cheating, eliminated. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, and the student known as number 78 turned pale. Rising from his seat, candidate number 45, cheating, eliminated. Candidate number 43, cheating, eliminated. Candidate number 25, cheating, eliminated. One by one, candidates were called out by name, rising to exit the classroom, signaling the end of their journey to Yunhua University. Phew, the turmoil outside could not disrupt Ning Feng's focused demeanor. With the unparalleled insight provided by his Sharingan, he completed all 9 questions and could not help but stretch languidly, observing the filled pages of his exam. His classmates felt an increasing sense of urgency. Those qualified to be there were essentially the elite, convinced of their superiority in all aspects. Particularly upon hearing about the written examination, they were dismissive, believing it to be a mere formality that they would easily pass. Yet, reality dealt them a heavy blow. Had everyone struggled, perhaps they would have found solace, but Ning Feng's performance, as the top scorer, plunged them into despair, prompting existential doubts. Has Ning Feng truly finished? How could this be possible? Not far from Ning Feng, the beautiful face of Ryu's eldest daughter, Ryu Yun, was etched with astonishment. She was well aware of Ning Feng's background. He had likely never attended a ninjutsu class, let alone a supplementary course. The profound and intricate nature of the exam content was beyond the grasp of even high school ninjutsu knowledge. Even she could only confidently answer 2 questions. The ability to respond to all questions could only signify one thing. Ning Feng was an unrivaled prodigy, entirely self-taught. Contemplating this, Ryu Yun's lovely eyes flickered with a deep and complex emotion. It must be said that even so, Ryu Yun remained breathtakingly captivating. Unaware of Ryu Yun's intricate feelings at that moment, Ning Feng took advantage of the ample time left to gently set down his pen. His double Tomo Sharingan swept across the room, observing the performance of others. Soon, he noticed a diminutive boy in the distance manipulating bees, which flitted about as if collecting nectar. Each time a bee landed, he would quickly jot down something. Clearly, this student possessed a unique ability related to bees, somewhat akin to the Oil Girl clan's abilities. Ning Feng shifted his gaze, soon landing on an unremarkable girl whose fingertips were surrounded by tiny grains of sand. These grains moved at her command, her abilities reminiscent of Gaara's in the original work. Byakugan, activate. Suddenly, a soft yet commanding voice drew his attention. When he turned to look at the user, he was taken aback to find it was Ryu Yun. It was then he noticed that once she activated her Byakugan, her lustrous black eyes transformed into a milky white, as if afflicted by cataracts. The Hyuga clan? Ning Feng furrowed his brow, then shook his head. Given that the Ryu family was one of the 8 great hidden clans, their lineage must be exceedingly pure. As for the Byakugan, it likely originated from an ancestor who acquired the bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan from relics and passed it down. What puzzled him was, if Ryu Yun had the Byakugan, why did she not employ it during the entrance examination? In truth, it was not that Ryu Yun did not wish to use the Byakugan, but rather that she had only just awakened it the previous day. Although her ancestors had acquired the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit, it was not an authentic inheritance, resulting in a delayed awakening for her descendants. Upon activating her Byakugan, Ryu Yun swiftly began to copy others' answers, answering questions at an accelerated pace. At this moment, a bored Ning Feng submitted his paper and, amid the astonished gazes of his peers, leisurely exited the classroom. The moment he stepped outside, the scene before him transformed into the ninja tower. Presumably, the relic selected for the first round of the entrance examination was merely a written test relic. Upon completion, one could exit. Seeing a candidate emerge so swiftly, the aloof female professor stationed at the entrance of the ninja tower cast a surprised glance at Ning Feng and instinctively inquired, "How did you discern that this examination assessed not the theoretical mastery of ninjutsu, but the ability to gather intelligence?" Clearly, the several deans waiting at a distance were equally intrigued, their ears perked up in curiosity. The entrance examination of Yunhua University had seen dozens of iterations. Similar assessments had occurred no less than several times, with at least tens of thousands of students participating. Yet, not a single candidate had managed to grasp the crux of the matter so promptly. This sparked a profound curiosity among the venerable figures at the forefront of education. especially since this young man also held the title of top scorer in the college entrance examination. If I say that I cannot solve it, then surely no one else can either. Thus, I deduce that this examination is not as simple as it seems, but rather a test of intelligence gathering. Do you believe me? Ningfeng grinned confidently. Chapter 90. The Killing Machine on the Battlefield, Extreme Solo Soldier Program. It must be said that Ningfeng's words were quite audacious. The assembly comprised professors at the forefront of education. Had they not witnessed Ningfeng's remarkable performance, they would have deemed him overly arrogant and unworthy of cultivation. However, having observed Ningfeng's earlier display in the relic, they recognized the merit in his words, believing this to be the confidence a genius ought to possess. Currently, the deans of the 9 departments shared this sentiment. President Long smiled faintly, his gaze upon Ningfeng thoughtful as he nodded slightly. Naturally, Ningfeng was not foolish enough to disclose that he was aware of the original plot. To leave a lasting impression on the professors and deans, he intentionally framed his statements as he did. Children nowadays are so self-assured. When I was your age, I never dared to think like that. Just as Ningfeng submitted his exam, the professor remarked, I have reviewed your paper, and you answered all questions correctly. Yet you only scored 90 points. The examiner in the relic likely mentioned there is a 10th question. Why did you not wait for it? The aloof female professor inquired with a hint of perplexity, aiming to dampen Ningfeng's audacity. If everyone places their hopes solely on the final question, how can they ever hope to strengthen themselves? Moreover, isn't passing the exam merely a matter of scoring over 60 points? Ningfeng responded with a faint smile, countering. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave for a brief respite. His arrogance unsettled the cool professor. Yet she found herself at a loss for a retort. Indeed, passing the examination suffices. Why squander time placing all hopes on the last question? Ha! The icy professor was momentarily silenced, yet her demeanor elicited laughter from the heads of various departments and Principal Long, who found Ningfeng's rebellious spirit rather amusing. They had encountered far too many obedient students, those who followed instructions without a hint of independent thought or opinion. Such students, though they may not falter gravely, often lack the drive to excel. At that moment, Professor Lei, the head of the Chakra Nature Change and Morphology Research Institute, noted that there was still ample time until the conclusion of the first round of examinations. He exchanged a knowing glance with Professor Yen, who had arrived from afar to observe Ningfeng's examination, and they both chuckled warmly as they approached Ningfeng. The other department heads, witnessing this interaction, turned to Principal Long with puzzled expressions. Principal Long, what is happening? Is Professor Lei already attempting to recruit him? Did we not agree to wait until the admission exams were thoroughly concluded before initiating any competition? Indeed, Principal Long, this seems rather unfair. We have all had our eyes set on this young man for quite some time, and his performance during the examination was commendable, protested the heads of several departments. We cannot allow Professor Lei to have the upper hand. The Chakra Research Institute must make its move. As the department heads grew increasingly agitated, Principal Long merely smiled faintly and recounted the events of the previous night involving Professor Yen. Upon hearing how Ningfeng had effortlessly resolved a long-standing dilemma for the Chakra Nature Change and Morphology Research Institute with a simple statement, the professors were left astonished, their eyes widening as if they had discovered a new world. You see, although the Chakra Nature Change and Morphology Research Institute is one of the most esteemed faculties at Tsinghua University, it has not produced any remarkable talents in many years. The students majoring in this field have shown rather dull aptitude, thus hindering the advancement of research in this area. This is why Professors Lei and Yen are so eager to secure a promising student like Ningfeng, Principal Long elucidated. But Principal, while this young man does possess potential in this domain, he is equally suited for our Chakra Research Department, asserted Professor He. Indeed, he would also be an excellent fit for the Special Techniques Department. The other department heads chimed in, realizing that Ningfeng was undoubtedly a rare talent. They understood that he should not be relinquished easily. After all, if he could resolve a problem that had plagued their departments for years with a mere utterance, he might also be capable of addressing the challenges faced by their respective faculties. Thus, I conceived a rather audacious plan throughout the night, the Extreme Solo Soldier Initiative. Principal Long smiled subtly. Our university once invested countless resources and efforts into this initiative, yet we never found a student capable of fulfilling its requirements. Reluctantly, we had to shelve it. The Extreme Solo Soldier Initiative? The heads of the departments collectively gasped. Tsinghua University is indeed the foremost institution for martial prowess in Long Country, having nurtured countless successful students. But it also bears another title, the Academy for Extreme Combat Training, a place dedicated to cultivating the most advanced and ultimate combatants. Of course, among the thousands of students at Tsinghua University, very few possess the qualifications to be trained as extreme solo soldiers. An extreme solo soldier, as the name suggests, is a super soldier endowed with peak combat capabilities. If the masters on the dragon ranking are those who have honed their ninjutsu to perfection, then an extreme solo soldier is akin to a colossal tank on the battlefield, laden with an arsenal, a being capable of annihilating entire cities. Born for war, bred for slaughter. Professor Long, do you mean that this young man would major in all our departments and serve as the primary student for each? Professor, he from the Chakra Research Institute asked, his voice trembling with astonishment. Of course, this is merely a concept of mine. After all, it is impossible for one individual to wholly engage in all disciplines. Principal Long shook his head. This is wonderful. We finally know how to proceed. At that moment, from a distance, Ningfeng appeared to be sharing something with the two professors, and suddenly, Professors Lei and Yin erupted into excited laughter, their ecstatic shouts drawing the curiosity of their fellow professors. Principal Long, I have discovered how to develop a new ninjutsu, Shadow Clone. I must attempt it now. Ningfeng has inspired me. The ecstatic Professor Lei rushed over, enthusiastically embracing Principal Long before darting away in a flurry. The other professors, observing the exuberant Professor Lei, were left bewildered, utterly unaware of the situation unfolding before them. Yet, witnessing Lei's fervor, they pondered if perhaps the research on shadow clones was on the verge of success, all stemming from a mere few exchanges with Ningfeng. Chapter 91. The sole 9 major departmental student in history. Although the deans were unaware of the specifics of Ningfeng's conversation with the two professors, they were certainly aware of the tremendous impetus it had provided to the shadow clone research. In their astonishment, Professor, he spoke up, Principal Long. Since you intend to include this young man in the Extreme Solo Soldier Initiative, shouldn't he be directly admitted without having to take the exams? No, he must participate. This examination not only presents us with an excellent opportunity to assess Ningfeng's capabilities, but it also serves as a valuable training ground for him, Principal Long replied, shaking his head. However, the usual difficulty of the entrance exams may be too simplistic for him. We shall implement the S-rank admission scheme. What? Principal Long. If we activate the S-rank scheme, many students may be eliminated as a result. Historically, when we employed the S-rank scheme, only 3 students ultimately passed the entrance exams, necessitating a supplementary round to allow those eliminated to re-attempt. The cool female professor remarked with a furrowed brow. Isn't that excessively challenging? The entrance exams at Tsinghua University are tiered, ranging from C level to A level, with increasing difficulty. When the number of prospective freshmen is particularly high, the difficulty often escalates, typically employing the A level, which is the highest standard. Beyond A level, there exists an S level, which is significantly more challenging, often deemed hellish, under such extreme difficulty. Few candidates can succeed, and even among those who do, the numbers are scant. Thus, the S level is seldom initiated unless absolutely necessary. How else can we ascertain this young man's potential without the S level? Principal Long smiled lightly. At worst, we can always conduct a supplementary round if needed. Very well. I shall make preparations. The cool female professor shook her head internally, thinking that Principal Long must have lost his mind today, and quickly departed. Upon her return, the ninja tower had been restarted, its difficulty escalated to S rank. The poor prospective freshmen remained blissfully unaware that they had become mere background to Ningfeng, the unnoticed green leaves amid the blooming flowers. Despite the presence of many exceptionally gifted students, they paled significantly in comparison to Ningfeng's brilliance. At this moment, among the 1,500 examinees, over 500 successful candidates gradually appeared at the entrance of the ninja tower, while those who were eliminated were directly transported outside the gates of Tsinghua University, thereby extinguishing any possibility of their admission. The more than 500 candidates formed several neat rows, standing obediently in place, resembling a military unit awaiting inspection by a superior. Among the crowd, Ningfeng spotted Ro Yun and several candidates endowed with special abilities, noting that those with comparatively weaker strength had been eliminated. The second round of admissions for Tsinghua University was about to commence, with the content of the examination shrouded in secrecy. Please enter the ninja tower, the stern female professor commanded. No sooner had her words echoed than the prospective new students surged into the ninja tower under the guidance of several instructors. Standing resolutely before the tower, Ningfeng found himself once again at the familiar level. As the sound of the examination bell rang, he stepped into the entrance. The familiar sensation of being pulled returned, and as he opened his eyes once more, he found himself standing in a martial arts arena, facing a member of the Uchiha clan clad in Uchiha attire, a Konoha ninja headband adorning his forehead, radiating confidence. A glance around revealed many familiar faces perched silently on the second-floor railing. Some donned Konoha headbands and green jumpsuits, others wore Hyuga kimonos, and some bore the Sand Village headband while carrying a massive gourd on their backs. Caught off guard by this familiar scene, Ningfeng instinctively turned his gaze to the large screen, where he discerned a line of characters in the Dragon Kingdom language that he could understand. Round 5 battle. Ningfeng versus Uchiha Sasuke. Goodness. Ningfeng realized with a start that he had arrived at the site of the third round semifinals of the Chunin exam, having replaced one of the competitors to face Uchiha Sasuke. At this moment, though Sasuke was merely a genin, his actual combat prowess was undoubtedly at least at the mid-level of a chunin. Given the relatively underdeveloped state of modern ninjutsu and the obscurity of many jutsu and bloodline limits to the general populace. Moreover, Sasuke had undergone formal ninja training from a young age. He appeared to be in peak condition, not the weakened state depicted in the original work's semifinals. Not to mention, He might have transformed under the power of a cursed seal. If one were to consider who among Sasuke's cohort possessed the most formidable strength, it would undoubtedly be Sasuke himself. Without the protagonist's halo, Naruto would hardly stand a chance against him. To think that today, my opponent is Uchiha Sasuke from 30,000 years ago. A faint smile curled at the corners of Ningfeng's mouth. As the tomo of the Sharingan spun rapidly, an unprecedented surge of battle prowess erupted from him. What of Uchiha Sasuke? It was the perfect opportunity to gauge the gap between him and that young man. Sasuke, give it your all. Sasuke, you are the best. Sasuke, don't lose to this guy. The shouts from the Konoha crowd above broke through Ningfeng's contemplation, leaving him slightly dismayed, realizing he had unwittingly become the villain. Hey, you over there. Suddenly, Uchiha Sasuke whistled at Ningfeng and provocatively beckoned with 3 fingers. Ningfeng's gaze turned icy, and a surge of intense lightning coursed through his body, illuminating the dim battlefield as if it were day. In the next instant, he shot forward like an arrow, his speed enhanced by the activation of the lightning release chakra mode. Increasing his velocity by at least 200%, it was as if he moved in the blink of an eye. Sasuke's expression shifted to one of solemnity, and at the same moment, he activated his Sharingan. Thus commenced the duel of Sharingan against Sharingan. Chapter 92, Ningfeng vs. Uchiha Sasuke. With the lightning release chakra mode engaged, Ningfeng's speed surged, granting him a buoyant sensation as if he had complete control over his velocity. In an instant, he shot forth like a cannonball, transforming into a streak of laser-like lightning racing toward Uchiha Sasuke, covering a distance of 1,000 meters as easily as mere meters, almost instantaneously arriving at Sasuke's side. Such extreme speed heightened Sasuke's vigilance. Under the watchful gaze of his Sharingan, he tracked Ningfeng's every move. However, despite his ability to keep pace, his physical reactions could not necessarily match Ningfeng's rapidity. Clang! The sharp kunai thrust forth, and a crisp metallic clash rang out. Amidst the dazzling spray of golden sparks, Sasuke was sent tumbling back several meters, his cold eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment. Clearly unprepared for the terrifying strength displayed by the youth before him, Ningfeng wasted no time, leaping into the air, and the ground beneath him cracked as he landed, exposing jagged fissures. The sharp kunai lunged forward once more. Sasuke furrowed his brow, retreating swiftly while forming hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. This standard technique of the Uchiha clan erupted into brilliant flames, sealing off all of Ningfeng's attack paths. However, as Ningfeng charged forth, he suddenly burst into a cloud of bubbles, transforming into a wooden stump, which was promptly scorched by the flames, emitting an acrid odor. Sasuke's Sharingan scanned the surroundings, and suddenly, he spotted Ningfeng's figure in the sky. He formed hand seals, preparing to unleash the Phoenix Fire technique against his opponent, only to see a searing flame in the sky, resembling a golden fire dragon with a gaping maw, illuminating the battlefield as brightly as day and casting a crimson hue upon Sasuke's face. Boom! Enveloped in flames, there were no anticipated screams of agony, only the charred remains of a wooden stump. Substitution Jutsu. The real Uchiha Sasuke had leapt into the air, appearing behind Ningfeng. Fire release. Phoenix Fire technique. Sasuke unleashed a barrage of fireballs, each tearing through the air with blinding brilliance, intent on obliterating Ningfeng. How could Ningfeng allow this to transpire? A chilling smile crept across his lips as his hands moved with almost magical speed to form seals. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. A torrent of water surged forth, unleashed from Ningfeng's mouth, as a ferocious water dragon, imbued with the terrifying force of the waves, charged forward. The incoming fireballs shattered upon the turbulent waters. Yet Sasuke wore a cunning smile, quickly retreating several meters, evading the onslaught of the waves, propelled by the recoil of the last few fireballs. As the waves receded, the battlefield transformed into a vast, drifting ocean, with Sasuke standing confidently atop the water, a disdainful smirk gracing his lips. It was evident that he held a long chakra thread in his palm, which had woven into a massive net of chakra in the air, ensnaring Ningfeng, rendering him immobile like prey awaiting slaughter. I have been preparing the chakra threads since the onset of the battle. The Phoenix Fire technique was merely a ruse. I infused chakra threads within the fireballs to obstruct all your attack routes. Sasuke remarked coolly, the battle is over. In the context of the S-rank difficulty of the Ninja Tower, Sasuke had become significantly stronger in both intellect and combat prowess compared to his original counterpart. Such a meticulously devised strategy at the onset of combat was not something an ordinary ninja could conceive. Go Sasuke! Truly, Sasuke-kun is remarkable. How incredible, Sasuke! To think of such a tactic. Is that so? Just when everyone believed that Ningfeng was on the verge of defeat, a faint smile graced his lips, accompanied by a glimmer of derision in his eyes. Suddenly, Ningfeng shattered into a myriad of bubbles, transforming into a piece of wood. It turned out that this young man had anticipated Sasuke's little ploy and had long since prepared a substitution technique. However, Sasuke was not to be underestimated. As he witnessed his opponent evade using the substitution, The curse mark on his shoulder erupted with a surge of potent chakra. Countless black markings swiftly enveloped his body, tattooing him with grim reaper-like insignia, even casting shadows upon his handsome visage. He had entered the first state of curse mark transformation. In this state, his attack and movement speed, along with all attributes, surged to unprecedented levels. Under the curse mark's influence, his speed became akin to a cannonball, soaring through the tumultuous waves towards Ning Feng, resembling a razor-sharp sword aimed directly at his enemy's throat. At last, this ancient warrior from 30,000 years ago exerted an unparalleled pressure upon Ning Feng, an asphyxiating sensation that coursed through him. Was this the power of the curse mark? A serene glimmer flickered in Ning Feng's eyes. He remained entirely composed, with the mesmerizing speed of his hand seals. A solid earthen wall materialized instantly. This was the Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall technique. Bang! The wall exploded, debris scattered like confetti, as Sasuke barreled through like an indomitable projectile, the wall crumbling as if it were mere parchment. As Sasuke revealed himself, Ning Feng suddenly conjured a rapidly spinning sphere of fearsome energy in his palm, resembling a high-velocity orb, the spiraling sphere. This was the moment Ning Feng had been waiting for, the singular high-damage ninjutsu, hurtling towards the unsuspecting Sasuke, who had just breached the earth flow wall. At that instant, Sasuke had only just shattered the barrier, his vision significantly restricted, making Ning Feng's timing impeccable, showcasing the extraordinary talent of a warrior in battle. Thud! The spiraling sphere struck Sasuke's chest, penetrating it in an instant. Ning Feng landed upon the water's surface, riding the waves as they ebbed and flowed, while Sasuke fell with a splash, stirring a tumultuous wave. A mysterious voice resonated. You have successfully defeated Uchiha Sasuke. You have passed the Chunin exam ruins. Your strength has increased by 3 potential points. Your intelligence has increased by 3 potential points. Your agility has increased by 3 potential points. All attributes have increased by 2 potential points. You have obtained 2 mysterious scrolls. The mechanical voice echoed once more, and Ning Feng felt his capabilities amplify slightly, the chaos in his mind clearing significantly. Thoughts that once eluded him now became crystal clear. Once the voice ceased, he immediately noticed 2 enigmatic scrolls floating before him. He reached out. A sharp pain coursed through his head, and the identification technique yielded significant results. Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique, C1. Bloodline Limit Awakening Scroll, A1. Overjoyed at the sight of the 2 scrolls, Ning Feng had not anticipated that defeating Sasuke would yield such valuable rewards. He promptly clicked to use them. You have learned Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Your bloodline limit is awakening. Soon, a warm current surged through his mind, flooding him with knowledge about the Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique, and after utilizing the Awakening Scroll, he felt a sharp pain in his right eye, as if a dormant force within him had been suddenly awakened. This sensation was exquisite, akin to stepping into nature and inhaling fresh air. Looking down, he noticed that his originally dual tomo Sharingan had transformed into a 3-tomo in his right eye, while his left remained a dual tomo. Initially, he had thought that using the Bloodline Limit Awakening Scroll would enhance both eyes to 3-tomo, but it seemed he had been overly ambitious. However, he could not deny that with the awakening of the 3-tomo in his right eye, his perception of minute details had dramatically intensified, enabling him to cast illusions that were previously beyond his reach. You are about to exit the ruins. Please prepare yourself. The mysterious voice echoed again, and Ning Feng nodded. Suddenly, he felt the familiar tug, and in an instant, he was drawn into a black hole. When he re-emerged, he found himself standing before the ninja tower. What a remarkable young man. I distinctly set the difficulty to S rank. How could you? The cold yet elegant female professor expressed her astonishment upon seeing Ning Feng step out. In previous years, there had been students who swiftly cleared the S rank difficulty, but never at such a rapid pace. The other deans were equally taken aback, yet bewildered. Theoretically, this ruins exam should consist of 2 battles, one against Uchiha Sasuke and the other against the cursed Sasuke. Only by defeating the latter could one successfully pass. Yet Ning Feng's speed of conquest was astonishingly swift, defying logic. Ning Feng, your talent in combat is truly extraordinary. Principal Xie praised. Ning Feng smiled in response, then turned his gaze to the large screen in front of the ninja tower, which displayed the performances of numerous students. He noted that these prodigious individuals were also pitted against Uchiha Sasuke. Some were injured while desperately resisting, others were locked in a battle of attrition, and some had been eliminated by Sasuke and expelled from the ruins. Among them, the battle between Ro Yun and Uchiha Sasuke captured Ning Feng's attention the most. At first, the young lady, utilizing her Byakugan's unparalleled 360-degree insight, fought evenly against Sasuke. However, once Sasuke entered his cursed state, she found herself at a significant disadvantage. Ultimately, the cursed Sasuke overwhelmed her with long-range techniques, such as the Great Fireball Technique and Phoenix Fire Technique. In a final desperate bid, Ro Yun exchanged her life for injuries, ultimately triumphing through sheer willpower, but she succumbed to unconsciousness as Sasuke fell, exiting the ruins. Suddenly, Ning Feng noticed that the student with the special ability of sand, who had easily defeated Uchiha Sasuke in the written exam, also exhibited impressive performance against the cursed Sasuke, effortlessly overcoming him and leaving a lasting impression. Additionally, there were newcomers with abilities such as multiplication technique, shadow bind technique, water transformation technique, and even ice release, all of whom successfully defeated the cursed Sasuke, albeit with varying degrees of injury. In summary, the performances in battles against Sasuke were commendable, showcasing an abundance of talent. Aside from a few students who barely managed to defeat Sasuke, most were unable to contend with him, let alone his cursed form. Ultimately, among the over 500 students who passed the written exam, only a meager 10 managed to defeat the cursed Sasuke. The majority of the eliminated newcomers were transported to other locations by the ruin's power to participate in supplementary examinations. Congratulations! Before the supplementary examinations conclude, you are the first batch of students to pass Yunhua University. From now on, you shall be students of Yunhua University, the most elite talents of Manhwa. The cold yet elegant female professor smiled at the pale-faced crowd, casting an extra glance at Ningfeng. At this moment, the staff of the Shinobi Tower stepped forward, presenting the long-prepared admission letters to each student while smilingly proclaiming, "Congratulations." Holding the still-warm admission letter from Yunhua University, Ningfeng's emotions surged. How he had longed to be a student of Yunhua University. To his astonishment, his dream had finally come true. His university life was about to commence. Chapter 93. The Bewildered Young Scion of the Li Family. Chakra Research Institute. In a certain teacher's office, the black-clad teacher faced Li Su, the young scion of the Li family, who had just completed his repeat examination. With eyes aflame and a face full of ire, Li Su glared at the teacher, exclaiming, "Did I not instruct you to eliminate that Ningfeng? I have prepared various slanderous articles against him. What on earth is happening? How did he get admitted?" The teacher, wearing a weary smile, replied, "Young Master Li, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you, but rather that Ningfeng's performance was exceptional. Professors from various departments are clamoring for him, nearly fighting over his major slot. If I were to block him, the deans would surely expel me." "What? A major student? And the deans are vying for him?" Li Su's eyes widened, a fierce jealousy flashing across his face. "Damn it, I have been currying favor with the deans daily. Yet all I received was a consolation prize for a major slot, while this guy is being fought over. How infuriating." Young Master Li, do take care. Excessive anger can be harmful to your health," the teacher cautioned lightly. "Spare me your concerns." Li Su erupted, rising to his feet and pointing an accusatory finger at the teacher. "Listen well, you keep your mouth shut about our dealings. Ningfeng, this matter is far from over." With that, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Watching Li Su's retreating figure, the teacher's expression darkened, revealing a sinister undertone. What is so impressive about him? Just relying on the might of the 8 great families. Everyone knows you, Li Su, are merely a waste propped up by wealth and resources. What authority do you have to parade around here? Of course, while the teacher harbored such thoughts, he would never dare express them openly. Chapter 94. The Admission Letter from Yunhua University. Having received his admission letter from Yunhua University, Ningfeng, along with the other students who passed the entrance examination, soon followed several teachers to the academic building to collect their ninjutsu textbooks, and then to the dormitory building for their living essentials and room keys. The teachers then departed, informing them that classes would commence the following day. "How marvelous! The life at Yunhua University is finally beginning," Ryun exclaimed, clutching her books and shaking her little fists in excitement. Her already youthful and radiant face was further enhanced with an air of serene beauty, a stark contrast to the glamorous scene of yesterday. "I too am quite eager," Ningfeng smiled faintly. After a simple lunch at Yunhua University with Ryun, he bade her farewell and headed straight to the dormitory. The campus of Yunhua University was vast, with numerous academic buildings and dormitories, all housing the elite from various cities. Each student's dormitory, though a 4-person suite, was furnished with the utmost luxury, spacious at over 100 square meters, featuring a study, a training room for ninjutsu, a kitchen, and even a small laboratory dedicated to the study of ninjutsu. It was a cozy abode for both relaxation and study. Moreover, the cost of this 4-person suite was surprisingly affordable, with a nominal fee of merely 100 dragon coins per month. One could only imagine the substantial investment made by the Dragon Kingdom's government to enhance the living conditions of its students. Upon entering room 315, Ningfeng discovered the suite was empty. Reflecting on the 4 years he would spend here, he smiled faintly and picked up a broom to tidy up. Just then, a loud, boisterous knock echoed from the door. "Ningfeng, if you know what is good for you, come out." Frowning at the sound, Ningfeng recognized it as a blatant provocation. Given his recent rise, it was only natural for someone to attempt to suppress him. Opening the door, he found several tall and burly students standing outside, with a brazenly styled young man at the forefront, none other than Li Su, the young master of the Li family. Seeing Li Su, Ningfeng's gaze turned icy. "What is this? Are you planning to gang up on me? A group of upperclassmen beating up on a freshman? That would certainly be a laughingstock." At Ningfeng's mockery, the large students flushed with embarrassment, while Li Su sneered in response. "I've been held back. So I'm now a freshman. If I take action against you, it's hardly bullying, is it? I'm afraid it would be rather uninteresting for a freshman to be bullied. But if you insist on a fight, choose the venue. Fine. You've said it. Conveniently, there is a designated area at Yunhua University for students to spar in ninjutsu. Do you dare to come? Li Su's eyes blazed with fury, wishing to tear Ning Feng apart at that moment. Why would I hesitate? Ning Feng replied nonchalantly. Even if all of you came at me, I wouldn't be afraid. Don't be too arrogant. The upperclassmen glared at him furiously, their pride as the elite being challenged. Though they understood the shameful nature of bullying, that awareness dissipated in the heat of the moment. Ning Feng smirked, ready to retort, when a sharp voice rang out from a distance. What are you students doing standing around here? Aren't you supposed to be in class? Do you not realize this is my class? Do you still want to keep your major student status? As the words fell, the previously furious upperclassmen froze in fear, their faces paling as they stood rooted to the spot. Ning Feng, however, couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 95. Ning Feng's Ninjutsu Patent, Shadow Clone Technique. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Li Su was taken aback. Professor Yen, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be in class? The students were all too familiar with Professor Yen's temperament. If caught skipping his class, students faced dire consequences, ranging from copying experimental materials to losing their major student status. Indeed, Professor Yen, you aren't before the other students could finish. Professor Yen shot them a fierce glare. I know Li Su is here. What audacity to bully the weak. Let me make this clear. Ning Feng will be attending classes with you as a major student from now on. And he is the leader of the project group. You are all to heed his instructions. What? Professor Yen, you? On what grounds? The upperclassmen stared wide-eyed. Disbelief etched across their faces. While they could comprehend Ning Feng's status as a major student, being the top scorer in the recent college entrance examination, his position as a project group leader was not something just anyone could attain. Either one must make a tremendous contribution to the research topic or possess an extraordinary talent in this area. Li Su wore a look of utter astonishment, convinced that Professor Yen had lost his mind to appoint a mere freshman as the leader of such a pivotal research group. Let me explain. Professor Yen chuckled softly, retrieving a scroll from his pocket, upon which the words Shadow Clone Technique were inscribed. Upon seeing the scroll, the eyes of several students widened in disbelief. The Shadow Clone Technique was precisely the subject they had been fervently studying for years, an endeavor that had consumed countless students' energies without yielding success for 3 or 4 long years. Yet now, it had triumphed. Compared to ordinary clones, the Shadow Clone Technique possessed unparalleled advantages. It was not easily discernible by foes, and clones that originally lacked offensive capabilities would now exhibit strength, effectively doubling combat prowess. Just yesterday, I, along with Dean Lei, consulted with the student before you, Ning Feng, who astutely pinpointed the core issue of our research. In order to utilize the Shadow Clone Technique, we must first address the distribution of chakra. This simple yet profound insight led both Dean Lei and me to a moment of clarity, ultimately allowing us to successfully create the Shadow Clone Technique. Thus, we resolved to appoint Ning Feng as the leader of the research group. The very first scroll of the Shadow Clone Technique shall be presented to Ning Feng as a token of our appreciation. Professor Yen concluded his remarks with a serene demeanor, handing the scroll to Ning Feng. Ning Feng, your contribution has been duly recorded in your academic record, and I have applied for a copyright protection certification for your ninjutsu. In other words, the Shadow Clone Technique is now your intellectual property. Under this protection, any sold ninjutsu scrolls will have a usage time limit. Once expired, the technique will vanish from the user's memory. As of now, only 3 individuals are aware of this ninjutsu. You may choose to disclose the results publicly, rent it out for profit, or transfer the rights to the Shadow Clone Technique. Or you may opt to keep the scroll's contents private for your own use. Of course, should others discover the scroll within ancient ruins and learn it, your copyright protection will not apply. Ning Feng grasped the Shadow Clone scroll, nodding gravely. It was his first realization that ninjutsu could indeed have copyright implications, with the possibility of retraction upon expiration, while scrolls could also be obtained within ruins. The contents therein could only be learned by the user, unlike developed ninjutsu, which could be rented or sold to others. Observing Ning Feng's bewildered expression, Professor Yen smiled and began to elucidate further, then turned his gaze towards the few students who were still in shock. Do you now understand why he is the leader? At that moment, the students gradually emerged from their stupor, nodding blankly in acknowledgement. Yes, we understand. I recall that the research group leader possesses the authority to grade each student, and these scores will reflect in your academic records. If Ning Feng were to accidentally misplace a score, well, don't say I didn't warn you. Professor Yen subtly patted the shoulders of a few students, causing their faces to pale in fright. Their bodies trembled as they silently rejoiced that they had not provoked Ning Feng. The previously arrogant Li Su dared not utter a word, fully aware that once they departed from Professor Yen, these students would undoubtedly seek to curry favor with Ning Feng, and the repercussions for him might be severe. Ning Feng, I actually came to check on your living conditions in the dormitory. Is everything comfortable? If not, you are welcome to stay with me. Additionally, here is your Shadow Clone Scroll. Time is of the essence. I shall visit you again when I have the opportunity. Professor Yin smiled, patting Ningfeng on the shoulder before turning to leave. As soon as Professor Yin departed, the students immediately displayed their eager and obsequious expressions, fervently inquiring about Ningfeng's situation. You fickle-minded individuals, Li Su exclaimed, his frustration boiling over as he witnessed his peers' behavior. Ningfeng, just give the word. Upon hearing this, the second-year students coldly glanced at Li Su, each sporting a sinister smile, ready to defend Ningfeng. Previously, they had sided with Li Su out of a sense of loyalty, but in the face of the powerful 8 great families, their allegiance was swayed by self-interest. No need. I have no desire to stoop to Li Su's shameless level. Seeking revenge while dragging along a whole entourage for intimidation, Ningfeng replied with a faint smile, defiantly meeting Li Su's gaze. What? Aren't you going to lead the way? Fine, you've got some guts, your tongue is sharp. Li Su seethed, seething with anger. Today he intended to demonstrate to Ningfeng the consequences of provoking the Li family. With that, he turned and stormed off. Brother, Li Su is the strongest among us. He possesses a Chunin level certification. If you engage him in battle, tread carefully, one of Li Su's sycophants whispered. Lead the way. Ningfeng dismissed them with a nonchalant wave of his hand. Chapter 96. Just a kick. Merely a kick. At the northeastern corner of Tsinghua University, the ninjutsu arena was bustling with activity, packed to the brim with students eager to witness the spectacle. As the only venue within the university that permitted student duels, the popularity of this place was unsurpassed. Each day, remarkable talents would engage in friendly sparring. Whenever notable students appeared, throngs would gather to watch the competition, and occasionally, faculty members would join to seek inspiration from the students' exchanges. At this moment, a routine ninjutsu match had just concluded when Ningfeng and Li Su, the young heir of the Li family, made their way onto the arena. With their entrance, the once tranquil venue erupted into a chorus of gasps and cheers as many students recognized the identities of the two. Although Li Su was merely a second-year student, as a scion of one of the 8 great families, he had long been destined for notoriety the moment he set foot in Tsinghua University. His frequent acts of intimidation had earned him a reputation as a notorious bully. As for Ningfeng, this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination, that title alone was enough to draw attention. In fact, many students at Tsinghua University eagerly tuned in to the live broadcasts of the examination results to stay informed. And Ningfeng's battle with the elite team from Yunhua High School had left a profound impression on many. He was known to all within the university. Now, with both of them appearing on the arena, the commotion was palpable. Li Su is clearly taking advantage of our top scorer. One student whispered in dismay. He is already in his second year, having learned numerous ninjutsu techniques. No matter how gifted the top scorer is, he cannot bridge that gap. Indeed, Li Su is utterly shameless. I heard he even arranged to repeat a year, returning as a freshman, supposedly to pursue someone named Ruo Yun. But wait, Ruo Yun is no ordinary girl. She is the daughter of the Ruo family, the prize jewel of the formidable Ruo Zhanshan. What a pity for Ningfeng. How did he manage to provoke such a villain like Li Su? Haha, you are unaware. Young lady Ruo Yun has taken a fancy to Ningfeng. And upon seeing this, Li Su aims to win her affections by challenging Ningfeng, hoping to demonstrate who is the more worthy suitor. How shameless. Targeting a freshman to bully. If it were me, I would feel utterly embarrassed and ashamed. I wonder how Li Su possesses such thick skin. The crowd buzzed with chatter, many students leaning in to whisper amongst themselves. At that moment, Ruo Yun, who had just finished tidying up the girls' dormitory with a few roommates, happened to pass by the ninja combat arena and heard a cacophony of noise. Instinctively, she halted her steps. And soon her astonished gaze fell upon a figure in the arena. Ningfeng? Ah, isn't that Li Su opposite him? What are they up to? While her heart brimmed with confusion, Ruo Yun felt a surge of anxiety. She was about to push her way into the crowd to intervene when 3 of her roommates, equally striking in appearance, smilingly held her back. Just moments ago, she claimed to be unattached, yet here she was, her true feelings laid bare so swiftly. Surely, it must be our top scorer from this year's college entrance examination, Ningfeng. We cannot allow you to pass through so easily. Girls should maintain their dignity while waiting for boys to pursue them, or else they won't appreciate you. Indeed. A girl must be reserved, otherwise, they won't cherish her. Oh, you guys. Having her secret exposed, Ruo Yun's face flushed a deep crimson, and she attempted to leave, only to be firmly restrained by her 3 roommates. As your roommates, it is our duty to help you select a quality boyfriend. Let's first assess the strength of these 2. Sisters, make way. The one who spoke, with a commanding presence, was a long-haired girl with a loud voice. The other 2 roommates smiled as they dragged the blushing Ruo Yun into the throng. Though Ruo Yun protested verbally, her body obediently followed her friends as they drew closer to the combat arena, inching nearer to Ningfeng. Oh, look, a goddess is here to watch. Li Su exclaimed upon seeing Ruo Yun and her roommates push through the crowd, his already burning fighting spirit flaring even more intensely. Ningfeng merely cast a faint smile at Ruo Yun before turning back. Ningfeng, go. Ruo Yun's cheeks were tinted with a shy blush as she raised her delicate little fist in encouragement. Witnessing this, Li Su's heart erupted with fury. He could not fathom what merits this young man possessed. In his rage, he took the initiative, forming hand seals to unleash his ninja technique. Earth release, sand river. Before he could complete his seals, a stone whizzed towards him from afar. Furrowing his brow, he had no choice but to evade, his seals abruptly interrupted. When he looked up, Ningfeng had already leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick that carved through the atmosphere, executing the leaf whirlwind. With a resounding crash, Li Su was sent flying like a kite with a severed string, crashing into the center of the arena and leaving a long skid mark behind. That hurts. Disoriented from the fall, Li Su struggled to rise, only to find a kunai coldly pressed against his chest. Ningfeng looked down at him with a disdainful smile. So, the notorious scion of the Li family, Li Su, is so easily defeated with a single kick. I once thought you had the qualifications to be my opponent. But it seems I overestimated you. Huh. With that, Ningfeng nonchalantly sheathed the kunai at his waist and strode away. One kick, and he had vanquished Li Su. The spectators were momentarily stunned before erupting into screams and exclamations, all marveling at Ningfeng's overwhelming prowess. The entire arena's attention was now fixated on him, their gazes shimmering with admiration. The defeated Li Su, however, was utterly forgotten, relegated to a lonely corner. As Ningfeng exited the arena, preparing to approach Royun, a few middle-aged men in suits, with small black bags at their waists, hastily approached him. Excuse me, are you Mr. Ningfeng? Hello. We are from the Ninja Technique Copyright Patent Association. You registered a patent for a technique called Shadow Clone 3 hours ago. We have come to inquire whether you are willing to sell this patent. Chapter 97, The Shadow Clone Technique Patent, a sensation across the campus. In the distance, Royun, her face flushed, lowered her head, and quietly awaited Ningfeng's arrival. She had initially worried about Ningfeng's safety, but upon witnessing him effortlessly defeat Li Su with a single move, the weight that had hung in her throat was finally lifted. Her new roommates could hardly imagine that the top scorer, Ningfeng, was so formidable, dispatching the arrogant Li Su in an instant. It was well known that Li Su was a mid-tier student among second-year students, and even within the entire first-year cohort, he was considered top-tier. Surely, even if Ningfeng were strong, he could not possibly annihilate him in an instant. All right, we must concede that your little boyfriend, is indeed quite impressive, exclaimed the loud-mouthed roommate, causing Royun's already flushed face to turn an even deeper shade of red. Embarrassed and annoyed, she glared at her boisterous friend, He Dong-shi. Can we still be friends? If you keep this up, our friendship will capsize. Oh dear, what's happening? Why are those people coming over? As the beauty known as He Dong-shi prepared to chastise Royun for her obliviousness, another roommate with twin ponytails and glasses suddenly craned her neck, eyes widening in shock, seemingly recognizing the members of the Ninja Technique Copyright Patent Association. The Copyright Patent Association? Why are they here? He Dong-shi exclaimed, her eyes widening as she pulled a bewildered Royun along. He Dong-shi, what is the Ninja Technique Copyright Patent Association? Asked the ponytailed roommate, following closely behind, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. The Ninja Technique Copyright Patent Association is a global organization dedicated to the protection of ninja technique copyrights. Whenever someone develops a new technique and applies for certification, they will authenticate it online. Once confirmed that the patent is legitimate, they register the copyright information. This organization specifically serves the purpose of safeguarding ninja technique copyrights. Naturally, each year, many sects or governmental bodies seek permission to use these techniques through the association, offering substantial sums of money. If I am not mistaken, your boyfriend, has just developed a new technique and secured a patent. He Dong-shi, clearly knowledgeable, explained to her roommates. Wow, Ningfeng is that strong. He produced a ninja technique on his very first day? The ponytailed roommate's eyes widened in disbelief. Why am I suddenly feeling jealous of you, Royun? He Dong-shi placed her hands on her hips. At that moment, with the arrival of the Ninja Technique Copyright Patent Association, the already buzzing combat arena erupted into an even greater frenzy, akin to boiling water, with everyone displaying expressions of astonishment and admiration. It is crucial to understand that creating a ninja technique is exceedingly challenging. Even professors at Tsinghua University, seasoned researchers, have spent decades diligently studying and may never develop a single technique or achieve results. Many present were acutely aware that the technique Ningfeng had just developed was the shadow clone technique. Many students had heard of the shadow clone technique, a subject that had consumed the efforts of many but yielded no results, let alone securing a patent. Yet, this young man had only just arrived at school. Not even a day had passed, and he had already created the shadow clone technique and received certification from the association? What does this even mean? Clearly, numerous students were more astonished and impacted by the matter of the ninja technique patent than by Ningfeng's decisive defeat of Li Su. Excuse me, we're not specialized in this, Mr. Ningfeng. Would you mind discussing this elsewhere? The association's vice president, Ning Huizhang, awkwardly remarked while discreetly assessing Ningfeng amidst the throng of incoming students. Many ninja technique patents, once approved by their association, would prompt the initiation of copyright protection procedures. Any organization or individual that might infringe upon these rights would face severe repercussions, and the approved patents would also be showcased on their official website. The patent for the shadow clone technique had barely been showcased for a few seconds when a call from Longyao City in the Dragon Kingdom rang through. Consequently, the association dispatched President Ning, stationed at the Longyao City branch, to engage in discussions. This was not President Ning's first outing. However, each time he encountered a holder of a ninjutsu patent, they were either elderly members of certain clans or esteemed professors from higher educational institutions. Meeting a student, especially one so young, was a novel experience for him, evoking a profound sense of the relentless progression of generations, akin to the waves of the Yangtze River pushing forward the ones before. Please, go ahead, Ning Feng remarked, when he received the scroll for the shadow clone technique. He had not formulated a plan regarding the handling of this patent. To his surprise, representatives from the Ninjutsu Copyright Patent Association came personally to him. Upon reflection, it was understandable. The shadow clone technique could significantly enhance a warrior's strength while simultaneously confounding opponents. With these two attributes alone, its value was extraordinarily high. Soon, they found themselves in an opulent cafe, ordering several cups of coffee as they gathered around a table. Mr. Ningfeng, by your appearance, I assume this is your first engagement in such matters? Fear not, the patent rights for the shadow clone technique reside with you, granting you the authority to lease or sell its usage. We are here today owing to the favor of a major client. Please peruse this. It is the ninjutsu copyright leasing contract from the client, who wishes to acquire the rights to your shadow clone technique for a single user at a rate of 10,000 yuan per day, with a contract duration of 1 year. Rest assured, once both parties have signed the contract, our copyright association will, in the presence of witnesses, incorporate the duly recorded rights document into the ninjutsu scroll, thus activating the scroll while limiting the number of users and the duration of use. Should the agreement be breached, or if the technique is utilized beyond the stipulated terms, it will automatically be erased from the user's memory. President Ning displayed a professional smile as he gently slid the ninjutsu leasing contract before Ning Feng. If you find this price unsatisfactory, we can certainly negotiate. Chapter 98. Ninjutsu Copyright Leasing and the Boruto Legacy. Lowering his gaze to the contract presented, Ning Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, engaging in a thorough reading. In his previous life, he had encountered numerous contracts akin to copyright leasing agreements. This ninjutsu copyright leasing contract was similar, detailing the number of authorized users, the duration of the license, and explicitly stating the rights associated with the copyright, including prohibitions on transfer or unauthorized duplication. Breaching these terms would result in substantial penalties. It was undeniably a meticulously crafted contract. What perplexed Ning Feng was the notion that ninjutsu could now be leased like copyright, and whether it could truly be erased automatically upon expiration, as the association president claimed. Mr. Ning Feng, regarding your concerns, there is truly no need for alarm. Our Ninjutsu Copyright Patent Association is a global entity, the only one of its kind founded collaboratively by various nations, and is under the supervision of numerous countries, making any infringement virtually impossible. Should such an event occur, you can issue a summons to the court or request our enforcement assistance. We have 3 shadow-level experts and 10 elite jounin at your service, so you may rest easy. President Ning discerned the doubts lingering in Ning Feng's mind. As for our automatic erasure technology, it is a unique ninjutsu developed by countless scientists and experts that can eliminate memories. Even shadow-level warriors subjected to this technique would have their memories erased. Our technology is indeed reliable. Therefore, Mr. Ning Feng, do you harbor any further doubts? Hearing President Ning's explanation, Ning Feng nodded gravely, reflecting that the world of ninjutsu was evolving slowly, yet the awareness of copyright protection was notably strong, even spawning specialized patent technologies. He contemplated that once the shadow clone technique was sold, it would undoubtedly create a sensation throughout the nation and even the world. In that scenario, wealth would flow in like a tempest, instantly transforming his impoverished status and alleviating his father's hardships. However, a daily rate of 10,000 yuan felt a tad low. Could it not be increased somewhat? Ning Feng silently lifted a cup of coffee, savoring it thoughtfully, a flicker of calm crossing his gaze. Even leasing the rights to the shadow clone technique held merit. The earnings could be reinvested into developing new ninjutsu, thereby resolving all his academic and personal expenses at the university. Moreover, the leased ninjutsu could still be reclaimed. Of course, President Ning replied with a subtle smile, taking up a phone to convey a courteous smile to Ning Feng before stepping outside, presumably to discuss the desired price with the client. Minutes later, President Ning returned to the cafe, settling opposite Ning Feng, and modified the contract terms from 10,000 to 30,000 yuan per day, maintaining the 1-year authorization period. 30,000 per day equated to an impressive 10 million over the year. This was merely the rental fee. Ning Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement, realizing that knowledge still held the power to transform one's destiny. His father was thrilled with a mere 2 million investment. Now, he was poised to earn such a sum for just a year's authorization. Before we proceed with the leasing, may I be so bold as to inquire who the lessee is? Ning Feng inquired with a slight smile. Certainly, President Ning replied. To be candid, the individual seeking to lease your shadow clone technique is a Chunin-level instructor, soon to be dispatched on a special national mission. For the sake of ensuring safety and mission efficacy, the government is acting in a private capacity. Hearing that it was for the nation brought Ning Feng some solace. Reassured that the authorization was limited to just one individual. Where should I sign? Mr. Ning Feng, you truly are a straightforward person, President Ning exclaimed with a hearty laugh, retrieving a black gel pen from his pocket and presenting it to Ning Feng. To be frank, I have facilitated numerous ninjutsu copyright leasing contracts, and your price is exceptionally high. Many ninjutsu leases go for merely a few hundred or even a few thousand yuan per day. You, having developed a new ninjutsu, are leasing it for 30,000 a day, which can be said to have set a record for our association. After Ning Feng signed, President Ning nodded slightly. At 30,000 a day, for 365 days, the total amounted to a staggering 10,950,000. According to the contract terms, the client was required to pay half of the amount up front, with the remainder due within half a month. The client had already initiated the transfer. Now, Mr. Ning Feng, let us proceed with the formalities. Please hold on for a moment. Quickly, a colleague of President Ning approached Ning Feng with a nod and a smile, producing a scroll from their pocket. Mr. Ning Feng, please hand me your shadow clone scroll. Ning Feng complied, passing the scroll to the colleague, who then produced a sophisticated device on the coffee table. They placed one scroll in the left slot and the other in the right. This is a ninjutsu scroll recording device, capable of inscribing the contents of any ninjutsu, while simultaneously incorporating limitations on time and user count, President Ning explained with a smile. The original of this device was serendipitously obtained by scientists at the Boruto Legacy site, and this replica was crafted after analyzing its various technologies. In fact, the technology for limiting time and users was also inspired by the instruments found in the Boruto Legacy. The Boruto Legacy? Ning Feng's eyes brightened as he suddenly recalled the various advanced equipment showcased in the original Boruto series, such as the mechanical arm capable of storing ninjutsu, which anyone could utilize, alongside other innovations merging technology and ninjutsu. To one's astonishment, humanity has indeed commenced the exploration of the Boruto Legacy ruins, making the emergence of such devices rather unsurprising. Chapter 99, 10 million received. University Ninjutsu textbooks. Regrettably, despite acquiring such a sophisticated machine, the Boruto ruins remain an enigma to mankind. Many esteemed shinobi have entered, never to return. Suddenly, President Ning let out a sigh, shaking his head. In this world, the ruins we have uncovered are but a mere drop in the ocean. The future lies in your hands, young ones. The scrolls have been successfully duplicated, with restrictions on authorization time and user count implanted. Mr. Ning Feng, here you go. At this moment, the colleague responsible for duplicating the ninjutsu scroll returned it to Ning Feng. Having kept a watchful eye earlier, Ning Feng had discreetly tampered with the scroll, and now, upon inspection, he found that the marks he left remained untouched, clearly indicating there had been no substitution. Ding! A bank notification arrived, confirming the deposit of over 5 million. Ning Feng glanced at the message and nodded slightly to the others. Thank you. The funds have been received. With that, the matter was settled. I appreciate your cooperation, Mr. Ning. Should you discover any new ninjutsu in the future, please feel free to visit our branch. I will assist you in renting or transferring the ninjutsu scrolls at the most reasonable rates. President Ning rose from the sofa, extending his hand with warmth, devoid of any semblance of insincerity. Absolutely. Ning Feng nodded slightly, exchanging pleasantries with a few individuals before escorting them to the school gate. As business concluded, dusk began to settle. Ning Feng checked his bank balance, reserving 1 million for himself and promptly transferring the remaining 440,000 to his father. Before long, Ning Tian's call came through. Where on earth did you get all this money, kid? Over 4 million in one go. Have you resorted to robbery? Ning Tian's voice was a mix of excitement and concern. Not at all. I merely rented out the rights to a ninjutsu. Ning Feng replied with a chuckle. There should be another 500,000 coming in soon. Dad, I'll send it all back. Consider me a shareholder in your company. Hearing that his son was neither thieving nor deceitful, Ning Tian visibly relaxed, though he soon erupted in astonished exclamations. What? You've developed new ninjutsu and are selling the rights now? Impressive, kid. You're doing better than your old man. By the way, the company could use some liquidity. So I'll borrow from your funds for now, but rest assured, I'll ensure at least a 7% profit. No, 9%. On the other end of the line, Ning Tian was so thrilled that he could barely articulate his thoughts. How's life at Yunhua University treating you? Is your dorm comfortable? I've been swamped here, but I'll try to visit you when I can. Remember to wear enough clothes as the weather cools, drink plenty of warm water, and don't overexert yourself with studies. Despite his father's seemingly nagging tone, a wave of nostalgia washed over Ning Feng, and his eyes grew misty at the familiar sounds of home. Perhaps this is how all wanderers feel. After enduring his father's chatter, Ning Feng briefly described his pleasant life at Yunhua University before hanging up, the weight of the call lingering. Though his father hadn't provided him with the best resources, he was undoubtedly the one who cared the most, worried the most, and loved him the most. Unbeknownst to Ning Feng, on the other end, a weary Ning Tian had already dissolved into tears, murmuring, "Don't worry, son, I will create a better environment for you. So you won't have to fret about money or expenses." That is a promise from a father. As Ning Feng returned to his dormitory, he found his 3 roommates busy tidying up the dust in their room. Upon seeing him, their eyes widened with admiration. Just upon entering, they learned they were sharing a dormitory with the top scorer of this year's college entrance examination, and having just heard about his development of new ninjutsu, they were filled with respect for their future companion. "Look who's back, our top scorer," exclaimed a youth with curly orange hair, clad in an orange leather jacket and standard jeans, exuding an air of rebelliousness. "I'm Huang Yomang from Yunhua High School. The special forces team you defeated belongs to my school. I'm a chunin at the initial level. As for my hobbies, hahaha." He struck a pose he deemed impressive. "All right, enough with the vanity. We're here to study and serve our country. Can't we have some ideals and aspirations?" Interjected another student, wearing thick black glasses, a faded shirt, and patched sweatpants, the kind of boy you wouldn't notice in a crowd. Cough, cough, I'm Zhang Fugua, known as the academic powerhouse. I firmly believe that knowledge can change destiny. My life's pursuit is to ensure my entire family of 10 lives well. I'm bored, piped up another voice weakly. A short boy clad in a decades-old giraffe pajama was operating a computer while speaking lethargically. Bored is aptly named. He just arrived and has already pulled an all-nighter at the internet cafe, having not slept for days. It's hard to believe he passed the entrance exam. Huang Yomang teased. This guy is definitely a gaming addict, deeply immersed. You all keep chatting. I'll go read for a bit. Zhang Fugua smiled at the others and retreated to his bed, diving into his books. Ning Feng took a glance around. The thick textbooks were already worn out, but he could still make out that it was a comprehensive guide to the fundamentals of ninjutsu, a high school course. Coming from a modest background, he couldn't afford other materials, so he had been focusing on this one. He must have memorized it thoroughly by now. Still reading? Huang Yomang scoffed, tossing him a brand new textbook. Zhang Fugua's eyes lit up as he snatched it eagerly and began to read intently. All right, I'll go freshen up. Ning Feng, make sure to sleep early. We've already collected the textbooks for you. They're on your desk. Tomorrow morning, the deans from each department will come to allow us to choose our fields of study. Good night. Huang Yomang smiled slightly, bid farewell to Ning Feng, and returned to his seat. Ning Feng smiled back, warmth flooding his heart. Once upon a time, he too had such roommates, skipping classes, gaming, and having fun together. Now, fate had gifted him another chance to experience university life. As the saying goes, university roommates are like brothers. Sitting at his desk, Ning Feng picked up his university textbooks and began to peruse them. The collection comprised over a dozen volumes, including texts on chakra, ninjutsu, practical applications, and even innovative ideas integrating technology with chakra, representing the cumulative wisdom of humanity over the past 2 centuries. Chapter 100, Human Tank, Extreme Solo Combat. Morning broke. Early at dawn, the deans of the 9 faculties, led by Principal Long, stood on the podium. Below, the crowd was bustling with students who had successfully passed the entrance exam, totaling over 200. These 200 students were divided into 3 classes of 60 each, with Ning Feng and his 4 roommates assigned to Class 1, arranged in 2 rows of boys and girls. All the students present have triumphed in the admissions examination of our esteemed Yunhua University, emerging as the elite from a pool of 50 million candidates. I implore you to cherish your university experience. Principal Long's voice resonated powerfully, each word striking like a hammer, igniting the passions of every student, stirring their hearts. Following Principal Long's brief address, the deans of the 9 faculties took turns to present their respective disciplines and academic directions, eliciting expressions of eager anticipation from the students. As you may know, at Yunhua University, first-year students are categorized into dual degree and major degree students. After discussions among the deans, it was unanimously decided that the following students shall be designated as major degree students within their respective faculties. At this announcement, a wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. It is rumored that major degree students are directly appointed by the deans, and once selected, they are nurtured as key talents. Indeed, most of us in our first year are dual degree students, dabbling across various departments, with major degree opportunities only available in the second year. To become a major degree student early signifies a head start. I hope I am among them. The students buzzed with excitement. Chakra Research Institute. Major students, Ning Feng, Lu Hua, Tianyi Migu. Chakra Nature Variation and Morphology Research Institute. Major students, Ning Feng, Wu Chu, Wang Jiang. Special Ninjutsu Research Institute. Major students, Ning Feng, Yao Feng, Li Yi. Inyang and 5 Elements Escape Research Institute. Major student, Ning Feng. As each name was called with a clear and ringing tone, all students widened their eyes, while those whose names were mentioned instinctively glanced towards Ning Feng. How could it be that Ning Feng appears as a major student in all 9 faculties? Could there be a mistake? It is indeed impressive to be selected by even one dean as a major student, yet Ning Feng has been chosen by 9. Surely, there must be some underlying conspiracy at play. What sort of conspiracy could there be? Are you not aware that Ning Feng hails from a modest background? His high school was quite ordinary. If he had connections, he wouldn't be in this position. Being chosen as a major student by the deans in one's first year is a tremendous honor, signifying their recognition of the student's performance in the admissions examination. There have been instances where several faculties selected the same student as a major, but to have a student chosen by all 9 faculties is unprecedented, a feat rarely seen in history. Upon hearing that he was simultaneously selected by all 9 deans, Ningfeng himself displayed a look of perplexity. Huang Niumeng chuckled. Impressive. Young man, all 9 deans have their eyes on you. As far as I know, 5 of them are particularly stringent in their requirements for students. Zhang Fuguo adjusted his black-rimmed glasses. What does it mean that all 9 deans have taken an interest in you? Is being a major student really that remarkable? Huang Niumeng scoffed. You, coming from a humble background, would naturally be unaware. Let me put it this way. Being acknowledged by the deans and becoming a major student in your first year implies a significant allocation of the school's resources towards your development. Historically, the most any student has been selected by deans was 5, and that student ultimately entered the dragon list, becoming a master of the dragon list. Is it really that exhilarating? Zhang Fuguo gazed at Ningfeng with envy, displaying a demeanor that suggested he would not forget his peers once he attained wealth. Meanwhile, the uninterested one merely tilted his head, silently playing a game, occasionally glancing at the scene. Students, please quiet down. Students, please quiet down. The reaction of the attendees had long been anticipated by Principal Long. With a slight smile, his robust voice echoed throughout the campus. The raucous crowd gradually settled. Principal Long continued. In truth, I did not foresee such a situation either, but I believe you are all aware that on his very first day, Ningfeng developed the shadow clone technique. Such a prodigy is bound to attract countless admirers, is he not? What followed was a lengthy and tedious series of speeches from the various deans. Once the assembly concluded, Principal Long retained Ningfeng for a private conversation, while the other students departed to prepare for their classes. On the vast playground, only Principal Long, the 9 deans, and Ningfeng remained. Ningfeng, do you know why I agreed to have you selected as a major student by all 9 deans? Principal Long descended from the podium, his gaze warm and kind as he regarded the perplexed Ningfeng. It is quite simple. I see in you the hope of an extreme solo soldier. Extreme solo soldier? Ningfeng frowned, having never encountered this concept before. Indeed, an extreme solo soldier. If Dragon List Masters are unparalleled in one-on-one combat, then an extreme solo soldier is a killing machine on the battlefield, capable of facing hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands. Perhaps in one-on-one combat, you may not match a Dragon List Master, but in terms of lethality and strategy, they cannot surpass you. Often, an extreme solo soldier can alter the course of a battle, even the fate of a nation, where a Dragon List Master cannot. Principal Long continued, the Extreme Solo Soldier Initiative is something I proposed a decade ago, yet I have not found a suitable candidate until now. Furthermore, while our nation appears tranquil, the political landscape remains tumultuous, and time is of the essence for us. At this point, Principal Long furrowed his brow. Recently, we have received espionage intelligence from nations such as the island nation, Korea, and the United States, indicating that they may already be cultivating extreme solo soldiers. This poses an unpredictable threat to our country. In light of this, I have decided to revive the Extreme Solo Soldier Initiative. However, if you are reluctant or feel pressured, it is perfectly fine. We will seek another candidate. Extreme Solo Soldier? Let me give it a try. Ningfeng squinted his eyes, pondering briefly before nodding resolutely. Since fate has granted him a second chance at life, to live without flair and fervor would be a life wasted. Engaging in battle is eternally the dream of a man, and it is Ningfeng's dream as well. Moreover, the prospect of learning more than others is an enticing opportunity. Chapter 101. The Discontented Senior. Early morning. Bright and early, the deans of the 9 faculties stood at the podium under Principal Long's leadership, while below, a throng of over 200 candidates who had passed the admissions examination filled the space. These 200 students were divided into 3 classes of 60 each. Ningfeng and his 4 roommates were placed in Class 1, forming 2 rows of boys and girls. As the crisp sounds echoed through the air, all the students widened their eyes, instinctively glancing towards Ningfeng, the namesake of the announcement. How is it possible for a student to be recognized by all 9 major departments? Could there be a mistake? It is truly remarkable to be selected as a major by a single dean, yet Ningfeng has attracted the attention of all 9. Could there be some underlying conspiracy at play? What kind of conspiracy could that be? Are you not aware of Ningfeng's humble background? He attended an ordinary high school. If he had connections, things would be different. Being chosen as a major by the deans in the first year is an immense honor, signifying their acknowledgement of a student's performance in the entrance examination. While it is not uncommon for multiple departments to select the same student, having all 9 departments choose one individual is unprecedented. Upon hearing that he had been simultaneously selected by all 9 deans, a hint of confusion crossed Ningfeng's face. Huang Niumeng chuckled, impressive kid. All 9 deans have taken notice of you. From what I know, 5 of them are particularly strict with their students. Zhang Fuguo adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and inquired, What does it mean for all 9 deans to have chosen you? Is being a major truly that significant? Huang Yomang scoffed. With your impoverished background, how could you possibly understand? To put it plainly, being recognized by the deans and becoming a major in your freshman year means access to various resources and focused nurturing. Historically, the most a student has ever been chosen by deans is 5, and that student eventually made it onto the dragon list, becoming a master. Really? That's amazing. Zhang Fugua gazed at Ning Feng with envy, embodying the notion of not forgetting one's friends when wealth is attained. Meanwhile, a disinterested student nearby tilted his head, silently playing a game, occasionally glancing at the unfolding events. Quiet down, everyone. The reaction of the students had been anticipated by Principal Long, who smiled gently as his resonant voice filled the campus. The noisy crowd gradually settled, and Principal Long continued, I must admit, I did not foresee this situation. However, I trust everyone is aware that on his very first day, Ning Feng developed the shadow clone technique. Such a prodigy is bound to attract numerous admirers, is he not? The ensuing moments were filled with the lengthy and intricate speeches of the various deans. When the assembly finally concluded, Principal Long retained Ning Feng for a private discussion while the other students departed to prepare for their classes. In the vast playground, only Principal Long, 9 deans, and Ning Feng remained. Ning Feng, do you understand why I agreed to have all 9 deans select you as a major? Principal Long descended from the podium, his demeanor warm as he gazed at the perplexed Ning Feng. It is quite simple. I see in you the potential for the ultimate solo soldier. The ultimate solo soldier? Ning Feng furrowed his brow, encountering this concept for the first time. Indeed, the ultimate solo soldier. If the Dragon List Masters are unparalleled in one-on-one combat, then the ultimate solo soldier is akin to a killing machine on the battlefield, capable of facing hundreds, even thousands. In terms of assassination and strategy, a Dragon List Master may not surpass you. Often, an ultimate solo soldier can change the tide of battle and even the fate of a nation, something a Dragon List Master cannot achieve. Principal Long continued, the ultimate solo soldier initiative was proposed by me 10 years ago, yet I never found a suitable candidate. Furthermore, while our nation appears calm, the international political landscape is tumultuous, and time is not on our side. Recent intelligence from nations such as the Island Nation, the Stick Nation, and the United States indicates they may already be training ultimate solo soldiers, posing an unpredictable threat to our country. It is with this in mind that I have decided to reactivate the Ultimate Solo Soldier Initiative. Of course, if you feel uncomfortable or pressured, we can seek another candidate. Allow me to give it a try. Ning Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, deep in thought before he decisively nodded. Given the opportunity for a second chance at life, living without exuberance and passion would be a disservice to his existence. Engaging in combat has always been a dream for a man, and it is also Ning Feng's aspiration. Moreover, the prospect of learning more than others is too enticing to resist. You agree? Upon seeing Ning Feng nod, Principal Long felt a surge of excitement. Life should be lived splendidly. Mere survival is not the life I desire. Ning Feng's response was resolute, bringing tears of joy to Principal Long's eyes as he patted his shoulder. Excellent. I was much like you when I first went to battle. Splendid, splendid. Ning Feng instinctively looked up, only to be met with a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan eyes. Principal, your eyes. Ning Feng was momentarily stunned. They were given to me by a comrade before his death, Principal Long replied softly. They were not always like this, but I prefer not to dwell on the past. Professor Yin will provide you with further details. As soon as he finished speaking, Professor Yin approached enthusiastically. Kid, I heard you made over 10 million just renting out the shadow clone technique. That's impressive. At your age, I was working as a dishwasher in a restaurant. Now, back to business. You are officially a member of the Ultimate Solo Soldier Initiative. The deans of the 9 major departments will be training you. You will not attend classes like your classmates. Instead, you will join the second-year students for the dean's lessons, averaging 1 class per week for a total of 9 classes. Of course, you may also choose to audit first-year courses whenever you have free time. Additionally, there may be some research experiments. Here is the key to your personal ninjutsu laboratory, granting you access to all 9 departments. Now, let us head to the Academy for Chakra Nature Transformation and Form Change. Follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, Professor Yin turned to leave, and Ning Feng quickly followed. Oh no, I have a bit of a stomachache. The lab is right ahead. Ning Feng, I need to use the restroom. Just as Professor Yin began to say something, he suddenly doubled over in pain, clutching his stomach as he hurried away. Ning Feng shook his head helplessly and headed towards the classroom. Chakra Nature Transformation and Form Change Research Academy. In the expansive research room filled with various bottles and experimental apparatus, 52nd-year students were divided into several groups, chattering excitedly around the equipment. Hey, did you hear? Today, we're getting a first-year student as our project group leader. Seriously? What kind of world is this where a freshman can be a group leader? Everyone knows that our class's ninjutsu representative, Ning Tingting, is the acknowledged leader. Indeed, she has contributed numerous insights to our project, propelling our research forward. And she is one of the few peak chunin in our class. Plus, she is stunning. We need to show this so-called leader who truly runs this place. I heard from some sycophants close to Li Su that this new leader is Ning Feng, the top scorer of the entrance exam, who just rented the shadow clone technique. What does that matter? Our goddess is still the top scorer from Yin province. While not national, it's still impressive. A cacophony of voices erupted as the second-year students voiced their discontent, rallying around their classmate Ning Tingting. Amidst the throng, a strikingly beautiful young woman with long legs, akin to a star surrounded by planets, abruptly rose to her feet, offering a gentle smile and shaking her head. All right, everyone, please quiet down. If Ning Feng genuinely possesses the qualifications to be the group leader, I shall concede to him. If not, I must apologize. The previously cacophonous environment fell into an immediate hush, revealing Ning Tingting's formidable presence. Satisfied with the reaction from her classmates, Ning Tingting nodded with pride. Here he comes. That fellow. But it seems Professor Yin is absent. Suddenly, a sharp-featured student peeked outside before retreating. Upon hearing this, the class displayed expressions of keen interest. If Professor Yin were indeed absent, it would mean they could. At that moment, a knock resounded, and a tall, imposing student sauntered over to open the door, casting a casual glance at Ning Feng. You must be the freshman majoring in our program. Please, come in. Ning Feng discerned the mischievous glint in the older student's eyes, stifling a chuckle within. Unexpectedly, the upperclassman launched a swift kick towards Ning Feng's rear, aiming to humiliate him before the assembly. The force was minimal, yet the speed was rapid. As Ning Feng appeared poised for embarrassment, laughter erupted among his classmates. However, he deftly evaded the blow as if he had eyes at the back of his head. The high school student met the ground in a rather intimate embrace, accompanied by a pained scream. The entire class froze, eyes wide with astonishment at the spectacle. The towering student, now humiliated before so many witnesses, felt his eyes blaze with fury, ready to retaliate, when a shuriken unexpectedly pressed against his chest, accompanied by a chilling voice. If this were a battlefield, you would already be dead. The tall student contemplated resistance, but upon seeing the shuriken, his face drained of color. He grasped that Ning Feng was not indulging in hyperbole. Yet, to be bested by a mere freshman in front of so many classmates was an utter disgrace. That was incredibly fast. How did he defeat Zhao Chao without even moving? The second-year students stood rooted in shock, their expressions akin to those of statues. Particularly, Ning Tingting's brows knitted in concern. They were well aware of Zhao Chao's strength, possessing mid-level tuning capabilities and being quite adept in Taijutsu. How could he seem so weak in front of this newcomer? Ning Feng, nonchalantly stowing the shuriken away, Ning Feng flashed a smile, introducing himself. Greetings, everyone. I am Ning Feng, a freshman of the 17th cohort at Tsinghua University, and I will serve as the group leader for your 3 classes. I hope we can support one another moving forward. Should I err in any way, please feel free to voice your criticisms. His boastful declaration sparked a wave of discontent among the students, who expressed their disdain with scoffs. Amidst the derision, Ning Tingting gracefully approached Ning Feng, coolly stating, You think being the group leader is a simple task? Care to challenge me? Chapter 102, The Unprecedented Chakra Extraction. Seeing Ning Tingting defend his honor, Zhao Chao, who had been mortified, seized the opportunity to interject. Goddess Ning Tingting, please ensure this arrogant fellow knows his place. Let him witness the prowess of our upperclassmen. Indeed, if the seniors from the 3rd year learn that our 2nd-year group leader is a freshman, they would surely find it laughable. Ning Tingting, swiftly teach this young man a lesson, restoring our dignity as 2nd-year students. The students clamored fervently, eager for Ning Tingting to deliver a decisive blow to the overconfident freshman. Disregarding the surrounding ruckus, Ning Feng smiled serenely, settling into a chair and casting a glance at Ning Tingting. Very well, what shall we compare? Upon discovering his appointment as the group leader by Professor Yin, Ning Feng recognized that the upperclassmen would likely harbor resentment towards him. Thus, he saw this as an opportunity to quell the airs of Class 2, facilitating a smoother academic journey ahead. If we were to compare practical combat, it would surely be deemed unfair, considering the year of study that separates us. Since you have been selected as the group leader by Professor Yin, let us instead compete on the basis of chakra extraction. Ning Tingting crossed her arms, her demeanor radiating superiority as she scrutinized Ning Feng from her elevated stance. You likely know little about our current projects, so let us measure our chakra extraction capabilities, the foundation upon which all ninjutsu research rests. Chakra extraction capabilities? Ning Feng's eyes flickered as a realization struck him. Indeed, though our academy specializes in the study of chakra nature transformation and form alteration, both are fundamentally reliant on chakra energy. Only by extracting a greater amount of chakra energy within limited cells and time can we enhance our experiments in chakra transformation and alteration. In other words, if we liken the energy of the human cells and mental energy to a container, chakra extraction resembles a conduit. The more chakra extracted and the higher its purity, the more potent the energy released from an equivalent volume of chakra. With her head held high, Ning Tingting proclaimed, all our experiments are predicated on chakra. If your extraction is minimal and inefficient, your experiments are unlikely to succeed, significantly reducing the chances of developing new ninjutsu. Now, after all that, Do you dare to compete? What do I have to fear? While he had not participated in previous experimental comparisons, he was confident that few could rival his chakra extraction skills. Heh. Ning Tingting smirked coldly, signaling to a nearby student, who quickly brought forth a precise instrument known as the chakra extraction measurement device. Place your hand here and perform chakra extraction to measure your extraction rate per second, measured in milliamperes, Ma. 1 milliampere represents 1,000th of the power of an A-level ninjutsu in a closed environment. Ning Tingting placed her arm on the device and began her chakra extraction. Soon, the device displayed two readings, 25 milliamperes, 60. Upon witnessing Ning Tingting's results, the students gazed with envy, each consumed by jealousy. 25 milliamperes. This means Goddess Ning Tingting can store the power of an A-level ninjutsu within her body every 400 seconds. How impressive. I tested my chakra extraction rate the other day, and it was merely 1 milliampere. It would take me a full 1,000 seconds to store the power of an A-level ninjutsu. My chakra purity is a dismal 55. I recall that the international standard dictates that a chakra extraction rate of 2 milliamperes per second is considered good. Achieving 3 milliamperes or 4 milliamperes would signify an extraordinary individual. Listening to the students' discussions, Ning Tingting smiled slightly. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention, once you enter university, you'll learn about milliampere measurements. A B-level ninjutsu corresponds to 500 milliamperes, a C-level ninjutsu to 300 milliamperes, and a D-level ninjutsu to 100 milliamperes. The potency of any ninjutsu can be quantified using these units. Of course, many ninjutsu may face limitations in practical application, which necessitates a deeper understanding of mathematics. Ning Feng mused that these individuals indeed possessed a rigorous understanding of physical principles, relishing the inclination to assign standardized measurements to various data, even calculating the precise amount of chakra extracted per second. Undoubtedly, with such data as a reference, the likelihood of survival during combat would significantly increase. After all, the time required to accumulate chakra for a jutsu had been meticulously computed, knowing precisely when to employ jutsus of varying ranks, and the chakra required for each, along with the recovery potential, rendered this approach far more scientific and rational than relying solely on instinct as depicted in the original narrative, effectively enhancing combat prowess. A faint smile graced Ning Feng's lips as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Senior Sia. He then placed his right hand upon the serene instrument, simultaneously activating the Uchiha extraction technique. After 3 seconds, the measuring device displayed two astonishing figures, prompting an audible gasp from nearly the entire sophomore class. 5 milliamperes, 80. The chakra extraction rate per second was astonishingly double that of Ning Tingting, with a purity level reaching an impressive 80. Goodness, 5 milliamperes. This means that in just 200 seconds, this lad can amass enough chakra for an A-rank jutsu within his body. Principal Long's 4 milliamperes had once left the entire school in awe. Yet here stands this boy at 5 milliamperes. How utterly terrifying. This was the first time I had encountered a student with 5 milliamperes. Could it be that the measuring device malfunctioned? Surely, this boy, knowing he could not rival Goddess Ning, must have tampered with the readings. After a few moments of silence in the laboratory, an unprecedented wave of astonishment erupted, with many questioning Ning Feng's integrity. Even Goddess Ning, her complexion slightly pale, harbored doubts about Ning Feng's honesty, for the data before them was simply too extraordinary. Chapter 103, Research Topic, Water Clone Technique. Noticing the skepticism surrounding him, Ning Feng helplessly shrugged, wearing a resigned expression. A senior coldly remarked, at such a young age, instead of focusing on learning, you resort to cheating. Indeed, cheating is what you have chosen. When Professor Yin arrives, we shall inform him of your deceit, and let him deal with you. Several boys, indignant on Ning Tingting's behalf, glared at him angrily. To them, it was unfathomable that this boy could surpass even Principal Long's chakra extraction speed of 4 milliamperes. Such a feat was impossible unless he had manipulated the results. If you doubt the validity of this data, we can always retest, Ning Feng said, shrugging once more. Yet, the boys were adamant in their accusations, one of them asserting, how do we know you don't possess some special device that could instantaneously restore the measuring instrument's accuracy? Exactly. Another chimed in, this instrument is a precise tool, yet easily susceptible to tampering. If you were to return to normal during a retest, only to cheat again during measurement, do not presume we are oblivious to your intentions. In a bid to impress Goddess Ning Tingting, the boys continued their accusations against Ning Feng. Enough. The instrument is functioning correctly, and Ning Feng's extraction speed is indeed significantly faster than mine. Have you not noticed that Ning Feng's chakra extraction technique differs from ours? At that moment, Ning Tingting, who had also harbored doubts about Ning Feng's honesty, recalled the manner in which he conducted his test and dismissed the notion of his cheating. Ning Goddess, you. The boys fell silent at her words. Defeat is defeat. There is no need to fabricate excuses. Ning Tingting chuckled lightly, her brows furrowing slightly as her keen eyes rested on Ning Feng. I, Ning Tingting, acknowledge your position as the research group leader. Your remarkably swift chakra extraction rate clearly indicates your exceptional aptitude in this area. And your successful advancement of the shadow clone technique research alone is enough to solidify your standing as group leader. Hearing Goddess Ning's endorsement, the boys who remained unconvinced were momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, they sighed and retreated to their seats, while the rest of the students appeared noncommittal, neither affirming nor denying the situation. My apologies, everyone. I was indisposed for a moment, came a teasing voice. As Professor Ning opened the laboratory door, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. Professor Yan, having detected no abnormalities, smiled and patted Ning Feng's shoulder, saying, I trust you are all acquainted with each other. Ning Feng will henceforth serve as your research group leader, overseeing all your projects. Now, the topic of the shadow clone technique has already been mastered by Ning Feng. For the next 6 months, we shall delve into the water clone technique. Students, divide into small groups and experiment with transforming chakra into the form of a water clone, documenting your experiences. Ning Tingting, as the ninjutsu committee member, you shall partner with Ning Feng. Upon hearing that the class goddess would be paired with Ning Feng, many boys felt their hearts shatter, the sound of their disappointment almost audible. What? Ning Tingting exclaimed, her face a picture of dismay, on the verge of tears. At that moment, Ning Feng unexpectedly raised his hand high. Seeing this, many boys assumed he was dissatisfied with being grouped with Ning Tingting, causing their regard for this audacious freshman to plummet dramatically. Even Ning Tingting felt a jolt of insecurity, questioning her own beauty. Was she truly so unappealing that he felt compelled to raise his hand upon learning of their partnership? Professor Yin furrowed his brow but called on Ning Feng nonetheless. What is it? Professor, the research direction for the water clone technique is misguided. Not everyone is suited for this technique, and creating a water clone involves not only a transformation in appearance, but also changes in nature, Ning Feng asserted, rising abruptly. Many advanced ninjutsu techniques had faded from his memory, but he recalled certain principles. In the original narrative, the water clone technique was exclusive to ninjas from the hidden mist village. Thus, he deduced that to develop the water clone technique, one must approach it from both nature transformation and form transformation. If he was correct, and ultimately succeeded in developing the water clone technique, the patent rights would belong to him, allowing him to utilize it personally or lease it out, while also showcasing his talent and silencing his peers. What could be more advantageous? 2 directions? Professor Yan's eyes sparkled with understanding. Humph, a ninja creates a water clone by shaping chakra into a human form to confuse their opponent. This is the essence of the water clone technique and has nothing to do with nature transformation. A disdainful voice interjected, as Zhao Chao, harboring resentment towards Ning Feng due to the situation with Ning Tingting, scoffed at him. Incorrect. Gravely mistaken, Ning Feng retorted. If it were merely a matter of form transformation, the chakra would only mimic the appearance. The enemy would recognize it instantly. However, by incorporating the water attributes nature transformation, one can leverage the properties of water to perfectly replicate all information of the original while simultaneously confounding the enemy and delivering water-based attacks. That is the true essence of the water clone technique. His rebuttal left the entire class in stunned silence for a full quarter of an hour. Moments later, an unprecedented thunderous applause erupted, as the majority of students were profoundly moved by Ning Feng's impassioned words. Indeed, what Ning Feng articulated represented the genuine water clone technique. Their so-called research topics have become ensnared within the confines of transformative thinking, unable to break free. Even Ning Tingting's gaze towards Ning Feng has shifted. Ning Feng, please. Speak more slowly. Professor, allow me to take notes. Professor Yan, with a gaze filled with complexity, observed this extraordinary genius, excitedly retrieving a pen from the podium to jot down notes in his ever-present notebook. He initially believed that Ning Feng's perspective on the shadow clone technique was groundbreaking, but he was equally astounded by his unique insights into the water clone technique. He sensed that the water clone technique, which had eluded success for several years, might finally see fruition alongside the shadow clone technique. Chapter 104, The Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. At the Chakra Research Institute, a strikingly elegant female professor was busily scribbling on the blackboard. At our Chakra Research Institute, all our studies revolve around the energy known as chakra. When we employ ninjutsu, we expend chakra to unleash powerful techniques. Ninjas with a strong command over chakra can typically generate an A-rank ninjutsu with a mere consumption of around 1200 millie, whereas those with weaker control must expend not only more chakra, but also additional physical stamina. Our institute exists to unravel the secrets of human chakra, enhancing both the mastery over it and the potency of ninjutsu. The knowledge we impart is systematic and foundational. Now, after this simple introduction, we shall delve deeper into the essence of chakra, the process of chakra extraction. Perhaps you have encountered this in high school or through private tutors, but what they taught you was merely superficial. I shall provide you with a more comprehensive and profound understanding. At the Special Combat Research Institute, a robust man with hands clasped behind his back and a gaze as sharp as an eagle stood, his physique reminiscent of a mountain. Here, I do not impart to you the so-called techniques of evading enemies or retreating strategically. I shall teach you solely how to kill, and how to do so with greater swiftness. At the Yin and 5-Element Ninjutsu Research Institute, an elderly professor with graying hair and age spots explained at a leisurely pace. Many believe that the elemental ninjutsu comprises only the 5 elements of wind, fire, lightning, water, and earth. However, that is merely a fraction of the truth. There are also yin and yang techniques. Our academy focuses on the interrelations among these 7 elemental attributes, aiming to enhance the strength and destructive capability of our ninjutsu while uncovering any latent potential within you. Our initial focus will be on water release techniques. As is well known, water release ninjutsu, while comparatively less destructive, offers greater control and battlefield manipulation, exemplified by techniques such as the water dragon bullet technique and the water prison technique. At the Spacetime and Space Station Research Institute, an elderly instructor clad in a white spacesuit, while playing an audio recording of humanity's martial arts history over the past 2 centuries, elucidated, spacetime ninjutsu exists as a distinct category, capable of creating a small-scale dimension and transferring oneself through unique methods. This enigmatic spatial power does not align with the 7 elemental forces. If water release and fire release techniques inflict tangible harm, then spacetime ninjutsu resembles the wielding of one's mental prowess. As for space stations, when our spacetime abilities reach a certain threshold, we can shatter Earth's gravitational bonds and instantaneously traverse to other dimensions, which we refer to as cosmic space stations. From a physics standpoint, spacetime ninjutsu resembles a power that transcends the speed of light, distorting space to create rifts. Theoretically, when spacetime power reaches its zenith, it could even reverse time. However, humanity's exploration of spacetime ninjutsu remains in the theoretical stage, and we address it separately due to its profound ties with physics and cosmology. Humanity has never ceased its quest to explore ninjutsu, including the realm of spacetime. In the ensuing months, Ning Feng, akin to an insatiable scholar, traversed various academies, absorbing all the knowledge he yearned for. It must be noted that although humanity's understanding of many ninjutsu remains incomplete, the known knowledge has been dissected far more intricately than in the original texts. Even concerning chakra extraction, numerous methods to enhance efficiency have been proposed, yielding remarkable results. Through the techniques acquired from university lectures, Ning Feng's chakra extraction rate surged from 5 millia to 6 millia, and his purification rate improved from 80 to 85. While the increase in extraction efficiency may seem modest at just 1 millia, it translates to a substantial 20 enhancement. An elevation of purity by 5 implies that the potency of his ninjutsu has, indirectly, risen by approximately 5. Not only did he witness improvements in extraction rates, but during his studies at the Yin and 5-Element Ninjutsu Research Institute, Ning Feng discovered ways to unleash more potent techniques using less chakra, elevating the power of single-attribute ninjutsu by nearly 10. Furthermore, insights gained from the Spacetime and Space Station Research Institute, as well as the Ruins Exploration Institute, solidified and fortified his understanding of ninjutsu. Unbeknownst to him, 2 months had slipped by. In this span, Ning Feng acquired knowledge surpassing all that he had previously learned, igniting a plethora of ideas. At this moment, seated in his private laboratory, Ning Feng endeavored to develop the multiple shadow clone technique, a ninjutsu frequently employed by the original protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki. Prior to embarking on this development, Ning Feng meticulously reviewed humanity's research and explorations in this domain, only to find that aside from studies on the shadow clone technique, other avenues remained uncharted. It was evident that no one among humanity had successfully developed this technique as of yet. Reflecting on the original narrative, the multiple shadow clone technique was conceived by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and prior to its development, the ninja world had already traversed a millennium. The knowledge amassed over a millennium of exploration birthed such ninjutsu. Thus, it is no wonder that humanity, having only entered the martial arts era for 2 centuries, remains in the exploratory phase. In comparison to the shadow clone technique, the multiple shadow clone technique demands a greater reservoir of energy and requires an even more exquisite mastery of chakra to create several identical clones in a fleeting moment. It can be asserted that the shadow clone technique serves as the foundational bedrock for the multiple shadow clone technique. Chapter 105. Successful development of the multiple shadow clone technique. Of course, after a series of systematic studies, Ning Feng discerned that he need not follow the same painstaking path as Naruto did when developing the Rasengan, beginning with balloons and progressing gradually to master his own technique. Modern humanity, leveraging contemporary technology, approaches the development of new ninjutsu by first engaging in theoretical calculations, constructing theoretical models, and then utilizing precision instruments to compute the steps required to manifest the technique. In essence, while the original narrative necessitated practitioners to experience and master each step to successfully develop new ninjutsu, modern technology enables a more efficient approach. Contemporary practitioners establish virtual models and rely on advanced instruments to calculate the requisite chakra for each step, thus laying a theoretical foundation for successful execution. Compared to the original story, the timeline for developing ninjutsu is significantly condensed and more efficient, a testament to the advantages of modern technological advancements. In truth, should we assume the same development of the wind release, spiral shuriken technique, modern humanity, equipped with contemporary technology, would first calculate the consumption of chakra, the expenditure after the transformation of chakra's properties, their own recovery rate, and the energy required for form alterations. Ultimately, they would establish a model for developing ninjutsu, which would be considerably more efficient than Naruto's method of producing countless shadow clones and gradually experiencing chakra usage. At present, Ning Feng is engaged in the meticulous task of constructing this model, calculating the chakra required for each clone when utilizing the multi-shadow clone technique, determining the necessary maintenance for 3 clones, and assessing the energy expenditure involved. He continues this process for 4 clones, then 5, striving to ensure each calculation is precise to the last milligram. Soon, aided by sophisticated instruments, Ning Feng acquires a set of data, prompting him to attempt the development of the multi-shadow clone technique. The hand seals for this technique are remarkably simple, yet they demand a high level of chakra mastery from the practitioner. With theoretical data firmly established in his mind, he allocates the chakra for each shadow clone according to his calculations. In no time, 3 shadow clones materialize beside him, although they dissipate after merely a few seconds. Based on the experimental results, Ning Feng adjusts the model's data and performs the hand seals once more. This time, the 3 clones persist for a full 2 minutes before ultimately vanishing. Let's double the chakra and see what happens. In his previous life, Ning Feng was also a master in mathematics and physics, and it must be said that he possesses considerable expertise in theoretical data. Indeed, after doubling the chakra, his 3 shadow clones finally ceased to disappear, exhibiting combat capabilities akin to his own. From theoretical calculations to model establishment, and ultimately to the successful execution of the multi-shadow clone technique, he accomplished all this in merely a single morning. While in the original narrative, Naruto Uzumaki learned the multi-shadow clone technique instantaneously. This was facilitated by the Nine-Tails assistance. Without it, Naruto would have required at least 1 to 2 months to master such a jutsu. Let's try doubling the chakra once more. Ning Feng, akin to a fervently researching ninjutsu scientist, continuously adjusts the theoretical data and persistently experiments with the shadow clone technique. Ultimately, through relentless trials, he calculates the optimal chakra expenditure that minimizes consumption while maximizing the combat potency of the clones, successfully mastering the multi-shadow clone technique. If he were to apply for copyright now, it would undoubtedly create a stir throughout the entire university. Ning Feng smiled faintly. Now that he has mastered the multi-shadow clone technique, its value has diminished somewhat, and he sees the opportunity to leverage it for personal gain. Although the tuition at Tsinghua University is not exorbitant, other expenses can be quite daunting, with nearly 800,000 to 900,000 yuan spent merely to configure his laboratory, excluding the maintenance costs of various experimental apparatus. Despite the appearance of 1,000,000 yuan being substantial, it is, in fact, only sufficient for procuring a few machines. The more sophisticated the equipment, the more exorbitant the financial outlay. One must recognize that many devices are intricate amalgamations of high technology. Similarly, many laboratories at Tsinghua University are equally financially demanding. Of the annual national educational resource investment, nearly half is allocated to Tsinghua University, with laboratory equipment accounting for approximately 60% of that sum. Taking out the business card of President Ning of the Copyright Association, Ning Feng deftly dialed the number. An excited and delighted voice greeted him on the other end. "What brings you to call, Mr. Ning? Do you have new advancements in ninjutsu?" "President Ning, I wish to transfer the usage rights of my shadow clone technique to others, and I also want to register a new achievement." Ning Feng chuckled. Copyrights in ninjutsu are of paramount importance. Having developed the multi-shadow clone technique, he must first apply for copyright, should another individual coincidentally develop the same technique. His version would risk being deemed a counterfeit. "You truly are impressive, achieving results in just 2 months. Coincidentally, tomorrow is Saturday, and there will be a ninjutsu copyright conference in the heart of Longyao City, where representatives from various companies across the nations will travel great distances to attend. Your shadow clone technique should fetch a handsome price." "Very well, I will visit you shortly. I am eager to see what your new achievement entails, and of course, I will maintain confidentiality. Additionally, I will bring along a vial of memory erasing potion, as discretion is a fundamental requirement of the Copyright Association. I will await your arrival." Ning Feng smiled slightly and hung up the phone. He is in dire need of funds for his various experiments, and showcasing his achievement at the copyright conference should yield a lucrative return. As for any dangers, in Longyao City, the political heart of the Dragon Kingdom, no one dares to act recklessly. A quarter of an hour later, President Ning arrived, equipped with a laptop and adorned with a broad smile.